You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. This day is Saturday. Everyone got up early on Saturday, and Suchin prepared a hearty breakfast for the whole family early in the morning. Su Haoqian also got up very early that day. Suchin saw Su Haoqian come out and asked, "Dad, did you get up so early today?" Su Haoqian nodded and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, yes, after all, I still have to prepare for today." Suchin said curiously, "Oh, Dad, it seems that you were already prepared." Su Haoqian smiled and said, "Go buy a bunch of roses for your mother on your wedding anniversary." "Dad, a bunch of roses is not enough to express the grandeur of this festival," Suchin reminded. "So, of course, I prepared another gift for your mother," Su Haoqian said with a smile. "Ha ha ha," Suchin laughed. "Okay, son, I'm going out," Su Haoqian said with a smile. "Okay, Dad, be careful on the road," Suchin reminded. Su Haoqian came to the flower shop and prepared 99 roses for Lin Xiu. "Hello, I want some roses," Su Haoqian said with a smile. "Then how much do you need, sir?" the flower shop owner asked with a smile. 99 sticks," Su Haoqian replied. "Okay." The flower shop owner nodded and said. The owner of the flower shop took out a large bouquet of roses and said, "Sir, this is a batch of roses that have just arrived in the shop. They are all still fresh. Take a look, okay?" Su Haoqian smelled a faint fragrance of roses. Su Haoqian said with a smile, "Okay, let's do it." The flower shop owner asked with a smile, "Sir, are you giving it to your lover?" Su Haoqian smiled and nodded. The owner of the flower shop said, "Sir, today must be a special day. I suggest you put the roses in the shape of a love. I think your wife will also like it." This kind of expression is very intuitive. Su Haoqian accepted the suggestion of the flower shop owner, "Then do as you said." The owner of the flower shop skillfully trims the rose branches. Su Haoqian waited aside and noticed a bunch of light-colored dried gypsophila flowers in the flower shop. Su Haoqian took down the dried flowers and said with a smile, "Put this around the flowers." The flower shop owner took the dried flowers and said with a smile, "Okay." The flower shop owner quickly packed the roses and handed them to Su Haoqian. "Hello, your roses." Su Haoqian took the rose and said with a smile, "Thank you." "It's okay, sir, I hope you and your wife have a good time today," said the flower shop owner enthusiastically. "Thank you," Su Haoqian replied. Su Haoqian, who received the blessing, walked out of the flower shop with a smile and took a taxi back to his home. When he came home, Su Haoqian walked into the study with roses in his arms and took out the gift he had carefully prepared. Su Haoqian opened the necklace he prepared and thought to himself, "This Axiu should like it." Su Haoqian picked up the brush to write a small note to Lin Xiu. Su Haoqian paused while holding the brush, thinking to himself, "What should I write?" Su Haoqian suddenly froze, "Just write the poem that Axiu only likes." After speaking, he picked up a pen and wrote it down in one go. Su Haoqian nodded with satisfaction, and put the poem he wrote aside to dry. Waiting for the ink to dry, Su Haoqian looked at the rose next to him and smiled happily. After preparing everything, Su Haoqian walked out of the study. Su Haoqian walked up to Lin Xiu with the gift he had prepared. Lin Xiu saw a bouquet of heart-shaped roses adorned with some gypsophila flowers, which first gave Lin Xiu a visual impact. Su Haoqian smiled and said, "Axiu, happy wedding anniversary." Lin Xiu took the rose with a smile and said with a smile, "Thank you." Then, Su Haoqian took out the gift he had prepared for a long time and said, "This is a gift I picked for you. Hope you will like it." Lin Xiu took the long-lost gift from Su Haoqian. The gift was wrapped in an exquisite long box. Lin Xiu opened the gift in surprise. A piece of paper appeared in front of him. Lin Xiu opened the note, which was written with a brush. Although the characters are small, the strokes are strong and powerful, with a touch of tenderness. Lin Xiu read it word by word. There seemed to be a warm current flowing in his heart, and Lin Xiu was very happy. Then, Lin Xiu saw a bright pearl necklace. Each pearl is just the right size, and the color is beautiful. Lin Xiu touched each pearl in surprise. Su Haoqian smiled and said, "I think it should be just right for today's wedding dress." Lin Xiu smiled gently, and Lin Xiu gently took out the pearl necklace. "Dad, why don't you put it on Mom now?" Su Chen said with a smile. "Okay." Su Haoqian replied. Su Haoqian put the pearl necklace on Lin Xiu gently. Lin Xiu's fair and long neck with a pearl necklace looks extraordinarily elegant and generous. Yan Bingxue praised, "Mom, this necklace really calls you." Lin Xiu stroked the plump pearls and smiled happily. Su Chen looked at Lin Xiu's smile and smiled with relief. "Dad, I can't believe that the gift you prepared is so in line with Mom's heart. How happy Mom is smiling." Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue held Lin Xiu's shoulder and said, "I think Mom is so happy. She should know that this is what Dad took pains to prepare. As long as it is a gift prepared with great care, Mom will like it, right?" Lin Xiu smiled and looked at Yan Bingxue and said, "Bingxue still understands me." Su Haoqian looked at Lin Xiu very happy and smiled happily. "Mom, I'll go and put roses for you, okay?" Su Chen said with a smile. "Okay." Lin Xiu nodded. Su Chen found a very suitable bottle and put the roses in it. The roses looked even more beautiful with the exquisite bottle. And Lin Xiu's mood is as beautiful as a rose that has just bloomed. "Mom and Dad, let's go eat now," Su Chen said with a smile. "Okay." Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu replied. The family sat happily at the dinner table. The two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lei, saw that Lin Xiu was wearing a pearl necklace today, and praised them repeatedly. "Grandma, the necklace you are wearing today looks so good." Tuanchuan laughed said. Yes, such a beautiful pearl necklace," Lei said with a smile. Then Tuanchuan and Lei, "Guess who bought this necklace?" Su Chen asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at everyone's expressions, and everyone smiled happily. "Who is it?" Lei speculates in her heart, is it Mama, or Baba? Or Grandpa? Suddenly Lei smelled a burst of flowers, and Lei turned to look at a beautiful bouquet of red roses on the table. Lei has an answer in her heart, there are roses. Baba Mama said that the red roses are for her lover. Roses, pearl necklace. Lei froze. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Lei showed a knowing smile and nodded oh. Su Chen heard Lei's oh and asked, Lei, do you know who sent it? Giggle, have you guessed it? Tuanchuan asked, curiously, blinking his eyes. Lei pointed to the side, looked at Tuanchuan with a smile and said, Sister. Look over there. Seeing the roses on the table, Tuan also had an answer in his heart. Tuan also knows. Then Tuanchuan and Lei tell Baba Mama. Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei said in unison, "It's Grandpa." Su Qian and Yan Bingxue looked at each other and smiled. Yan Bingxue praised. "Tuanchuan Lei is so smart. Grandpa, the gift you chose is great. Is today a special day?" Lei looked around curiously. Su Haoqian smiled and replied, "Today is the 24th anniversary of Grandma and Grandma's marriage." Tuanchuan and Lei nodded, and Tuanchuan said with a smile, "Grandpa, is the wedding anniversary a commemoration of the wedding day?" Su Haoqian smiled and nodded. "Oh, I remembered it. Grandpa and Grandma said that they were going to take wedding photos today, right?" The group member said with big eyes. "Yes." Su Haoqian replied with a smile. "Then Tuan and Gao Gao are going to see too," Tuanchuan said with a happy smile. "Okay. Wait for our family to go, okay?" Su Haoqian said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei smiled happily. After the meal, the family went to the bridal shop to pick up the dresses. Then went to accompany Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao to take wedding photos. Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian changed their dresses, looked at each other, and smiled gently. So they did their own makeup. Tuanchuan Cute also ran over curiously to see Lin Xiao's makeup. "Grandma is taking wedding photos, aren't you very happy?" Tuanchuan, like a little reporter, interviewed Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao said with a smile, "Happy. Grandma, when I grow up, can I wear a beautiful wedding dress to take photos?" Tuanchuan couldn't help but say, looking at the beautiful wedding dress. Of course Tuanchuan will grow into a big beauty by then. A girl is beautiful as her mother will definitely look super beautiful in a wedding dress. Lin Xiao fantasized. Tuanchuan smiled cutely, looked at Lin Xiao in the mirror and said, "Grandma is also very beautiful." Lin Xiao smiled softly. Su Qian and Yan Bingxue were waiting for Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao in the reception room. Yan Bingxue looked at the various wedding photos in the store, looked at Zhang Mingli's smile on the photo, and said with a smile, "Husband, you said that we will be the age of our parents in the future. What will we do then? How about that? We're all old by then." Su Qian gently hugged Yan Bingxue and said, "At that time, our Bingxue will still be a beautiful beauty, but she will have more mature temperament than now. At that time, we should all retire," and the two little guys Tuanchuan and Lei also grew up. "At that time, we had a lot of time that belonged to us. When we were interested, we went to travel. When we were tired, we would serving at home, taking care of flowers and plants, and playing chess." Yan Bingxue's head was against Su Qian's chest, and she heard every breath of Su Qian. Yan Bingxue raised her head and blinked her beautiful eyes to look at Su Qian and said, "Husband, listen to you, I'm looking forward to it." Yan Bingxue pointed to the wedding photos of a pair of grandmothers and grandfathers and asked, "What if our hair is gray?" Su Qian smiled and said, "At that time, you are also a lovely old lady. How about we take a walk in the garden every day, read books, drink tea, and entertain grandson?" Yan Bingxue said with a smile, "Then I'm old, will you not like me anymore?" Su Qian smiled, looked at Yan Bingxue seriously, and said, "How could it be? How could my husband not like ice and snow? What my husband likes is not your appearance but your heart. My husband will always love you." "Wife, do you remember the sentence on that hanging painting?" Su Qian asked. With a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded and said, "Remember. Hold your hand and grow old with your son." Yan Bingxue and Su Qian said in unison. Yan Bingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head. Yes, hold the hand of the child, grow old with the child. It is what all the people who have loved each other from ancient times to the present have looked forward to. I feel very happy to be able to grow old with you slowly, Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingshua's eyes became wet. Husband, it's great to have you. Su Chen smiled and said, it's good to have you. When I get old, I'll hold your hand like now, and bask in the sun with you. Yan Bingshua lay in Su Chen's arms and nodded happily. Now, let's cherish every day at the moment, Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingshua nodded and smiled softly. Husband, I really hope that time will stop at this moment, Yan Bingshua said with a smile. Su Chen gently stroked Yan Bingshua's hair. After an hour, Lin Xiu finally finished putting on her makeup. After putting on her beautiful makeup, Lin Xiu looked even more beautiful in her wedding dress, exuding a very feminine charm. Lin Xiu led Tuanchuan out of the dressing room, and Lin Xiu gave people a bright feeling. Su Chen couldn't help but admire. Mom, you look so good today. You and Bingshua stand together like sisters. Yeah, Mom. Sure enough, time has never defeated a beauty, Yan Bingshua said with a smile. Today's male protagonist also came over, looked at Lin Xiu with joy and said, Axiu, you are so beautiful today. Lin Xiu smiled softly. Hello, the photographer is ready, can I shoot now? A female assistant came over and asked with a smile. Axiu, let's go, Su Haoqian said with a smile. Su Haoqian led Lin Xiu forward, and the backs of the two matched each other, so well. Hello Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, this is your photographer today. Our photographer specializes in wedding photography and has very rich experience in this field. You can completely trust our photographer Liu. The female assistant laughed. Said. Su Haoqian politely greeted the photographer, hello. Hello, Mr. Su, Mrs. Su. Judging from the expressions of the two of you, you must be a couple who love each other very much. I believe that our cooperation today will be very pleasant. Photographer Liu hugged the photographer and smiled. Said. Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian looked at each other and smiled. Photographer Liu instantly snapped a picture, perfect, the photographer said silently in his heart. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu felt a light flash in front of them, looking forward in amazement. Su Haoqian was a little surprised and said, is this the start of filming? It when you open the bookshelf next time. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The photographer explained, no, I just took a test shot to find an angle, but the photo I just took is very beautiful. You can consider staying, sometimes. This kind of casual shooting will bring unexpected surprises and effect. The photographer showed the photos to Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian, who were both satisfied with the photos. Okay, now it's officially ready to shoot, the photographer said with a smile. The photographer started shooting. The photographer, Lin Xiu, and Su Haoqian cooperated very well with their assistants and prepared well. The whole photo shoot went smoothly, and the morning shoot was over. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiuxi walked out with a smile. Mom and Dad, are you tired? Yan Bingshua said as she handed Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian a glass of water. It's okay, Lin Xiu replied with a smile. Mom and Dad, I booked a restaurant nearby, let's go to eat now, Su Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian nodded in agreement. The family came to the restaurant Su Chen ordered for dinner. Everyone ate happily. After dinner, Su Chen sent Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu back home. Lin Xiu saw that Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei did not want to come down, so he asked, Chen Chen, Bingxue, why don't you come down? Su Chen smiled and said, Mom and Dad, you guys go back, Bingxue, Tuanchuan, Lei Lei will go to Yan's house today. Lin Xiu said, what kind of trouble are you guys making? Su Chen smiled and nodded and said, Mom and Dad, today is your wedding anniversary, and you both enjoy the two-person world. Let's go to Yan's house to see. Don't wait for us tonight, we'll be there today. Sighed, Lin Xiu was surprised and happy when she heard Su Chen's words, and she didn't know how to respond for a while. Okay, Mom and Dad, hurry in, Bingxue and I will leave first, Su Chen said. With a smile, Su Chen drove to Yan's house. When Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu returned home, there was no Tuanchuan at home. Lei Lei, Su Chen, and Yan Bingxue seemed extraordinarily quiet. The roses on the desk looked particularly dazzling. Axiu, it's been a long time since the house was so quiet, Su Haoqian said. With a smile. Yes, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei are not at home, it's a lot quieter at home, Lin Xiu said with a smile. Axiu, how about we play chess at home this afternoon, drink tea, and steal a floating life for half a day? Su Haoqian asked with a smile. Lin Xiu smiled and nodded in agreement. It's rare to steal half a day of leisure. Here, the Yan family was surprised by the arrival of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. As soon as Tang Shiyun opened the door, she saw her daughter, son-in-law, and two grandchildren standing at the door. She said in surprise, why are you here today? Yan Bingxue said jokingly, Mom, what's the matter, aren't we welcome home? Tang Shiyun said with a smile, welcome, why not, come in quickly, and sit down. Tang Shiyun asked Yan Jinwei to come too. Tang Shiyun said with a smile, old Yan, come up quickly and see who is coming. Yan Jinwei was quite surprised to see his daughter's family coming. Mom and Dad, we're staying here for one night today, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay, let Auntie clean up, Tang Shiyun said with a smile. Grandpa, Grandma, do you still have the grapefruit on the grapefruit tree in the garden? Lei Lei still wants to pick grapefruit, Lei Lei said with a happy smile. Tuan also wants to go pick grapefruit, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Yes, it's enough, Yan Jinwei replied happily. Then let's go pick grapefruit. Lei Lei looked at Yan Jinwei expectantly and said with a smile. Yan Jinwei nodded in agreement. Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun took Tuanchuan and Lei Lei to the garden to pick grapefruit. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue would tidy up the room together with their aunt. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue came to Tuanchuan and Lei Lei's room. Yan Bingxue opened the door and said with a smile, the little guy's room really hasn't changed at all. On the wall are the photos taken by Tuanchuan and Lei Lei during their 100th day. And the quirky little eyes are very cute. Su Chen smiled and said, wife, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei were so cute when they were young. Yan Bingxue looked at the photo and said with a smile, it was taken when Tuanchuan and Lei Lei were 100 days old. At that time I took two little guys to the photo studio. I don't know why the two little guys have always refused to cooperate. Photographers take pictures. I was at a loss, too. Later, the photographer brought a colored ball and attracted the attention of the two little guys. The two little guys finally looked at the camera and took pictures with the photographer. Suchin opened the closet and wanted to take out a clean set of quilts to spread on the two little guys. As soon as Suchin opened it, he saw that it was full of Tuanchuan and Leilei's childhood clothes. The clothes from a few months old to 3 years old were well preserved, and Suchin looked at the clothes of the two little guys for a long time without realizing it. Suchin took out a pink and tender jumpsuit and said, "Is this what Tuanchuan wore when he was a child?" Yan Bingxue said with a smile, "Husband, you didn't expect this. This is Leilei's clothes when he was a child." Suchin looked at the pink and tender clothes and smiled, and said in surprise, "Is this Leilei's clothes when he was a child?" Yan Bingxue said with a smile, "Yes, but I originally bought the clothes for Tuanchuan. That day, I bought a pair of pajamas for Tuan and Leilei alone. And I want to change them for Leilei and Tuan at night. After Tuanchuan and Leilei took a bath, I was going to change their clothes. When I changed Leilei's clothes, Leilei became angry for some reason and refused to put on clothes. I felt very strange at the time. Then I saw that Leilei kept staring at Tuanchuan's clothes, and suddenly grabbed Tuanchuan's clothes with one hand, and I asked, "Leilei, do you want to wear this pink dress?" Who knows, Leilei is smiling happily. So, I put Leilei in that pink dress. After listening to Suchin, he smiled unconsciously. I didn't expect Leilei to like to wear pink clothes when she was a child. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it either." Wife, you said, "Let's talk to Leilei now." Leilei is the clothes you wore when you were a child. What do you think will happen to Leilei? Suchin asked with a smile. Yan Bingxue smiled and learned Leilei's tone and said, "Leilei will definitely say, 'Baba, you lied, this is obviously my sister's clothes.' Leilei won't wear pink clothes. Pink clothes are worn by my sister." Then Yan Bingxue pouted like Leilei and looked at Suchin. Suchin smiled and kissed Yan Bingxue's cheek. Yan Bingxue looked over in surprise and shyness. Suchin took Yan Bingxue's hand and said with a smile, "My wife is so cute." Yan Bingxue shyly turned her head away to her mother's house, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. After a while, Suchin and Yan Bingxue cleaned up the rooms of the two little guys. The two little guys, Tuanchuan and Leilei, picked 2 big grapefruits and ran into the living room. Tuanchuan and Leilei put the grapefruit on the table in the living room and ran to look for Yan Bingxue and Suchin. Baba Mama, we picked 2 big grapefruit," Tuanchuan exclaimed in surprise. Tuanchuan and Leilei ran and shouted. Suchin and Yan Bingxue came out after hearing Tuanchuan and Leilei's call. Just bumped into 2 little guys. "Baba Mama, come and see," Tuanchuan and Leilei said excitedly, holding Suchin and Yan Bingxue's hands. "Okay," Suchin said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Leilei pointed to the grapefruit on the table to show Suchin and Yan Bingxue. Suchin smiled and said, "Wow, this grapefruit is so big." "Yes, such a big grapefruit must be very sweet," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Leilei nodded happily. "Well, Baba, peel it off," Leilei said with a smile. "Okay, Dad will peel it off for Leilei now," Suchin said, picked up a knife and peeled off the grapefruit. After the grapefruit is peeled off, the red grapefruit pulp is very attractive. Suchin looked at the grapefruit peel and had an idea. Tuanchuan, Leilei, let's change the way of eating today. Can I make grapefruit candy for you? Grapefruit candy? Tuanchuan and Lele were delighted when they heard it. Baba, grapefruit candy, is it candy made from grapefruit? Tuanchuan asked. Curiously. Well, I use this. Suchan picked up the freshly peeled pomelo peel and showed it to Tuanchuan and Lele. Grapefruit peel? Tuanchuan and Lele looked at the grapefruit peel in Su Chen's hand in surprise and asked, Baba, can the grapefruit peel also be eaten as candy? Suchan nodded and said, of course you can, it's super delicious. Baba, isn't the grapefruit peel bitter? Tuanchuan asked with wide eyes. Dad, there is a way to eliminate this bitterness, Suchan said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at Suchan expectantly. Husband, let me make grapefruit candy with you. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay. Suchan smiled. Baba Mama is going to make grapefruit candy for you to eat, and you can play with your grandparents in the living room, Suchan said with a smile as he looked at Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded. While eating grapefruit, Tuanchuan and Lele looked at Yan Bingxue and Suchan and said, Baba, this grapefruit is so sweet. Baba Mama, let's eat it for you. Tuanchuan said. Suchan and Yan Bingxue took a sip and went to the kitchen to make grapefruit candy. Husband, how do you make this grapefruit candy? Yan Bingxue asked like a student asking a teacher. My husband will teach you step by step. Let's remove the grapefruit skin first, and then we will leave the grapefruit pulp and cut the grapefruit pulp into pieces. Suchan introduced. Suchan smiled and said, this is the first step. And then? Yan Bingxue asked Suchan while blinking her beautiful eyes. Then. Suchan stopped talking. Yan Bingxue asked with a smile, husband, hurry up and say, then what happened? Then, just look at your husband. Suchan lightly tapped Yan Bingxue's forehead and said. Yan Bingxue gently touched her forehead with her hand. Bingxue, let's do the first step first, Suchan said in Yan Bingxue's ear. The breath of Suchan's words blew in Yan Bingxue's ears, and Yan Bingxue's ears couldn't help but turn half red. Okay, let's do it quickly. Yan Bingxue glanced at Suchan with a smile and said. Then, Suchan and Yan Bingxue peeled together. Suchan's knife skills are very skilled, and they were done in one fell swoop. Yan Bingxue also peeled very hard. Suchan looked at Yan Bingxue. While smiling, he cut the grapefruit pulp into pieces, each of which was just the right size and neat. As an apprentice, Yan Bingxue looked very amateurish. Looking at Suchan's cut pieces, she smiled and said, husband, how can you cut so well? I'm acting like a frown. Suchan said with a smile, why is this Don Shixio frown? I think you cut it very well, although the size is different, but. Suchan was at a loss for words. Yan Bingxue asked, but what, husband? Suchan took the knife in Yan Bingxue's hand and said, but with my husband's transformation, it can become more orderly. Suchan cut the grapefruit pulp seriously, and sure enough, under Suchan's transformation, if he made a little remedy to Yan Bingxue's grapefruit pulp, it was completely different. Suchan stopped the knife and said, okay. Yan Bingxue looked at Suchan excitedly and said, husband, you are completely turning corruption into magic. It feels completely different. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, cough, it seems that I'd better watch and learn from the experience. Suchan smiled and looked at Yan Bingxue and said, okay, now it's time for the second step. The second step? Yan Bingxue looked at Suchan curiously. Suchin put all the grapefruit flesh into the pot and added appropriate water to the pot so that the water just covered the grapefruit flesh, and then boiled it on high heat. Husband, how long does it take to cook this? Does it need to be timed? Yan Bingxue took out her phone and asked seriously. Suchin said with a smile, wife, it's not that strict, as long as the water is boiled, you can fish out the grapefruit flesh. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. The water boiled after a while, and Yan Bingxue handed Suchin a spoon. Here. Husband. Suchin took the spoon with a smile, took out the grapefruit pulp, and put it in the basin. Suchin added cold water to the basin and began to clean the grapefruit flesh. Although Yan Bingxue said that technically is not as good as Suchin, but he is still very good at starting. Yan Bingxue understood Suchin's operation and said, husband, this is to remove the bitterness in the grapefruit pulp. Right? Suchin smiled and said, yes. After a while, the water in the basin changed color. Look, wife, the bitter water is washed out. We can wash it a few more times until the water does not change color. Wife, do you want to try it? Suchin asked with a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded happily. Yan Bingxue put her hand into the basin and rubbed the grapefruit pulp. The grapefruit pulp is like a sponge, elastic, and it returns to its original shape when squeezed. Yan Bingxue quickly washed out the second grapefruit pulp. After repeating this 5 times, I finally cleaned all the grapefruit flesh. Wife, go get the rock candy. Suchin said with a smile. Yan Bingxue found rock candy in the cupboard and brought it over. Husband. Here it is. Suchin took the rock candy with a smile. Suchin added a little water to the pot, and then put the rock candy down. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The rock sugar was quickly decomposed by heat. The sweet scent of rock candy instantly filled the kitchen. Now the last step, and the most critical step, is to put the grapefruit pulp into the rock sugar water and fry it. Suchin introduced with a smile. Yan Bingxue looked at and nodded. Husband, you see this rock candy water has been completely absorbed by the grapefruit flesh, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. There's something amazing behind it. Suchin said with a smile. Yan Bingxue watched carefully, and soon white frost appeared in the pot. The grapefruit pulp was covered with white frosting, and a grapefruit candy was ready. Yan Bingxue handed over a plate, and Suchin put the grapefruit candy on the plate. The grapefruit candy looks like a Q bomb, and it looks very delicious. Suchin first took one for Yan Bingxue. Suchin carefully blew the grapefruit candy, and said, wife, be careful, try it. Yan Bingxue opened her cherry-sized mouth, chewed the grapefruit lying down, and said with a smile, husband, it's delicious, sweet but not greasy, very elastic. Tuanchuan and Lele will definitely like it. Yan Bingxue fed Suchin another one. Husband, try it, do you like it? Yan Bingxue used chopsticks to put a grapefruit candy for Suchin, and blew it carefully. Suchin smiled and ate the grapefruit candy and said, it's very sweet. Suchin and Yan Bingxue brought grapefruit candy to the table. The little guy heard the sound of the kitchen door being pushed open and came. Giggle, I heard the door open. Baba Mama must have made the grapefruit candy. Tuanchuan said with a happy smile. Let's go and have a look. Lele said with a smile. So the 2 little guys trotted over. Baba Mama. Tuanchuan and Lele shouted to Suchin and Yan Bingxue happily. Tuanchuan and Lele saw a plate placed on the table, looked up, and vaguely saw lumps like sugar on the plate. Tuanchuan and Lele knew that they had guessed correctly. Suchin said jokingly, "Little guy, your nose is really smarter than a ball. And Mom and Dad only made the grapefruit candy, and you come here." Tuan Tuan said with a smile, "Hee hee." Tuan Tuan came over when he heard the kitchen door opening. Yan Bingxue and Suchin smiled happily. "Baba Mama, this candy looks delicious," Tuanchuan said excitedly. "Ha ha ha, would Tuan Tuan and Lele have a taste?" Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded excitedly. Suchin took one for each of the two little guys, and the two little guys happily tasted grapefruit candy. It was super sweet in one bite, and Lele said happily, "Baba, so sweet, so sweet." Tuanchuan likes it. Lele loves it too, it's so sweet and so sweet. Lele said with a happy smile. "Baba, I want to eat one more." Tuanchuan cute looked at Suchin and said with blinking eyes. "Okay, then Tuanchuan and Lele will eat another one." Suchin gave Tuanchuan and Lele 2 more candies. Tuanchuan and Lele happily ate another candy. "Baba Mama, I'm going to give Grandpa and Grandma a grapefruit candy to eat." Tuanchuan said with a cute smile. "Ha ha ha ha, let's go." Suchin said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele went to Tang Shiyun and Yan Jinwei with their plates. "Grandpa, Grandma, eat Tang Tang, eat Tang Tang." Lele went over with a small plate. Lele carefully took the small plate to Tang Shiyun and Yan Jinwei. Tang Shiyun looked at the two little guys holding small plates, and hurried over to support the two little guys. Tang Shiyun found the plate and said with a smile, "Thank you." Tang Shiyun put the plate on the coffee table, and Yan Jinwei also came over. "Grandpa and Grandma, try it, this candy is so sweet," Lele said with a smile. "Ha ha ha ha, good." Tang Shiyun said with a smile. Tang Shiyun and Yan Jinwei tasted the grapefruit candy and praised repeatedly, "It's very sweet and delicious." Tuanchuan and Lele smiled happily. Suchin brought a jar and said, "Tuanchuan, Lele's grapefruit candy can be put in a jar, and then it can be stored for a long time." "Hee hee, that's great, so Tuanchuan and Lele can eat sweet grapefruit candy every day," Lele said with a smile. "Well, Tuan Tuan, Lele, and of course you can't eat sugar every day, but if Tuan Tuan and Lele perform well, Baba Mama will reward Tuan Tuan and Lele for eating," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "Mom and Dad, if you like it, I'll make some for you too," Suchin said with a smile. "Okay." Tang Shiyun smiled and nodded. "Well, your mother likes to eat sweeter food now," Yan Jinwei said with a smile. Tang Shiyun smiled. "I know why Grandma likes sweets." Tuanchuan, a little gourmet, began to speak. "Then tell me why Grandma likes to eat sweets," Tang Shiyun said with a smile, as she picked it up. "Because eating sweets can make people feel good. Just like Tuan Tuan, Tuan also likes to eat sweet things." Tuanchuan looked at Tang Shiyun seriously and said. Tang Shiyun held Tuanchuan's 2 cute little hands and smiled. "Ha ha ha, in fact, from a scientific point of view, Tuanchuan's point of view is also valid. After all, eating sweets can easily make people secrete dopamine. And dopamine will make people excited," Suchin said looking at Tuanchuan and Lele. "Baba, dopamine is so together?" Lele asked, curiously. "Well, dopamine is something produced in the human body that can make people happy," Suchin explained with a smile. Lele nodded with big eyes. "Grandma, do you want to eat another piece of candy? Candy can make Grandma Happy, Tuanchuan looked at Tang Shiyun happily and said. Grandma is very happy with you here. Tang Shiyun replied. Tang Shiyun looked at the two little guys Tuanchuan and Lele, who kept staring at the canned food on the table, but never looked at grapefruit candy. Tang Shiyun patted Tuanchuan Fan's little face and said, Little guy, do you still want to eat candy? You have never left grapefruit candy in your eyes. Tuanchuan lowered his head and smiled. Then reward Tuanchuan and Lele for another Tang Tang. The last one, Dad will put the Tang Tang away after eating this, Suchin said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded happily. Lele assured, Baba Mama, I promise this is the last one, I won't eat it after eating this. Me too, Giggles don't eat, and that group doesn't eat this after eating this. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Ha ha ha, come. Suchen gave Tuanchuan and Lele a grapefruit candy. Tuanchuan and Lele happily took the grapefruit candy and began to eat happily. While shaking his head, Tuanchuan kept mumbling, It's delicious, it's delicious. Everyone looked at the two little guys dotingly. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Su Haqian and Lin Xiao made a pot of tea at home in the afternoon and chatted. From the past to the present, from poetry and songs to the philosophy of life. After playing a game of chess by the window, the sun passed over their faces and gradually went down. At dusk, the light of the setting sun shines in from the windowsill, and the golden sunshine makes people feel very happy. Axiu, I'll cook for you. Su Haqian said with a smile. I think, let's cook together. I have seen your cooking skills yesterday. If you follow your method, when will we be able to eat? Lin Xiao teased. Did I do it for so long last time? Su Haqian said with a guilty conscience. I've watched the 9th episode since the 5th episode, what do you think? Lin Xiao said with a smile. But today is our wedding anniversary, how can I let you cook, let me go. Su Haqian insisted. In the past, it was you who attacked me, but today I will attack you. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Su Haqian agreed. Su Haqian cooked a table of Lin Xiao's favorite dishes in the evening. A bottle of Lafite 1985 was removed from the rack and the two tasted together. Axiu, I want to toast you with 3 glasses of wine. Su Haqian said with a smile. This first cup is to honor you for being by my side for so many years. Su Haqian said with a smile. Lin Xiao and Su Haqian both drank the first glass of wine with a smile. Su Haqian smiled and said, Thank you for giving me a perfect life for this second cup. I am very satisfied with you by my side in this life. Lin Xiao was also very moved when she heard it, and elegantly picked up the glass and drank the second glass of wine. However, seeing Su Haqian so serious, he was a little uncomfortable. Lin Xiao looked at Su Haqian and said, Old Su, I didn't expect you to speak so naively. We are both old and married. What are you talking about? Su Haqian smiled and said, No matter how many years we have been a couple, you are the person I love the most. Whoever said these words can only be said by young people. As a couple who have been together for so many years, we are not more concerned about the other half. Do you have a say? Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, and said, Okay, then you can talk. Su Haqian cleared his throat and continued, What about this third glass of wine? I want to honor the years we have gone through together. Lin Xiaoduan picked up the glass and drank the third glass of wine. After 3 Glasses of wine. Lin Xiu's face seemed to be covered with a layer of pink pollen. Lin Xiu smiled and looked at Su Haoqian. The Yan family was very lively that night, and a concert came quietly. Su Chen observed that there was a black grand piano in the Yan's living room, and went straight to it. Yan Bingxue also walked over. Su Chen gently stroked the grand piano. Yan Bingxue sat on the piano with a smile and said, "I bought this piano when I was in high school." "Bingxue, when did you start playing the piano?" Su Chen asked with a smile. "Well, I can't remember. It seems that I played it when I was very young," Yan Bingxue said while looking at the piano keyboard and thinking for a while. "Do you want to play it yourself, or did your parents let you play it?" Su Chen then asked. "I want to play it myself. When I was young, I liked the piano. I practiced on the piano all morning, and I didn't feel tired for 3 or 4 hours. I think the piano has a magic power that attracts me. But when I grew up, because I had a lot of things to do, and I found that I had something I wanted to pursue more than the piano, I slowly practiced less," Yan Bingxue said while stroking the keyboard. "Wife, I think your piano sound is very different. Last time I played Wedding in a Dream with you, I found that your piano sound is very different," Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue flashed her beautiful eyes and asked, "Husband, what's the difference?" Su Chen also sat on the piano bench. He said softly, "It's a kind of romance and beauty engraved in my bones." Yan Bingxue smiled and looked at the piano. Su Chen stroked the strands of hair on Yan Bingxue's forehead. "Wife, are you interested in playing an ensemble?" Su Chen asked with a smile. "Okay." Yan Bingxue nodded and said, "Well, then let's play a song with a different style from last time. How about Pirates of the Caribbean?" Su Chen asked with a smile. "Pirates of the Caribbean, okay, that's it," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. With the eyes facing each other, the prelude to a piece of music was played. This song is majestic, and attests the cooperation of the two people. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen were both soft and rigid, and they cooperated very well. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen looked at each other while playing the piano. As if this was their performance stage, all the lights in the theater went out, leaving only a spotlight shining on the faces of the two of them. It seems that the piano also rotates with the melody and music. There are only 2 people in the world. The music of the 2 people attracted Tuanchuan, Lei, Tang Shuyun and Yan Zhenwei. Tang Shuyun and Yan Zhenwei looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue with a smile and were very happy. The two seem to be a princess and a prince, and they work together perfectly. Tuanchuan and Lei watched their parents play the piano and smiled happily. This song is very infectious. Tuanchuan and Lei danced along with this song. The 2 little guys danced happily and giggled. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue became more saturated when they heard Tuanchuan and Lei's laughter. The laughter of the 2 little guys seemed to be a natural accompaniment, accompanying Su Chen and Yan Bingxue's performance. After the song ended, the 2 little guys, Tuanchuan and Lei, were still unfinished. Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shuyun gave a round of applause. Tuanchuan shouted, "Baba, and playing is really good." Tuanchuan thinks, "This music is very exciting. I like this music too." Lei seems to have heard this music somewhere, but I can't seem to remember it, Lei said while rubbing his head. Su Chen smiled and said, "This is Pirates of the Caribbean." Lei suddenly realized and replied, "Yes, it's the Pirates of the Caribbean." No wonder Lei is so familiar. It turned out to be the Pirates of the Caribbean. Listen carefully, said the group and jumped up again. Baba Mama, Tuan Tuan still wants to hear you play it again, and Tuan Tuan wants to dance, Tuan Chuan said excitedly. Su Chan and Yan Bingxue laughed. Okay, then play it again, Su Chan said with a smile. The song plays again. Lao Yan is about to take a picture, such a rare opportunity, I have. To take a picture. Tang Shiyun patted Yan Jinwei on the shoulder and said. Yan Jinwei nodded again and said, yes, take pictures, take pictures. Yan Jinwei took out his mobile phone and took pictures of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue in the phone and smiled very proudly. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Soon it will be the 23rd of the 12th lunar month in the lunar calendar. This day is a small year, and every family prepares dumplings to celebrate the small year. Su Chen and Yan Bingshua's family also prepared dumplings to celebrate the new year. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao went out early in the morning to buy fresh pork. Lin Xiao said with a smile, fortunately, I went out early today, otherwise it would be crowded with people in the past. That's right, Ah Xiao has foresight, Su Haoqian said with a smile. Su Chen came down from the second floor and saw that Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian had bought some meat dumpling skins and some other vegetables. He asked, Mom, I went out so early today. Chen, don't say it's okay, your mother went out early today is a small year, everyone went out to buy the ingredients for making dumplings. If we didn't go out early, we would be crowded in the supermarket now, and we wouldn't be able to get out, Su Haoqian said with a smile. It seems that Mom is still amazing, Su Chen said with a smile. By the way, Chen, you can call Shu Yun and they come here too. Let's have a lively new year together, Lin Xiao said while putting away the ingredients. Okay, I'll call my parents now, Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen called and asked the second elders of the Yan family to come and eat dumplings, and the second elders of the Yan family happily agreed. Yan Jinwei asked with a smile, then Xiaochen, do you have anything to buy? Your mother and I will buy it. Su Chen smiled and said, Mom and Dad, you don't need to prepare anything. Just come here. Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun repeatedly agreed and hung up. After breakfast, the Su family started to get busy. The job of chopping the meat stuffing was handed over to Su Chen, who chopped all kinds of meat stuffing, beef stuffing, pork stuffing, chive stuffing. After the meat fillings are all chopped, the family gathers around the table to make dumplings, and the scene is really beautiful. This year's Chinese New Year is the happiest year for me, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Me too, it warms my heart to see the children around, Tang Shiyun said with a smile. Is there a burst of laughter? Yan Bingxue also intends to make dumplings after washing her hands, but Yan Bingxue is really not very good at making dumplings. After all, Yan Bingxue has never made dumplings once for so many years. Usually go directly to the 5-star hotel to eat. Husband, teach me how to make dumplings, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay. Su Chen agreed with a smile. Su Chen slowed down and showed Yan Bingxue a demonstration. First dip a little water around the dumplings, then fold the dumpling wrappers in half. Soon a gold ingot was ready, and Su Chen held it in his palm to show Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue praised with a smile, Husband, you are amazing. Wife, you can too, let's pack together. Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue sat with you one step at a time. The first, Yan Bingxue, was not very skilled at wrapping it, but she managed to wrap it in the shape of a gold ingot. Su Chen encouraged, Wife, come on, you are still very quick to get started. I remember the first time I made dumplings, when I was a child. I watched the adults fold and turn their hands, and a dumpling was wrapped. I wanted to make dumplings. Dumplings are so easy. Then when I was wrapping it in my hand, I realized that I only learned it with my eyes, but not with my hands. It took me a while to make a decent dumpling. Yan Bingxue was amused by this childhood anecdote that Su Chen said. Yan Bingxue then wrapped the second one. Yan Bingxue wrapped the second dumpling faster than the first one, and the dumplings looked a little more beautiful. Wife, look at the second dumpling, you are making great progress, come on. Su Chen paid attention to Yan Bingxue while wrapping the dumplings himself. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile. The third, fourth, Yan Bingxue quickly got started. There is no big difference between the dumplings made by everyone and the dumplings made by everyone. Su Chen praised, Wife, it's amazing, look at how good-looking the gold ingot you have. I think I'm also lucky, I picked up such a big gold ingot and came back. Yan Bingxue patted Su Chen's hand and said with a smile, Husband, what are you talking about? Su Chen smiled and said, I'm saying that you are my gold ingot. Everyone laughed when they heard this. Chen, how can you be so boastful? Lin Xiu teased. Everyone laughed. Lei and Tuanchuan were not calm anymore. Seeing that everyone was making dumplings, they also stepped forward to join in the fun. Lei and Tuanchuan climbed onto the stool, looked at everyone with seriousness and anticipation, and said, Lei wants to make dumplings, too. Tuanchuan also makes dumplings. Lei and Tuanchuan compete to talk. Then Lei and Tuanchuan go wash their hands first after washing their hands. And hands, let's make dumplings together. Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei immediately went to wash their hands. Why don't we give the two little guys a little meat filling and dumpling wrappers alone, or the two little guys will come together and make trouble? Lin Xiu said with a smile. Mom, what you said makes sense, just do it like this, I'll go to those two bowls. Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen brought 2 bowls and a tray and put them in front of Tuanchuan and Lei's seats, and Tuanchuan and Lei came over after washing their hands. Su Chen explained, Tuanchuan, Lei, Dad, the meat filling and dumpling skins are ready for you. After you wrap the dumplings, just put them on this plate. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded with a smile. Then Baba, can you teach me and my sister? We don't know how to make dumplings yet. Lei asked with big eyes. Ha, okay, Baba will teach you. Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen carefully taught Tuanchuan and Lei. But the little guys Tuanchuan and Lei didn't have the patience to study. Tuanchuan suddenly said with a smile, Baba, I decided not to be the gold ingot that your adults made, I want to create a unique dumpling by myself. Oh? Su Chen looked at Tuanchuan and Lei in surprise. Everyone looked at them one after another. What will these two little guys make out of the ordinary? Tuanchuan's little hands kept squeezing the dumpling skin over and over, and finally the dumplings were ready. Tuanchuan excitedly showed everyone, dang. Everyone looked over with joy, and Lin Xiu said suspiciously, Tuan, what are you packing? Grandma didn't see it. Tuanchuan blinked his big eyes and explained to everyone, "Grandma, this is Tuanchuan Bao's kitten. Look, these are the cat's ears, this is the cat's mouth. And this is the cat's tail." Everyone tried their best to understand what Tuanchuan meant. At this time, Suchin said with a smile, "Everyone has to look at it with the eyes of abstract paintings, and you'll know." The family smiled, and Su Haoqian said with a smile, "I can really tell from what Chen Chen said." You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Everyone laughed when they heard Su Haoqian's words. Tuanchuan blinked her watery eyes and asked cutely, "Grandpa, what are you laughing at?" Su Haoqian smiled and said, "Grandpa, I think Tuanchuan's dumplings are very well made. He is a creator of abstract art." Tuanchuan said with a smile, "Grandpa also thinks that Tuanchuan's dumplings are made, don't they?" Su Haoqian replied repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes." Tuanchuan smiled happily and said, "Ha ha ha ha, let's make another one, everyone. Guess what it is?" Suchin smiled and said, "Okay." Suchin glanced at Yan Bingxue and continued to make dumplings. Tuanchuan wrapped the dumplings on the left and right, but he was not satisfied. He looked at the dumplings made by his brother Lele next to him and asked curiously, "Hey, what are you making?" "The dumplings of Lelebeo are long and round, wide and narrow, and have different shapes." Lele smiled and explained to Tuanchuan quietly, "I'm making robot dumplings." Tuanchuan nodded in surprise and said, "Oh, I see, Giggle, come on." Tuanchuan showed Lele the dumplings in his hand and asked, "Giggle, I want to wrap a ball, how should I wrap it?" Lele stared at the dumplings in Tuanchuan's hands and the dumpling skins on the table, and suddenly got inspiration. Lele pulled a corner of the dumpling wrapper, pinched it on top of the dumplings, and said with a smile, "Look, these are Chocho's 2 small ears. And what Tuanchuan wraps is Chocho's big belly. Well, and then put 4 little feet here," Lele said while operating. Looking at Lele's appearance, Tuanchuan said with a smile, "Giggle, that's great," and then Tuanchuan will put 2 small eyes on Chocho. Now that Tuanchuan's new work is complete, Lele's big work is also ready to go. Tuanchuan asked with a smile, "Look at it, what is Tuanchuan doing now?" Lin Xiao, who had heard the conversation between the 2 little guys, smiled and said, "This is Chocho, right?" Tuanchuan smiled excitedly and nodded, "Grandma is so smart, it's Chocho." At this time, Lele's new work has also been made. Lele clapped his hands with a smile, smiled and said with a sigh of relief, "Finally, you're done." Everyone looked at Lele. What did Lele do? Seeing Lele stacking several dumplings with different shapes, Suchin smiled and guessed, "Lele, what is it wrapped? It looks like a person." "Baba, guess again, this is not an ordinary person, this is made by Lele." Lele said with a smile excitedly. "Lele made it?" Suchin paused, looked at Lele and continued, "Baba knows. This is, yes." Lele looked expectantly at Suchen's answer, and Suchen's hesitant tone made Lele even more curious. "It's a robot, right?" Suchin said to Lele with a smile. Lele clapped her hands excitedly and said, "Yes." Everyone laughed. Lin Xiao said with a smile, "Chen Chen, next time I take them to knead clay figurines, they will be happy. These 2 little guys are so active and imaginative." Suchin smiled and agreed, "Ha ha ha, I will definitely take them there when I have a chance." Tuanchuan and Lele continued to work on their inventions and creations. Seeing that everyone's dumplings were placed in one place, Tuanchuan and Lele wanted to take their own dumplings there. But the place where the dumplings were placed was a little far away, so Tuanchuan poked Su Chen's shoulder and said, "Baba, can you put the dumplings for me and Gecko in that big plate?" Su Chen smiled and reassured, "Isn't it better to put it here?" "No, Tuanchuan just wanted to put it in that dish," Tuanchuan said with big eyes. Lele also looked at Su Chen expectantly, lest these two little guys realize something. Su Chen smiled and compromised, "Okay. Baba, let it go." Su Chen put the dumplings of Tuanchuan and Lelebeo in the middle, and the dumplings of Tuanchuan and Lelebeo suddenly stand out. Yan Bingxue laughed softly and said, "Husband, do you have a feeling of standing out of the crowd?" Su Chen smiled and said, "It's really a bit like it." Tuanchuan and Lele shook their heads and said, "Wait for Baba to cook Tuanchuan and Lele's dumplings together." Su Chen smiled and nodded and said, "Okay, I must cook it for Tuanchuan and Lele." Everyone makes dumplings together, which greatly shortens the time it takes to make dumplings. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue and found that Yan Bingxue's face was stained with a little flour, and the white flower print was particularly striking on Yan Bingxue's face. Su Chen wanted to wipe off Yan Bingxue. Su Chen brought over a wet tissue, gently wiped the flour from Yan Bingxue's face, and teased in a low voice, "Today someone has become a little cat." Yan Bingxue glared at Su Chen and said, "Husband, who are you talking about?" After hearing Yan Bingxue's words, Tuanchuan asked, curiously, "Baba, who's the little cat?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Nothing, nothing." Then, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue accompanied Tuanchuan and Lele to play with toys, while Lin Xiu and Tang Shiyun watched TV. Lin Xiu turned on the TV and asked, "Shiyun, do you have any TV you want to watch?" Tang Shiyun smiled and said, "When I have nothing to do at home, I also watch TV. I saw a spy movie recently, and it's pretty good. It's called An Impossible Task, it seems." Lin Xiu said with a smile, "Hey, what a coincidence, I'm also watching that movie. The plot is very compact, and it's linked together, it makes people want to watch it again." Ha ha ha, yes. Although there are no popular traffic stars in this show, the actors' acting skills are very good, which is refreshing. Tang Shiyun said in agreement. So Lin Xiu and Tang Shiyun watched TV. Not long ago, it was time to eat. Su Chen made a bowl of hot dumplings for everyone. Although it is simple, Su Chen has made a taste that is not simple. Su Haqian tasted it and said, "Chen Chen, this dumpling stuffing looks like a very common stuffing, but the taste is quite unique." Lin Xiu said with a smile, "Because it contains Chen Chen's homemade sauce." Su Chen smiled. Su Haqian nodded and said, no wonder, no wonder." Tuanchuan and Lele also asked anxiously, "Baba, where are my dumplings?" Su Chen patted the two little guys on the shoulders and said, "Here, here. Look, it's the dumpling you made." Tuanchuan and Lele shook their heads and said, "It seems so, but it doesn't seem to be the same anymore." Su Chen smiled. After Tuanchuan and Lele left, Su Chen slightly changed the dumplings so that the shape of the dumplings changed from abstract to concrete. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. New Year's Eve is coming soon, and the Su family is busy inside and out. Su Chen brought his family to the supermarket to buy a variety of items for the new year, food, etc. The costumes in the supermarket have also changed, and all the previous colors have been replaced by all red, which is very festive. Large and small Discounts in supermarkets attract people who come to buy New Year's goods. Chen Chen, I need to buy more candy and gifts for the new year this year, which I will use when visiting relatives. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Okay. Su Chen said with a smile. The family first came to the snack area. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei came to the snack area and were really excited. They were very happy looking at the different candies. A lot of delicious food. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Yeah, look at that, Yazzie looks delicious, Lei Lei said, pointing to a stack of candies on the opposite side. Lin Xiu saw the excited look of the two little guys, and said with a smile. Tuanchuan, Lei Lei, will Grandma give you a task? Tuanchuan and Lei Lei asked curiously, what mission? Lin Xiu smiled and patted the heads of the two little guys. This year's Chinese New Year, it's up to Tuanchuan and Lei Lei to choose the candy, okay? Grandma believes in Tuanchuan and Lei Lei's vision. The candy you picked will definitely be loved by everyone. Tuanchuan said confidently, Grandma, you are asking the right person. The candies I picked with Goku are absolutely delicious. Tuanchuan smiled happily, and I came to pick out candies. At that time, the candies on a plate were all my favorites, and if the extra candies after the New Year were all mine, wouldn't they? The more I think about the group, the happier I feel. Tuan Tuan? Tuan Tuan? Grandma called you, Yan Bingxue said with a smile, shaking Tuanchuan's little hand. Then Tuanchuan said, oh, Grandma, let's start picking out candy. Su Chen smiled and said to Yan Bingxue, these two little guys are busy. The two little guys, Bingxue, are definitely more serious than anyone in picking out candy. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile, and said softly, yes, I think this little guy just started to make a wishful thinking. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei began to pick out candy. There are many brands of candy. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei went around and found one of their favorite brands, dragged everyone over, and Lei Lei introduced with a smile, this is the brand that Tuanchuan and I like to eat the most. The candy. Every candy is super delicious. Tuanchuan thinks so too. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Tuanchuan looked at all kinds of candies carefully, and first found his favorite candy. Grandma, this is Tuanchuan's favorite candy, this is a gummy candy. The candy inside is super nice and red, yes, green, blue, and each color is painted with different animals, representing different tastes. Grandma, this candy is super elastic, Lei Lei said with a smile. Oh, that's good, then I want some of this. Lin Xiu began to pack the bags. And this corn on the cob, it's super delicious, crunchy, and has a different flavor in one bite. Lei Lei strongly recommended. Then let's have some of this. Lin Xiu nodded and said. And this. When Tuanchuan and Lei Lei talked about snacks, the words were like a surging river, and they seemed to know more than the salesperson in charge of this place. After a while, many kinds of candies were packed, and Tuanchuan and Lei Lei looked at the candies in the basket and nodded. Ha ha ha, so many candies, I'm so happy. Tuanchuan thought to himself. Tuanchuan turned around and saw a snack gift bag, and walked over happily, and said, Grandma's snack gift bag is also very good, it seems to have a feeling of opening a blind box. Every bag of snacks is a surprise. I think if it is given to Aunt Yusin, Aunt Yusin will definitely like it very much. Tuanchuan, how do you know that Aunt Yusin must like it? Yan Bingxue asked. With a smile. Because Aunt Yusin has eaten this for Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan said happily. Su Chen smiled and said, so that's the case. No wonder Tuanchuan and Lele like to play with Aunt Yusin. It turns out that Aunt Yusin has delicious food in her house. Lele talked to Yan Bingxue seriously. Suchen explained, no, it's not Baba. Aunt Yusin only gives us a little bit of food occasionally. She always says that children can't eat a lot of snacks, otherwise their teeth will be broken. We like to go there. Aunt Yusin is playing at home because Aunt Yusin will share some interesting things with us. Tuanchuan echoed, yes, it's not because Aunt Yusin gave us candy. Suchen smiled and asked, really? Children who tell lies will have long noses. Tuanchuan and Lele glanced at each other and touched their noses, avoiding Su Chen's eyes with some guilty conscience. Su Chen knew it in his heart, and Su Chen quietly said to Yan Bingxue, wife. In the future, you should remind Yusin to give the two little guys less candy. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. Then I came to the gift area. Now the large and small gift boxes in the gift area are almost too large to fit on the counter. Lin Xiu teased, I don't usually see so many gifts, but this time around there are more kinds of gifts. Su Chen said with a smile, Mom, isn't this a company that also has to rush for performance during the holidays? How about this melatonin, is it appropriate to give it to my uncles and aunts in my hometown? Lin Xiu nodded and said, suitable. Just this. Well, in those boxes of cereal, your Aunt Fong likes to drink cereal. Lin Xiu said while holding the cereal. After a long time, the cart was filled all of a sudden, and all that was eaten was one cart. Yan Bingxue also bought some online. Lin Xiu looked at the cart full of food, and always felt that something was dropped, but she couldn't remember it. Lin Xiu turned around abruptly, saw Guazi and said, yes, there are. Guazi, I almost forgot. Su Haoqian said with a smile, I want to buy a few kilograms of melon seeds. During the Chinese New Year, relatives and friends are together, and it's good to have melon seeds chatting. Ha, yes, then let's go buy some. Su Chen said with a smile. Those who happened to buy melon seeds were engaged in activities, and the salesmen were promoting them. Seeing Lin Xiu approaching, the salesman quickly asked, Auntie, why don't you buy a few caddies of melon seeds? These melon seeds are crispy, why don't you try them first? This is vanilla, this is caramel, this is original, and the salesman introduced. Come on, try it, the salesman said with a smile. Lin Xiu tasted it and thought it was not bad, so she looked at Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, and Su Haoqian, how about you want some of each flavor? You can search the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, I listen to you. Yan Bingxue rarely accompanies her parents to buy New Year's goods, and it is very interesting to see Lin Xiu picking out the New Year's goods. Bingxue, do you want to try it too? Lin Xiu said with a smile. Yan Bingxue was a little surprised by this request. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile, walked over and tasted 2 melon seeds. Mom, it's delicious, let's have some, then call my mother, how about we chat while eating melon seeds? Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Lin Xiu felt that this proposal was very good. In Zhonghai, Tang Shiyun was her best friend, and they always had endless things to say together. It's a wonderful feeling to go from family to friends. Okay, let's have some. Lin Xiu said with a smile. After buying melon seeds, Lin Xiu and Yan Bingxue bought some nuts and other food, which would not be enough to fill 2 carts. In the end, I had to buy things with a cart. After buying the food, everyone went to buy some decorations. Let's go to some lanterns first. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Grandma, do you want to buy red lanterns? Tuanchuan asked with big eyes. Yeah, because it's New Year's Eve, it's natural to buy 2 red lanterns, too. Dress up, and then we'll dress up the trees in the courtyard with lanterns. Lin Xiu explained. Colorful lanterns, Tuanchuan likes them. Tuanchuan said happily. Lei likes it too. Lei said with a smile. Ha ha ha, then Lei and Tuanchuan will set off fireworks in the yard full of lanterns, okay? Su Haoqian asked with a smile. That's great, I'm looking forward to the new year. Tuanchuan and Lei said in unison. Many lanterns are displayed on the shelves, all red, very festive. Baba Mama, look at you quickly, the red lanterns are so beautiful, said Tuanchuan with joy. Look, there's this little red lantern. Lei said with a smile. This small lantern can be hung on the tree in the living room. Husband, let's buy some red lanterns. Yan Bingxue said happily, carrying a small red lantern. Okay. Suchin said with a smile. Suchin took a few small red lanterns and put them in the cart. Husband, this year's new year feels so good. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Suchin put one arm around Yan Bingxue and said softly, every year in the future will be very special. Yan Bingxue looked at Suchin and smiled happily. Going inside again, Su Haoqian saw the red paper. Su Haoqian picked up the red paper and said, Son, let's write this year's couplet together, father and son. Suchin smiled and said, okay. Now that my son's calligraphy skills are getting better and better, I can buy more red paper to practice my hands. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Ha ha ha, Dad, your handwriting is also unique. Suchin said with a smile. Su Haoqian smiled. The 2 little guys took this time and slipped somewhere. Lin Xiu was really startled. Yeah, Tuanchuan, Lei is gone, he was still here. Just now. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Mom, don't worry, this supermarket has been here many times with Lei, and they won't get lost. 80% of them have seen something interesting, and they will be back soon. Sure enough, Tuanchuan and Lei jumped over. Lei said in surprise, Baba Mama, I saw a nice-looking thing over there. Then he dragged everyone over. Baba Mama, look, can this be hung on the door of our house? This bunny is so cute. Lei said with a smile. Well, but why only rabbits? Tuanchuan said, scratching his head. Ha ha ha, because today is the year of the rabbit. Suchin said with a smile. Oh, Tuanchuan got it. Tuanchuan nodded and said. This one looks really pretty. I want a pair, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. After buying the food and some decorations in the supermarket, Suchin put everything in the trunk. Then we all went to buy fruit together. Yan Bingxue and Suchin came to a famous fruit shop nearby. It is filled with a lot of fruits, apples, cherries, pears, oranges, mangoes. Baba Mama, I want to eat cherries, I want to eat cherries. Tuanchuan said. With a smile. Baba, I want to eat this little orange. Lei said with a smile. Okay, Mom and Dad will buy it for you. Suchin said with a smile. Mom and Dad, then let's ask for another box of apples. How about a box of pears? Suchin said with a smile. Okay. Lin Xiu nodded. At this time, the owner of the fruit shop came over and asked with a smile. Hello, there is an experience activity in this shop, which is most suitable. for taking children there. Are you interested in learning about it? Tuanchuan blinked his cute big eyes and asked, Auntie, what kind of experience? Activities are you doing? The owner of the fruit shop said with a smile, we have a strawberry farm in the western suburbs. You can experience at once the strawberries there are. Very sweet. Speaking of which, the boss brought a few fresh big strawberries and said, everyone can taste it, it's all very good. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at Suchen with big eyes. Suchen nodded and indicated that Tuan and Lei could have a taste. After Tuanchuan and Lei ate a strawberry, they said happily, it's so sweet. Baba Mama, would you accompany me and Tuanchuan to pick strawberries? Yes, Baba, accompany me and Lei to pick strawberries. Tuanchuan said looking at Suchen expectantly. Suchen looked at Yan Bingxue, who smiled and nodded to Suchen. Suchen smiled and said, okay, then, shall we go strawberry picking tomorrow? Today. We have to buy new clothes for Tuanchuan, Lei, and grandparents. Well, then we bought new clothes, and we'll go pick strawberries tomorrow. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Buy clothes, pick strawberries, buy clothes, plant strawberries. Tuanchuan and Lei said while shaking their heads and clapping their hands. Hello, are you sure it's tomorrow? I can make some arrangements here, the fruit shop owner asked politely. Tomorrow morning. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. This is our address, you can go with the card tomorrow. The boss handed Yan Bingxue a card. Thank you. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile. This smile is really beautiful, like a breeze, bringing warmth to people. The boss smiled and said, no thanks. Come on boss, let's settle the bill, a box of cherries, a box of apples, a box of oranges and a box of grapes, oh, by the way, and the money to go to the strawberry farm tomorrow. Suchen said with a smile. After paying Suchen, the owner of the fruit shop asked, you can deliver the goods to your door, do you need it? Suchen nodded and said, it's just right, I bought a lot today, thank you. Suchen's thank you, his eyes, and his crisp voice always make people feel very happy. You're welcome, as long as you come here often, you and your wife have earned enough traffic for our store today. I also want to thank you, otherwise the business might not be so good today. The fruit shop owner said softly. Ha ha ha, boss, those are sweet fruits sold by your family, everyone come to buy them. Suchen dared not take credit for it. Welcome to visit next time. The boss sent Suchen and his family away with a smile. After a whole morning of shopping, Tuanchuan and Lei were hungry. Tuanchuan tugged at Yan Bingxue and Suchen's sleeves and said coquettishly, Papa, I'm hungry. Papa, I'm hungry too. My stomach is rumbling nonstop. The two little guys touched their stomachs and said. Suchen, Yan Bingxue, Lin Xiu, and Su Haoqian were amused by Tuanchuan and Lei's words. Okay, then let's find a restaurant nearby to eat. Suchen said, stroking the heads of the two little guys. The two little guys looked around at the restaurants, pointed to a barbecue restaurant with a smile and said, Papa, I want to eat that. Suchen saw a barbecue restaurant and asked, do Tuanchuan and Lei want to eat barbecue? Tuanchuan and Lei nodded excitedly. Mom and Dad, how about you? Suchen asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei kept looking at Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu with longing eyes. Lin Xiu smiled and held Tuanchuan's hand and said, save the two little fellows. Okay, let's go eat barbecue. Suchen nodded and said. Suchen parked the car in front of the barbecue restaurant. The waiter at the barbecue restaurant saw that a top-level outlet parked in front of him, and his eyes were straightened. Although I can't eat pork, I am very satisfied to see the pigs running. What are you talking about? This is the world's top outlet, and it's the only one in Longwa. Yes, look at what I said. Heck, anyway, I will be satisfied if I can see it. That's right, even if we work for hundreds of years, we may not be able to earn an outlet. The two shook their heads enviously and helplessly, and immediately adjusted their mentality, ready to welcome the distinguished guests. The waiter has already locked the best table in the store, just waiting for Su Chen's family to arrive. Su Chen stopped the car, and the family came over with Tuan Lulu. Hello, welcome. There is a table here that is vacant, and your family can go there. This is the best seat in our restaurant, the waiter said enthusiastically. Tuanchuan said happily, Papa, we are so lucky, we just have a table, and it's the best seat. Little slick. Su Chen patted Tuanchuan lightly and said. Su Chen's family walked over and sat down. Although this store is not as high-end as a five-star hotel, the decoration is still very distinctive, especially the ceiling, scattered, and star lights of different lengths, which make people feel like they are under the starry sky. It conveys a romantic and beautiful atmosphere to people. Su Chen quickly ordered the food, and it was served very quickly. After a while, all the kung fu was ready. Su Chen said with a smile, Mom and Dad, Bingxue, Tuanchuan, Lele, today I will be in charge of barbecue for you, and you will be responsible for eating delicious food. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded happily. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu also smiled happily. Yan Bingxue said softly, then husband, I will be responsible for feeding you. Su Chen smiled happily, it's great to have a wife who feeds. Su Chen looked at the dishes on the table, and his eyes locked on a plate of pork belly. Let's roast a piece of pork belly first, this pork belly is a must-eat. With lettuce, Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen started to barbecue. The meat made a sizzling sound on the iron plate, and the smell of the meat wafted around. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at Su Chen's barbecue greedily. Tuanchuan, Lele, it will take a little longer for the barbecue, you guys eat this stuff first, Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded. Tuanchuan and Lele took 2 mouthfuls, and then stopped eating. Yan Bingxue asked with a smile, Tuanchuan, Lele, aren't you hungry? Why don't you eat after 2 bites? Tuanchuan looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, Mama, I want to eat meat, I'm afraid that if I'm full, I won't have the stomach to eat meat. Yan Bingxue laughed and joked, the little guy is a big kid. Okay. Su Chen first picked up a piece of pork belly for the impatient Tuanchuan and Lele, then another piece for Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu, and then another piece for Yan Bingxue. Su Chen demonstrated to the 2 little guys, this is how you eat it, put the meat in the lettuce. Bite it down. The 2 little guys followed Su Chen to try, eating pork belly wrapped in lettuce. Tuanchuan first looked at the green lettuce and paused, seeing that everyone was eating happily, so he also took a big bite. The fragrance of the lettuce and the meaty fragrance of the pork belly are perfectly blended together, which relieves the greasiness of the pork belly and adds a little more fragrance. Super delicious. Papa, it's super delicious, and Tuanchuan wants another one. Tuanchuan said, looking at Su Chen with light in his eyes. Ha ha ha, good. Su Chen then grilled everyone. Yan Bingxue was in charge of feeding. Honey, this beef is not bad if you try it, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Su Chen opened his mouth wide and ate a big piece of beef. Su Chen chewed with a smile and said, "The beef fed by my wife is delicious." Yan Bingxue said with a smile, "It's delicious, let's have another one." Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan was jealous. Tuanchuan pouted and said, "Mama, I want to feed Mama too." Tuanchuan, "Can you eat by yourself? We are big friends now, we can't let Mama feed you anymore." Lei smiled knowingly and enlightened. Although Lei is the same age as Tuanchuan, she always guides Tuanchuan like a big brother. "Hey, where's Papa?" Tuanchuan looked at Lei and said. "That's different, and Papa will give us barbecue again." Lei said with a smile. Baba baked another piece of bacon for Tuanchuan. "Would you like a piece?" Su Chen said while holding a piece of bacon with an attractive color and fragrance in a tong. This trick uses food to divert Tuantuan's attention and plug Tuantuan's mouth. It really works, and Tuantuan will stop making trouble immediately. "Come on, Mom and Dad, you have a taste too. Do Mom and Dad still suit your taste?" Su Chen said while holding a piece of bacon for Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Trying a new way of eating once in a while is a very good experience." "Yes, I think it's delicious," Su Haoqian said. 7017K. Seeing that everyone was eating happily, Su Chen became even more handy when he baked it himself. Su Chen was worried that the barbecue would smoke Yan Bingxue, so he asked carefully, "Honey, did this barbecue smoke you?" Yan Bingxue smiled and shook her head and said, "It's okay." Su Chen continued to roast the meat. The meat was almost roasted. Su Chen started to make leek scrambled eggs. Su Chen evenly spread the leeks on the iron plate, and the dark green color was particularly dazzling. Tuanchuan and Lei stared at the leeks on the iron plate. Then, Su Chen unhurriedly opened the egg and poured it on top of the leeks. The egg seems to have a kind of magic. After hitting the leek, it disappears. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at it suspiciously, and the disappearing egg asked, "Hey, why is the Papa egg missing? Is it really gone?" Su Chen glanced at Tuanchuan and Lei, and continued to stir-fry the leeks back and forth with tongs. Slowly, frangipani appeared on the leeks, and the leeks also absorbed the oil and began to mix with the eggs. Melted into one. "Papa, Papa, there are eggs again," Tuanchuan said in surprise. "Wow, it's amazing," Lei said happily. "Okay, leek eggs are ready to eat now, let's all have a taste," Su Chen said. With a smile. Su Chen pinched a bit for each of the two little guys. "Try?" Tuanchuan and Lei nodded with a smile, but not everyone is used to eating leek eggs, because everyone has different tastes. Just like everyone's choice, his delicacy, my clear soup. Tuanchuan felt that eating leeks and eggs in one bite had a very different taste. "It's delicious, delicious," Tuanchuan said with an excited smile. Lei is not used to eating leeks and eggs. Lei thinks that the smell and taste of leeks are a bit pungent. Lei was a little displeased by the smell of leeks, but was looking forward to this new dish. Seeing that Tuanchuan was so happy to eat, Lei also took a small bite. Unexpectedly, she regretted it as soon as it reached her mouth. Lei thought to herself, "Sure enough, what I think in my heart is different from what I eat in my mouth." Lei quickly took a big mouthful of fried rice with eggs, and sent the leek and eggs in his mouth to the intestinal tract to prevent the leeks and eggs from staying in his mouth too much. Then, Lei took another gulp of water to suppress the smell of leeks, and Lei let out a long sigh of relief. "When I looked up, I saw my parents grandparents and grandparents were all staring at me, and I couldn't help but blush. Yan Bingxue asked with a smile, "Don't Lele like leek eggs?" "Hey, don't you like it?" "Chive eggs are delicious, Tuanchuan likes it so much," Tuanchuan said with a happy smile. Lele waved her little hands, shook her little head, and said, "I don't like it. I think leeks have a taste that Lele doesn't like." "Hey, you don't like it, why don't you give it to Tuanchuan?" Tuanchuan looked at Lele with big round eyes. Without further ado, Lele gave all the chives and eggs in the bowl to Tuanchuan. "Sister, I'll give it all to you, I'll give it all to you. It seems that I have to be more careful when cooking in the future." These two little guys have such different attitudes towards leek eggs, Suchin said with a smile, looking at Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Lin Xiu smiled and said, "Sure enough, turnips and vegetables have their own loves." Tuanchuan looked at Lin Xiu and said, "Grandma, radish and vegetables, Tuanchuan thinks radishes and vegetables are not tasty, but Tuanchuan thinks meat is the best." Lin Xiu smiled and said, "Grandma means that everyone likes different things." Tuanchuan gave a soft "oh" and continued to eat. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded in satisfaction and said, "I'm full." The adults also ate almost too much. "We're full, let's go shopping for clothes," Suchin said with a smile. "Do you want to buy clothes?" Tuanchuan asked with a smile. "Of course, I have to buy new clothes for the new year," Suchin said with a smile. Suchin then asked, "Then Baba Mama choose a red dress for Tuanchuan, Lele, and others?" "Red clothes." Okay. The red clothes look good, Tuanchuan likes it," the team member said happily. "The red clothes are worn by my sister, Lele don't wear red clothes." Lele refused. Suchin remembered what Yan Bingxue said not long ago, and couldn't help laughing. "Honey, you are right." Yan Bingxue tried to persuade her, "Wait, Grandpa and Grandma will also buy red clothes." "Lele really don't want to buy red clothes?" Lele seemed a little moved and asked, "Is Baba wearing red clothes too?" Suchin nodded and said, "Yeah, Baba is also wearing red clothes." Lele scratched her head and said, "Aren't the red clothes worn by girls?" Suchin smiled and said, "This is not necessarily the case." "Well, Baba will tell you a story about the year," Suchin said with a smile. "Nian's story?" Lele and Tuanchuan looked at Suchin curiously and said. Suchin continued, "It is said that a long time ago, there was a monster called Nian. Every New Year's Eve, Nian would come to the village to destroy it. So the villagers are very afraid of the monster Nian, so every New Year's Eve, the villagers will go up the mountain to hide. Then one year on New Year's Eve, an old man came to the village. Everyone was busy hiding in the mountains, so no one expected this old man. At this time, an old woman in the west of the village gave the old man some food and said, "Hurry up and hide in the mountains. Years are brutal. Grandpa is not afraid at all. And I promised my grandma swearingly, I have a way to drive away Nian, but I need to borrow your house for use." Grandma agreed, and everyone went up the mountain that day. Only Grandpa was still in the village. At night, Nian really came. Nian saw the big red paper pasted on the door of the old grandma's house. There was a raging fire in the house, and he heard the sound of crackling firecrackers. At this time, the old man was wearing a red robe and opened the door, so he ran away after hearing the wind. The next day, people in the village saw that the village was intact, and they were puzzled. When they heard the old lady talking about it, they realized that it was the old man who drove away the Nian. Zhu, Nian dare not come here again. Su Chen told the story of Nian in detail, and the two little guys listened carefully. Su Chen said with a smile, so, every New Year's Day, everyone, regardless of age or gender, will wear red clothes, and every household will also set off firecrackers and post-spring festival couplets. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded if they got something. Oh, so it's like this, no wonder mommy, grandparents have to wear red clothes during the Chinese New Year, Lei said with a smile. 7017K. Everyone stared at Lei's expression. Su Chen smiled and asked, does Lei want to wear red clothes? Lei nodded and agreed, yeah, Lei also wears red clothes, so Nian won't dare to come here. Everyone laughed. After everyone had eaten, they were ready to go shopping for clothes. Su Chen drove everyone to the shopping mall. The wardrobes in large and small clothing stores and shopping malls are filled with all kinds of clothes in various styles. Yan Bingxue liked the clothes displayed in a closet, so she said, how about let's go to this store to buy clothes? Tuanchuan and Lei nodded happily, okay. Tuanchuan and Lei said happily. Su Chen said with a smile, my wife is 100% satisfied with the shop my wife likes. Su Haoqian also nodded with a smile. Entering the store, the shopping guide politely greeted Su Chen and his party. Yan Bingxue asked politely, hello, do you still have the clothes displayed in that closet? Following the direction Yan Bingxue was pointing at, the shopping guide understood instantly, and said with a smile, yes, it is a family outfit for the New Year series, and it is here. The shopping guide walked over with Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao. Tuanchuan and Lei said excitedly, I want this one. I want this one. Tuanchuan and Lei each chose one, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue also chose one. Yan Bingxue smiled and asked, Mom and Dad, do you have any fancy clothes? Well, let's see again, you guys take Tuanchuan and Lei to try on clothes first, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded and said, then parents, let's go and try on the clothes first, and then you can take a look. The shopping guide saw the worries of the two old people, and asked, Auntie, Uncle, there are some couple suits specially made for the two of you in your age group. Would you like to take a look? Su Haoqian smiled and said, then go and have a look. The family each chooses their favorite clothes. Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan and Lei came out wearing parent-child suits. The two little dolls carved in powder and jade, the handsome Su Chen, and the temperamental Yan Bingxue stand together, which is really pleasing to the eye. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao also tried on a set of clothes recommended by the shopping guide. Standing together in the new clothes, the two of them matched very well. At first glance, they felt like a couple with deep affection. Soon, the family chose the clothes. After choosing the clothes, everyone is ready to go home. When they got home, Tuanchuan and Lei slumped on the sofa and said, Baba, Mama, today Tuanchuan and Lei's feet hurt from walking. Su Chen jokingly said, well, since both Tuanchuan and Lei's feet hurt from walking, let's not go to Strawberry Garden tomorrow. Tuanchuan and Lei immediately started to play, nestled next to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, and said coquettishly, no, Lei is not tired, Lei is going to pick strawberries tomorrow. Tuanchuan is not tired anymore, Tuanchuan is going to pick strawberries too. Ha ha ha, okay, let's pick strawberries tomorrow, Su Chen said with a smile. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao laughed, and Lin Xiao said with a smile, then tomorrow. Tuanchuan and Lei will pick big strawberries for grandparents. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded happily. The next morning, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue came to the strawberry garden in the western suburbs. Strawberry garden, at a glance, dozens of acres are long sheds. The four of them took a small basket each, and walked into the strawberry shed. There were strawberry trees tens of meters long, one by one. Tuanchuan and Lei said in surprise, "There are so many strawberries, it's great. Tuanchuan and Lei should choose carefully." Okay, then Tuanchuan and Lei choose strawberries carefully, and pick the biggest strawberries in the strawberry garden for grandparents to eat. Yan Bingxue said gently, stroking the heads of Tuanchuan and Lei. The two little guys happily started picking strawberries. This strawberry is not big enough. This strawberry is not red enough. Tuanchuan and Lei carefully selected. Baba Mama, do you think this strawberry looks so strange? It looks like a five-pointed star. Tuanchuan was attracted by a strangely shaped five-pointed star-shaped strawberry. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue approached, looked at it. Su Chen said with a smile. Really, does that group like this? Tuanchuan thought about it for a while and said, well, do Mom and Dad like it? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile, do you like Tuanchuan? If you like it, you can take it off. Tuanchuan took it off, carefully. Lei found a big red strawberry. Lei thought, this strawberry must be delicious. As soon as Lei picked it up, the strawberry skin was punctured. Baba Mama, what should I do? I pierced the strawberry skin. Lei said apologetically. Su Chen walked over, took a look, and found that the strawberry itself was already ripe, and it had a bad tendency. Although the color was bright red, it was too red, and it was the kind that was about to go bad. Lei, this strawberry is about to go bad. It's okay, let's pick it off first. This can be used as fertilizer for strawberries, Su Chen comforted with a smile. Lei's sense of guilt was reduced a lot. It's okay, Lei will continue to pick strawberries. I want to pick red strawberries, but don't pick particularly red ones. This strawberry that is red from the beginning to the end is a strawberry that will go bad, Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Well, since Lei nodded seriously, the four continued to walk forward to pick strawberries. Su Chen stopped, smiled, and said to Yan Bingxue, honey, let me make a magic trick for you. Look at my hands. Su Chen stretched out his two empty hands, and took out a strawberry from the basket at the speed that Su Lei couldn't cover his ears. Su Chen opened his palm for Yan Bingxue to see. A strawberry with a red heart was carefully held in the palm of Su Chen's hand. My wife, here it is for you, Su Chen said with a smile. Looking at the red strawberries in front of her eyes, Yan Bingxue smiled happily. Yan Bingxue took the strawberry and asked happily, husband, the shape of this strawberry is so pretty. Yan Bingxue held the strawberry in the direction of the sun. Tuanchuan and Lei saw the red heart strawberry in Yan Bingxue's hand and said happily, Mama, a strawberry in the shape of a heart, it looks so good. Wow, so beautiful. Tuanchuan said in surprise. Mama, where did you find it? Do you have any more? Tuanchuan wants to pick a Xin strawberry too. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Su Chen smiled and said, no more, only this one. Su Chen pointed to the place where Xin strawberry was just picked. Tuanchuan looked over there, and sure enough, it was gone. But Tuanchuan still didn't give up and said, Tuanchuan will definitely find a hardy strawberry. 7017K. You can search strongest daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Tuanchuan and Lei are looking for Xin strawberry seriously. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and Lei and smiled. Xin strawberry, where are you? Is it here? Is it here? Tuanchuan and Lei looked at the strawberry under their feet seriously. The looming strawberries hidden in the lush green leaves will always bring surprises every time the leaves are opened. Maybe what you are looking forward to is a big strawberry, but it happens to be a small strawberry, or maybe it looks like there is only one strawberry. But when you open the leaves, you find two or more better strawberries. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen carefully selected strawberries. Yan Bingxue suddenly looked up at the strawberry next to her, thinking, my husband is so beautiful when he is serious. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, honey, be careful of the strawberries under your feet. Yan Bingxue raised one foot in midair, looked carefully at the ground and found that there was a strawberry under her feet without noticing. Yan Bingxue quickly withdrew one foot, smiled embarrassedly and said, I didn't pay attention at the moment, I didn't see it. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, what's the matter, are you attracted by your husband's beauty? Yan Bingxue didn't look at Su Chen anyway, and said with flickering eyes, I just didn't pay attention. Alright, husband, hurry up and pick strawberries. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, pick strawberries, okay. Pick strawberries. Lei and Tuanchuan finally found their heart strawberry as they wished. Baba Mama, look, we found it too, and it's in the same place, Lei said proudly. Tuanchuan and Lei strolled over, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were sweating, fearing that Tuanchuan and Lei would step on a strawberry. Fortunately, there was no danger and no strawberry was stepped on. Tuanchuan and Lei happily showed the strawberries in the basket to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Su Chen smiled and said, it's so beautiful. Do you eat such beautiful strawberries by yourself, or give them to your grandparents? Tuanchuan and Lei said without thinking, of course it is for grandparents to eat. I promised grandparents that I would pick big strawberries for them to eat. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue laughed. Then Yan Bingxue looked at the baskets of the two little guys, and said, Tuanchuan, Lei, you guys have to work hard. There are only 3 strawberries in the basket, but they are not enough to eat. Lei nodded seriously and said, yes, Lei still wants to pick strawberries for Grandpa and Grandma. Tuanchuan also wants to pick strawberries for Grandpa and Grandma. Tuanchuan said happily. After finishing speaking, the two little guys began to pick strawberries. Seriously. Hey, here's a big strawberry. Lei said happily. As he spoke, he picked the strawberries and put them in his basket. Hee, there are also big strawberries here, Tuanchuan said excitedly. After half an hour, Tuanchuan and Lei's baskets were full, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue had each picked 2 baskets. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at the basket full of strawberries and smiled happily. Tuanchuan thought, so many strawberries, it should be enough. Tuanchuan looked at Giggle's basket again, it was also full. Let's go home, Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei walked back with the strawberries they picked, feeling a sense of accomplishment, humming a little song along the way. Little strawberry picking girl with a little basket. Tuanchuan walked and sang. Su Chen said with a smile, Tuanchuan, the lyrics have been changed very well. Tuan laughed happily. The 2 little braids are flickering, so cute. Lei also looked at her sister. and smiled. Suchin took the two little guys home. Back home, Tuanchuan and Lele couldn't wait to show their achievements to their grandparents. Grandparents. Tuanchuan is back. This strawberry was picked by Tuanchuan himself before. Entering the living room, Tuanchuan shouted excitedly. Yes, yes, Grandpa and Grandma, my sister and I each picked a basket of strawberries today, and then everyone picked 2 big baskets of strawberries. Lele happily talked about today's experience. Tuanchuan and Lele walked to the living room only to find that Grandpa and Grandma also came today. Tang Shiyun and Yan Jinwei were sitting on the sofa, chatting with Su Haoqian. Tuanchuan and Lele put down the strawberries, trotted all the way to Tang Shiyun and Yan Jinwei, and said with a smile, Grandpa and Grandma, you are here. Tang Shiyun held Tuanchuan's little hand and said, Tuanchuan, Lele, it seems that today I have gained a lot. Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa and Grandma, come and see. Tuanchuan and Lele beckoned and brought everyone over to see Strawberry. Tang Shiyun said happily, wow, there are so many strawberries. They all look delicious. Tuanchuan and Lele have gained a lot today. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Hee, Tuanchuan and Lele are going to eat strawberries for grandparents. Grandparents and grandparents, Lele said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele went to the kitchen and took out a small basin to wash strawberries, and Tuanchuan and Lele put them on the plate one by one. 2 papas, 2 moms, 2 grandpas, 2 grandmas, 2 grandpas, 2 grandmas. All of a sudden, more than half of the strawberries in a basket were taken away. Lele smiled and said, fortunately, we picked enough strawberries today. Sister, let's wash the strawberries. Tuanchuan nodded, and went to wash the strawberries with Lele. Looking at the figures of the 2 little guys, everyone felt warm in their hearts. Tuanchuan and Lele smiled and brought out the washed strawberries. Eat strawberries, Tuanchuan and Lele said excitedly. Ha ha ha, so many strawberries. Su Haoqian said happily. Hee, 2 strawberries each. Tuanchuan looked at everyone seriously, and said. Grandpa and Grandma, Baba Mama, Grandpa and Grandma, please try whether this strawberry is sweet or not. Lele said looking at everyone expectantly. Everyone happily took a strawberry. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at everyone with their heads open. Suchin smiled and said, it's so sweet. It's very sweet. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Tuanchuan, Lele, you guys should try it too, Lin Xiu said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele also ate strawberries. It's full of sweet and sour in one bite, it's really delicious. Tuanchuan and Lele said with satisfaction, this strawberry is really delicious. Soon the strawberries on the plate were all eaten. Suchin reminded, didn't Tuanchuan and Lele pick a Xin strawberry to give to grandparents? Take it out. Yes, Xin strawberry. Tuanchuan and Lele immediately rummaged through the strawberry basket and finally found Xin strawberry. Tuanchuan and Lele excitedly held up Xin strawberries for everyone to see. Well, one for grandparents, one for grandparents. Lele said with a smile. Lele gave a strawberry to Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu. Tuanchuan gave Tang Shiyun and Yan Jinwei the strawberries in his hand. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 773. Tuanchuan and Lele return with a load, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. It's almost New Year's Eve, and on this day everyone starts to decorate the yard and room inside and out. The family began to divide the labor and cooperate to clean the room. The so-called saying goodbye to the old and welcoming the new naturally means that we must quit the old before ushering in the new. The new year is getting closer and closer, and everyone's mood is always extraordinarily excited. Everyone is looking forward to the new year. Tuanchuan, Lele, hurry up and tidy up your room, put your toys in order, and wait for Mom and Dad to check it out, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Lele will take her sister to tidy up immediately. Lele will definitely take her sister to clean up the toys, and then clean up the table, Lele assured with a smile. Ha ha ha, okay, if Lele and Tuanchuan perform well, Dad will take you to set off fireworks in the evening, okay? Suchin said with a smile. Let's set off fireworks? Can Lele set off fireworks with his parents later? Lele said excitedly. Whether we can set off fireworks depends on the performance of Lele and Tuanchuan. If you have tidy up the room, then Dad will take you to set off fireworks, Suchin said with a smile. Lele must be sorted, Lele assured with a smile. Tuan Tuan's wish is that Tuan Tuan will tidy up the room, Tuanchuan assured. Ha ha ha, good. Then Tuanchuan and Lele go to clean up the room. Suchin smiled and patted the two little guys on the shoulders. The two little guys nodded and went to tidy up the room. Husband, let's clean the room too. There are hourly workers in the public area, it's better for us to clean our own room, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Suchin smiled and nodded, and the two began to tidy up the room. First of all, Yan Bingxue and Suchin came to the cloakroom and sorted out their things. Shoes, bags, clothes, and jewelry all belong to you. After rearranging the position, it looked more coordinated than before. Yan Bingxue helped Suchin sort out his clothes, found a piece of Suchin's clothes that was a little old, and put them in the closet, and asked with a smile, Husband, this dress seems to be many years old, why do you still keep it? Ah. Does this dress have a story? Suchin took a closer look and turned it out today, but it made Suchin have a lot of feelings. This dress was a sweater that my mother gave me when I was a freshman. At that time, I thought it was great to finally go to college. I got rid of the shackles of my family when I became an adult. When I came home on National Day in my freshman year, my mother told me to give it to me. I got a sweater and let me take it with me. I said, Mom, no need. I didn't put it in the suitcase when I was packing up at school at night. Later, my mother found out when she was packing my room and sent me everything she said. At the time, I thought my mother was doing nothing, but it was only in winter that I realized that this sweater knitted by my mother was really useful. I kept it all the time and didn't lose it. Suchin sensed. Ha ha ha, so that's the case, it's still a very meaningful vest, leave it alone, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay. Suchin smiled and nodded. Then the two of them changed a quilt together, and the two worked together. One pulled the end, and the other pulled the end, and the quilt was covered in one fell swoop. Su Qian and Yan Bingxue were lying on the made bed, holding hands and looking at the ceiling, smiling happily. Husband, I feel like I've changed a quilt cover and cleaned up the room, and my mood is different. Yan Bingxue said smoothly, looking at the ceiling. Su Qian smiled and said, yes, it feels so good. The two of them lay quietly for a while, and it's nice to lie down comfortably like this. Su Qian flipped Yan Bingxue's head and said, wife, let's go see Tuanchuan and Lei. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, let's go. Yan Bingxue and Su Qian came to Tuanchuan and Lei's room. Su Qian smiled and pushed open the door of Tuanchuan and Lei's room. I was seeing Tuanchuan and Lei sorting out the quilt. Tuanchuan and Lei saw Yan Bingxue and Su Qian coming, and said happily, Baba, Mama is here, we'll get it sorted right away. Look, the toys and table over there are all sorted out, Lei said, pointing to the toys over there. Mom and Dad, go check it out, Su Qian said with a smile. Su Qian and Yan Bingxue walked over to take a look, and sure enough, Tuanchuan and Lei were neatly organized. These two little guys, the toys are well organized today, Yan Bingxue said with satisfaction. Yan Bingxue turned her head and saw that the two little guys' desks were also very neat. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, not bad. Tuanchuan and Lei laughed happily, and Tuanchuan stepped aside to let Yan Bingxue and Su Qian see the bed they had made. Baba Mama, look, our bed is also made up. Tuanchuan and Lei walked over to Su Qian and Yan Bingxue and said. Yan Bingxue and Su Qian saw that the beds of the two little guys were also neatly made. Su Qian smiled and said, it seems that the two little guys are doing really well today. Tuanchuan and Lei said excitedly, Baba, can you take us to set off fireworks today? Tuanchuan and Lei held Yan Bingxue and Su Qian and blinked. Ha ha ha, okay, I'll take you to the fireworks tonight, Su Qian said with a smile. Oi, you can go set off fireworks, let off fireworks, Lei said with a smile. Excitedly. Ha 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 ha, Su Qian smiled happily when he saw the excited look of the two little guys. At this time, Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao also walked downstairs with a smile. Ha ha ha, what's the matter? The two little guys are so happy, Su Haoqian asked with a smile. Tonight Baba Mama said he would take us to set off fireworks, Lei said excitedly. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is, Su Haoqian said with a smile. Mom and Dad, take a rest, the next thing will be done on a part-time basis, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Saying that, Yan Bingxue brought a glass of water to Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took the water glass and said with a smile, okay. Then let's put up the lanterns and LED lights to be decorated outside the door, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Okay, Su Qian said with a smile. When Tuanchuan and Lei heard that they were going to hang up the lanterns, they smiled and said, Lei is going too, Lei is going too. The two little guys were arguing about going to hang lanterns together. Su Qian agreed, okay, then Lei and Tuanchuan and Mother are supporting this escalator, and Dad can hang a lantern, okay? Tuanchuan and Lei agreed without saying a word. Baba, then let's hang up the red lantern, Tuanchuan said, holding Su Qian's hand. As soon as the red lantern was opened, it was very beautiful, with golden silk threads adorning one end, and festive patterns painted on the lanterns. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The red lanterns hang high above the gate, and the pendants of the lanterns dance in the air with the breeze. The two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lele, are very happy to watch. Red lantern, red lantern. Tuanchuan and Lele looked up at the red lantern and said. Then, Lin Xiu, Yanbing Xue, Su Haoqian, and Su Chen hung the lanterns on the trees in the courtyard, and surrounded the trees with lanterns, like flowers growing on the branches, giving green light. The tree adds a different brilliance. Baba Mama, this looks like a flower, it's so beautiful, Tuanchuan said excitedly. Ha ha ha, turn on this lantern at night, it's even more beautiful, Su Chen replied with a smile. Lele and Tuanchuan are looking forward to the evening. Then everyone began to hang small lanterns. A long red silk thread was pulled between the two trees, and the red silk thread was separated by a certain distance, and small red lanterns were hung. Baba, look at this little lantern, do you want lotus flowers? Tuanchuan he. Lele said with a smile. Su Chen and Yanbing Xue took a closer look, they really looked like lotus flowers, very eye-catching. It really looks like a lotus flower blooming in the air, then let's call it a lotus lantern. Su Chen said while touching Lele and Tuanchuan's little heads. Hee hee, what a beautiful lotus lantern. Lele said excitedly. Ha ha ha, Su Chen smiled and looked at Tuanchuan and Lele. Now that the cleaning of the house has been completed, and the small decorative items have been placed, the whole villa has a new look and looks very festive. Su Chen stood in the courtyard and looked at everything in his home, quite happy. At this time, Gu Yusin and Fang Qi also came over. Fang Qi said with a smile, Uncle Su, Aunt Su, Brother Su, sister-in-law, how are you all working here for a long time? Fang Qi walked over happily holding Gu Yusin. The Su family was in the yard at this time. Su Chen smiled and said, look carefully. Fang Qi and Gu Yusin then looked around earnestly, and found a festive atmosphere coming from the Su residence. Fang Qi said with a smile, as expected, there has been a change, it feels full of festive atmosphere, very New Year's flavor. Gu Yusin said with a smile, not only does it feel like a new year, but it also feels like a happy event. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu laughed. Lin Xiu laughed and joked, speaking of happy events, I'm looking forward to Yusin, you, and Xiaoqi's happy events. Yes, is Xiaoqi planning to bring Yusin to his hometown this year? Su Haoqian asked. Fang Qi took Gu Yusin's hand and said with a smile, I want to take Yusin back to meet my parents. Gu Yusin looked at Fang Qi in surprise and whispered, you didn't tell me to go home to see your uncle and aunt. Fang Qi smiled and said, you are my girlfriend, of course I want to take you back to see my parents. Gu Yusin looked at Fang Qi with a blushing face, I'm not mentally prepared yet. Fang Qi smiled and said, Yusin, relax, your parents have already met you and like you very much, so why don't you just take me on a trip to my house this New Year? Tourism? Gu Yusin's head flashed over the word. Yes, Yusin, you should travel with Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi's parents love you. Su Chen said with a smile. Yanbing Xue also smiled and said, Yusin, it's okay, ugly daughter-in-law always wants to see her in-laws. Gu Yusin agreed with a blushing face and full of joy. Well, that's fine. Gu Yusin said with a smile. Everyone laughed. At this time, Tuanchuan and Lele took Gu Yusin and Fang Qi to their home, breaking everyone's attention to Gu Yusin. Tuanchuan and Lele showed Gu Yusin the strawberries they picked. Tuanchuan and Lele happily washed some strawberries for everyone. Tuanchuan and Lele said with a smile, "We picked this with Baba Mama." Then Auntie, have a good taste. See if the strawberries picked by Tuanchuan and Lele are sweet. Gu Yusin said, happily looking at Tuanchuan and Lele. Then Auntie, try it, it must be sweet. Lele said confidently. Gu Yusin and Feng Qi tasted one by themselves. Feng Qi smiled and praised, it's really sweet, it seems that the two little guys are not bad at picking strawberries. Tuanchuan and Lele smiled happily. Auntie, if you like it, then you can take some back to eat. Tuanchuan still has yo, Tuanchuan said generously. Really? Is Tuanchuan willing? Gu Yusin looked at Tuanchuan and Lele seriously and said. Lele replied with a smile, of course yes, you are our favorite Aunt Yusin. Yusin smiled and said, then I'll be welcome. I'll ask Uncle Feng to fetch some strawberries and bring them home. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded again and again. Su Haoqian asked with a smile, Xiaoqi, remember that you also have a beautiful brush calligraphy. Would you like to go write a couplet with me and Chen Chen? Gu Yusin looked at Feng Qi happily and said, so you can still write with a brush? Feng Qi said with a smile, I learned from a teacher in the town when I was a child. Gu Yusin is looking forward to Feng Qi's performance. Feng Qi, Su Chen, and Su Haoqian came to the study to write the spring festival couplets, and everyone was watching. Gu Yusin whispered to Yan Bingxue, guess who will write the best today? Yan Bingxue said confidently, naturally, it is to press my husband. Although Su Chen is a powerful enemy, Gu Yusin still believes in her boyfriend very much. Of course, Gu Yusin has to support her boyfriend. Then I also trust my boyfriend. Gu Yusin said with a smile. The pen, ink, paper and inkstone are ready, and now it's time to see the performance of the three people. Su Haoqian took out the 3 brushes that he treasured and said with a smile. Good characters need good brushes, one for each person. Lin Xiao said with a smile, Old Su, I took out all the Zihao pens today. Su Haoqian replied, ha ha ha, to write the Spring Festival couplets today, you need a purple pen, and Ziki Dong Lai is suitable for this red paper and black characters. Lin Xiao nodded and said, yes yes yes. Su Haoqian also took out a few pieces of Hui ink that he treasured, these square inks are all fine, freshly ground ink. 1 piece per person. Su Chen smiled and said, Dad, so today we have to grind ink, right? Su Haoqian said with a smile, the reason why I took out these square inks and not the ink, it makes sense. Lin Xiao, Yan Bingxue, and Gu Yusin instantly understood what Su Haoqian meant. Lin Xiao said with a smile, Old Su, then I'll polish her ink. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen tenderly and said, Husband, then let me polish you ink. Gu Yusin smiled and looked at Feng Qi and said, Aki, then let me grind ink for you, but I haven't grinded it yet, so I might be a little rusty. Feng Qi smiled and said, it's okay, I'll teach you. Gu Yusin smiled and looked at Feng Qi. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Each of the 3 chose a place and began to display their talents. Today, brush, ink, paper and inkstone are enough, just come up with the work you are most satisfied with. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Su Chen and Feng Qi smiled and said, okay. Yan Bingxue, Lin Xiao, and Gu Yusin began to grind ink aside, while Su Chen, Su Haoqian, and Feng Qi wrote couplets seriously. As soon as the red paper was spread out, there was a spontaneous joy in my heart. Yan Bingxue looked at Suchen tenderly and said, "Honey, what are you going to write today?" Suchen smiled and said, "Well, how about my wife help me think about it?" Yan Bingxue was concentrating on grinding ink and thinking, and suddenly a couplet came to her mind: peach blossoms everywhere send warmth. Every year spring comes and goes. How? Suchen clapped his hands and praised, "Okay, let's use this sentence to send peach blossoms to spring everywhere, and it is right to return the spring every year." But there is still a horizontal criticism. Both Suchen and Yan Bingxue were seriously thinking about horizontal criticism, and they said in unison, "Spring returns to the earth." The two looked at each other and smiled. Suchen picked up the brush and dipped it in ink and began to write spring festival couplets. Suchen did it in one go, one stroke, one horizontal and one vertical, the stroke of the tip of the pen, the gestures of the tip of the pen were all grasped just right. Yan Bingxue looked at Suchen, very fascinated. Every stroke is so perfect, completed in one go, half of the spring festival couplets are written, every stroke is engraved in Yan Bingxue's heart. Yan Bingxue felt that the man in front of him was really nice. In essays, he was as good as everyone else, and in martial arts, his fighting strength was unrivaled. "Honey, your writing is really good," Yan Bingxue praised with a smile. "Ha ha ha, today I think the ink is quite smooth." Suchen lifted the brush and praised. Yan Bingxue looked at Suchen with a smile, lowered her head and rubbed the ink. Yan Bingxue smiled happily, and Suchen felt very warm when she saw it. Suchen continued to complete the other half of the couplet. After a while, Suchen finished the couplet, and then wrote a horizontal comment, and Suchen's Spring Festival couplet ended perfectly. Suchen and Yan Bingxue placed the couplets on the table, one left and one right, and then placed the horizontal batches on top of the couplets. Yan Bingxue appreciated the couplet written by Suchen with satisfaction. "Honey, I think this couplet is really good. It seems that every stroke and every word are separate, but I feel that every stroke and every word are merged into one. A perfect whole." Suchen said with a smile, "Honey, why don't I teach you how to write brush characters?" Yan Bingxue said excitedly, "Okay. Well, just write that the flowers on Moshang are blooming, but you can return slowly. How about it?" Suchen smiled and put his arms around Yan Bingxue and said, "It's all fine." Suchen stood behind Yan Bingxue and held Yan Bingxue's hand, with his face pressed against Yan Bingxue's right side, teaching Yan Bingxue stroke by stroke. Suchen held one hand above Yan Bingxue, smiling and teaching Yan Bingxue to write. Yan Bingxue was very happy and excited. She could listen to his heartbeat quietly like this. His hand was on top of mine. My hand seemed to be no longer mine. I followed his strength and direction of holding the pen. Began to free on the red paper. I don't know what I'm writing, but I deeply feel that the pen is writing a sentence that belongs to them. Suchen taught Yan Bingxue how to use the brush while reading, "Emo up flower. Bloomkusloslo return hey dash." During this time, Yan Bingxue looked at Suchen with surprise, completely forgetting that it was her own hand that was writing. Suchen softly pressed against Yan Bingxue's ear and said, "It's finished." Suchen gently let go of Yan Bingxue's hand. Yan Bingxue looked at the words in front of her and realized that she had already finished writing the poem. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, "It's so pretty." Suchen said with a smile, "Bingxue, I also want to send you a poem." Suchen took up a pen and wrote, "Look at the twilight at dawn, sit and watch The clouds, think about you when you walk, and think about you when you sit. Yan Bingxue smiled and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen blew what he wrote. Show it to Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue is very happy to see it. Not to be outdone, Su Haoqian wrote couplets. Su Haoqian flipped through the books, and finally chose Chula Cup Farewell to the Old Year. Welcoming the spring and welcoming the new year with thousands of lamps. Su Haoqian showed it to Lin Xiu, and Lin Xiu smiled and said, this couplet is very good and very appropriate. Then write it. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Lin Xiu smiled and nodded. Su Haoqian picked up his pen and began to write couplets. Su Haoqian first practiced on the rice paper several times, and then asked Lin Xiu repeatedly before starting to write, Axiu, do you think it's okay to write like this? Lin Xiu smiled and said, okay, that's great, Lao Su, let's start writing. Su Haoqian paused nervously, and Lin Xiu teased, why, I'm afraid of losing to my son and Archie. Su Haoqian explained, it's nothing, I just think about how to arrange this. Lin Xiu pointed to Haoqian's writing on the rice paper and said, Old Su, I think this layout is pretty good. Lin Xiu's provocative method was very effective. Su Haoqian breathed a sigh of relief and began to write with a pen. As soon as the pen is written, it is completed in one go, and a couplet is also written. Lin Xiu praised, Old Su, today's couplet is written very well. Su Haoqian also smiled, quite satisfied. Fang Qi wrote the couplet in an orderly manner, while Gu Yusen watched with a smile. Gu Yusen looked at Fang Qi seriously and silently. Gu Yusen was very happy. I didn't expect Fang Qi to write so beautifully. Every word is presented uniquely in his hands. It wasn't until Fang Qi finished writing the couplet that Gu Yusen began to speak. Gu Yusen's lively character is rarely so quiet. Gu Yusen stared at Fang Qi for a long time. Fang Qi looked up at Gu Yusen tenderly and said, how is it? Is the writing not good? Gu Yusen smiled and said, no, very good, very good. I like it very much. Gu Yusen gently stroked the couplet written by Fang Qi and said, Ah Qi, your handwriting is so beautiful. Archie, can you write my name? Gu Yusen asked Fang Qi with a smile and blinked her beautiful eyes. Fang Qi smiled happily and said, of course. Fang Qi held the pen and held Gu Yusen with one hand, and pressed the red paper with the other hand to write the word Gu Yusen on a piece of red paper. Gu Yusen happily looked at the name on the red paper, feeling very happy in her heart. Gu Xin. Gu Yusen looked at her name with a different kind of joy than before. At this time, Su Chen finished writing, and Yan Bingxue came over, looking at Gu Yusen and Fang Qi's appearance of you and me, and couldn't help laughing secretly. What are you doing? Su Chen asked with a wicked smile. Brother Su, you're here. Fang Qi said with a smile. Gu Xin. Yan Bingxue couldn't help but read the name on the red paper. Yan Bingxue quietly whispered in Su Chen's ear. Su Chen smiled knowingly. Su Chen looked at Fang Qi and Gu Yusen with a smile and said, Ah Qi, lend me your pen. Fang Qi gave the pen to Su Chen without hesitation, and Su Chen took the pen and wrote two words Fang Qi next to Gu Yusen. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 776 Right Spring Festival couplets. Together, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Suchin smiled and asked, "Look, what does this look like?" Fang Qi and Gu Yusun looked at the two names suspiciously and remained silent for a long time. Suchin finally couldn't help laughing and said, "Ha ha ha, look here." Suchin pointed to the two names, one Fang Qi, one Gu Yusun, a piece of red paper. "Does it look like a marriage certificate?" Suchin looked at Fang Qi and Gu Yusun at the same time, their faces flushed. Suddenly, "Ha ha ha," Suchin smiled. Yan Bingxue leaned on Gu Yusun's shoulder with both hands from behind. Fang Qi looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile. Su Haqian smiled and said, "Qinchin, Shao Qi, have you all finished writing?" Su Qian and Fang Qi nodded. Su Qian put the three couplets together to compete. In fact, each pair of couplets has its own characteristics, but in terms of skills, Su Qian is slightly better. Fang Qi said with a smile, "Uncle Su's font is fair, the arrangement is very decent, and the vigorous brushwork is hidden in it, which is very eye-catching. Brother Su's couplet is really good, with elegant fonts. It makes people feel like a spring breeze." Su Haqian said with a smile, "Shao Qi is too self-effacing, this petty calligraphy is also a masterpiece, and the proportion of each word is just right." Suchin said with a smile, "Yes, Archie, your wording is also good." Lin Xiao said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, if you want me to say that each has its own advantages, don't compete with each other. The Spring Festival couplets are written for this fun. Since everyone has this fun, there is no need to compete with each other." Down. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, "Yes, yes. Mom is right. Everyone wrote very well. Although everyone has the answer in their hearts, if they really say who is the best, it will hurt the piece. But the question still arises, how should these three couplets be distributed?" Suchin thought of an idea for Fang Qi. "Ah Qi, how about you donate this couplet to the elders of the Gu family? Will I know how to play tricks?" Fang Qi said. "Archie, don't say that. I think your wording actually has a solid foundation in it. If you give it to my parents will definitely be very happy. Anyway, in my heart, this wording is no better than the master's." "That's bad," Gu Yusun said proudly. "Yes, Archie, you have to have confidence in yourself, your handwriting is really good, if Uncle Gu and Aunt Yuan will like it." Yan Bingxue said with a smile. After Fang Qijing everyone said this, he readily agreed, "Okay, I will try it." Su Haqian patted Fang Qi on the shoulder and said, "Don't deny your talent. Shao Qi, we all watched you grow up, and we are very confident in your talent. You have been very down-to-earth since you were a child, and you are a good boy. The boy will be a responsible man when he grows up." Fang Qi nodded inspired. Gu Yusun smiled and asked, "Then Uncle Su and Brother Su's two couplets are well written, so what should we do?" Su Haqian and Su Chen looked at the two couplets in front of them and fell silent for a while. Su Chen thought, Dad's couplet would be better. It seems that Dad put a lot of thought into it. Su Haoqian thought to himself, in fact, in terms of strength, his sons' couplets are better, and it is natural to choose the best one for hanging couplets. Yan Bingxue saw that the two of them must have their own ideas. Yan Bingxue quietly said something to Lei. Lei nodded, stood in front of Su Haoqian and Su Chen and said, "Papa. Grandpa, I have an idea." Su Chen showed his face and said, "Lei, do you have any good ideas?" Lei blinked her big eyes, looking at the couplet and Yan Bingxue at the same time. Yan Bingxue looked at Lei with a smile. So looking at Su Chen and Su Haoqian, he said seriously, "The couplets written by Papa and Grandpa are very good. I will give this couplet of Papa's to my Grandpa and Grandma, and this one of Grandpa's will be hung at the door. How about it?" Su Chen and Su Haoqian nodded with a smile. They both felt that this method was feasible. Su Chen smiled and said, "Lei is a good way. Dad, what do you think?" Su Haoqian also smiled and said, "Okay. Just do it. Xunwei and the others must like Qinchen's couplet." Yan Bingxue smiled and said, "Yes, my husband will send it to my parents later." Su Chen nodded with a smile. Then Lin Xiu said enthusiastically, "You Xian, Shaoqi, why don't you eat here today?" Fang Qi said with a smile, "Auntie, it's okay, we can go back and eat something." Lin Xiu smiled and said, "What's the matter? Are you just adding a pair of bowls and chopsticks? You don't have to be so polite at Auntie's house." Su Chen also smiled and said, "Yes, Archie, when did you become so polite?" Fang Qi smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, okay, isn't it the holiday? Everyone is very busy. If we stay for dinner, Auntie will definitely be busy greeting us. It's too hard." Su Chen said with a smile, "It's okay, just like my own family. Are you afraid of trouble when you go to your own house for dinner?" Fang Qi had no choice but to accept everyone's kindness with a smile, and Gu Yusen also agreed. "Uncle Fang, would you like to accompany Tuanchuan and Lei to play?" Lei looked at Fang Qi expectantly and said. Fang Qi nodded with a smile and said, "Okay, then Uncle will accompany you to play flying chess." "Auntie is coming too," Tuanchuan said with a smile. "Okay, Auntie is coming too," Gu Yusen said with a smile happily. Lei took out the flying chess, and the four of them played flying chess together. Su Chen and Lin Xiu also helped with the work in the kitchen. "Mom, let me do this," Su Chen said with a smile. "Okay, today our chef Su is in charge of the spoon." Lin Xiu handed the spoon to Su Chen. Su Chen said with a smile, "Mom, I'm just beating my little hands today, and you're going to be in charge of the main dish." Lin Xiu and Yan Bingxue laughed. The three of them cooperated very tacitly in the kitchen. Su Haoqian saw that everyone was busy in their own way, so he also wanted to help. Su Haoqian said with a smile, "Axiu, if you still have to do this, just tell me." Lin Xiu replied with a smile, "It's okay, no need, my son and Bingxue are here to help me, but you come in because there are too many people." Su Haoqian smiled wryly, "Ha ha ha, then I have to sit back and enjoy it." Lin Xiu said with a smile, "Sit back and enjoy the success, I'm afraid it won't work, so you can help run errands. Go buy some star anise and come back. The house is gone." Su Haoqian accepted the order with a smile, "Okay." Lin Xiu instructed, "You have to hurry up, I'm waiting to use it." Su Haoqian seriously replied, "Naturally, hurry up, how dare I neglect the things you ordered, Axiu." After saying that, Su Haoqian smiled and went out. Su Haoqian went to the supermarket and saw several brands of star anise. How to buy it? Su Haoqian was stunned for a moment. So Su Haoqian made a video call to Lin Xiu. Tuanchuan, who was playing games with Feng Qi and Gu Yusun, heard the phone ringing. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, Chapter 777 Spring Festival Couplets. Every family has a copy, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Whose phone is ringing? I'll check it out. Tuanchuan said excitedly. I'll go too. Lele said with a smile. So the little guy slapped his face and ran over to see whose cell phone rang. Tuanchuan trotted all the way and gave Lin Xiu the phone. Grandma, Grandpa is calling. Tuanchuan said while holding the phone. Lin Xiu smiled and said, Tuanchuan, help Grandma order, it's inconvenient for Grandma to cook now. Tuanchuan nodded seriously and said, okay. Tuanchuan clicked on Lin Xiu's cell phone and connected the call. Tuanchuan smiled and said, Grandpa, Grandma is cooking, if you have anything to say, just say it. Tuanchuan and Lele pointed the camera at Lin Xiu. Su Haoqian looked at Lin Xiu in the video, and turned the camera to the products in the supermarket. Su Haoqian asked with a smile, Axiu, there are many kinds of star anise. Which one should I buy? Lin Xiu looked at the camera seriously and said, just buy the one on the far left. Su Haoqian nodded with a smile and said, okay. Lin Xiu said again, by the way, Lao Su, buy another bottle of oyster sauce. Buy some garlic. Su Haoqian took orders one by one, okay. Su Haoqian hung up the phone. Tuanchuan and Lele also left the kitchen with their mobile phones, and continued to play with Gu Yusun and Feng Qi. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Mom, I never imagined that Dad would ask you. Even if he bought an anise? Suchin smiled and said, my mother gave it to my father. My mother usually buys these things, so my father doesn't know. Lin Xiu also smiled and said, yes, even if he followed me to buy, most of the time, he followed me to help me push the basket, and he didn't know what to choose. Ha ha ha, Mom, it looks like my dad and I had similar experiences. I also went out with my husband, and it was my husband's choice. I'll just watch. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. It's okay, let's live. Both of them have their own shortcomings and strengths. It's good for the two to learn from each other. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Su Haoqian was shopping in the supermarket at his leisure. Su Haoqian went to the place where he bought oil. Although there are many types of oyster sauce, Su Haoqian thought, it must be a mistake to buy a well-known brand. So Su Haoqian picked up the brand of oyster sauce in the middle on the shelf. Without hesitation, and then Su Haoqian went to buy some garlic. Su Haoqian came back unhurriedly. Old Su, you've come back. how did that thing take so long? Lin Xiu asked. With a wry smile. Don't you want to buy garlic? I just thought about buying more, and then I spent a long time picking. Su Haoqian explained. Then Su Haoqian told Lin Xiu to show the things. How about it, are these? Lin Xiuqing ordered oyster sauce, star anise, garlic, all the same, yes. That's it. Su Haoqian breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's all good, then I'll put it here. Su Haoqian came to the living room and sat down to take a sip of water, then Xiao Lu called. Su Haoqian answered the phone. Hello, Xiao Lu. Miss Su, I'm decorating your house now. I have a question that I want to confirm with you in person. Are you at home? Xiao Lu said seriously. Okay, I'm at home, come over right away. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Su Haoqian greeted Lin Xiu. Xiao Lu said, Mom and Dad's house is being renovated. There are some things you want to ask me face to face. I'll go over there. Lin Xiu nodded and said, okay, then you go there. By the way, Chen. Bing Xue, you can go too. I can go alone here, you go and help look at the house of grandparents. Su Chen smiled and said, all right then. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue took off their aprons and left with Su Haoqian. The three of them came to the villa of Mr. Su and Mrs. Su. Their villa is right next to the one Su Chen bought. It's just a wall. When Xiao Lu saw the Su family coming, he suddenly had a backbone. Xiao Lu quickly went up to greet her. Mr. Su, you are here. Su Haoqian asked with a smile, Xiao Lu, is there anything you want to discuss with us? Xiao Lu said with a smile, it's about the wall. I see that the place where you live is on the west side of this villa. I think the wall on the west side can be revoked and replaced with a round arch. How about it? It's also convenient to get around like this. Su Chen looked at the location of the wall and said with a smile, Dad, I think it's okay, what do you think? Su Haoqian said with a smile, Xiao Lu, your suggestion is very good, let's do it like this. Xiao Lu, we can rest assured that you do things. If you have any suggestions, we will absorb them. Xiao Lu said with a smile, well, then, Mr. Su, I will tear this down. Because this is the land boundary between villas, so I dare to change it. Without authorization, and I still need to ask for your opinions. Su Haoqian said with a smile, take it down, take it down. Su Haoqian, Su Chen, and Yan Bingxue took a look at the decoration of the villa. By the way, under the leadership of Xiao Lu, the decoration process of the villa is very fast, with one look every day, and now it is almost finished. Xiao Lu, is it okay to finish this renovation a year ago? Su Haoqian asked. With a smile. Xiao Lu said with a smile, yes, we will finish everything within 3 days. Su Haoqian nodded with a smile. The decoration of the villa is carefully decorated compared to the decoration style of Su's residence in the imperial capital. Su Haoqian thought to himself, I think my parents will like it if they come here. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Dad, I think the decoration of this villa is very meticulous, and grandparents will definitely like it. Su Chen also smiled and said, yes, I also think grandparents must like it. Xiao Lu really never disappoints in doing things. The three of them are all looking forward to the arrival of Mrs. Su and Mrs. Su, so that everyone can celebrate the new year together in Zhonghai. Everyone has been waiting for this happy day for the whole family for many years. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, Su Haoqian visited once, then went back. Su Haoqian enthusiastically invited Xiao Lu to have lunch, but Xiao Lu politely refused. No, Mr. Su, there are still some things to deal with. Here, you go and eat. Xiaolu insisted on finishing the task at hand, so Su Haqian could only smile and said, well, I'm sorry to trouble you, I will definitely treat you to a big meal in a few days. Ha ha ha, okay, uncle, for your meal, I will definitely finish my work. Xiao Lu said with a smile. Su Haqian, Su Chen, and Yan Bingxue returned home. Yan Bingxue suggested, wait a minute, let's take Tuanchuan and Lei to send some snacks to Xiao Lu and the others. It's almost Chinese New Year, and they are still busy, and it is also very hard work. Su Haqian agreed, this is a good idea, Tuanchuan and Lelazai should not refuse our kindness. Su Chen also looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said softly, I am so relieved to have a wife like this. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 778, Su Haqian's errand order, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chinese New Year. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. By the time Su Chen, Su Haqian, and Yan Bingxue returned home, Lin Xiu had already prepared a delicious table of meals. It was a coincidence that you guys came back. I just wanted to call you and tell you to come back for dinner. Lin Xiu said while arranging the dishes. Oh, by the way, how's it going over there? Lin Xiu asked with concern. Well, it's all taken care of. At that time, we will tear down the east wall of our house and replace it with a round arch. Then our house will be connected to where my parents live. Su Haqian explained with a smile. Oh, that's great. I don't know when it will be completed. It would be great if our family could spend the New Year together in Zhonghai. Lin Xiu said expectantly. Mom, your wish will come true. Su Chen said with a smile. Oh, that's great. The family celebrates the New Year together. Lin Xiu said happily. Yan Bingxue called Tuanchuan, Lei, Fang Qi, and Gu Yusen over to eat together. Tuanchuan and Lei said with a smile, Baba, I'm here to serve everyone a meal today. Su Chen said with a smile, okay, today, let Tuanchuan and Lei have a meal. Tuanchuan and Lei smiled and ran to the rice cooker to serve the rice. A pair of young hands held the rice scoop and poured it into the small bowl. Although the speed of the two little guys serving the meal is a little slow, this kind of waiting is undoubtedly a kind of happy waiting for the people present. After the meal was served, everyone sat down with a smile. Auntie, you made so much delicious food today, I don't even know where to start. Gu Yusen said with a smile. Eat whatever you want, you're welcome, try this fish first, it's Auntie's specialty. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Gu Yusen took a piece of fish and praised, Auntie is so delicious, it feels like home. Fang Qi was beside Gu Yusen, to help Gu Yusen peel the shrimp carefully. After peeling the shrimp, put them in Gu Yusen's bowl. Gu Yusen smiled and said, "Aki, like this, I will be fattened by you." Fang Qi smiled and said, "Okay then, let me eat these shrimps." Fang Qi deliberately and slowly removed the bowl of shrimp from Gu Yusen's hand. Gu Yusen couldn't resist and said, "Okay, let me eat it, peel it off." "It's a pity not to eat it." Fang Qi smiled and put down the bowl. Suchen laughed and teased, "Ha ha ha, Yusen, don't be afraid that you will be fattened by Fang Qi. This weight gain in love is not called weight, but the nourishment of love." Everyone laughed. Tuanchuan and Lele watched Fang Qi peel the shrimp for Gu Yusen, and also wanted their parents to peel the shrimp for themselves. "Baba Mama, I want to eat shrimp too." "I want it too, I want it too." Tuanchuan and Lulu Jiao said diligently. "Ha ha ha, okay, Mom and Dad will peel the shrimp for you," Suchen said with a smile. Suchen peeled the shrimp for Lele, and Yan Bingxue peeled the shrimp for Tuanchuan. The two little guys laughed together. After Suchen peeled a few shrimps for Tuanchuan, he also fed them to Yan Bingxue, "Wife, eat shrimps and add protein." Yan Bingxue smiled and accepted Suchen's feeding. Lele and Tuanchuan looked at their parents happily. After eating, Suchen began to prepare snacks for Xiaolu and the others. Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusen are on the track with Tuanchuan and Lele. The four of them worked very hard according to the drawings. "Do your uncles and aunts know about you and Fang Qi going home this new year?" Gu Yusen asked with a smile. Gu Yusen shook her head and said, I only learned today that Archie is going to take me to his hometown." "Yusen, do you know what this means?" Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Gu Yusen asked tentatively, Could it be? Archie is going to marry me?" Yan Bingxue patted Gu Yusen's forehead and said, "What is it, that's for sure. I'm going to take you home. It seems that the proposal is coming soon. Yusen, are you ready?" Hearing Yan Bingxue's words, Gu Yusen said somewhat flattered, I don't know. "I don't know?" Yan Bingxue said with a smile, looking at Gu Yusen. "Yusen, I don't know if you can't. You have to think about whether you want to agree to Archie. If he really proposes to you, you have to say something." Yan Bingxue analyzed Gu Yusen with a smile. Gu Yusen pretended not to hear what Yan Bingxue was saying, but just blindly joined Tuan and Lele to fight the track seriously. Yan Bingxue patted Gu Yusen. Gu Yusen didn't say anything, just turned her head shyly. Tuanchuan looked at Gu Yusen in surprise and said, Aunt Yusen, why is your face red? Just like a peach blossom." Gu Yusen patted Tuanchuan's face and said, "No, don't talk nonsense, children." Lele smiled and looked at Gu Yusen and said, "My sister didn't talk nonsense. Aunt Yusen, my sister and I both know what you and Mama said. My sister and I are still waiting to be your flower girls." "Be a flower girl, be a flower girl," Tuanchuan exclaimed happily. Gu Yusen pretended to be angry and said, "Tuanchuan, Lele, you guys talk about it. I won't fight the taxiway with you guys." Tuanchuan said with a smile, "Okay, Aunt Yusen, I won't say more, you and I can smooth the road together." Gu Yusen pampered Tuanchuan and Lele's round face and said, "Auntie is making fun of you, let's fight the taxiway together." Yan Bingxue looked at Gu Yusen's peach-like face and became aware of the answer in Gu Yusen's heart. Yan Bingxue was very happy that Gu Yusen could think so. After all, Fang Qi was indeed a good young man, and he was a good match for Gu Yusen. It is said that two people who can walk together have either complementary personalities or similar temperaments. Gu Yusen and Feng Qi are the former. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen are the latter. But both the former and the latter have one thing in common, that is, the three views are the same, at least. Respecting the other's three views, Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian chatted with Feng Qi. Looking at Feng Qi, Su Haoqian couldn't help but think of many stories of Feng Qi's childhood. Su Haoqian sighed. You said that time really flies, and another year has passed. This year Qinchin got married, and there are two little guys. Tuanchuan and Lele. Su Haoqian looked at the taxiway. Tuanchuan and Lele smiled happily. Su Haoqian continued, how about you? You also have a girlfriend. You said that you all grew up in a blink of an eye. Lin Xiu smiled happily and said, isn't it? I still remember the two little guys following us behind us and asking us for some candy. Feng Qi laughed and said, yes. But my uncles and aunts are still the same as I remembered, they haven't changed at all. Su Haoqian smiled and said, ha ha ha, Archie is still so good at talking. By the way, Archie, you brought Yusen back this time because you were planning to. Lin Xiu stopped talking. I plan to marry Yusen after the new year, Feng Qi said with a smile. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu looked at Feng Qi happily. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click on favorites below. To record this time, Chapter 779. What? Gu Yusen wants to accompany Feng Qi back to his hometown for the Chinese New Year. The reading record, you can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Good boy, it seems that it's time to eat your wedding candy after the new year. Su Haoqian laughed. Feng Qi smiled and said, I wonder what Yusen thinks. Lin Xiu said with a smile, let's not say anything else, but Yusen, you must agree. Yusen's eyes are almost dripping with honey. Ha 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 ha, Su Haoqian laughed. After lunch, Gu Yusen and Feng Qi sat at Su's house for a while, then went to Gu's house to send couplets to the second elder of the Gu family. After Su Chen made the snacks, he and Yan Bingxue brought Tuan and Lele went to deliver them to Xiaolu. Tuanchuan blinked a pair of big round eyes and looked at Xiaolu and said, Shushu, Shuji, have some snacks. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at Xiaolu expectantly. Xiaolu accepted the dessert from Tuanchuan and Lele with a smile, thank you. Xiaolu took a sip, and it was really delicious. The sweet aroma of the dim sum lingered in his mouth. Lele smiled and looked at Xiaolu and said, Shu Millet, I made this one. Xiaolu thanked, thank you, President Su. Su Chen smiled and said, it's all right, ask everyone to come and have a taste. Xiaolu nodded and called all the workers present at the construction site to come over. Xiaolu smiled and said, everyone will like such a delicious snack. Everyone sat together to eat snacks, very happy and satisfied. Tuan and Lele saw that the murals in the living room were very beautiful. So Tuan and Lele praised repeatedly, wow, Baba, look at how beautiful this painting is, it was painted on the wall. Tuanchuan was shocked when he touched the textured picture on the wall. Yeah, it took a long time to complete this painting. This painting is imitated by my grandfather's favorite painting, Su Chen said with a smile. It's so beautiful. Lele exclaimed again. The two children were very fascinated by the mural. The nearby mountains and the looming clouds in the distance complemented each other. There were several houses, a few wisps of cooking smoke, and the smell of fireworks. When everyone had almost eaten, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue took Tuanchuan and Lei Lei home. Husband, what are we going to do now? Yan Bingxue said while holding Su Chen's arm. Now let's post the Spring Festival couplets. Su Chen said with a smile. Posting Spring Festival couplets? Yan Bingxue was full of expectations for the job of posting Spring Festival couplets. Bingxue, wait for the Spring Festival couplets to be posted, and you can hand me the rice paste. Su Chen said with a smile as he looked at Yan Bingxue. Okay. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Well, then Tuanchuan and Lei Lei helped Baba hold the stairs. Lei Lei said with a smile. Okay. Su Chen happily looked at Tuanchuan and Lei Lei. Back home, Su Chen first cooked a pot of thick rice paste. Rice cereal is full of the sweetness of rice, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei both expressed their desire to taste the taste of rice cereal. Baba, Baba, I want to eat rice cereal, Tuanchuan said looking at Su Chen expectantly. Rice paste, this rice paste doesn't contain sugar, Su Chen reminded. It's okay, seeing how delicious the rice cereal looks, I'll just take a small bite, and that's it. Tuanchuan said with a small index finger. Ha ha ha, let's just take a bite. Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan happily scooped a mouthful of rice paste with a spoon and put it into his mouth. It felt faintly like water. Tuanchuan said in surprise, Baba, why does this rice paste tasteless? Ha ha ha, because this is what the rice was cooked with, and nothing else was put in it. Su Chen said with a smile. Do you still want to eat that? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei shook their heads and said, don't eat, let's stick the Spring Festival couplets. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and Lei Lei with a smile. Su Chen first used a broom to sweep away the dust on the two walls. Tuanchuan, Lei Lei, walk away a little bit if the dust falls on you, Su Chen reminded. Yan Bingxue led Tuanchuan and Lei Lei to a farther place. The two little guys looked at Su Chen with a small broom sweeping from the top to the bottom, which seemed very interesting. After Su Chen finished sweeping the dust on the two walls, the two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei, competed for a small broom to play with. Baba, Baba, will you sweep the floor for me? Baba, Baba, I want to. Su Chen looked at the two little guys and smiled, okay. Here it is. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei scrambled for a small broom, and Tuanchuan and Lei Lei started a tug of war. Of course, Lei Lei still won in the end, and Lei Lei comforted, Tuanchuan, just play a little bit, okay? Winner takes all, loser, for co. Tuanchuan muttered with a small mouth and said, that's fine, but giggling, you have to hurry up. All right then. Lei Lei said with a smile. Lei Lei started to walk aside and began to sweep the dust on the wall, following Su Chen's example. Lei Lei giggled, have fun, Lei Lei looks at Tuanchuan and Yan Bingxue, laughing. Lei Lei said that, Tuanchuan became even more curious, and Tuanchuan chased after Lei Lei and said, giggle, would you like to play with me? Lei Lei blinked and said, Giga, play for another minute and I'll give it to you. Okay? Tuanchuan nodded in agreement. Tuanchuan counted to Lei Lei second by second, 60, 59, 58. 3, 2, 1. Tuanchuan exclaimed excitedly, giggle, cluck, 1 minute is up. Lei Lei hasn't had enough fun, but he still reluctantly gave up the little broom and gave it to Tuanchuan. The two little guys had such a great time playing with brooms that they had forgotten to help Su Chen up the ladder. Yan Bingxue held on to the ladder. Su Chen took a small bucket of rice cereal and pasted the rice cereal from top to bottom. The rice paste evenly adhered to the wall, and Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen while leaning on the ladder. "Wife, hand me the couplet," Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile, "Okay." Yan Bingxue handed the couplet to Su Chen. One person held the head and the other held the tail, and the couplet quickly adhered to the wall. The red paper and black letters looked particularly beautiful with the white walls. Yan Bingxue watched it from top to bottom and was very happy. Then the two cooperated to paste the couplet on the other side. The two stood at the door, happily watching the achievements of this afternoon. "It's so beautiful. Husband, I've never liked a couplet so much," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "My husband likes it too," Su Chen said with a smile. "Husband, let's go send the couplet you wrote to your parents now," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Su Chen nodded and said, "Okay." So Su Chen and Yan Bingxue came to Yan's house to send couplets to Yan Jinwei and Tang Shuyun. Seeing the couplet, Tang Shuyun and Yan Jinwei praised Su Chen repeatedly. Yan Jinwei said with a smile, "It's beautiful, this word is written so well." Yan Bingxue and Su Chen laughed happily when they saw that Tang Shuyun and Yan Jinwei liked this couplet very much. Couplets send warmth, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. You can search for The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Novel Cool Notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. In the evening, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue accompanied Tuanchuan and Lei Lei to play fireworks in the courtyard. All kinds of fireworks, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei watched with joy. At night, I turned on the colorful lights in the yard, and the colorful lights in the yard looked particularly beautiful. "It's so beautiful, Baba, you look so beautiful." Tuanchuan and Lei Lei circled around the lanterns in the courtyard. The two little guys giggled, "Red, green, yellow, blue, Baba, this light looks like a rainbow," Lei Lei said excitedly. "Ha ha ha," Su Chen laughed. "In particular, the lotus lanterns glow with red light at night, which is very beautiful." Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went to the widest part of the courtyard with the two little guys to set off fireworks. "Tuanchuan, let's put this fairy stick, okay?" Su Chen said with a smile and holding two fairy sticks. Tuanchuan clapped his hands and said excitedly, "Okay, let's put this." Su Chen used a lighter to burn out the lead wire for the fairy stick. First, a wisp of blue smoke came out slowly, and then with a sound of the fairy stick released a bright light. Suddenly, the whole yard was illuminated. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei were first taken aback by the sudden light, and then shouted excitedly, "Baba, it's so beautiful." Tuanchuan said with a smile, "Do you want to play?" Su Chen asked with a smile. Tuanchuan nodded happily, took the fairy stick carefully, and took the fairy stick to draw circles in the air, 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, all of them dazzling and shining brightly. There were endless strands of blue smoke. Then Su Chen also lit a fairy stick for Lei Lei, and Lei Lei happily played with the fairy stick. Lei Lei turned in a circle, playing with a small bowl. Su Chen was very happy to see the two little guys having fun. "Tuanchuan, Lei Lei, Baba will show you a different firework," Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei stared at Su Chen in surprise. Su Chen took out a heart-shaped firework from behind. "Baba, let me show you this. Su Chen then lit the fireworks. The lead slowly ignited into a love, which was very beautiful. Su Chen turned the love to the sky, and the smiling faces of the 4 people looked very warm under the cover of love. The light of fireworks flashed across everyone's faces, and the love was reflected in everyone's eyes. It's so beautiful. Tuanchuan praised softly. The love slowly burned out, and then Su Chen showed everyone a meteor. Fireworks. Su Chen placed a cone-shaped firework on the open space and said, "Stand further away." Yan Bingxue led Tuanchuan and Lei Lei far away. Su Chen quickly ignited the lead and ran to the two little guys. Soon the lead burned out, and fireworks poured out like shooting stars. The bright light is so beautiful, a perfect arc, falling into the ground and disappearing. It's beautiful. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Wife, this is even more beautiful if it's in a circle. Su Chen said with a smile. After the first fireworks were exhausted, Su Chen set off 4 more fireworks. And the 4 fireworks formed a circle. Su Chen quickly lit 4 fireworks. Baba, come here quickly. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei called eagerly. Su Chen ran over. As soon as he turned his head, 4 fireworks burst into bloom as gorgeous and beautiful as fairies. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei looked at the fireworks with a smile, their eyes full of appreciation. The fireworks are beautiful, but they are always fleeting and disappear all of a sudden, and neither Tuanchuan nor Lei Lei have seen enough. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei looked at Su Chen with eager eyes and said, "Baba, I still want to see it." Su Chen smiled and said, "I still want to see it, then Baba has to make a big move." Okay. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei jumped up and said excitedly. Su Chen took out a larger firework. It is a fan shaped with peacock feathers painted all over it. This one has to stand a little further away, Su Chen said with a smile. Come on, Tuanchuan, Lei Lei, let's take 5 steps back. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei turned around and thought that they had collapsed 5 steps behind. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. Mama, can I stand here? Tuanchuan said cheerfully. One center of gravity was unstable and almost fell to the ground with his buttocks. Fortunately, Lei Lei supported Tuan, and Yan Bingxue was really sweating for Tuan. Yan Bingxue walked over and said with a smile, Tuanchuan, Lei Lei, these 5 steps are really sincere, even bigger than your mother's. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei laughed. Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei all stared at Su Chen. Baba, count to 3 and let it go, Su Chen said with a smile. 1, 2, 3. Su Chen quickly ignited the lead to evacuate. Fan-shaped fireworks bloom little by little. It seems that the sesame blossoms are rising steadily, from a small circle to a large circle. The sound of crackling is quite exciting. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei smiled in surprise. This is so big and beautiful. It's like lightning. Lei Lei said with a smile. Giggle, do you think this looks like the shape of the peacock when the screen opens? Tuanchuan asked happily. Lei Lei nodded in agreement. Baba, Tuanchuan likes this so much, Tuanchuan said happily. Don't Tuan and Lelexi like fairy sticks? Su Chen asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei nodded happily. I like it. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei said excitedly. Now Baba still has 2 fairy sticks in his hand, which can be played with. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei. Su Chen showed the 2 fairy sticks in his hand too. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei nodded happily. Baba, I want to put 2 at a time. I'm going to put 2 at a time too. Su Chen smiled and said, okay, put 2. Su Chen lit 2 for Tuanchuan and Lei Lei each. Su Chen smiled and looked at Yan Bingxue and said, Wife, do you want to try? This is very fun. Yan Bingshuo took a fairy stick in anticipation, and Suchen held Yan Bingshuo's hand and lit the lead of the fairy stick. At the moment when the fairy wand radiates light, people's hearts will always be touched. Yan Bingshuo looked at Suchen with a bright smile, and Suchen also smiled at Yan Bingshuo. Until the fireworks prepared by Suchen were all put out tonight, the two little guys were still unfinished. Baba, any more? Lele asked, curiously. Suchen shook his head and said, all the fireworks are on display today. But Lele still wants to set off fireworks. Lele pouted. Then if Lele performs well tomorrow, will you set off fireworks for Lele? Su Chen said with a smile. Lele finally agreed sensible and didn't get angry. For Chinese New Year. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Novel. Cool notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Xiao Lu and the others finished the project ahead of schedule and finished the decoration work on the 29th of the 12th lunar month. Su Chen, Su Haoqian, Lin Xiu, and Yan Bingshuo visited the villa, and the finishing work of the villa went very smoothly. The arches are also very well done. This wall was converted into a blue brick and white wall with an arch embedded in the middle, so beautiful. Dad, how is it? Su Chen asked with a smile. Yes, yes. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Ha ha ha, let's go to the imperial capital to bring back grandparents this afternoon. Su Chen said with a smile. Okay. Su Haoqian said with a smile. So after lunch, the Su family took a plane to the imperial capital to pick up Mr. Su and Mrs. Su. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su were very excited when they heard the news that the villa in Zhonghai had been completed. Grandpa Su said excitedly, Great, great, this year, I can celebrate the new year in Zhonghai with my son, grandson, and Tuan Lulu. The old lady Su said with a smile, Old man, don't get too excited, be careful of high blood pressure. Mr. Su paused on his crutches and said excitedly, It's a lie to say that. You're not excited. After so many years, it's finally possible to have a reunion year with my son and his family. Yes, yes, then you have to control your emotions, don't get too excited. Mrs. Su said with a smile. Ha ha ha, good. Mr. Su said with a smile. Now let's go clean up the things, and my son's family will come over later. Mr. Su said happily. Let Mama's son clean it up a long time ago, don't worry. Mrs. Su said with a smile. Okay. Mr. Su said while holding a teacup. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Chen's family arrived in the imperial capital. Su Chen specially asked Mr. Su and Mrs. Su not to pick him up at the airport. But Mr. Su and Mrs. Su insisted on picking them up at the airport. Su Chen said with a smile, Grandpa and Grandma, why are you here? Didn't you say that you don't need to come and pick me up? Mr. Su said excitedly, Don't you want to see you soon? The Su family laughed all the way back to the Su residence, by car. Grandpa and Grandma, Lele misses you. Tuanchuan also misses her great-grandfather and great-grandmother. The two little guys said sincerely. Mrs. Su gently stroked the faces of Tuanchuan and Lele and said, Grandma misses you too, are you happy in Zhonghai? Lele said happily, I'm very happy, Baba Mama, grandparents and grandparents are super nice to Lele and sister. They often play with us. Ha ha ha, that's good. Mrs. Su said with a smile. By the time everyone returned to the Su residence, Sun Ma had already sorted out all the things. Ma'am, everything has been sorted out. Mama Sun said with a smile. Thank you. Mrs. Su said with a smile. Xiao Sun, come with us. Mrs. Su said with a smile. Okay, anyway, I have no children, so it's New Year's Eve wherever I am. Alone. Mama Sun accepted old Madame Su's invitation with a smile. It's okay, little grandson, you've been in my house for so long, we've already regarded you as a family. Mr. Su said with a smile. Suddenly, Su Ma's eyes were wet with tears. I'm going to prepare the meals first. Ma'am. Sun Ma said with a smile. After saying that, Sun Ma backed away. Mom and Dad, let's go back to Zhonghai tomorrow morning. Su Haqian said. With a smile. Okay, go back to Zhonghai. I remember that the last time I went to Zhonghai was 20 years ago. Now Zhonghai must have changed a lot, right? Mr. Su asked. With a smile. The changes in Zhonghai are a bit big. It is different from my younger brother, but it is also a city with a long history of culture. I believe parents will like it. Su Haqian introduced with a smile. After chatting for a while, it was time to eat. The second Grandpa Su, the third Grandpa's family all came one after another. And Suja also came back from the military area. Suja greeted Su Chen with a smile. Brother, long time no see. Su Chen patted Suja on the shoulder and said, Little Zhe is becoming more and more manly now. Mr. Su also smiled and praised. That's right, Xiaozhe has completely lost his impetuosity since he arrived in the military region, and now he behaves much more calmly. Suja smiled happily. Okay, let's sit down and eat now. If you have anything to say, talk slowly. After dinner, Mrs. Su said with a smile. Haqian, Xiaoxiu is hungry, she hasn't eaten anything since she came here from Zhonghai, the old lady asked with concern. Su Haqian replied with a smile. Fortunately, Axiu made a hearty lunch at noon, and only went out when she was full. Old lady Su smiled. The two brothers Su Chen and Su Zhe drank wine. Brother, your second-generation mecha is simply too cool. As the operator of the mecha, I feel very proud. Whether it is lethality or defense mechanism, it is super well done. Brother, you are really amazing. Su Zhe praised earnestly. Your current ability to control mechas is also one of the best in Dragon Kingdom, and I am very relieved to be able to entrust you with the ability to control mechas. Su Chen said with a smile. Brother, let's have a drink with this second-generation mech. Su Zhe said. With a smile. Okay. Su Chen agreed boldly. The two white wine glasses made a crisp sound when they collided. Yan Bingxue watched the two brothers Su Chen and Su Zhe chat happily, and was also very happy in her heart. Mama, I want to eat that. Tuanchuan pointed to a dish that was out of reach. Okay, Mama will hold it for you. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yan Bingxue picked up a dish for Tuan, and Tuanchuan happily said, Thank you, Mama. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile, Eat quickly, Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan nodded and began to eat seriously with chopsticks. Tuanchuan and Lei hold the chopsticks very low, so that they can hold things and control the chopsticks conveniently. Tuanchuan and Lei are improving their chopstick skills day by day. The two little guys, although the posture of the two little guys holding the chopsticks is not very good looking now, it doesn't take much effort to hold things at all. Yan Bingxue poked a piece of corn with chopsticks for Tuanchuan Lei and said, with a smile, this corn is very sweet. Tuanchuan and Lei happily eat corn with chopsticks. After a while, the corn will be eaten. After eating one corn, Tuanchuan wanted to eat another. Mama, I still want sweet corn. Yan Bingxue poked another corn for Tuanchuan. After eating the corn, there was a little bit of corn crumbs left on the corner of Tuanchuan's mouth. Yan Bingxue gently wiped the corn off the corner of Tuanchuan's mouth. During the banquet, when Su Chen and Suja had a good time drinking, he didn't forget to grab some food for Yan Bingxue from time to time. Honey, try this, Su Chen said with a smile. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this reading record. Chapter 782, Come to the Imperial Capital, to pick up Grandpa and Grandma for the new year, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Novel. Cool notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Suja said with a smile, brother, sister-in-law, you two have such a good relationship. Suchin jokingly said, are you envious? If you are envious, you also find a girlfriend, and I will check it out for you. Suja said with a smile, ha 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 ha, then I will show you the first one when I have a girlfriend. After dinner, everyone sat together and chatted. The second grandfather said with a smile, brother, this year's Chinese New Year is going to be lively, there are so many people in this big family. Grandpa Su smiled happily. This was the first time that Mr. Su and Mrs. Su had left Su's residence for the new year. Mr. Su was full of anticipation and a little bit reluctant. Su Haoqian said with a smile, Mom and Dad, if you like the imperial capital, I will accompany you back often. Mr. Su smiled and said, ha ha ha, okay. After dinner the next morning, Su Chen took everyone back to Zhonghai. When Mr. Su and Mrs. Su got off the plane and saw everything in Zhonghai, they smiled and sighed, it's different. Ha ha ha, Grandpa and Grandma, let me take you to Zhonghai's private place when you are free during the Chinese New Year. There is an island here that is quite beautiful. Okay. Let's go for a walk as a family when we have time to wait. Old Man Su said happily. The car brought the Su family back to the villa of Mr. Su and Mrs. Su. Everything has been packed here. Mama Sun unloaded the luggage and tidied everything up. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su like this house very much. The furnishings and decoration style of this house are very similar to Su's house in the imperial capital. Mr. Su smiled and praised, good Haoqian, Chin, you guys have a heart. As long as you like it. Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei held the hands of Mr. Su and Mrs. Su and showed them the murals. Lei said excitedly, Grandpa, Grandma, look at this mural, do you like it? Mr. Su said happily, I like it, I like it. This picture is very delicate. Mom, it must be drawn by a very good painter. Tuanchuan likes the small houses in this painting the most. Tuanchuan pointed to the small houses in the painting under the shade of trees. Lei also likes this little house. And this little bird, look at it, Lei said happily. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su nodded happily. Grandpa and Grandma, you are getting old, so we put the bedroom on the first floor, which is convenient for you to live in. Of course, there is an elevator in the house, and on the second floor, there is an activity room and a study. Suchin smiled said. Okay. Old Master Su nodded with a smile. Mrs. Su, open the side door, and there is a rectangular balcony. There is a small table and 2 small chairs on the balcony. A few pots of fresh small green plants are planted on the balcony railing. You can see a large lawn as far as you can see. There are some green bamboos planted not far from the lawn. Green bamboo swaying in the wind with the wind. Yan Bingshui explained, Grandma, there is our house and a stone arch here, so it's much easier to get in and out like this. The old lady Su nodded with a smile, this is very good. Mrs. Su and Yan Bingshui walked in with their backs facing the direction of the sun. The sun was beautiful in their eyes along the way. Mom and Dad, do you want to take a rest for a while? You're tired from the car ride all morning. I'll call you later when it's time for dinner. Su Haoqian asked, carefully. It's okay, we're not tired, we can still accompany the group, let's have fun, Mr. Su said with a smile. Grandma, does Grandpa want to play with Tuanchuan and Lele? Lele asked excitedly. Yes, what do Tuanchuan and Lele want to play? Mrs. Su asked with a gentle smile. Well, let's go to the yard to play with Chocho. Grandpa, Grandma, Chocho is amazing, Lele said with a smile. Okay, then let's go play with Chocho, Mrs. Su said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele clapped their hands happily and said, Great, great, let's go play with Chocho. Yan Bingshui smiled and said, Tuanchuan, Lele, don't be too noisy, you are arguing with Grandpa and Grandma. Tuanchuan replied cutely, Understood, Mama. Tuanchuan and Lele led Mr. Su and Mrs. Su to the courtyard. Tuanchuan is rolling on the grass. Tuanchuan took out the small ball from his pocket, and the small ball jingled, attracting Chocho's attention, and immediately sat up from the grass. Wow, woof woof, Chocho yelled and galloped over. Chocho ran to the side of Tuanchuan and stopped, wagging its little tail. Chacho, this is Grandma, this is Grandpa, Lele introduced with a smile. The old lady Su smiled and stroked Chocho's fluffy white hair, and said, This is Chocho, I can see it now. Lele smiled and said, Grandma, Chocho is our sister and our most loyal friend. Ha ha ha, Grandma knows that Chocho is Tuanchuan and Lele's younger sister, Mrs. Su said with a smile. Grandma, Grandpa, Chocho, and I will perform a show for you, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Grandma, Grandpa, sit down. Lele smiled and asked Grandpa and Grandma to sit on the table in the courtyard. As soon as Tuanchuan blew the whistle, Chocho stood very impartially, as if standing in a military posture. Chacho, sit down, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Chocho sat on the grass very cooperatively. Tuanchuan looked at Chocho happily, then at Mr. Su and Mrs. Su. Grandpa Su praised, Chocho is awesome. There are even more powerful ones, Lele said with a smile. Oh? Mrs. Su said in surprise. Lele circled her arms in front of her chest, then raised her arms and said, Chacho, stand up. Then Chocho stretched his 2 legs up, and his 2 calves stretched up in a V shape. Tuanchuan gave Chocho a thumbs up. Mrs. Su and Mr. Su applauded Chocho. Chocho will stand up now, Chocho is awesome. My sister and I trained this, Lele said proudly. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su nodded with a smile. Oh, the cooperation between you and Chocho is very good, Mrs. Su said with a smile. Grandma, you are really good at playing with balls, Lele said happily. Chacho, how about we play colored balls for Grandpa and Grandma? Lele said, holding Chocho. Chocho seemed to understand what Lele and Tuanchuan said, and Chocho circled around Lele and Tuanchuan excitedly. Chacho, the colored ball is with me, Tuanchuan said, shaking the colored ball. Chocho looked at Tuanchuan anxiously. Tuanchuan was playing with Lele and Shinchi Chocho. Mrs. Su and Mr. Su watched happily from the side. The sun at noon today is very warm, just basking in the sun like this, seeing the two little guys laughing, Mrs. Su and Mr. Su smiled contentedly. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this reading record. Chapter 783. Mrs. Su, Mr. Su arrives in Zhonghai. And you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Novel. Cool notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. After lunch, the Su family will start preparing for the reunion dinner in the evening without stopping. Lin Xiu prepares rice crackers every Chinese New Year. Lin Xiu took out the rice flour that had been prepared a long time ago. The rice flour is round, which means reunion. The top is a layer of red rice, and the bottom is white rice. When the rice flour is fried in the oil pan, it will expand rapidly, the plump rice and the fragrant smell always make people very happy. It is said that the bigger the rice crackers are fried, the more prosperous the family will be in the coming year. Lin Xiu also prepared rice cakes, which are fried in the oven and sprinkled with sugar. It is a very delicious snack. Su Chen prepared the ingredients for tonight, including mutton, beef, fish, chicken, pork knuckle, and some vegetables and fruits. After getting ready, it was already 7 o'clock after dinner. Those who serve the dishes serve the dishes, those who serve the rice serve the rice, those who place the dishes set the dishes, and those who pour the drinks pour the drinks. After a while, a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner will be ready. According to the habit of celebrating the New Year in previous years, Lin Xiu turned on the anchor of the Spring Festival couplets party. I just turned on the TV, and that was the beginning of the Spring Festival Gala. The hosts, 2 men and 2 women, stood in the middle of the stage. The 2 female hosts were both in red dresses, and the male host was also in a suit. Everyone took turns saying auspicious words, wishing the audience in front of the TV a happy new year and a happy family. Everyone watched the Spring Festival couplets while eating the reunion dinner. Eat today, and watch TV, Tuanchuan said excitedly. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. Before eating, everyone collectively raised their cups. Mr. Su made a speech in front of everyone. Today is New Year's Eve. Although this reunion dinner is not too late, I hope everyone will be safe and happy this year. Xiaochen, Bingxue, I hope your work will go well this year. Haoqian, Axiu, I hope your wishes come true. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at Grandpa Su. Grandpa, what about me and my sister? Well, Tuanchuan and Lele, Grandpa hopes that Tuanchuan and Lele will grow up healthily in the new year and be happy forever. Grandpa, Sue said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele smiled excitedly. Tuanchuan took a drink and wanted to take a sip first. Suchin stopped Tuanchuan in time. Tuanchuan, you can't drink this drink first. Let's toast together before drinking. Suchin explained with a smile. Okay. Tuanchuan agreed with a smile. Come on, let's have a toast. Mr. Su said happily. Everyone raised their glasses and toasted together. Everyone happily raised their cups and took a sip, then put them down gently. Ha ha ha, let's eat. Mr. Su said with a smile. Grandpa, how about trying my pine mandarin fish? Suchin said with a smile. Old Master Su took a sip with a smile, and praised, Chinchin's cooking skills are truly outstanding. Dad, try this again, this is the grilled mutton made by Axio. Su Haqian said with a smile. Su Haqian took a sip and praised, this roasted mutton is well done, soft and delicious. Lin Xiao smiled and picked up a potato wedge. While eating, suddenly there was a loud noise outside, and then gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the sky. The fireworks are competing to bloom in the sky, which is very gorgeous, which just exaggerates the joyful atmosphere of New Year's Eve. The Su family watched the fireworks outside the window while eating. Papa, these fireworks are so colorful and beautiful. Lele said with a smile. Suchen gently patted Lele's head. The two little guys watched the fireworks outside the window and forgot to eat. Suchen reminded, Tuanchuan and Lele are going to eat. There are so many delicious foods today. Tuanchuan and Lele looked away, and Tuanchuan and Lele focused on the dining table. The family is happy and harmonious, and the whole family looks very warm and happy. Had dinner. Everyone sat on the sofa and watched the Spring Festival Gala. Wow, look, Baba Mama, they are so powerful, they are circling in the air. Lele said happily. Yes, Baba Mama, aren't they afraid of falling? Tuanchuan took a deep breath and said, they have gone through many times of practice and have overcome their fear, so they can present it so perfectly. Suchen explained with a smile. Oh, then they must have practiced many times. There are some movements that Tuanchuan dare not think about, but they can complete them so smoothly. Tuanchuan said in surprise. Yes, practice day after day has given them such skills. Yan Bingxue said, while stroking the heads of Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele watched the performance happily. Suchan and Yan Bingxue went to the room to prepare lucky money for Tuanchuan and Lele. Suchan and Yan Bingxue walked towards Tuanchuan and Lele with their hands behind their backs, smiling. Tuanchuan, Lele. Yan Bingxue shouted with a smile. Papa Mama, what are you holding behind your hands? Lele asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele, guess what it is? Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan said happily, it must be a gift for Tuanchuan and Lele, right? Guessed half right. Suchen said with a smile. Suchen and Bingxue put two big red envelopes in her hand. Tuanchuan and Lele shouted excitedly. It's a red envelope, it's a red envelope. Tuanchuan and Lele jumped up excitedly. Tuanchuan and Lele reached out to get the red envelope. Suchen and Yan Bingxue looked at the same time and shrank. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Tuanchuan and Lele want to get red envelopes, what should they say? Tuanchuan and Lele nodded understandingly, and they both said with a smile in unison, Baba Mama, Happy New Year. Su Qian and Yan Bingxue smiled and handed the red envelopes to Tuanchuan and Lei Lei. Happy New Year! Su Qian and Yan Bingxue said in unison. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, I hope that Tuanchuan and Lei Lei will be happy. And happy in the new year. Su Qian said with a smile, I hope that Tuanchuan and Lei Lei will learn and progress and grow up healthily. Thank you, Mama. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei said happily. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei took the red envelope, which was quite a bit heavy. A rectangular red envelope turned into a cuboid shape. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei opened the red envelope and said in surprise, Wow, is it so much money? Papa, how many coins are there? Lei Lei asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei, count them, Su Qian said with a smile. That Tuanchuan must count well. Tuanchuan said seriously. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei dumped the money in the red envelope on the sofa, and the two little guys lay on the sofa and counted the lucky money. 1 2 3 4 99 100. Papa, you gave Lei Lei 100 tickets, 100 tickets are. Lei Lei and Tuanchuan exchanged a pleasant surprise look. 10,000 yuan. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei said in surprise. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 784, Su Family's New Year's Eve dinner, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Novel. Cool notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei are very happy to receive so much lucky money. Baba Mama, now I have savings. Tuanchuan said excitedly. What are Tuanchuan and Lei Lei going to do with the lucky money? Lin Xiu asked. With a smile. Well, how about we save the money? Lei Lei suggested with a smile. Tuanchuan happily accepted Lei Lei's opinion. Okay. Let's save the money. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Save it. Tuanchuan said happily. The two smiled and looked at the money on the sofa. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei wanted to stuff the money back, but the money was too thick. It was easy to take it out, but difficult to stuff it back. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei asked Su Qian and Yan Bingxue for help. Su Qian and Yan Bingxue gently stuffed the money back. Tuanchuan, Lei Lei, here it is. Yan Bingxue said softly. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei are going to put this red envelope under the pillow, Su Qian said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei nodded excitedly. Let's go, now Tuanchuan and Lei Lei are going to take a shower and put on new pajamas. Su Qian said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei walked into the bathroom with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei are going to take a serious bath today, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yeah, it's the Chinese New Year tomorrow, and Tuanchuan and Lei Lei need to be cleaned up. Lei Lei replied seriously. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei went to the bathroom to take a shower, respectively. Su Qian and Yan Bingxue prepared new pajamas for them and put them in the bathroom. After taking a bath, the two little ones came to the living room in new pajamas. Little guy, are you sleepy? Lin Xiu asked with a smile in his arms. Tuanchuan is not sleepy. Tell me, today is New Year's Eve, and everyone has to watch the New Year's Eve. Tuanchuan must also watch the New Year's Eve. Tuanchuan has to hear the New Year's bell before going to sleep. Tuanchuan replied sincerely. Lele too. Lele wants to watch the New Year with everyone. Lele said with a smile. Lin Xiu took Lele and Tuanchuan's hand and said, okay, let's watch the New Year together. There are some small snacks on the table, such as rice cakes, rice crackers, a plate of fruit, and a plate of nuts such as melon seeds and peanuts. Lin Xiu likes to eat melon seeds. The melon seeds are so crunchy. Tuanchuan and Lele want to learn how to eat melon seeds when they see Lin Xiu. But Tuanchuan and Lele learned something different. No matter how Tuanchuan and Lele ate, they were not as proficient as Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu took one mouthful, gritted her front teeth, and turned her hand, and the melon seed shell and melon seed kernel were separated. Tuanchuan and Lele tried many times, but the melon seed shell didn't come out, but they put the whole melon seed shell and melon seed kernels together in their mouths to chew. Finally, even the melon seeds and melon seed shells were spit out together. Lin Xiu couldn't help but said, Tuanchuan, Lele's family is swallowing jujubes, but you are spouting. Mrs. Su and Mr. Su also laughed. Ha ha ha, Mr. Su and Mrs. Su laughed. Tuanchuan and Lele chose to peel the seeds by hand, one by one, and chewed them in their mouths. The melon seeds are so delicious. Tuanchuan and Lele said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele did not eat one by one, but peeled the melon seeds into small piles. Send it to the inside in one bite. A mouthful full of melon seeds. Tuanchuan and Lele are very happy to chew. Seeing the two little guys eating, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue smiled. Yan Bingxue peeled a pistachio for Tuanchuan and Lele. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, this is a pistachio, eat it quickly. Ah, Tuanchuan and Lele opened their mouths wide and took a bite. It's so sweet and delicious. Now pistachios have become the new favorite of Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele found that the kernels of pistachios are bigger and chew more vigorously. Mama, Mama, I want more. Tuanchuan and Lele said with a smile. Okay, Mom will peel it for you. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. The old lady Su forked a piece of fruit for Tuanchuan and Lele with a smile. He smiled and said, eat some fruit, moisten your mouth. Tuanchuan and Lele ate happily one bite at a time. It was 10 o'clock, and at 10 o'clock, Tuanchuan and Lele had already started playing hatch, and Tuanchuan and Lele wiped their eyes with their little hands. The two little guys were sitting on the sofa with their heads lowered. The old lady Su asked with a smile, are you sleepy? Why don't you go to sleep? Tuanchuan shook his head and said, no, no. Tuanchuan still wants to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Tuanchuan and Lele still struggled to stay awake, but these programs were all singing and the like. After listening to them for a while, the two little guys became sleepy. Tuanchuan and Lele curled up on the sofa and fell asleep. Yan Bingxue called softly, Tuanchuan, Lele. The two little guys didn't respond, only one was seen, and the small body opened up and down with the breath of the stomach. Su Chen told the two little guys to gently hug them back to the room, and Tuanchuan and Lele fell asleep. Is the little guy asleep? Old Master Su asked with a smile. Yeah, fell asleep. Su Chen replied with a smile. Grandpa and Grandma, go to bed too, it's getting late. Su Chen persuaded. But Mr. Su and Mrs. Su insisted on watching the New Year together. Grandpa Su said firmly, "It's okay, Grandpa is not sleepy. This is the first year Grandpa and you have spent together. Grandpa must persist until the New Year's Eve. Today is New Year's Eve. This special day should be treated specially." Suchin saw that persuasion was hopeless, so he stopped persuading, and the 6 of them sat in the living room to watch the new year. Suchin asked with a smile, "Dad, this year's gala is very lively." Su Haoqian said with a smile, "Yes, the costume props and special effects are getting better and better. Yes, the current gala not only inherits the traditional fine elements, but also absorbs many young elements, making it more and more unique," Mr. Su said. Happily, Su Haoqian and Suchin smiled sympathetically. Suchin saw that it was very late and everyone felt sleepy, so in order to maintain everyone's spirit, Suchin told everyone a joke. "Parents, grandparents, Bingxue, let me tell you a joke," Suchin said with a smile. Everyone nodded and listened intently. Senior high school students who are nervous about studying all watch the Spring Festival Gala, not only because of the joyful feeling it brings to people, but also because of a deeper meaning. Guess what it is? Su Chen glanced at everyone's eyes and asked Road. Everyone shook their heads in doubt. Mr. Su said jokingly, "Could it be that there are college entrance examination questions hidden in the Spring Festival Gala?" Suchin said in surprise, "Grandpa, you are really right." Mr. Su smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, what's the point?" Suchin said with a smile, "There are rumors on the internet that the Spring Festival Gala is closely related to the theme of the times, so there are secrets hidden in it. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 785 Show Sui, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Novel. Cool notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. It is novel to say that a Spring Festival Gala is linked to the college entrance examination. Everyone laughed. The time passed quickly amidst everyone's chatter and laughter, and soon it was 12 o'clock. Viewers and friends in front of the TV, let's count down together. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Everyone said in unison. Gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the sky, and the silence of the night was broken. Again. Everyone is smiling. Mr. Su smiled happily, "Ha ha ha, our family is complete this Chinese New Year. It's great, it's great." Ha ha ha. Mrs. Su also felt happy for this moment. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su couldn't help crying with joy. "Mom and Dad, we will be by your side every New Year's Eve in the future." Su Haoqian said while stroking Mr. Su's shoulder. Good. 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 Old Master Su looked at Su Haoqian happily. "Grandpa and Grandma, go to bed," Suchin said with a smile. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su returned to the room and went to sleep. Suchen, Su Haoqian, Lin Xiu, and Yan Bingxue cleaned up the living room and went home. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue held hands and walked in front. "Honey, are you still used to Chinese New Year this year?" Su Chen said carefully. "I'm used to having you around," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "Husband, what do you mean by keeping the year old?" Yan Bingxue leaned sleepily on Su Chen's shoulder. Su Chen looked at the night sky and said with a smile, "For every year." Yan Bingxue closed her eyes reassuringly, leaned her weight on Su Chen's shoulder, and repeated in a weak voice, "Every year." The corners of Yan Bingxue's mouth raised slightly. Everyone slept peacefully that night. The next morning, the first day of the new year, Su Chen woke up early in the morning. There is a custom not to use a knife on the first day of the new year, so Su Chen prepared all the ingredients the day before. On the morning of the first day of the new year, just put the ingredients directly into the pot. Su Chen prepared 12 dishes, which are intended to bring good luck and good luck throughout the year. Su Chen brought all the dishes to the table, including vermicelli, braised pork, green vegetables, pig intestines, grass carp. Every dish has a special meaning. Yan Bingxue also got up earlier than usual. Yan Bingxue put on light makeup, put on some powder, put on new clothes, and walked to Tuanchuan and Leilei's room. Yan Bingxue asked Tuanchuan and Leilei to get up. Tuanchuan and Leilei stretched. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, "Tuanchuan, Leilei can change into new clothes today." Change into new clothes. Tuanchuan and Leilei heard that they could change into new clothes, and their sleepiness subsided immediately. Tuanchuan and Leilei had been waiting for this day for a long time and wanted to wear parent-child clothes with their parents. Yan Bingxue guided Tuanchuan and Leilei to put on new clothes and shoes. Tuanchuan and Leilei, who put on new clothes and new shoes, looked at the mirror and smiled happily. The two little guys, Tuanchuan and Leilei, looked very festive in red clothes. "Tuanchuan, will Mom braid your hair?" Yan Bingxue asked gently. Tuanchuan nodded happily. "What kind of braid do you want to braid today?" Yan Bingxue asked while combing Tuanchuan's hair. Tuanchuan's black hair is very shiny. Tuanchuan looked at himself in front of the mirror and said with a smile, Ma, Tuanchuan wants to braid a princess's hair today." Tuanchuan stroked the ends of her hair with a smile. "Okay, Mom will make a princess braid for Tuanchuan," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yan Bingxue's technique is very gentle, and Tuanchuan enjoys the process of braiding hair very much. "Mama, Tuan really likes Mama's braided hair," Tuan said, looking at the mirror seriously. After braiding her hair, Yan Bingxue said with a smile, "When I go out, I see my grandparents are going to celebrate the new year with my grandparents. When I celebrate the new year with my grandparents will give Tuanchuan and Leilei big red envelopes," Tuanchuan said happily. Ha, don't forget about that," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "Yeah." Tuanchuan and Leilei nodded with a smile. The two little guys just went out, and when they walked into the living room, they saw Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao. Tuanchuan and Leilei happily ran to Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao and said, "Happy New Year, Grandpa and Grandma, and Tuanchuan Leilei wishes you all New Year greetings." Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao smiled from ear to ear and replied, "Happy New Year." "Happy New Year." Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao took out the red envelopes they had already prepared in their pockets and gave them to Tuanchuan and Leilei. Tuanchuan and Leilei happily accepted the red envelopes and said, "Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma." Su Haqian and Lin Xiao looked at Tuanchuan and Lei with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei, who received 2 more red envelopes, excitedly said to Su Chan and Yan Bingxue, Baba Mama, we received big red envelopes from grandparents. Su Chan said with a smile, Tuanchuan and Lei must be kept safe. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded seriously, and they put the red envelope in their pockets. Lei patted his pocket and said, Lei has put the red envelope in his pocket for safekeeping. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue smiled. The family sits together and happily eats breakfast. Wait a minute, I plan to pay New Year's greetings to Mrs. Su and Mrs. Su. Although the dishes cooked today are all delicious, Tuanchuan and Lei's appetite is a bit smaller than usual. Su Chen asked puzzledly, Tuanchuan and Lei, please eat more. Tuanchuan smiled and said, Papa, I still have to save some stomach for snacks. There are a lot of delicious food at the house of my grandpa and grandma. Tuanchuan and Lei should eat less now, and we can eat more later. Mama said that today you can eat what you like to your heart's content. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, Mom told Tuan Lei that you can eat as much as you want today, but Tuan and Lulu also have to finish the meal. Obediently. Today is the first day of the new year, so you have to eat. Seriously. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded, and compromised, okay then Tuanchuan and Lei will finish the rice in the bowl, okay? Yan Bingxue and Su Chen nodded with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei really finished the rice in their bowls, and Tuanchuan and Lei couldn't wait to say New Year greetings to Mrs. Su and Mrs. Su after eating. Tuanchuan said eagerly, Baba Mama, can I go to pay my grandpa and grandma a New Year greeting? Su Chen said with a smile, Tuanchuan and Lei don't worry, let's clean up all the food on the table before going out. Then Tuanchuan and Lei also help Papa Mama clean up? Lei asked happily. Then Tuanchuan and Lei come over to help Grandma put all the snacks on the plate, and put a plate of nuts and a plate of fruit, by the way. Lin Xiao said with a smile. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 786, Happy New Year. Reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Novel. Cool notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. After clearing the dining table and setting out fresh fruits, sweets, melon, seeds and peanuts in the living room, the family came to Mr. Su and Mrs. Su's house to celebrate the new year. Across the door, Tuanchuan and Lei ran to Mr. Su's house in no time. Tuanchuan and Lei shouted excitedly, Grandpa, Grandma, Happy New Year. Mrs. Su and Mrs. Su cheerfully gave Tuanchuan and Lei a big red envelope. Tuanchuan and Lei are good, this is a big red envelope from Grandma and Grandpa. Old Lady Su said while stroking the heads of Tuanchuan and Lei. Tuanchuan and Lei thanked excitedly, thank you, great Grandpa, great Grandma. Tuanchuan and Lei turned their heads to look at Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Lin Xiao, and Su Haqian and said, Baba Mama, Grandpa and Grandma, Tuanchuan and Lele have received another big red envelope. Lin Xiu and Su Haqian looked at Tuanchuan and Lele with a smile. Then Mr. Zhu and Mrs. Su gave Yan Bingxue and Su Chen a big red envelope, respectively. Su Chen declined in surprise. Why did Grandpa and Grandma give me back the red envelope? I'm not a child anymore. Mr. Su smiled and said, in the hearts of grandparents, you and Bingxue will always be children. Besides, grandparents have never sealed red envelopes for you. What about this year? It is the first year we have spent together. I will seal a red envelope for you. Su Haqian said with a smile, Chen, Bingxue, you just accept it. This is also a kind of encouragement from the elders to the younger generation. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue nodded, happily accepting the red envelopes from Mrs. Su and Mr. Su. Seeing that Yan Bingxue and Su Chen both accepted the red envelopes, Mr. Su and Mrs. Su were very happy, and their wishes for so many years were finally fulfilled. Mr. Su looked at Yan Bingxue, Su Chen, Tuanchuan and Lele with a smile and said, for so many years, I have kept this red envelope under pressure, and I have never had a chance to send it out. This year, I can finally send this red envelope. 4 copies were given away. Both Su Haqian and Lin Xiu laughed. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su began to shift their focus to Tuanchuan and Lele. Mr. Su said with a smile, Tuanchuan and Lele are wearing beautiful clothes today, and Tuanchuan's braids are really beautiful too. Tuanchuan happily replied, this is the braid my mother made for me. Grandpa, Su nodded with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele saw a lot of snacks in the living room, and their eyes were unconsciously attracted by these snacks. Tuanchuan smiled and said, can Grandpa and Grandma Tuanchuan eat the snacks on the table? Grandma took Tuanchuan and Lele to the side of the snacks, and said with a smile, of course, you can take whichever you like, Tuanchuan or Lele. Tuanchuan laughed while taking snacks and said, Tuanchuan likes this and this. They all looked delicious. Mrs. Su and Mr. Su had fun. Mrs. Su chose a sandwich chocolate for Tuan and said, do you like this? Tuan? It's delicious. Looking at the chocolate wrapped in gold foil, Tuanchuan happily said, this is chocolate, isn't it? Said the old lady nodded and said with a smile, yes, this is chocolate, which Grandma specially prepared for Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele took the chocolate with a smile. Tuanchuan opened a round chocolate ball wrapped in gold foil paper. The chocolate was dotted with some nut crumbs, and there was a strong milky fragrance floating around. Tuanchuan put the chocolate into his mouth without hesitation, and said with a smile, it's delicious, it's delicious. If you like Tuanchuan and Lele, you can eat more, Mr. Su said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele smiled and nodded. Lin Xiu asked Mr. Su and Mrs. Su about their plans for today. Mrs. Su and Mr. Su said that they had no special arrangements for today. Lin Xiu smiled and suggested, are parents interested in forming a poker game together? Mrs. Su and Mr. Su agreed with a smile. The old lady Su said with a smile, it's just a good way to pass the time by setting up a game of cards. When Qinchin and Bingxue take the 2 little guys to visit the new year, we will play cards at home to welcome guests. Lin Xiu and Mr. Su laughed. Lin Xiu invited Mr. Su and Mrs. Su to her home. Lin Xiu smiled and set up a mahjong table. Lin Xiu, Su Haqian, Mr. Su, and Mrs. Su gathered a mahjong table at home, and the 2 generations sat together to play mahjong. Su Chan and Yan Bingxue took Tuanchuan and Lei to a neighbor's house to celebrate the new year. Before going, Su Chan and Yan Bingxue brought Tuanchuan and Lei back home, and the two little guys each carried a small backpack. Lei said with a smile, "Now there are places to put the red envelopes and candies." Lei patted her small backpack and happily put the big red envelope she received into it. A family of 4 dressed in parent-child clothes came to the neighbor's house to pay New Year's greetings. First, Su Chan and Yan Bingxue brought Tuanchuan and Lei to Aunt Qin's house. Aunt Qin's son, daughter-in-law and grandson all accompanied the elders at home for the new year. Aunt Qin smiled and welcomed Su Chan and the others to her home. Come in, sit down and have a cup of tea," Aunt Qin said enthusiastically. Aunt Qin brought the refreshments prepared in advance. Yan Bingxue and Su Chan both poured a cup and grabbed a lot of candy for each of the 2 little guys. The 2 little guys were very happy, and they excitedly put the candies into their little backpacks. Aunt Qin's wife, Uncle Wu, brought 4 red envelopes and gave one to Tuanchuan. Lei. Tuanchuan Lei, "This is a red envelope from Grandma Qin. I hope Tuanchuan and Lei are happy every day," Aunt Qin said with a smile. Please Auntie's son came over, smiled and said to Su Chan, "Hi, I'm Wu Di, my mother told me what happened last time. What happened last time, thank you very much," Su Chan said with a smile. "It's a little effort, don't be so polite." Aunt Qin's son smiled and said, "Thank you very much. What about after the new year? I plan to take my parents abroad. My parents agreed to live with us." Su Chan said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, that's really great." The 2 old people who live with you are also comforted. Aunt Qin's son thanked and said, "Thanks to Aunt Lin for waking up my mother. I communicated with my mother, and the problems of both parties were solved easily. In the future, I will pay more attention to both of them." The psychology of an old man. Su Chan nodded with a smile. Su Chan and Yan Bingxue took Tuanchuan and Lei to sit at Aunt Qin's house for a while, and after chatting for a while, they went to other leaders' homes to celebrate the new year. This time, Tuanchuan and Lei got a lot of snacks and red envelopes, and the backpacks of the 2 little guys couldn't fit them. Tan and Lei happily returned home with their small backpacks on their backs. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. Reading records, you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Novel. Cool notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Grandpa and Grandma, let's come back, Tuanchuan and Lei happily said to Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian. I'm back, get ready, wash your hands and eat, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Tuanchuan ate a lot this morning, and I'm full, said Tuanchuan, rubbing his stomach. Just enough sugar? Lin Xiao said with a smile, patting the faces of Tuanchuan and Lei. Tuanchuan and Lei grinned. Tuanchuan, Lei is full, so let's eat less, but you still have to eat, Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei heard what Su Chen said, and agreed, that's fine. Tuanchuan and Lei put down their chopsticks after eating half a bowl of rice, and sat on the sofa to count their red envelopes. Hee, how many red envelopes have you received? Tuanchuan asked, curiously. Lei shook her head and said, I don't know how many. Then let's count the red envelopes now, Tuanchuan said with a cute smile. Lei nodded. Lei and Tuanchuan dumped all the contents of their bags on the sofa. There are all kinds of candies and red envelopes, large and small. Tuanchuan and Lei cleared out the red envelopes and counted them separately. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, Tuanchuan received 30 red envelopes today, Tuanchuan said happily. Lin Xiao joked, then Tuanchuan is a little rich woman now. Little rich woman, Tuanchuan repeated happily. Are Tuanchuan and Lei reluctant to give a red envelope to their parents? Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei held the red envelope in their hands and did not let go, as if they were little money lovers. Su Chen patted Tuanchuan and Lei's small faces and said, I'm just kidding. You. Tuanchuan said generously, of course Tuanchuan is willing to give red envelopes to parents, now I am a little rich woman. Ha, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue laughed. Baba Mama, from today onwards, Lei and my sister are also people with savings, Lei said happily. Ha, everyone laughed together. It happened that the whole family was free this afternoon, so Su Chen proposed to take everyone out for a walk. Parents, grandparents, do you want to go out for a walk today? I know there is a place that is very interesting. Today happens to be Chinese New Year. It must be very lively there. Let's take grandparents to witness the New Year scene in Jiangnan. Su Chen said with a smile. Okay, Chinchin's suggestion is good. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year, and the weather is also very good, so it's suitable for going out for a walk. Su Haqian said with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. Tuanchuan and Lei are together, they can go out to play again this afternoon. And jumped up happily, go out to play, Tuanchuan and Lei said happily. So Su Chen drove to a tourist attraction in Zhonghai after everyone else. This street not only has the misty and rainy atmosphere of the south of the Yangtze River in Sioux City, but also has a unique style of Zhonghai. Walking into the street, every house is decorated with lights and festoons, which is very lively. A very festive look. The inside of the shop is also replaced with all red decorations. The children were chasing and having fun on the street, looking very happy. Sister, wait for me. Wait for me. A 3-year-old doll chased a 6-year-old girl and shouted. The little girl was holding a small rattle in her hand, and she kept yelling. Dong dong dong, and the sound of laughter spread from one end of the street to the other. There are also some young and old who come to travel together. Everyone talked and laughed while admiring the landscape of the street. Tuanchuan and Lei saw a very special grocery store and wanted to go in and have a look. The name of the grocery store is also very special, Jiao Grocery Store. What is Jiao Grocery Store? Tuanchuan and Lei looked around curiously. Mama, there is a grocery store over there, so special. Lei said with a smile. Papa Mama, can we go and have a look? Tuanchuan said happily. Now Tuanchuan is a little rich woman, you can treat me, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Ha, Grandpa and Grandma can't miss that Tuanchuan and Lei's treat. Su Haqian said with a smile. The family came to the grocery store. There were a lot of gadgets in the grocery store, some for children to play with, some gadgets, and some small objects. Some are on the counter and some are in the window. Tuanchuan and Lele looked curiously at the little things in the grocery store. What's this? Lele pointed to something made of wood. The boss showed the things cheerfully. This is a wooden gun. A gun made of wood? Lele asked, curiously. The boss nodded. Uncle, can you show me? Lele asked excitedly. The boss nodded and gave the wood to Lele. Lele took the wooden gun and said, with a smile, "Oh, this wooden gun looks so heavy." "It's a bit heavy, so it's real when you play it," the boss said with a smile. Lele played happily with the wooden gun, and said with a smile, "Uncle, I want this wooden gun. I'll see what's nice, and I'll pay for it later." The boss smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, okay, it seems that you have received a lot of lucky money." Lele touched her little head and asked, "Uncle, how do you know?" "Because many children are using their lucky money to buy things today," the boss said with a smile. Lele smiled happily. The boss sat at the counter and beat his back with a hammer. Seeing the boss's leisurely look, Lele thought to himself, "This hammer must be very comfortable. I want to buy a back-beating hammer for my grandpa and grandma." Lele looked around carefully, looking for the small hammer to beat his back. Lele found it on the counter at the back, and exclaimed in surprise, "Grandpa! Grandma, wouldn't it be good for Lele to buy you a hammer? It's very comfortable to beat your back." Mr. Su and Mrs. Su both came over to look at it. The hammer was very delicate, and Mrs. Su showed joyful eyes. "Grandma, try it if you like it, then giggle and I will buy one for Grandma. And Grandpa," Tuanchuan said cutely. The old lady Su said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, okay, Grandma, give it a try. It is indeed very comfortable to hit the back with the hammer." Mrs. Su and Mr. Su liked this hammer very much. The old lady Su said with a smile, "Then Grandma and Grandpa want this." Tuanchuan and Lele smiled and nodded. Everyone continues to buy. Each of them chose a bauble. Lele and Tuanchuan boldly took out their own red envelopes to pay, and everyone walked out of the grocery store with a smile. Then, Su Chen's family continued to walk towards the front of the street. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 788 Tuanchuan and Lele Dafeng. Treats, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Novel. Cool notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. When the family is together, they always feel that time will speed up. Unconsciously. The first day of the new year will pass quickly, and the second day of the new year, Su Chen will take Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan, and Lele to Yan's house to pay New Year's greetings. After Su Chen had breakfast in the morning, he and Yan Bingxue cleaned up the presents that they were going to bring to Yan's house today. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue packed up the gifts and set off by car. Yan Zhenwei and Tang Shuyun had been waiting at the door for a long time. They We're very happy to see Su Chen's car approaching. Look, they're coming. Tang. Shuyun said excitedly. I see, I see. Yan Jinwei said with a smile. Tang Shuyun and Yan Jinwei greeted Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei in the yard. Su Chen stopped the car and took out all the gift boxes he brought from the trunk. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue each carried a large stack, and said with a smile, Mom and Dad, Happy New Year. Tang Shuyun smiled and said, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. It's good that people come and they bring so many things. Su Chen said with a smile, Today we are bringing ice and snow back to my mother's house for New Year's greetings, so I don't want to bring extra things. It shows that we value this matter most and care about the elders. Su Chen's words made Yan Jinwei and Tang Shuyun feel like a spring breeze. Okay, my good son-in-law, come in quickly. Tang Shuyun said with a smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue followed Tang Shuyun and Yan Jinwei to the living room with gifts. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei walked, and they paid New Year's greetings to Yan Jinwei and Tang Shuyun. Softly and cutely, she greeted Tang Shuyun and Yan Jinwei, Grandpa and Grandma, Happy New Year. Yan Jinwei replied with a smile, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei, Happy New Year. Tang Shuyun took out the red envelopes prepared for Tuanchuan and Lei Lei from the drawer. Tuanchuan, Lei Lei, these are the red envelopes prepared by Grandpa and Grandma for you. I hope you will be happy, healthy, and safe this year. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei happily took the red envelope and said, Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. Yan Jinwei and Tang Shuyun fondled Tuanchuan and Lei Lei's little heads. Yan Jinwei took out a cup of tea that he had cooked a long time ago, and said, with a smile, Chin Chin, drink tea with ice and snow. Drink tea. Holding the teacup, Su Chen praised, Dad, the tea you cooked is really fragrant. This is the dragon well tea before you, right? Tang Shuyun preempted the conversation and said, Yes, your dad got such a ball, it's a treasure. I specially took it out for you to taste. Su Chen said with a smile, Then today we are lucky. Su Chen sipped the tea seriously. The aroma of the tea was very elegant from far to near. Su Chen nodded with a smile and said, It really is good tea. Yan Jinwei smiled and tasted the tea he cooked. Yan Bingxue also likes this cup of tea very much. It smells sweet and fragrant, and the faint tea fragrance spreads, making people feel as if they are in the misty rain in the south of the Yangtze River. Yan Bingxue put down her teacup and looked around. Mom and Dad, what are you doing at home this morning? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile while holding Tang Shuyun's arm. Nothing, just finished breakfast, watched TV for a while, and you came here. Tang Shuyun said with a smile. That's right, your mother got up before dawn to get ready this morning, so I hope you will come over soon. Yan Jinwei laughed. Lao Yan, the plan for a day is in the morning, of course you have to get up early, Tang Shuyun said with a smile. Grandpa, Grandma, I know, Baba Mama taught us that the plan for a year lies in spring, the plan for a family lies in diligence, and the plan for a day lies in morning, right? Recited. Yan Jinwei and Tang Shuyun looked at Tuanchuan and Lei Lei dotingly. Tang Shuyun smiled and said, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei are really good at memorizing. Tian and Lei Lei smiled cheerfully. Do Tuanchuan and Lei Lei eat candy? Tang Shuyun asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei nodded vigorously. Just now, and Lei Lei are going to become experts in sugar appraisal. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei have their own unique views and divisions on all kinds of sugar. Tang Shiyun brought a plate of candy to Tuanchuan and Lei Lei. The plate was divided into several boxes, and each box was filled with different candies. Tuanchuan took a fancy to the white rabbit milk candy and said, "This must be delicious, it smells like a nice milky fragrance." "Baba Mama, do you want some candy?" Lei Lei brought a big white rabbit toffee to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue and said. Hearing what Tuanchuan and Lei Lei said, Dad wants to eat it a little bit. Dad had this big white rabbit toffee when he was a child. Everyone liked to eat it. At that time, Su Chen said with a smile. Me too, I haven't eaten for a long time. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Bingxue, you liked to eat it when you were young, but you bought it specially this time. When you were young, when you were changing your teeth, you were greedy for this candy, and you always complained that your parents wouldn't let you eat it. Tang Shiyun said with a smile. So Bingxue was like this when she was a child? Su Chen said with a smile. Looking at Yan Bingxue. Seeing her mother teasing herself, Yan Bingxue said, Mom, do you remember what happened when you were a child? Yan Bingxue wanted to quickly change the subject. Tang Shiyun smiled and said, Mom, I don't remember anything else, but I remember everything about you clearly. Okay, remember, you should try this candy too. Yan Bingxue smiled and put a big white rabbit toffee in Tang Shiyun's palm. Yan Bingxue wanted to eat it too. Gag her mother's mouth. Tang Shiyun is also very cooperative with her daughter Yan Bingxue. Su Chen peeled a toffee for Yan Bingxue. Su Chen said softly, Bingxue, open your mouth. Yan Bingxue opened her red lips and ate a big white rabbit toffee. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, It's still the same as when I was a child, it hasn't changed at all. Su Chen also nodded in agreement. The two little guys also praised happily, It's delicious, it's delicious. Sweet. Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun smiled happily. The family sat and chatted together, and then played with Tuanchuan and Lei Lei. Yan Jinwei and Tang Shiyun took out the toys they just bought. Yan Jinwei said to Tuanchuan and Lei Lei, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei, let's see if you like this toy. Grandpa and Grandma just bought it for you at the mall. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei took the toy and said happily, I like it, I like it. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei happily unwrapped the new toy and started playing with it. Yan Bingxue couldn't help laughing and sighed, sure enough, children's world is very simple, eating, drinking and having fun is always the most important thing. It's so cute to see the two little guys love toys so much. Everyone laughed. The time soon reached 11 o'clock, and it was time to prepare meals. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue proposed to make lunch at noon today. Mom and Dad, I'll cook some of my special dishes for you today, so you just have to play with Tuanchuan and Lei Lei. Su Chen said with a smile. Yes, Mom and Dad, Su Chen and I will cook some delicious meals for you today. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay. Yan Jinwei laughed. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 789, the second day of the lunar New Year, back to your mother's house, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Novel. Cool notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Seeing the attitude of their daughter and son-in-law, Tang Shuyun and Yan Junwei felt warm in their hearts. Su Chang and Yan Bingxue were busy in the kitchen. Soon a hot meal was ready. Yan Junwei and Tang Shuyun looked at the dishes on the table and smiled happily. Chin Chin, your cooking skills are really good. You can get full marks for the color and aroma. Tang Shuyun praised. Su Chin said with a smile, thanks to Bingxue for helping me a lot. After speaking, Su Chin looked at Yan Bingxue tenderly, and gently held her hand. Yan Bingxue smiled happily. Everyone enjoyed the meal, and Tuanchuan and Lei also had great appetites. After lunch, Tang Shuyun told Yan Bingxue and Su Chin something about the Gu family. Tang Shuyun sat on the sofa and said with a smile, a few days ago, you and your aunt told me that this year her family, Uxian, was going to go home with Fang Qi for the new year. It's quite uncomfortable. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, Auntie Yuan, I haven't gotten used to it for a while, but hearing Auntie Yuan's tone, I'm still happy for Yusin. Tang Shuyun said with a smile, isn't it? Your Auntie Yuan, just using this pretense to talk about it, you might be so happy. Then I told her that this girl will eventually marry when she grows up. Let her relax. Your Auntie Yuan didn't complain anymore. Tang Shuyun said with a smile. When the adults got together to chat, Tuanchuan and Lei ran and made noises all over the room. Tuanchuan and Lei noticed that the green plants on the balcony seemed to have sprouted. Tuanchuan and Lei walked over, observed carefully, and found that new sprouts had indeed grown. Tuanchuan and Lei exclaimed excitedly, Baba Mama, Grandpa, and Grandma have already sprouted. Everyone was called to the balcony by Tuanchuan and Lei. Tang Shuyun said with a smile, I haven't seen you for a few days. I didn't expect this to sprout. It really means spring is coming. Ha ha ha, yes. Yan Junwei said with a smile. Spring, the two little guys are full of anticipation for spring. In spring, can they play 2 small rolls on the green grass, fly a few kites in the open park, and plant a few flowers and plants in their own face? The two little guys looked at the sprouting green plant with joy. Tang Shuyun said with a smile, it is said that the life of a small grass is fragile, but its life is also very tenacious. Look at this green plant, and it will not let go of any vitality. Feeling the breath of spring, green grass emerges. Bud. Where's Grandma Tuanchuan? Tuanchuan asked, blinking. Tuanchuan and Lei are naturally very vigorous little people, Tang Shuyun said while looking at Tuanchuan and Lei with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei smiled happily. Lei must learn from Xiaocao's tenacious and unyielding spirit, Lei said. Seriously. Everyone laughed. Su Chin patted Lei's shoulder and said with a smile, Lei is awesome, each of us should learn from Xiaocao's tenacious spirit. Yan Bingxue asked with a smile, do Tuanchuan and Lei still remember the poem that Mom and Dad taught you? Tuanchuan and Lei nodded and said with a smile, of course I remember. Leaving the original grass, 1-year-old and 1-year-old. Wildfire, in spring. Tuanchuan and Lei chanted with the purest voice. Yan Bingxue smiled and touched Lei and Tuanchuan's heads. Tang Shuyun asked with a smile, do Tuanchuan and Lei have any small goals this year? Tuanchuan replied earnestly, this year, Tuanchuan wants to learn more management skills from her mother, and then Tuanchuan will continue to study hard. Next time, Tuanchuan wants to take the first place in the exam. Tuanchuan also wants to learn to be independent. Baba Mama said that now Tuanchuan must. At the age of 3, you have to learn to do your own thing and learn to take responsibility. Lele said sincerely, this year Lele will make a fully functional robot. Lele also wants to take the first place in the exam. Lele also wants to learn fighting with Papa. Lele wants to be a man of indomitable spirit, a brave and responsible boy. Paper. Tuanchuan and Lele's answers made everyone very happy. Suchin said with a smile, as long as Tuanchuan and Lele continue to work hard, these goals can be achieved. Tuanchuan smiled and nodded in agreement. Tuanchuan smiled and said, Baba Mama, Grandpa and Grandma, I still have a small goal that I haven't mentioned. What kind of small target? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Tuanchuan will eat a lot of delicacies this year, and Tuanchuan also wants to be a gourmet who can cook like Papa. Tuanchuan said coquettishly. Ha ha ha, Tuanchuan should learn from Dad. Dad still has a lot of delicious food to cook, Suchin said with a smile. Tuanchuan nodded seriously. Mom and Dad, what wishes does Grandpa and Grandma have this year? Lele asked. With a smile. Suchin thought for a while and said, Dad, my biggest wish this year is to spend every day happily with Tuanchuan and Lele. Mom too, Tuanchuan and Lele are the pistachios of Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad are very happy with you. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele smiled cheerfully. Does Grandpa and Grandma have any wishes this year? Lele asked earnestly, blinking her big eyes. Grandpa and Grandma's biggest wish is that the family will be safe and healthy forever. This is more important than anything else. Grandpa and Grandma also hope that your parents will go well at work. Tang Shuyun looked at a tree in the distance. Big Tree said, ha ha ha, now our wishes have been heard by this little green shoot. When this little green shoot grows into a big tree, our wishes will come true, right? Tuanchuan looked at the little green shoot cutely and said. Suchin said with a smile, yes, the little green shoot will carry our wishes and slowly grow into a big tree. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded seriously. Tuanchuan smiled and asked, Grandma, can we fertilize and water the little green sprout now? Tang Shuyun smiled and said, now the little green bud doesn't need to be watered or fertilized, just let it grow freely. Too much nutrients will make the little green bud grow badly, just like flowers in a greenhouse. It won't last long without wind and rain. Tuanchuan let out a soft oh. The family continued to chat in the living room. Tuanchuan and Lele want to watch TV. Tuanchuan murmured about Xiaozue and Suchen. Yan Bingxue coquettishly said, Baba Mama, is Tuanchuan willing to watch TV now? Lele and my sister want to watch TV. Lele looked at Suchen and Yan Bingxue expectantly and said. The two little fellows held Suchen's big palm and looked at Yan Bingxue and Suchen eagerly. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, okay, but you can't watch it for a long time. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded seriously and said, understood, just watch for a while. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 790 our wish, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. The Su family. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Novel. Cool notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. In the evening, Su Chen and his party returned home. Lin Xiu is preparing dinner. The family happily ate dinner. Su Chen said with a smile, "Parents, grandparents, it's time to go to the imperial capital to pay New Year's greetings tomorrow. Do you have anything to bring?" Su Haoqian smiled and said, "There's nothing to bring. You and Bing Xue have thought everything through." Ha ha ha. Su Chen smiled softly. "Your second grandpa, third grandpa said, I look forward to our new year. Greetings. Grandpa," Su said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele are also looking forward to paying New Year's greetings to the grandpas, Lele said with a smile. Both Imperial Capital and Zhonghai are looking forward to tomorrow's trip. The next morning, the family arrived in the Imperial Capital by private jet. First of all, Su Chen's family came to the second grandfather's residence, to pay New Year's greetings to the second grandfather and second grandmother's house. The second grandpa and second grandma of the Su family saw Su Chen and his party coming, and they smiled happily from ear to ear. "Second grandpa and second grandma, Happy New Year." Su Chen and Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "Second uncle and second aunt, Happy New Year." Su Haoqian said with a smile. "Second grandpa, second grandma, Happy New Year." Tuanchuan and Lele said cutely, "Ha ha ha, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Come in." The second grandpa smiled and invited Su Haoqian and his party to their home. The second grandpa and the second grandma brought out the snacks, fruits, etc. that had been prepared a long time ago to treat everyone. "Eat some fruit, you are welcome." Tuanchuan and Lele unceremoniously took the oranges and ate them. Tuanchuan and Lele smiled and praised, "It's delicious, Baba, Mama, Grandpa, and Grandma, you can eat too." A small sugar orange was divided into several parts by Tuanchuan and Lele. "Bite down, before I can taste the taste, I have already eaten it." Su Chen said with a smile, "Thank you, but this orange will only be happy if you eat it." Speaking of, Su Chen peeled an orange, broke it, and ate it in 2 bites. Su Chen nodded and said, "It's really delicious." Tuanchuan and Lele also imitated Su Chen and ate with big mouthfuls. Unexpectedly, the two were choked by the oranges. "Tuanchuan, Lele, you two have small mouths, you need to stutter," Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded their heads. Oh. Su Chen peeled another orange for Yan Bingxue. "Honey, try it, this orange is not bad, very sweet." Yan Bingxue took the orange with a smile and tasted it. Seeing everyone eating very quickly, second grandpa was very happy. "Eat more if it tastes good, second grandpa's house is enough." Second grandpa, Su said with a smile. Second mistress took out the red envelopes she had prepared for Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan and Lele. The second grandpa and the second grandma walked over with a smile and said, "One person gets a big red envelope. This one is for dust, this one is for ice and snow, and these two are for Tuanchuan and Lele." Said that the second grandfather and the second grandmother divided the red envelopes into the hands of the 4 people. Su Chen said with a smile, "Second grandpa and second grandma, I'm really flattered. I didn't expect that I also have a red envelope. Ha ha ha, it's the first time for everyone to come to pay a New Year's call. Second grandma said with a smile. Come on, Axiu, I prepared a red envelope for you too. It's the first time I come to pay a New Year's call, so I must prepare a red envelope for you. Second mistress said with a smile. No, no, second aunt, I'm already a grandma. Lin Shou politely refused. In the eyes of second aunt, if second aunt is still alive, you are all my children. Second mistress said while holding Lin Shou's hand. Second grandma, you can't talk like that during Chinese New Year. Bah, bah. Bah, clap the wood. Lin Shou said with a smile. Okay, I'll take it, thank you, second aunt. Lin Shou patted the wooden table, took the red envelope and said. This is decent. Second mistress said with a smile. Second grandma and second grandpa asked about Su Chen and Yan Bingshue's family. Su Chen said with a smile, second mistress, don't worry, everything is fine. The second grandpa and the second grandma smiled and said, that's good. That's good. Second grandpa, is second grandma still in good health? Su Chen asked with concern. Second mistress smiled and said, everything is fine. Your second grandpa and Tuan will take me out for a walk every day. Su Haoqian smiled and said, that's good. Haoqian, you don't know, your second grandpa is good at Tai Chi. Second grandma said with a smile. Ha ha ha, is that right, second uncle, let's compete together next time. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Okay, I'll accompany you anytime. Second grandpa said with a smile. With that said, the second grandpa made a hug salute to Su Haoqian. Su Haoqian said with a smile, don't dare. Are your parents still used to being in Zhonghai? Second grandpa asked with a smile. It's okay to adapt. Su Haoqian replied with a smile. Second grandpa, second grandma, you are welcome to go to Zhonghai to play. Then Bingxue and I will show you around. Su Chen said with a smile. The second grandpa and the second grandma looked at each other and said, it's good to be kind. When the spring comes, we will go to play. Don't dislike us. Two old people when the time comes. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, second grandma, how could we remember that you are bothering us? It's too late for us to be happy. When you arrive in Zhonghai, you will definitely go shopping with you. Second grandpa and second grandma smiled happily. Second grandpa, second grandma, Tuanchuan and Lei will take you to the Disneyland to play, that is Tuanchuan and Lei's favorite place. Lei invited. With a smile. Second grandma Su pinched Tuanchuan and Lei's faces with a smile and said. Ha ha ha, second grandpa and grandma are too old to play anymore, let's go play. With your parents. Tuanchuan and Lei's small faces were soft to the touch, and it seemed that their hands were no longer so rough. Tuanchuan and Lei thought about it again and said, well, then Tuanchuan and Giggle took their grandparents to the park to play, okay? Tuanchuan saw that many grandparents and grandparents like to go to the park to play. There are grandpas who play chess and practice kung fu in the park. Grandpa, and the dancing grandmas, it's so lively. Ha ha ha, okay, then let's go to the park to play. Second grandpa said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded seriously. After chatting at the second grandpa and second grandma's house for a while, Su Chen's family came to the third grandpa and third grandma's house again. Suja was playing games in the living room, while the third grandpa and third Grandma were watching TV. Seeing Suchen approaching, he hurried forward to greet him. Suja also turned off his cell phone and greeted Suchen and his party. Third grandpa, third grandma, Happy New Year, Suchen said with a smile. With that said, Suchen gave everything to the third grandpa and third grandma. The third grandfather said with a smile, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. The third grandma smiled and said, Come here, and bring so many things. Suja took the things from the third grandpa and the third grandma and put them away. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 791, going to the imperial capital. To pay New Year's greetings to the elders of Sue's parents, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Novel. Cool notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Suja said with a smile, Uncle, Happy New Year, Uncle. Brother, sister-in-law, Happy New Year. Ha ha ha, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Now Xiaojia is getting more and more handsome. Su Haqian praised with a smile. Yes, Happy New Year, Xiaojia, Suchen said with a smile. Little uncle, Happy New Year, Tuanchuan and Lei said together. Happy New Year to you too, are you full of candies these days? Suja asked. With a smile. Lei nodded with a smile and said, Hee hee, I'm full. Ha 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 ha, Suja laughed. Uncle will make a magic trick for you, Suchen said with a smile. Magic tricks? Tuanchuan and Lei like to watch magic tricks the most. Tuanchuan said happily. Tuanchuan and Lei look at Uncle's hands, Suja said with a smile. There was nothing in Suja's hands, Tuanchuan and Lei are counting down. 3 times Suja raised his eyebrows. Tuanchuan and Lei count down to 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, Suja conjured up 2 red envelopes, dang dang, Suja handed the red envelopes in front of Tuanchuan and Lei, and said with a smile, Go ahead. This is the red envelope prepared for you by Uncle. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at Suja in surprise and said, Thank you little uncle. Tuanchuan and Lei happily held the red envelope and said with a smile. Ha ha ha, there is another red envelope, Kaisen, Kaisen. Suja looked at Tuanchuan and Lei with a smile. Then, the third grandpa and the third grandma also gave Tuanchuan and Lei a big red envelope each. Tuanchuan said excitedly, Tuanchuan likes Chinese New Year the most. During Chinese New Year, you can receive a lot of lucky money and a lot of candies. The third grandma asked with a smile, Are you going to hand in the red envelopes of Tuanchuan and Lei? Or? Tuanchuan smiled happily and said, Hee hee, Baba Mama said that she will keep her New Year's money by herself. Tuanchuan and Lei plan to save this money first. The third grandma smiled and said, Ha ha ha, now Lei and Tuanchuan also have savings, but they can't spend their savings. Yeah, Tuanchuan won't mess around. Tuanchuan smiled and nodded. Lei is too, and Lei won't mess around. Lei promised with a smile. Good, good, good children. The third grandma said with a smile and patted the heads of Tuanchuan and Lei. At this time, the second grandpa and the second grandma called Su Chen's family over for dinner, and the second grandpa said enthusiastically, "Chin, come to my house for dinner." The third grandpa smiled and said, "Hey, second brother, let's eat at my house. This year I have prepared everything, and you and the second sister-in-law are coming too. You'd better come to my house. I prepared this meal, and I'll prepare the meal when you pass by." The second grandpa contended. "Come here. Still come to my side." The second grandfather and the third grandfather were arguing, and they were evenly matched. Su Chen looked at the third grandpa, and the second grandpa looked at each other. It's not the best policy to go to any place to eat. Su Chen thought of a good way. How about this, let's go to Grandpa's for dinner together. The three families eat together, reunion dinner, it should be a family reunion, so it will be lively. The food is ready, just move it to another place. What do the two grandpas think? Su Chen said with a smile, looking at the second and third grandpas. Second grandpa and third grandpa nodded, no longer arguing, and agreed to Su Chen's compromise. "Okay, then let's go to the big brother's house for dinner," second grandpa said with a smile. "Yeah, let's go to the eldest brother's house for dinner," the third grandfather said with a smile. The whole family brought the meals to Mr. Su and Mrs. Su's home. "It's better to stay here, right, second brother, third brother?" Grandpa Su said with a smile, looking at the second and third grandpas. The second and third grandpas nodded. "Happy Chinese New Year this year, the whole family is reunited," Mrs. Su said with a smile. "Yes, brother, sister-in-law, you are the most blessed this year, Haqian and Axiu are all by your side, Chin. Bingxue is such a capable grandson-in-law. And Tuanchuan and Lei are so cute, great-grandson. Granddaughter." The third grandma said enviously. "Look at what you said, third brother and sister, I see you are reminding your little Zhe that it's time to marry a wife. Do you want to have a grandson?" Mrs. Su said with a smile and nodded to the third grandma. The third grandma smiled and looked at Su Zhe without saying a word, and patted Su Zhe's hand. The conversation turned around, and it was aimed at Su Zhe, who hurriedly said, Grandma, why did it come to me when you talked about you? I will struggle for a few more years before thinking about personal issues. Xiaozhe, what you said is that you have a family and a career. There is no contradiction between the two, and there is a good wife. Isn't it just to help your career? Look at your brother and your sister-in-law supporting each other, how wonderful. The old lady Su said with a smile. Su Zhe couldn't find any words to refute it this time, and was suddenly at a loss for words. Su Chen smoothed things over and said, Grandma, Xiaozhe has his own plan. And last time he said he wanted me to introduce someone, no hurry. Then Chin, if you have a suitable girl by your side, pay more attention. Mrs. Su said with a smile. Yes, Bingxue has always been very accurate at seeing people, and Bingxue. And I keep an eye out. Su Chen smiled and said to Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue looked at old lady Su with a smile. Okay. Mrs. Su and the third grandma nodded in satisfaction. In the eyes of the elders, starting a family is the most important thing in life, and it is not necessary to give more instructions to the outstanding young people of their own family. After Su Chen said this, the elders let go and urged Su Zhe layer by layer. Su Zhe could finally have a solid meal. Tuanchuan and Lei didn't focus on eating today. They looked around and looked around, but they just didn't want to eat. Suchan asked with a smile, Tuanchuan, why don't you eat today? Tuanchuan looked at Suchan with a grin and said, hee, Tuanchuan is full. Today? You're full, little guy, what are you full of? Suchan asked with a smile. And Leilei's nose. The group members and Leilei looked at each other, and Leilei smiled and said, Eat apples, and I'm full. Yes, Giggle and I are full after eating apples. Tuanchuan nodded seriously. Eat apples. I don't think you guys ate much fruit this morning. Do Tuanchuan? And Leilei have such small appetites? Suchan said with a smile, looking at Tuanchuan and Leilei. Tuanchuan and Leilei looked at Suchan with pouted mouths. In fact, the two little guys just didn't want to eat, so they deliberately found reasons to prevaricate. This time, Suchan exposed him, and he didn't know what to do. Suchan said with a smile, otherwise, Tuanchuan and Leilei will have a rock, paper scissors competition. Whoever wins will have a bite of food, and whoever draws will have a bite of food. Whoever finishes eating first will win. Let's see who is the best. The one who is good will be rewarded. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 792 on the parents of the Sioux family, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Novel. Cool notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Suchan's words aroused the interest of Tuanchuan and Leilei. Hee, it sounds so interesting, Tuanchuan said happily. Leilei is going to compete with Tuanchuan. Leilei said excitedly. Hee, then let's compete. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Leilei nodded. The two are eagerly preparing for the match. Rock, paper, scissors. The two little guys said excitedly. Tuanchuan punches first and Leilei punches later. Not counting, giggling, you are slow. Tuanchuan said anxiously. Then let's come again. Leilei said seriously. Tuanchuan nodded, rock, paper, scissors. The two little guys said in unison. The first game was tied. Tuanchuan clapped his hands and said excitedly, oh, it's a tie. Suchan smiled and said, tie each eats one bite. Leilei and Tuanchuan nodded, took a big mouthful of rice, cheers. The two little guys said excitedly. Suchan and Yanbingxue looked at Tuanchuan and Leilei with a smile. Each of the two little guys ate a big mouthful. Before they finished their meal, the two little guys continued to compete, rock, paper, scissors. The two little guys said with a smile. Leilei said in surprise, oh yeah, I won. Leilei watched Tuanchuan with a victor's gaze as he finished a big mouthful of food. Hee, come again, come again. Tuanchuan said anxiously. Tuan is ready to go. Rock, paper, scissors. Tuanchuan and Leilei said in unison. Finally Tuanchuan won this time, and Tuanchuan said excitedly, oh yeah, I won. I won. Tuanchuan happily took a big bite. Come again, come again, Lele said excitedly. The two little guys competed equally. Tuanchuan and Lele's rice bowls are getting less and less. Looking at the two little guys, Yan Bingxue said with a smile, honey, you still have a way. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile. After eating, the young and old of the Su family sat and chatted together, and the family always had endless topics to talk about. Another happy day passed. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, the family spent a day in the capital. Every household is full of lights and festoons, and the street is full of children's laughter. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Su Chen and his party returned to the imperial capital. In the past few days of Chinese New Year, relatives and friends in my hometown have called Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu to wish them a happy Chinese New Year. Although Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu didn't say anything, Su Chen knew that the two old people would still like to go home for the Chinese New Year this year. Su Chen smiled and asked, Mom and Dad, let's go back to our hometown and have a look. This question satisfied Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu's wishes. It would be good to go back to their hometown, but the house in their hometown might be crowded. Lin Xiu said with a smile, it's good to go back to my hometown, but the house at home is not enough. There are only 3 bedrooms in the house, and the study may be cleaned up by then. Grandpa Su smiled, it's all trivial matters, it's good for the family to be together, so why not squeeze a little bit? Yes, it's good for our family to be together, and I also want to see the place where you have lived for so many years. Mrs. Su said with a smile. Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian looked at each other with a smile and said, okay, then let's go back. The whole family made an agreement that they will return to their hometown on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Tuanchuan and Lele were particularly excited when they heard the news that they were going back to their hometown tomorrow. Great, we can go back to my hometown, Tuanchuan said happily. Grandma, let me tell you, Grandpa and Grandma's hometown is beautiful. There are so many beautiful things there, Lele said with a smile. Oh, Grandma, you have to take a good look at it, Mrs. Su said with a smile. Haoqian, Axiu, you are all teachers over there, right? Elder Su asked curiously. Su Haoqian nodded and said, yes, Axiu and I were teachers over there, and later worked in the education bureau. Mrs. Su nodded with a smile and said, it's good to be a teacher. Now you may be full of peaches and plums. From the tone of your phone calls these days, I guess the students are all sending you New Year greetings. Su Chen said with a smile, Grandpa and Grandma, I have the final say in this regard. At that time, my parents were my junior high school teacher, and my classmates envied me. They must have privileges if they say that I am a teacher's child. I do have a privilege. This privilege is to be stared at by all the teachers. And if I make a mistake, I will be caught. Su Chen smiled wryly. Chin, you still said that you were naughty when you were young. Especially when you were in junior high school, those teachers said that my child might be changed by Sun Monkey, and he will change his tricks every day. Lin Xiu said with a smile. At that time, when I was adolescent, when I was upright and rebellious, I would do a little bit out of line. This is also a normal phenomenon, Su Chen explained. When the two little guys heard the word Sun Hosey, they were shocked. Sun Hosey, Baba turned out to be Sun Hosey. Little guy, you're a quick learner. You're saying that Daddy is going to spank your little ass, Su Chen said with a smile, patting Lele's small face. Don't say it. Lele said in a second. Lele ran to the back of Mr. Su, hit his head and said, "Papa, I think Sun Wukong is very powerful. He can reach the moon in the 9 heavens, catch turtles in the 5 oceans, and travel 1,000 miles in a somersault." Suchin said with a smile, "Little guy, I think you are quite the monkey king. Right?" Lele nodded happily and said, "Of course, Sun Wukong is a great hero in my heart." Suchin got up to catch Lele. Suchin said with a smile, "Little guy, if you are Monkey King, then I am Tathagata Buddha. Let's see if you can escape my Wuji mountain." Lele giggled and ran away without a trace. "Ha ha ha, Papa can't catch it, Lele said mischievously. "Little guy, see if I can catch it, the Tathagata Buddha is here, the Tathagata Buddha is here," Suchin said with a smile. "Heck, run, I'll cover you," Tuanchuan said as he stood in front of Suchin. "Okay," Lele said with a smile. In a blink of an eye, Lele slipped into the yard. Suchin chased him out. "Papa, I'm here, I'm here." After saying that, Lele flashed back to another place. The 2 little guys were very flexible in their hands and feet. They ran around the yard very quickly, staying here and there for a while. Everyone came out to watch. In the end, Lele still fell into Suchin's 5 Fingers Mountain. "Oh, it seems that Sun Wukong is destined not to escape the Wuji mountain of Tathagata Buddha," Lele said, patting his head. "Ha ha ha," everyone laughed together. Tuanchuan scratched his head, and felt that something was wrong and said, "No. If Geek is Monkey King and Papa is Tathagata Buddha, then what are Mama and Tuan Tuan? The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning." The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 793, see if you can escape my Wuzishin reading record. And you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Novel. Cool notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Suchin hugged Lele and thought, it seems so, Then, if Dad is Sun Wukong, then Mother will be Zixia Fairy, Tuanchuan and Lele will be the children of Zixia Fairy and Sun Wukong, and Lele will be Xiaoxia Fairy. Monkey King, Tuanchuan is Fairy Little Zixia. Lele and Tuanchuan giggled. The classic line of Fairy Zixia came to Yan Bingshua's mind. My ideal person is a hero of the world. One day he will step on the clouds of 7 colors to marry me. And what Suchin did was to drive 7 mechas to pick up the bride, which was unprecedented, and gave Yan Bingshua a mythical wedding in reality. The family came to Crescent Town on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Xingyue Town is still the same as what Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao saw during the Chinese New Year in previous years. Men and women, young and old, all had joyful smiles on their faces, and the new year was full of anticipation and longing. Everyone believes that the new year will bring a new scene and everything will be different. Grandpa Su sighed, no wonder Haoqian and Axiu can live in this place for so many years. It turns out that this is a paradise, there is no other world than this world. The old lady Su said with a smile, isn't that right, it looks really nice. Here, with beautiful mountains, rivers, and scenery. Su Haqian smiled and said, ha ha ha. Soon, Su Chen brought the car to the door of the house. Su Chen parked the car in a corner of the yard at home. Haqian, is this your home? Mrs. Su asked with a smile. Yes, this is where Lin Xiao and I live. Su Haqian nodded and said. It looks very simple, and it feels like a small courtyard in the south of the Yangtze River. Mr. Su said with a smile. Ha ha ha, the blue bricks and white tiles are indeed very tasteful. Axiu and I like this place very much. Su Haqian said with a smile. Lin Xiao opened the door with a smile. When she left last time, she entrusted the elder sister to clean here, so now the house is still very tidy. Lin Xiao said with a smile, it seems that the elder sister is still very caring. She hasn't come back for so long, and she is still as clean as before. Mom and Dad, please sit in the main room now, I'll go and clean up the room. You and Mom can live in the master bedroom, Haqian and I will live in the study. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su nodded. Mom, Bing Xue and I will help you. Su Chen stopped Lin Xiao and said. Yes, Mom, let's clean up faster together. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Seeing the genuine faces of her son and daughter-in-law, Lin Xiao smiled and said, okay, let's clean up together. Lin Xiao, Su Chen, and Yan Bingxue went to clean up in the room. Mrs. Su and Mr. Su were sitting in the main room, looking at a cross-stitch hanging on the wall, smiling happily. Su Haqian explained with a smile, this one was made by a Xiao. Mr. Su said with a smile, Axiu's handwriting is well embroidered, and the family is in harmony with everything. Not bad, not bad. Axiu's craftsmanship is really good. This handwriting is beautifully embroidered, and the lines look smooth, Mrs. Su praised. Su Haqian said with a smile, Mom and Dad, you sit here for a while, I'll boil some water for you. Mrs. Su and Mr. Su nodded with a smile. So, Su Haqian took a bucket of water from the well in the yard and boiled some water for everyone to drink. Su Haqian first scooped out the upper layer of water in the pump, and then took a bucket of water. Su Chen shook the hand pump up and down, and the water kept flowing out from the pump mouth. Su Haqian said with a smile, Mom and Dad, this is an old well, and the water in it is clear and sweet. Ha ha ha, that's a good well, Mr. Su said with a smile. Lei and Tuanchuan saw that Su Haqian was quite interesting scooping water. And Tuanchuan and Lei's eyes were also attracted by Su Haqian. Lei ran over with a smile and said, Grandpa, I'll help you. I'll help you too. Tuanchuan said while running while laughing. Ha ha ha, do you guys want to try it too? Su Haqian said with a smile. Tuanchuan smiled and said, Ha ha ha, since you want to try it, come here. Su Haqian said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei happily walked over. Tuanchuan and Lei held the handle of the pump, and they shook the pump together. Up and down, the two little guys were very happy to scoop, giggling non-stop. It's fun, Lei said with a smile. The water splashed into the bucket, the water was clear and transparent, with a little bit of sunlight permeating it, very beautiful. Okay, the buckets are full. Su Haqian said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei listened to what Su Haqian said. Seeing a bucket full of clear water, Tuanchuan and Lei were overjoyed. Tuanchuan and Lei leaned over to look, and saw their own reflection in the water. The water splashed in the bucket in circles, and the little faces of Tuanchuan and Lele were also swaying in the water. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at their faces, and said happily, "Grandpa, Grandpa. There's still my face in it." Ha 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 ha, Tuanchuan and Lele smiled happily. Su Haoqian smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, Tuanchuan, Lele is a natural mirror." Natural mirror, Tuanchuan and Lele repeated happily. Su Haoqian carried the bucket into the kitchen. The kitchen is still very modern, with range hood, gas stove, various kitchen utensils, tap water, water purifier, and so on. Tuanchuan and Lele followed Su Haoqian's footsteps to the kitchen. Su Haoqian took out a wooden ladle, and Su Haoqian poured water into the water boiler to boil the water. Su Haoqian went to boil the water, while Tuanchuan and Lele picked up the ladle to play with. Tuanchuan scooped up the water, poured it back, scooped it up and poured it back again, splashing waves of water. When Su Haoqian turned his head to look, Tuanchuan and Lele had already wet their clothes. Su Haoqian said dumbfoundedly, "Little guy, you two are really naughty bastards. I haven't seen you for a while, and your clothes are all wet. Hurry up, Grandpa will take you to find Mom and Dad, and then change your clothes." Tuanchuan and Lele shook their heads and said, "No, no, Tuanchuan and Lele are not cold, the clothes will be dry later, don't go to find Papa Mama." Tuanchuan and Lele were afraid of being accused, so they dared not go to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at Su Haoqian innocently. "Otherwise, I'll ask your daddy to come over," Su Haoqian said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele pouted with their heads down. Su Haoqian continued, "Do you want to go there by yourself, or do you want Grandpa to call Mom and Dad?" Su Haoqian looked at Lele and then at Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan looked at Su Haoqian seriously and said, "Grandpa, is there a third plan?" Su Haoqian shook his head firmly. The two little guys finally chose to find Su Chen and Yan Bingxue by themselves. Su Haoqian led the two little guys to find Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this time. Chapter 794 Bale, the water pump is so fun, reading record. And you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Novel. Cool notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. At this time, Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, and Lin Xiu were cleaning the study. Su Chen said with a smile, "Mom, I didn't realize that there are so many books in the study. Look at this one. It's my high school book. You still have it?" "Ha ha ha, I just want to keep it as a souvenir. When you get old, it will be very interesting to read these books," Lin Xiu said with a smile. After speaking, Lin Xiu went to the master bedroom to look for quilts, quilt covers, etc. There were also Yan Bingxue and Su Haoqian in the study. All of a sudden, Yan Bingshue's curiosity was aroused. Yan Bingxue thought, "The book my husband left behind in high school must have many notes on it. I wonder how my husband took notes in high school." honey, I want to read your book. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Su Chen was a little flustered. After all, he had been mediocre in high school, and the notes were not very beautiful, and some notes were not even written on the book. However, Su Chen also has an advantage, that is, he has a good handwriting. Since he was a child. Yan Bingxue picked out a book at random, which happened to be Chinese. Compulsory I. Su Chen's notes in this book are very rich, and the handwriting is super beautiful. Yan Bingxue flipped through it casually, and found that her husband's handwriting was really beautiful, and the notes were also very clear. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, honey, your handwriting is really good. Su Chen said with a smile, honey, your handwriting is also beautiful. Yan Bingxue opened the cover and saw Su Chen's name. Yan Bingxue stroked Su Chen's handwriting and said, husband, your name is so beautifully written. It's very your style. Really? I almost forgot myself. Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen carefully looked at the name on the cover, and when he remembered, Su Chen said with a smile, ha ha ha, wife, your signature is also very individual. And the handwriting is skillful. Then I'll sign one here too, okay? Yan Bingxue asked softly. Su Chen nodded and said, okay. Yan Bingxue took out a fountain pen and wrote her own name next to Su Chen's. Yan Bingxue closed the cap of the pen and showed it to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and praised, my wife is talented, this word is really beautiful. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile. When the two were immersed in joy, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei walked into the study. The two little guys came in front of Yan Bingxue and Su Chen, pouting and admitting their mistakes, Baba Mama, I was wrong. The two little guys were pulling their clothes with both hands, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue understood what the two little guys were doing in seconds. Su Chen taught, did Tuanchuan and Lei Lei play in the water? Tuanchuan and Lei Lei nodded and admitted, yes. The hands of the two little guys were red, and when Su Chen and Yan Bingxue held them, they felt cold. Yan Bingxue blamed and said distressedly, going to play in the water in such a cold day, are you afraid of catching a cold? Tuanchuan and Lei Lei lowered their heads and remained silent. Su Haqian said, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei are full of curiosity about everything. Seeing me scoop up a ladle of water, I went to boil the water in the blink of an eye, and the two little guys started playing with the ladle. You take a spoonful, I take a spoonful. Spoon of. Is the scoop fun? Su Chen asked with a smile. Seeing Su Chen looking at him with a smile, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei thought, Baba Mama must not be angry with me anymore. The eyes of the two little guys were full of joy and said, Baba Mama, let me tell you that the ladle is very interesting. It is made of wood. The water turns around in the round ladle. It is very interesting. Su Chen really can't laugh or cry, these two little guys are pretty good at picking up fights. But this remark missed the point. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei saw that the smile on Su Chen's face gradually disappeared, and felt that the atmosphere of the scene was not right. At this time, Lei Lei said carefully, No. Papa, the ladle is not for playing, my sister and I were wrong. Tuanchuan hurriedly echoed, Yes, Tuanchuan and Giggle are wrong, we don't play with ladles anymore, ladles are for scooping water, not for playing. Is it really wrong? Su Chen glanced at the eyes of the two little guys. The two little guys blinked at Su Chen seriously. Father is not saying that you are not allowed to play, but when you play, you have to think about what you can play with and what you can't play with. You see, if you go to play with the ladle, is the bucket of water dirty by you? Su Chen asked seriously. The two little guys nodded and said, yes. Then such a good bucket of water will be wasted, Suchen reminded. Papa, we won't do this next time. Lei took the initiative to admit his mistake. Tuanchuan too. Tuanchuan said seriously. Yan Bingxue found out new clothes for Tuanchuan and Lei, and put them on for the two little guys. Yan Bingxue patted the hands of the two little guys and said, next time, if you get your clothes wet again, you can wash them yourself. Mama, there is a washing machine at home, can't I use the washing machine? Lei asked seriously. Suchen and Yan Bingxue shook their heads and said, no. Tuanchuan and Leleran pouted and nodded. As soon as he came back, the neighbor came over enthusiastically and said, Haoqian, Axiu, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Su Haoqian replied with a smile. Aunt Qin, you are here, let's have a glass of water. Suchen greeted with a smile. Okay. Aunt Qin smiled and drank a glass of water. Aunt Qin warmly invited, Haoqian, Axiu, Qinchin, Bingxue, your family will come with me to my house for dinner. For Chinese New Year, Aunt Qin will also take a seat. At this moment, Mr. Su and Mrs. Su came out with a smile. Aunt Qin asked in surprise, this is? Su Haoqian smiled and said, this is my parents. Aunt Qin greeted with a smile, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Hello. Happy New Year, Mrs. Su and Mrs. Su greeted politely. Aunt Qin looked at the two old people standing in front of her, Mrs. Su and Mr. Su. Although the two old people were both 70 years old, they had different auras. The first impression is that this old man must be an extraordinary old man. Aunt Qin said with a smile, you two are the first to come? Aunt Qin probed a little bit. Aunt Qin wanted to solve this mystery. When Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu moved here, she avoided talking about her family situation. Only now did she realize that the two of them were hiding their secrets. But this specific situation is not very clear. Yes. The mountains and rivers are beautiful, quite suitable for people to live in. Mrs. Su said with a smile. Ha ha ha, yes, is your family all from Zhonghai? Aunt Qin asked with a smile. The old lady, Su nodded with a smile. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this reading record, chapter 795, I was wrong, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Aunt Qin said in surprise, it turns out that Haoqian's hometown is from Zhong. Hi. The old lady Su explained with a smile, our hometown is in the imperial capital, and now we live in Zhonghai with Haoqian. Aunt Qin said happily, it turns out that Haoqian's hometown is the imperial capital, and the imperial capital is the capital of our country, but it is a good city. Haoqian has never told us about it before. Su Haoqian said with a smile, I didn't think it was a very important matter. So I didn't go into details. Aunt Qin said with a smile, yes, let's talk about these things slowly in the future. Let's go to eat first, it's time for dinner, the elderly and children must be hungry. Su Haqian smiled. The family came to Aunt Chin's house for dinner. Mrs. Su, Mr. Su, and Su Haqian, Lin Xiu led Tuanchuan and Lei Lei to go first, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue rushed over with gift boxes afterward. Aunt Chin's house was very busy slaughtering chickens and ducks. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei were very excited when they saw the scene of slaughtering chickens and ducks. The little guy has been watching from the side. Little guy, are you afraid? Aunt Chin's wife asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei shook their heads and replied seriously, not afraid. Aunt Chin's wife was proficient at killing the chicken by sealing his throat with a knife. Aunt Chin's wife asked her son to come and kill the duck, and Aunt Chin's son came out of the main room, ready to kill the duck. Son, come and practice too. Here. Aunt Chin's wife said with a smile. Aunt Chin's son took the knife with a smile. After all, young people are young people. Although they knew the process, the movements were obviously a lot rusty. Aunt Chin's son turned the duck's neck upside down, and the duck's neck formed a semicircular shape. He took off some of the feathers on the duck's neck and prepared to slaughter it with a knife. At this time, Aunt Chin's son seemed to hesitate, holding the knife in his hand for a long time. Aunt Chin's wife joked, "Son, cut the knife quickly, the duck will run away." When Aunt Chin's son heard his father's words, he felt that there was a trace of disbelief in his father's words, so Aunt Chin's son picked up the knife and prepared to strike. After 1 knife, 2 knives, and 3 knives, the duck was finally slaughtered, and the duck's blood flowed into the bowl. Aunt Chin's son put the duck in the pool. At this time a dramatic scene happened. The duck stood up, and the duck swayed and walked in the yard. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei giggled, and the 2 little guys' eyes widened. The duck is alive again. The duck is alive again. The 2 little guys exclaimed in surprise. Aunt Chin's wife also laughed. This honey operation really made Aunt Chin's wife dumbfounded. Aunt Chin's boss said with a smile, "Son, it seems that young people nowadays are all expected to work in big cities." The ducks circled the yard. Facing everyone's ridicule, Aunt Chin's son really wanted to blush, but in order to save the man's face, Aunt Chin's son still wanted to kill the duck completely. Aunt Chin's son quickly caught the duck again, and said with a smile, "Mom and Dad, it's not too late to make up for it." Speaking of Aunt Chin's son, he picked up the knife and slashed down, then washed the blood off the duck with running water. Now the duck was really killed, and Aunt Chin's son put the duck into the bucket. "A man can bend and stretch, Ah Quan," Su Haqian said with a smile. Qin Quan smiled and said, "Uncle Su, you are making fun of me." Su Haqian said with a smile, "No, I think you are actually pretty good. Although it took a lot of trouble, it's the first time, it's inevitable. Uncle, I think you can kill the duck. It's very powerful." Just now, Lei Lei couldn't catch the duck, but Uncle caught up with it in no time and killed it with 1 knife. Lei Lei said sincerely. "Yes, Uncle, you are still very good," Tuanchuan said with a smile. Aunt Chin's son looked at the 2 cute little babies, and said with a smile, "This time Uncle missed. Next time Uncle will show you a knife-sealed throat." Tuanchuan and Lei Lei nodded seriously. Later, Aunt Chin poured the chickens and ducks into the basin and prepared to boil them with boiling water. Aunt Chin reminded with a smile, "Tuanchuan, Lei Lei, go away, Grandma is going to scald chickens and ducks, the water is very hot." Yan Bingxue smiled and called Tuanchuan and Lei Lei and said, "Tuanchuan, Lei Lei, let's stand here and watch, don't cause trouble for Grandma Chin." Tuanchuan and Lei nodded, smiled and walked over. Yan Bingxue led Tuanchuan and Lei to the side. Aunt Qin poured boiling water around the chickens and ducks, and the feathers of the chickens and ducks were cooked. There was a smell of chicken and duck feathers being scalded in the air. This smell is familiar to Aunt Qin, but it is a little strange to Tuanchuan, Lei, and Yan Bingxue. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at Yan Bingxue seriously and said with a smile, "Mama, can I go and have a look?" Yan Bingxue nodded and said softly, "Go." Tuanchuan and Lei squatted beside Aunt Qin and watched. At this moment, Lin Xiu came over to help. "Sister Qin, let me help you." Aunt Qin refused with a smile, "You are my guest, how can I ask you to do these things?" Lin Xiu came over with a small chair and said with a smile, "Sister Qin, you are still so polite to me. How many years have we been neighbors? Leave the duck to you and the chicken to me." Aunt Qin looked at Lin Xiu, smiled and said, "Okay. Leave it to you." The two of them skillfully removed the feathers of the chickens and ducks at once. Tuanchuan and Lei said in surprise, "Grandma, I think it's amazing, this hair will fall off as soon as you pull it." Lin Xiu explained with a smile, "Because this hair has been cooked by Grandma." Tuanchuan and Lei smiled and nodded, "Yeah." Lei saw that when Aunt Qin was plucking the hair, she seemed to collect the hairs in one place on purpose, and asked with a smile, "Grandma, is there any use for this hair?" Aunt Qin said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, this hair is very useful." Grandma asked, What are you wearing?" Lei smiled and said, "Down jacket." Aunt Qin said with a smile, "Yes, you are wearing down jackets, so what is the bulge inside the down jacket you are wearing?" Aunt Qin looked at Tuanchuan and Lei with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei opened their mouths wide and said, "Feather." Aunt Qin said with a smile, "Yes, the feathers in Tuanchuan and Lei are duck feathers or goose feathers. After high-temperature sterilization and craftsmanship, the feathers will be stuffed inside. 100 million. Chapter 796. The Bewildering Incident When Killing Chickens and Ducks. Novel Reading Network. If there is no automatic jump, please click jump sometimes. There is no automatic jump because the chapter corresponding to the novel site has not been generated, or the website is very slow, not because the adjustment function is invalid. Please be patient, smiley face. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded in surprise, rubbing their down jackets. "Mama, there are feathers inside," Lei said with a grin. Yan Bingxue smiled and asked, "Then do you know why feathers can be used to make down jackets?" "Because the down jacket is warm," Lei said with a smile. "Then why is the down jacket warm?" Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. The two little guys were stumped by this problem. Tuanchuan and Lei asked Su Chen for help. "Papa, why?" "This question is so difficult." Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen expectantly and said, "Ha ha ha, this is a bit difficult, but it's not difficult if you know it." Su Chen said with a smile, and the two little guys looked at Su Chen seriously. Su Chen continued, "The reason why the down jacket keeps warm is because there is something special inside the down jacket. This thing is animal protein fiber. It is precisely because of this fiber that the down jacket has the characteristic of keeping warm." "Animal protein fiber?" Tuanchuan and Lei murmured. Su Chen nodded and said, "Yes, protein fiber. There are many small triangular pores in this animal protein fiber. This fiber can shrink and expand with the change of temperature, and has the function of temperature regulation. The hot air from outside is isolated from the invasion of cold air from the outside. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded seriously. The two little guys picked up a piece of duck down and looked at it seriously. Little guy, what are you looking at? Aunt Jean asked with a smile. Papa said there are air holes in this feather, and I'm looking for air. Holes? Lele replied solemnly. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Little guy, this air hole is invisible. Suchen also said with a smile, this is invisible to the naked eye, you need a special instrument to see it. Lele asked, curiously, what equipment? Show micromirror, Suchen said with a smile. What is a microscope? Lele asked seriously. Well, a microscope is an upgraded version of a magnifying glass that can magnify many times, just like an astronomical telescope. Suchen explained. It's very similar to an astronomical telescope, oh. I know. Lele said. Suddenly. Well. Back in Zhonghai, Dad will take you to explore the world inside the microscope, okay? Suchen said with a smile. Yeah, good. Then can I take a feather back? Lele looked at Suchen seriously. And asked. Then you have to ask Grandma Qin, Suchen said with a smile. Tuanchuan looked at Aunt Qin happily and asked, Aunt Qin, can giggle. And I get a feather? Aunt Qin looked at Tuanchuan and Lele tenderly with a smile and said, Of course you can. Ah Quan, go to the refrigerator and put feathers in the fresh keeping bag for the two little guys. Aunt Qin said with a smile. Okay. Aunt Qin's son smiled and went to get the fresh keeping bag. Aunt Qin's son took out 2 fresh keeping bags for Tuanchuan and Lele. How many feathers do you want to pack yourself? Lele said with a smile, my sister and I each have a feather. Ha ha ha, don't you pretend to be more? Aunt Qin's son asked with a smile. You don't need to install more, 1 is enough. Lele said sincerely. Saying that 1 is 1, the two little guys each took a feather and put it in the bag. The two little guys were very happy looking at the feathers in the bag. Little feather. Little feather. The two little guys shouted happily. Tuanchuan, Lele has to put it away, if it is dropped by then, it will be gone, Yan Bingxue reminded with a smile. Mama, can you keep it for us? Tuanchuan asked cutely. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, you have to keep your own things. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded and put the things in their pockets. Yan Bingxue smiled and said to Su Chen, husband, if you know what's happening, you should also know why. That's what kids want. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, sure enough, Bingxue knows me too. Yan Bingxue smiled softly. Under the hands of Aunt Qin and Lin Xiao, the chickens and ducks were quickly cleaned up. Now it's time to cook. Axiu, just sit down now, I'll be cooking soon, don't come and interfere, let me show you my cooking skills. Aunt Qin said with a smile. Lin Xiao washed her hands with hand sanitizer, and said with a smile, okay. I won't interfere, I'm here to play with my 2 little grandchildren. Aunt Qin nodded with a smile and walked into the kitchen. Lin Xiao and Yan Bingxue accompanied Tuanchuan and Lele to play in the yard, while Su Chen, Su Haoqian and Aunt Qin's wife and son chatted and drank tea. Tuanchuan and Lele are playing in the yard. Lele and Tuanchuan saw a pile of sundries in the yard, so they walked to the side of the sundries and observed them carefully. Lele and Tuanchuan were surprised to find that there was something very interesting inside, so they dragged Yan Bingxue and Lin Xiao over to have a look. Mama, Grandma, what do you think this is? Is this playable? Lele asked curiously. This is. Yan Bingxue didn't know what it was, but it seemed like something to play with. Lin Xiu explained with a smile, this one is stilts. Stilts? The two little guys looked at Lin Xiu with big eyes expectantly. Blinking. This stilt can be used for playing. Your father loved playing when you were young. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Really? How do you play this? Lei asked with a smile. Then Tuanchuan and Lei are going to ask Papa, Lin Xiu said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei ran to Su Chen's side and asked with a smile, Papa, Papa. There's a fun thing over there. Grandma said that Papa loved playing the most when she was young. What is it? Su Chen asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei talked as much as they wanted, but they forgot the name of that thing for a while. Lei pointed to the pile of sundries and said, that's it. Aunt Qing's son reacted and said with a smile, Brother Su, I know what it is. It's stilts. Lei nodded with a pleasant smile and said, yes, it's stilts. Grandma told me just now. Stilts? Su Chen was pleasantly surprised when he heard the word. Ah Quan, do you still keep your stilts? Su Chen said with a smile. Ha ha ha, I keep it all the time. I want to compete with you. Aunt Qing's son said with a smile. Ha ha ha, Su Chen laughed. Papa, Uncle, come and see it, it looks so fun. Grandma said Papa you can play. Lei said with a smile. Uncle, you can play too, right? Lei said, blinking at Aunt Qing's son. Yeah, but your father is better at playing. Every time you play with him, your father will have the upper hand. Aunt Qing's son said with a smile. Jumping to the strongest baby daddy, 100 million signings at the beginning. Chapter 797, Knowing Why Novel Reading Network, if there is no automatic jump, please click jump. Sometimes there is no automatic jump because the chapter corresponding to the novel site has not been generated, or the website is very slow, not because the adjustment function is invalid. Please be patient, smiley face. Actually, you're not bad. Su Chen said with a smile. Ha ha ha, I still have this bit of self-knowledge, but to be honest, I haven't played with this thing for many years, and it has been left in the corner. Today, your doll dug it out, and I really want to play it. Aunt Qing's son said with a smile. How about it, are you interested in a game? Aunt Qing's son looked at Su Chen with a smile and said. Let's have a round, okay. Su Chen readily agreed. Papa, are you going to compete with Uncle? I'll cheer you on, Lei said with a happy smile. Then are you cheering for your father or uncle? Aunt Qing's son asked. Tuanchuan with a smile, and said cheerfully. Tuanchuan looked at his uncle with a smile and said, Tuanchuan wants to cheer for Papa, hee hee. Lei smiled happily and said, Lei also wants to cheer for Papa. Brother Su, it really is your child. This elbow has never been forgotten. Aunt Qing's son sighed. Ha ha ha, are you a little envious? Su Chen said with a smile. Aunt Qing's son said with a smile, envy is envy, but my fate hasn't arrived yet. Ha 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 ha, Su Chen said with a smile. Okay, let's get down to business, let's start the game. Aunt Qing's son said to Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen and Aunt Qing's son stepped on a pair of stilts. The two walked on stilts, a full 3 meters high. The backs of both of them looked tall, but Su Chen's back was a little taller. Tuanchuan and Lei looked up at Su Chen and Aunt Qing's son, Qing Quan. Tuanchuan was surprised and said, Wow, Papa, Uncle, you are so tall, it feels like there are so many Tuanchuan tall. Yes, Baba, Uncle, you are so tall, are you afraid of falling? Lei said worriedly. Lei looked at an inverted triangle under a long wooden stick, with a horizontal bar on it, forming a T shape with the long wooden stick, which was used as an armrest. People seem to be volleyed in the air, and they can't help worrying. Lei, don't worry, uncle and your father are veterans, especially your father, standing on these stilts, as if walking on flat ground, don't worry. It is estimated that there is a distance of about 100 meters from one end of the yard to the other. Aunt Jean's son suggested, Brother Sue, this is our starting point, and the end is over there. Let's compare. Whoever reaches the end first will be the winner. Okay? Suchin smiled and said, it's all right. Sister-in-law, can you stand over there and be our referee, okay? Aunt Jean's son said with a smile. Ah, shall I be the referee? Yan Bingxue said in surprise. Yan Bingxue was a little surprised to be named suddenly. Yes, sister-in-law, there is no one more suitable than you. Aunt Jean's son said with a smile. Mama, you are the referee, Lei joyfully said while holding Yan Bingxue's hand, looking into Yan Bingxue's eyes. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, that's good. Then Mama will be the referee, and my sister and I will be Papa's cheerleaders. Lei said with a smile. If you all become Papa's cheerleaders, then wouldn't Uncle have no cheerleaders anymore, no one to cheer for Uncle? Yan Bingxue said softly, looking at Tuanchuan and Lei. Tuanchuan and Lei thought for a while, and Lei smiled and said, well, then I'll cheer for Papa first, and then Uncle. Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and Lei with a smile. Yan Bingxue smiled shallowly, and the pear nest was so beautiful, as if it made people feel happy when they saw the flowers blooming in spring. After speaking, Yan Bingxue went to the terminal. Along the way, Aunt Jean's son said with sincere envy, I really envy you, you are a beautiful couple. Ha ha ha, Suchin smiled happily. It's my luck to meet her, Suchin said, looking at Yan Bingxue's tall back. Yan Bingxue waved her hand and said, 3, 2, 1. Suchin and Aunt Jean's son held the handrail, ready to go. When Yan Bingxue said, start, Suchin and Aunt Jean's son Meng sprinted forward with all their might. Both of them were very fast, standing on stilts 1 meter at a time, and the stilts were hitting the ground with a dong 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 sound. Two people are really walking like flying. Suchin's vigorous pace had a tendency to take the lead at the beginning, but later on, the distance between Suchin and Aunt Jean's son became wider and wider. As members of the cheerleading team, Tuanchuan and Lei naturally followed the two competition members. Tuanchuan and Lei chased after Suchin and Qin Quan recklessly, but the two little guys couldn't catch up. Lei and Tuanchuan cheered Suchin from behind and said, come on Baba. Come on, Papa. Come on, Papa. The two little ones shouted out all their strength to nurse, and the sound of Tuanchuan and Lei lingered in the courtyard. Sprinted. There are still 10 meters to the end. Seeing the two figures getting closer and taller, Yan Bingxue became inexplicably excited. My husband must be the most powerful. My husband must be the most powerful. Yan Bingxue said silently in her heart. Suchin smiled and watched Yan Bingxue rushing over, followed by Aunt Jean's son. It was Suchin who had no suspenseful love, after all, he had seen the advantage from the beginning. Yan Bingxue looked at Suchin with a smile and announced, Suchin wins. Suchin encouraged, Ah Quan, your speed is getting faster and faster. But I still can't catch up with you, Brother Sue, I didn't expect that after All these years, you are still so good. Aunt Qing's son shook his head and said in admiration. Su Chen looked at Qin Quan with a smile and said, "Ha ha ha, we have all made progress." Tuanchuan and Lei ran over panting. Before Lei could catch her breath, she hurriedly said, "Baba, uncle, you are too fast, Lei can't even catch up with you, you ran to the front in one fell swoop." Yeah, Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan ran so hard, but still couldn't catch up with you. Tuan Tuan said, looking at Su Chen and Qin Quan with round eyes. Blinking. Papa, did you win? Lei asked with a smile. Aunt Qin's son said, your father won. Ha ha ha, it seems that our cheering is very useful, Tuanchuan said cheerfully. Ha ha ha, Dad heard you yelling for cheers. If you cheer Dad up, Dad will be more motivated. Su Chen said with a smile, patting Tuanchuan and Lei's heads. Tuanchuan and Lei smiled happily. Aunt Qin's son asked with a smile, didn't you say you were going to cheer for Uncle? Why didn't Uncle hear you? Tuanchuan and Lei looked at Qin Quan embarrassedly and said, he, forget it in a hurry. Hey, it seems that I'm the only one who is alone. It's boring, it's boring. Let's have fun as a family. I'll go eat melon seeds. Aunt Qin's son sighed. Su Chen shook his head and smiled. I like the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Please. Bookmark, the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Updates. Our fastest. Aunt Qin's son is gone, and Tuanchuan and Lei are going to fight to learn stilts. Su Chen said with a smile, Tuanchuan, Lei, you are still too young, you can't play with this stilt for now, you can play when you are older. Tuanchuan and Lei were in high spirits and refused to listen to Su Chen. Lei and Tuanchuan have been pestering each other. Lei looked at Su Chen with expectant eyes and said, Baba, Lei is not young anymore, Lei is a big kid, Lei has to learn too. Tuan Tuan also wants to learn, Tuanchuan has to walk on stilts. Tuan Tuan said while holding Su Chen's hand. Seeing that Su Chen did not let go, Lei and Tuanchuan turned around and acted like a baby with Yan Bingxue and Lin Xiu. Mama, Grandma, I want to learn stilts. Lei said while hugging Yan Bingxue. Lei, Tuanchuan, you are still too young to learn, shall we learn better when we are older? Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Lei shook her head, said with a small beeping mouth, no, Lei wants to learn now. The two little guys stuck to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue like glue. Finally, Su Chen asked with a smile, Lei, Tuanchuan, do you really want to learn? Lei smiled and nodded, looking at Su Chen expectantly. Lei was very happy to see Su Chen let go, and excited when she thought about learning stilts later. Su Chen looked at Tuanchuan and Lei seriously and said, Dad's ugly words are up front. Lei and Tuanchuan can learn if they want to. See if you can walk on stilts. If you can walk on stilts, you can learn. If we can't step on it, let's grow up and learn from it, shall we? Lei nodded with a smile, and said confidently, Lei can definitely step on it. The same goes for Tuanchuan, Tuanchuan can also step on it. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Okay, then you guys can try it. Su Chen said with a smile. Lei and Tuanchuan couldn't wait to try it. Lei and Tuanchuan lifted up the tall stilts, and the stilts stood taller than Lei and Tuanchuan. But Lei and Tuanchuan don't care how high or difficult they are. The two little guys had decided on one thing and they must do it. Lei and Tuanchuan worked hard to climb, once, twice, 3 times. Lei and Tuanchuan tried several times to step on the inverted triangle of the stilts, but they were unsuccessful. When they stepped on it, they slid down, due to the unstable center of gravity. Moreover, Lei and Tuanchuan's too little feet are so small that they can't even stand upright when they stand on them. Lei and Tuanchuan sighed helplessly. Lin Xiao smiled and asked, Lei, Tuanchuan, your parents are right, can we learn well when we grow up? Lei and Tuanchuan are children now, and we can learn when we grow up to become big friends. Lei pouted and looked at Lin Xiao aggrievedly and asked, Grandma, when will you be considered a big friend? Well, your father started learning at the age of 7 or 8, and Lei can learn it when he is 7 or 8. Lin Xiao said with a smile. You can only learn at the age of 7 or 8. This year, giggle, and I will be 4 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old, 6 years old, 7 years old, 8 years old. Tuanchuan counted with his little fingers. Lei and Tuanchuan said in unison, Ah. There are still 4 years left. Lin Xiao comforted, 4 years have passed quickly, Tuanchuan and Lei have passed in the blink of an eye. Tuanchuan and Lei blinked seriously after hearing Lin Xiao's words. When I opened my eyes, I found that I was still 3 years old, and I was still in the original place. Lei pouted and said, Grandma, didn't you say it passed in a blink of an eye? Why is Lei still here? Lin Xiao, Su Chen, and Yang Bingxue laughed. Ha ha ha, Lei, what Grandma means is that Lei and Tuanchuan can live happily ever after, and time will pass quickly. Su Chen said with a smile. Yeah, you see, 2 minutes have passed since I spoke just now, and Lei and Tuanchuan are a little closer to being 8 years old. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Haha, it seems to be the same. Lei said while touching her little head. Well, Mama, do you want to learn? You are an adult, you can learn stilts. Now? Tuanchuan looked at Yan Bingxue seriously and said. Yeah, Mama, you can learn it. You have learned it. When Lei and sister are 8 years old, Papa will teach Lei how to walk on stilts, and Mama will teach Tuanchuan how to walk on stilts. Lei said with a smile. Su Chen also smiled and said, Honey, you can try it, it's fun. Yan Bingxue looked at everyone's expectant eyes and said with a smile. All right then. Su Chen said with a smile, Honey, I'm definitely here for the school bag meeting. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen compared the 2 pairs of stilts, and chose a pair of stilts that was more suitable for Yan Bingxue to control and said with a smile, Honey, this pair is fine. With that said, Su Chen helped the stilts up. Honey, go on. Yan Bingxue took over the stilts and supported one stilt with one hand. Bingxue, don't be afraid, step on it, my husband will help you stabilize this stilt. Su Chen said with a smile. Okay, husband, then you have to hold on. Yan Bingxue asked. Yeah. Su Chen replied affirmatively. Hearing Su Chen's answer, Yan Bingxue felt more at ease. Tuanchuan and Lei were watching, and Lei smiled and said, Mama, don't be afraid, this is very fun. Come on Mama, you have learned how to teach Tuan said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei stared straight at Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue mustered up her courage and stepped on it cautiously. Yan Bingxue stepped on it with her right foot first, stepped on it firmly, and then stepped on her left foot. Yan Bingxue staggered and stepped on it. After Stepping on it firmly, Yan Bingxue let out a long sigh of relief. Honey, hold on to the handle and walk forward, Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue standing on the top had a different perspective, standing on top. Looking down at Su Chen and Tuanchuan, Lei, Lin Xiao found it very interesting. Yan Bingxue firmly grasped the handle, not daring to move casually yet. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, honey, can you help me walk? Su Chen nodded and said, okay, I'll support you by the side. Ice and snow. It's okay to take small steps forward. Don't be nervous, relax, just imagine yourself walking on the ground. Yan Bingxue nodded, closed her eyes, and told herself, it's like walking on the ground, like walking on flat ground, like walking on flat ground. Yan Bingxue stretched out her right foot and took a small step forward. Yan Bingxue moved in pieces. Su Chen encouraged, Bingxue, take longer steps, it's okay, come on. You can do it. Just take your usual steps. Really? Yan Bingxue didn't believe herself at all. Standing on a high place, she had a good view and a wide view, but she felt like walking on thin ice. I like the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Please. Bookmark, the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Updates are fastest. Of course it's true, believe me, Bingxue, take a big step forward. Su Chen encouraged. Yan Bingxue stepped forward, and Yan Bingxue experienced an unprecedented joy. Honey, I'm coming, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yeah. Su Chen nodded. Ma is awesome, Ma is awesome, Tuanchuan said happily. Mom, come on, Mama is awesome, Lei said with a smile. Bingxue, I let go, can you try to walk by yourself? Su Chen said with a smile. Yeah. Yan Bingxue nodded and said. When Su Chen let go, Yan Bingxue felt that her sense of security disappeared instantly, but Yan Bingxue was also full of confidence in herself. I can do it. Yan Bingxue secretly encouraged herself. Yan Bingxue took the first step, the second step. Yan Bingxue learned how to control the stilts. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile and said, Husband, I have learned it. Su Chen nodded with a smile and said, Yeah, wife, I knew you were the best. Tuanchuan and Lei jumped up happily and said happily, Great, great. Mama is really amazing. Everyone was immersed in a peaceful joy. The food is ready, and everyone is ready to sit down and eat. Su Chen helped Aunt Qin spread the tablecloth and put the dishes on the table. Qin Quan brought up all the dishes. A table of delicacies can smell a fragrance from a distance. The hospitality is not good, please forgive me. Aunt Qin raised her wine glass and said with a smile, looking at the guests at the table. Su Haqian said with a smile, Sister Qin, what are you talking about, so many good dishes are called poor hospitality, it's too thoughtful hospitality. Ha ha ha, then move your chopsticks and try it. Aunt Qin said, looking at everyone with a smile. At the table, Mr. Su and Mrs. Su took the upper seats. According to the rules of eating, if Mr. Su and Mrs. Su don't move their chopsticks, no one dares to eat recklessly. Everyone looked at Mr. Su and Mrs. Su. Grandpa Su said with a smile, everyone eat. Grandpa Su, you eat first. You are an elder. If you don't eat, we will be embarrassed to eat. Aunt Qin's son said with a smile. You child. Aunt Qin patted her son's hand to signal him not to be unruly. Aunt Qin's son stopped talking and just glanced at Aunt Qin with a smile. Mrs. Su and Mrs. Su moved their chopsticks. Mrs. Su praised, "The craftsmanship is really good, it's delicious, everyone move your chopsticks." Yes, yes, yes. Aunt Jean started to move her chopsticks and eat when she heard that the old man was satisfied. "Sister Jean, your craftsmanship is getting better and better," Lin Xiu said, with a smile. Aunt Jean smiled happily. Aunt Jean noticed that there was nothing in the bowls of the two little guys. So she picked up a big chicken leg for each of the two little guys, and said, with a smile, "Little guy, don't be restrained at Grandma Jean's house, it's just like eating at home. Come on, try the chicken drumsticks cooked by Grandma." Tuanchuan and Lele looked up and thanked, "Thank you, Grandma Jean." As soon as the two little guys looked up, Yan Bingxue and Suchen observed the small rice grains on the faces of the two little guys. Yan Bingxue and Suchen carefully wiped off the small rice grains with a paper towel. Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and Lele tenderly and said, "Little guy, be careful when eating." Tuanchuan and Lele smiled and nodded. Lele and Tuanchuan took a chicken leg and gnawed on it. Lele said happily, Lele likes big chicken legs the most." Yan Bingxue smiled and touched Lele's little head. The chicken legs were stewed for 2 hours, and the meat was very tasty. The two little guys finished eating the chicken legs in a short while. "Mama, I'm done eating," Tuanchuan said, holding up the bone of the chicken leg. "Ha ha ha, finished eating, the food is pretty clean," Yan Bingxue said, with a smile. "What else do Tuanchuan and Lele want to eat?" "Tell Dad, Dad will pick it up for you," Suchen said with a smile. Lele and Tuanchuan looked at a table of dishes, and Lele pointed to the quail eggs and said, "Baba, Lele wants to eat that egg. Tuanchuan wants to eat that ball too," Tuanchuan said happily. Suchen took an egg for each of the two little guys and put them in a bowl. Tuanchuan and Lele smiled with satisfaction. Tuanchuan and Lele tried to pick it up with their chopsticks. "I caught it once, twice, 3 times, still didn't catch it," the cooked duck couldn't reach the mouth. Tuanchuan and Lele were very anxious. Tuanchuan came up with a small way to eat in a different way. Tuanchuan inserted the chopsticks into the egg. Tuanchuan thought, "Ha ha ha, this egg should be mine now." Unexpectedly, the egg cracked in the next second, and Tuanchuan was very angry. Suchen looked at the little expressions of the two little guys who couldn't ask for anything, and felt distressed and funny. Suchen gave Tuanchuan and Lele a trick. "Tuanchuan, just ask Grandma Jean for a spoon, and that's enough," Tuanchuan said shyly, but Tuanchuan dare not. Tuanchuan and Grandma Jean are not familiar. Suchen encouraged, "Grandma Jean likes Tuanchuan and Lele very much, you just go and call Grandma Jean, be polite." Tuanchuan and Lele nodded seriously in order to successfully eat the quail eggs they had been longing for. Tuanchuan and Lele left their seats and came to Grandma Jean's side. Lele asked politely, "Grandma Jean, can I get a spoon for Lele and my sister? Lele and my sister can't hold that ball." Lele's words were very clear. Grandma Jean said with a smile, "Of course you can." Lele and Tuanchuan, "Wait a minute." Aunt Jean got up with a smile and took a spoon for Tuanchuan and Lele. Aunt Jean looked at Lele and Tuanchuan gently and said, "Lele, Tuanchuan, here it is." Lele and Tuanchuan happily took the spoon and said with a smile, "Thank you, Grandma Jean." Aunt Jean said with a smile, "You're welcome, as long as Lele and Tuanchuan eat happily." Lele and Tuanchuan happily returned to their seats with the spoon in their hands. Lele happily talked to Suchen. Yan Bingxue said, look, Lei got the spoon. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue nodded. The two little guys finally ate the quail eggs into their stomachs. Tuanchuan smiled and said, quail eggs are so delicious. Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen with a smile and said, Papa, I still want to eat a ball. Lei also wants to eat a ball. Lei said, looking at Su Chen expectantly. Su Chen gave Lei and Tuanchuan another round quail egg. A small quail egg. Looks extra delicious in a bowl. Lei scooped the quail eggs into the spoon and bit down. Lei smiled with satisfaction. At the dinner table, Tuanchuan and Lei didn't eat much. They ate a chicken leg and a few quail eggs. When there was still half a bowl of rice left, Lei and Tuanchuan touched their stomachs and said, Lei is full already. Tuanchuan is also full. I'm full, how about half a bowl of rice? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. I like the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Please. Bookmark, the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Updates. Our fastest. Yes, there is still half a bowl of rice left, Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue reminded, Lei and Tuanchuan still remember what you said. Lei and Tuanchuan remembered what happened to the buffet last time, and woke up suddenly. Lei remembered, Lei can't waste food, Lei has to finish the meal. Yes, Tuanchuan has to finish the meal. Tuanchuan nodded seriously. The two little guys finished their meal seriously. Su Chen said with a smile, Lei and Tuanchuan, they keep their word, it's great. Lei and Tuanchuan smiled happily. After eating, Su Chen's family chatted with Aunt Qin for a while, chatting about the recent situation, and then Su Chen's family prepared to go home. Aunt Qin, then you are busy at home, so we will go back first and set up the decorations. Su Chen said with a smile. Okay, if you need my help, just tell me. Aunt Qin said, patting Su Chen with a smile. Lin Xiu said with a smile, understood, Sister Qin, then let's go back first. Before leaving, Aunt Qin wrapped a red envelope for Tuanchuan and Lei. Tuanchuan, Lei, come here. Aunt Qin beckoned. Tuanchuan and Lei walked to Aunt Qin's side holding hands. Aunt Qin smiled and took out 2 red envelopes. Here, take it, here are the red envelopes from Grandma Qin, Happy New Year. Tuanchuan and Lei accepted the red envelope in surprise, and said, thank you, Grandma Qin. You're welcome, the 2 little guys have to study hard, Grandma Qin said, patting the heads of Tuanchuan and Lei. Yeah, Tuanchuan and Lei know. Tuanchuan and Lei replied seriously. Tuanchuan and Lei are so good. Aunt Qin said with a smile. After finishing speaking, Tuanchuan and Lei waved to Aunt Qin, Grandma Qin. Goodbye. Goodbye. Grandma Qin said, looking at Tuanchuan and Lei with a loving smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue led Tuanchuan and Lei home. Back home, Tuanchuan and Lei took out the toys they brought from Zhonghai to play with, and the 2 little guys had a great time playing in their small room. Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Lin Xiu, and Su Haoqian took out some gift boxes of candies brought from Zhonghai, and prepared to entertain the guests. The 4 got busy respectively. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su looked at some plants planted by Su Haoqian in the yard. Grandpa Su said with a smile, Haoqian, Axiu, this dwarf is well raised, and the cobblestones are well paved. The old lady Su said with a smile, yes, you can tell that the pebbles have been carefully selected. Lin Xiu placed the plate and said with a smile, Mom and Dad, these are all Brought back by Haoqian, from Huangshan. Grandpa Su nodded with a smile. Axiu, are these flowers raised by you? Mrs. Su said, looking at the flowers in the yard with admiration. Lin Xiu nodded and said, I planted it when I was free. I plant a little every year, and I won so much before I knew it. The old lady Su said with a smile, Axiu, these flowers and trees are well maintained. Lin Xiu looked at the flowers and trees in the yard tenderly and smiled. Su Qian and Yan Bingxue were busy with their work, and said, Honey, didn't you Xian and Archie come back for the new year? Did you Xian contact you? While packing her things, Yan Bingxue said, You Xian told me once that everything is fine here, although she didn't quite adapt to the environment here at the beginning, but after a while she got used to it and it's fine. Su Qian smiled and said, Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he heard a knock on the door. Lin Xiu went to the door and opened it. It turned out that it was the second elder of the Fang family and Gu Yusen. Fang Qi came over. The four of them looked beaming. Fang Qi also brought some gifts. Fang Qi smiled and said, Uncle, Auntie, Happy New Year. Grandma, Su, Grandpa Su, Happy New Year. Mr. Su said with a smile, Okay, Happy Chinese New Year. Hear the noise outside. Su Qian and Yan Bingxue knew it was the four members of the Gu family who had come. Su Qian said with a smile, as expected, Chow 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 is here. Yan Bingxue asked curiously, Husband, did you and Archie say we came back today? Su Qian shook his head and explained, I haven't had time to talk to Archie yet. Yan Bingxue asked suspiciously, Then how do they know we're back? Su Qian smiled and brushed the bangs on Yan Bingxue's forehead and said, Honey, our small town is so big, and our news is always in touch with each other. It spreads 10, and 100 at once. Already. Su Qian smiled again and said, Besides, with those ants in our town, it's hard to know. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, Ha ha ha, husband, I understand. Yan Bingxue and Su Qian also came out with a smile to greet the elders of the Fang family, Fang Qi and Gu Yusen. Brother Su, sister-in-law, Happy New Year. Fang Qi said enthusiastically. Ha ha ha, Happy New Year. Su Qian replied with a smile. Gu Yusen and Yan Bingxue seemed to have not seen each other for a day, like 3 autumns. When they saw each other coming, they walked aside to chat. Bingxue, you guys are back for the new year too? Gu Yusen asked with a smile. Oh, I want to go back to my hometown to have a look at the Chinese New Year. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile. Yan Bingxue asked with concern, How, are you still used to everything here? Gu Yusen smiled and said, Didn't I tell you on the phone, is everything okay with me here? What's the matter, are you worried about me? Yan Bingxue said with a smile, I'm not worried that it's your first New Year's Eve at someone else's house, and I don't know whether you are perfunctory me on the phone, whether you should or really adapt. Gu Yusen patted Yan Bingxue's hand and said, Don't worry, I'm fine here. I think everything in this small town is fine. I really like the environment of this small town. Xiaoqiao Liushui's family is probably like this. Seeing Gu Yusen's joyful expression, Yan Bingxue felt at ease. Lin Xiu warmly entertained the elders of the Fang family, Fang Qi, and Gu Yusen. Lin Xiu smiled and grabbed a handful of melon seeds for each of the 2 elders of the Fang family, invited them to sit down, and grabbed another handful for Fang Qi and Gu Yusen. Yusen, Xiaoqi, eat melon seeds. Gu Yusen smiled and said, Thank you, Aunt Lin. Lin Xiu smiled and said, You're welcome, let's meet and have a good chat. Gu Yusen smiled while eating melon seeds and said, good. Gu Yusen and Yan Bingxue continued to sit and chat together. Gu Yusen warmly invited, Bingxue, are you free later? Let's go for a walk. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, if you're free, where are you going? Gu Yusen smiled and said, just take a walk around the town. There is a river in the town, and the scenery over there is pretty good. Let's go there for a walk and call Su Chen and my Archie to go with me. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, okay. I like the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Please. Bookmark, the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Updates are fastest. Both Yan Bingxue and Su Chen agreed to Gu Yusen's invitation, and the two continued to chat. The elders of the Fong family are very satisfied with Gu Yusen, the future daughter-in-law, and the two match each other very well. Fong Qi's father said with a smile, it's Chinese New Year this year, I'm so happy. The two children are by my side to celebrate the new year, and I'm very happy. Su Haoqian happily replied, that's right, the two of you are like the gifted scholar and beautiful woman mentioned in the book. Fong Qi's father smiled and said, you too, this year you have a son, a daughter-in-law, a grandson, and a granddaughter. Su Haoqian said with a smile, ha 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 ha. Yes. Lin Xiu brought a cup of tea with a smile and said, if you've been talking for so long, let's have a sip of tea to moisten you. Su Haoqian took the teacup with a smile. Fong Qi's father looked at Su Haoqian and smiled slightly. The two little guys also came out. The two little guys heard bursts of laughter coming from the main room. The two little guys poked out their heads, and their round eyes rolled around, observing everything in the main room. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei saw the familiar figures of Fong Qi and Gu Yusen, and rushed out immediately. Tuanchuan rushed out all of a sudden, hugged Gu Yusen, and shouted cutely, Aunt Yusen, Happy New Year. Lei Lei also took Gu Yusen's hand and said with a smile, Auntie, Happy New Year. The sudden appearance of these two little guys gave Yan Bingxue a surprise. Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and Lei Lei dotingly and said with a smile, little guy, Aunt Yusen was taken aback. Thank you, Tuanchuan. Happy New Year. To Lei Lei. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei looked at Gu Yusen with a smile. Tuanchuan remembered a gift pack of snacks that he bought for Gu Yusen when he bought New Year's goods before the Chinese New Year. Tuanchuan looked at Yan Bingxue expectantly and said, Mama, where is the gift box we gave Aunt Yusen? It's the snack pack. In the afternoon, Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Fong Qi, and Gu Yusen came to the town for a walk. Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan with a smile and said, ha ha ha, yes, yes. Mother almost forgot. Uxian, wait a minute, I'll get it out, this one was chosen by Tuanchuan and Lei Lei, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Gu Yusen looked at Tuanchuan and Lei Lei with a smile and said, Auntie is still looking forward to it. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei chose it personally. Would you like to ask Auntie to see how good Tuanchuan and Lei Lei are? Tuanchuan said confidently, then Auntie has to take a good look. Ha ha ha, okay, Auntie, take a good look. Gu Yusen said with a smile. After a while, Yan Bingxue came out with a gift box. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, see if it's something you like? Seeing the logo on the gift box, Gu Yusen was pleasantly surprised and said, it's what I like to eat. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei are too good at choosing. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei smiled happily. Su Chen sat beside Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, Yusen, Tuanchuan, and Lei Lei are not good at choosing, they said, Aunt Yusen gave us this snack, and She said it was delicious. Gu Yusen pointed at Su Chen with a smile and said, okay, this is a roundabout dissatisfaction. I will eat snacks for Tuanchuan and Lei Lei. Bing Shue, you have to judge, children, it's okay to eat some snacks once in a while, children all gluttonous. Yan Bingshue looked at Su Chen with a smile, and said to Gu Yusen with a smile, this time I'm on my husband's side. Gu Yusen said with a smile, okay, the two of you teamed up to bully me. Gu Yusen hurriedly called Fang Qi over, Archie, come quickly. Fang Qi walked over with a smile and took Gu Yusen's hand and asked gently, what's the matter, Bingshue? Gu Yusen looked at Fang Qi aggrieved and said, ah Qi, they bullied me. Su Chen said with a smile, Shao Qi, don't get me wrong, we didn't say anything? Fang Qi is also protecting his shortcomings. Fang Qi said seriously, no matter who it is, I won't do it if you say Yusen. Su Chen smiled and said, yes. Tuanchuan smiled and said to Fang Qi, Uncle. Just now, Papa Mama said that Auntie should give us less sugar. Papa Mama said that children should not eat a lot of candy, otherwise there will be worms on the teeth. Fang Qi nodded with a smile and said, so that's the case. Fang Qi looked at Tuanchuan and Lei Lei with a smile and said, ha, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei should eat less sugar. Tuanchuan smiled and asked, what about Auntie? Auntie, do you eat tang? Fang Qi looked at Gu Yusen with a smile and said, Auntie, you can eat as much as you like. At worst, Uncle will go to learn dentistry, and if Auntie eats bad teeth in the future, Uncle will repair Auntie's teeth. Gu Yusen looked at Fang Qi with a smile. Tuanchuan thought, is this the privilege of children and adults? Do not know. Yan Bingshue looked at Fang Qi with a smile and said, Shao Qi, be careful too spoil you Xin. Fang Qi replied with a smile, no, my girlfriend is very measured. Yan Bingshue glanced at Gu Yusen and said with a smile, ha. Yan Bingshue smiled meaningfully, which made Gu Yusen a little embarrassed. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei looked at Gu Yusen seriously, and Gu Yusen asked with some doubts, Tuanchuan, Lei Lei, what's the matter, is there something dirty on Auntie? Tuanchuan and Lei Lei shook their heads strongly. Gu Yusen noticed the gift box in her hand, and Gu Yusen suddenly realized, I see, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei want to eat this. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei looked at Gu Yusen with a smile and nodded. Gu Yusen said seriously, then you can go and ask your papa, mama, otherwise Auntie wouldn't dare to give you snacks casually. Yan Bingshue looked at Gu Yusen with a smile. Gu Yusen's small temper really made people love and annoy him. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingshue seriously with their mouths pouted, and Tuanchuan blinked his big eyes and asked with a smile, Baba, Mama, can we eat? Yan Bingshue said with a smile, this item belongs to Aunt Yusen, ask Aunt Yusen if she can give it to Tuanchuan and Lei Lei. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei were circled around by the adults. Lei Lei smiled and asked Gu Yusen, Aunt Yusen, can I give Tuanchuan and Lei Lei some snacks? Tuanchuan and Lei Lei's cute looks are always so cute, Gu Yusen said with a smile. Of course, this is the snack chosen by Tuanchuan and Lei Lei, besides, you can share snacks with Tuanchuan and Lei Lei. Aunt Yusen is very happy. After speaking, Gu Yusen glanced at Yan Bingshue and Su Chen. Fang Qi looked at Gu Yusen happily. In his eyes, Gu Yusen was so charming no matter what. Beauty is in the eyes of beholders. Gu Yusen opened the snack pack, and displayed all kinds of snacks in front of Tuanchuan and Lei Lei, letting them choose. Gu Yusen smiled and said, well, except for this, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei can choose whatever they want. Tuanchuan and Lele happily picked out snacks, and each picked a pack. I like the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Please. Bookmark, the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Updates. Our fastest. After eating the snacks, the two little guys smiled happily. Gu Yusen smiled and chatted with Tuanchuan, Lele said, after eating Aunt Yusen's snacks, I have to promise Aunt Yusen one thing. Lele smiled happily and said, Aunt Yusen said, what's the matter? Gu Yusen patted Lele and Tuanchuan's little heads and said, stay at home with Grandpa and Grandma this afternoon. Aunt Yusen took Mom and Dad out for something, okay? Lele and Tuanchuan glanced at each other without answering. Gu Yusen took out another snack and said, here, I'll give each of you a pack of crab cakes. Tuanchuan and Lele happily took the crab cakes, and said, well then. Aunt Yusen, you should order it. Gu Yusen smiled and said, okay, Auntie knows. Suchin sighed with a smile, and quietly said to Yan Bingxue, hey, the two little guys can be bought with a pack of snacks. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, ha ha ha, after all, this little guy just. Yan Bingxue hesitated to speak. Suchin looked at Yan Bingxue with a surprised expression and said, honey. What did you say just now? Yan Bingxue smiled and said, no, it's nothing, it's all right, husband, Yusen told us to go. Suchin gently stroked Yan Bingxue's fair cheek and said with a smile, okay. Let's go. Said Suchin led Yan Bingxue away. Suchin looked at Yan Bingxue dotingly. Su Chen thought with a smile, it seems that I have discovered a little secret of Bingxue. How many secrets of Bingxue's childhood are I don't know what about? Su Chen and Yan Bingxue quickly caught up with Gu Yusen and Feng Qi. Feng Qi took Gu Yusen's hand and walked on the left near the railing by the river. Feng Qi asked with a smile, Brother Su, how long has it been since we took a walk in our hometown like now? Suchin looked at the long and narrow river ahead and said with a smile, it's been a year. Feng Qi said with emotion, yes, it has been a year, and this year has really changed a lot. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to meet Yusen. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, thank you, you are destined to meet thousands of miles away, and when fate comes, you will naturally walk together. Gu Yusen said happily, it is said that there are 7 billion human beings. And those who are truly destined are like a red bean or mung bean among the 7 billion black beans. Some people may never meet in their lifetime, but some people can. So lucky to find that one in 7 billion, I am very lucky. Bingxue and you are also very lucky. Yan Bingxue smiled softly. The four stopped and sat at the head of the bridge, looking at the slowly flowing stream. The hearts of the four were very peaceful. Honey, do you know what our bridge is? Suchin asked with a smile while hugging Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue stretched out one hand to feel the warm sunshine and said, this bridge is Tage Bridge. I saw that plaque just now. Suchin smiled and said, actually, it has another name. Yan Bingxue turned around and asked with a smile, what is it? With her back against the sun, her hair glistening in the sun, her smile was like blooming among the flowers all over the mountains, and she looked at Suchin. Suchin said softly, Huaqiao. Huaqiao, what is Huaqiao? Yan Bingxue asked, curiously. Feng Qi smiled and said, sister-in-law, I know that Huaqiao is a bridge where men and women meet on our side. People on our side feel that people need a bridge to get along with each other, and Huaqiao is a bridge, which means thousands of miles. Marriage is bound by a thread. The elders often say that When men and women who love each other come to the bridge, they will grow old together. Gu Yusen patted Fang Qi lightly and said, "Ah Qi, people are talking, what are you talking about?" Su Chen smiled and said, it's okay, it's okay, Fang Qi's explanation is very good. Gu Yusen snorted softly with a smile and said, our Ah Qi don't want to be your narrator, don't be that big and flashing light bulb. Fang Qi lightly stroked Gu Yusen's hair and said with a smile, with you here, how could I be a light bulb? Su Chen smiled and said, yes, yes. None of us are light bulbs. If there must be light bulbs, this flower bridge is a light bulb illuminating the way forward for lovers in the world. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile and said, honey, why are you so good at talking? Su Chen said with a smile, this flower bridge is to wish all lovers in the world to get married. Look. Yan Bingxue saw the murals above the bridge. The men and women on the murals were in harmony, singing and dancing, quite beautiful. Yan Bingxue smiled softly. The group continued to walk forward, and met many familiar uncles and aunts in the town along the way. Archie, Achen, are you home for Chinese New Year? Yes, take my wife home for the New Year. Su Chen said with a smile. Good boy, you two got married in the blink of an eye, congratulations. Ha ha ha, thank you. Su Chen replied with a smile. Gu Yusen smiled and caressed the broken hair on her forehead subtly, and whispered, I haven't gotten married yet. Fang Qi whispered, take it as an advance blessing. Gu Yusen smiled shyly. It's still the same here. It's still the same for decades. It's the Bluestone Road when I was a child. It's still the same when I grow up. And the houses here are still the same as when I was a child. Su Chen said happily. Yes, although people have grown up, the surrounding environment is still the same, it hasn't changed at all. Fang Qi said with a smile. It's so good, I hope it will always be like this. Although the Bluestone Road is uneven, it has a beauty that is different from the cement road, giving people a very unique feeling. Yan Bingxue smiled and watched the sun shine set on the ground on the bluestone slab. Although this house is not as prosperous as the high-rise buildings in big cities, it has its architectural beauty and sense of age, and nothing can replace it. Yan Bingxue continued. It seems that my sister-in-law still yearns for such a leisurely life. Fang Qi said with a smile. Ha ha ha, husband, if we don't get old, let's go back here and live away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Yan Bingxue thought suddenly. Then I'll be with Archie, so that we can have a companion. Gu Yusen smiled and said while looking at Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue looked at Gu Yusen with a smile. Su Chen said with a smile, okay, as long as you like it, I like it. The four reached a tacit understanding of family members. Gu Yusen accidentally found a photographer with a camera in front of him, who seemed to come to the town to sketch. The photographer also saw Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Fang Qi, and Gu Yusen. They accidentally entered the photographer's lens, looking at the four people who are so well matched. The photographer couldn't help but put down the camera, admiring the four people walking towards them. Gu Yusen smiled and asked, hey, what are you looking at? The photographer came back to his senses. I like the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Please. Bookmark, the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Updates are fastest. Several people stand together and merge with the scenery of the town. I don't know whether the scenery is more beautiful or the people are more beautiful. the photographer said with a smile. Hey, are you from a small town? I feel like I've never seen you before. Su Chen asked with a smile. The photographer shook his head and said, I'm not a resident of the town, I'm here to sketch. Gu Yusen nodded happily and said, Oh, so I was sketching here. The photographer said with a smile, Yes, the scenery here is beautiful and has the charm of a water town in the south of the Yangtze River. How many days have you been here? Gu Yusen continued to ask. Haha, just came today, the photographer replied. I just came here this year, so have you taken any satisfactory photos? Gu Yusen asked with a smile. Yes, here are all the local feelings of the Jiangnan water town. The mountains, water, and people here are beautiful, the photographer praised. Gu Yusen looked at Yan Bingxue, Su Chen, and Fang Qi and smiled. The photographer smiled and asked, May I take the liberty to take a picture? For you? I think you are very beautiful walking in the water town. Su Chen looked at everyone and felt that everyone was willing to cooperate with the photographer to shoot. So the four cooperated with the photographer to take a group of beautiful photos. The photographer smiled and said, This is the most satisfying group of portraits I have taken today. Thank you for your cooperation. The photographer happily looked at the photos in the camera. The photographer continued to smile and asked, By the way, do you need photos? I can send them to your mailbox. Su Chen said with a smile, Okay, send me an email then. Su Chen told the photographer his email address, and the photographer smiled and said goodbye to Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Gu Yusen, and Fang Qi. The photographer gave each of the four people a postcard as a souvenir. The photographer said with a smile, Acquaintance is a kind of fate. I have a small postcard as a souvenir. This is a postcard I bought from a scenic spot I have been to, each one has a unique stamp on the back, just give it to Unique and wait for you. Yan Bingxue took the postcard with a smile and said, Thank you. You're welcome, bye, and see you again. After saying that, the photographer and Su Chen and his party continued to move in the opposite direction. Gu Yusen admired the postcard seriously, and said with a smile, This postcard is so beautiful, each one is hand-painted, very unique. Gu Yusen took Fang Qi's postcard and observed it by herself. She was delighted to find that the pattern behind each seal was different, and each seal represented a characteristic building of that scenic spot. Gu Yusen said with a smile, Mine looks like a drum tower, and yours, Archie, looks like a tower. Let me see yours for ice and snow. Yan Bingxue showed it to Gu Yusen, and Gu Yusen said with a smile, This seems to be a house, but it has its own characteristics. Ha, it seems that everyone's postcards are unique. Gu Yusen said with a smile. The group continued to walk forward. After walking for a while, when the sun gradually disappeared from people's sight, Su Chen and his party were ready to go back. When they got home, a sumptuous dinner had already been prepared, a dinner for the Su family and the Fang family. Su Chen said with a smile, Mom, I can smell the food at home from afar. Gu Yusen praised, Auntie, your cooking skills are still so good. Ha, hurry up and wash your hands and eat. Lin Xiu said with a smile, while arranging the dishes. The two families sat together to eat dinner, and everyone was delighted. The Su family stayed in the town until the Lantern Festival. From the 6th day of the new year to the 15th day of the new year, the town is very lively. The continuous sound of firecrackers and endless laughter made all the men, women, and children in the town very happy. On the 15th Lantern Festival, a grand lantern festival was held in the town. The square in the town is very lively, with lights and festoons. Tuanchuan and Lele were very excited when they heard the news that the lantern festival was going to be held. Tuanchuan excitedly asked, "Papa Mama, will the lights be lively tonight?" Suchin smiled and said, "Of course it's lively, there will be dragon lanterns to watch tonight." "Dragon lantern?" Tuanchuan and Lele said, blinking their big eyes. "Yes, when the time comes, all the uncles in the town will hold dragon lanterns." "The long dragon lantern is so beautiful," Suchin said with a smile. "Shoo shoo, we'll go to raise the dragon lantern, so looking forward to it, Lele." And Tuanchuan said happily, "Ha ha ha, don't worry, put on your clothes first, and we'll have dinner later. After we're full, we'll go out to watch the dragon lanterns and the lantern festival," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. The two little guys looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue seriously and nodded. The two little guys ate up all the rice in the bowl. Tuanchuan and Lele urged Su Chen, Yan Bingxue and everyone to eat quickly and go to the lantern festival. There was a lot of gongs and drums outside, and Tuanchuan and Lele were very excited. Tuanchuan and Lele shouted, "Baba Mama, hurry up, the dragon lantern show is about to start." Su Chen and Yan Bingxue finished their meal quickly, and said with a smile, "Okay, wait a minute and we'll finish eating soon." After the family packed up, they went out. As soon as they went out, they saw a group of children flocking to the street. Tuanchuan and Lele happily took Su Chen and Yan Bingxue's hands and walked forward quickly. Su Chen brought his family to the square. The square is very lively today, and all the men, women, and children in the town have gone out. The lantern festival is very lively and grand. The dragon lantern show has not started yet, and everyone is shopping around the square. There are all kinds of colored lights in the shop, and the red ones at night are very beautiful. There are also many activities at the lantern festival, among which the game of guessing lantern riddles is very popular among men, women, and children in the town. The store hangs lantern riddles on the colorful ropes, and the black and beautiful brush characters are paired with red paper, which is very festive and dazzling. There are many types of lantern riddles, such as guessing human geography, or guessing characters, which is very interesting. Yan Bingxue was also attracted by guessing lantern riddles. "Husband, the dragon lantern show hasn't started yet, let's go and see lantern riddles first." Su Chen nodded with a smile, and said with a smile, "Okay, with such a beautiful and smart wife here, today's lantern riddles will definitely win a lot of money." Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile and said, "Honey, I believe in you too." Yan Bingxue took Su Chen's hand and walked behind, while Tuanchuan and Lele walked in front with a smile. Ma, come and see, there are so many lantern riddles here," Tuanchuan said in surprise. "Yeah, I saw it. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Seeing Yan Bingxue and his group approaching, the boss smiled and said, "Hello, take a look at the lantern riddles in our store. If you are interested, you can take a look. If you guess correctly, you will be rewarded." "Boss, what reward?" Su Chen asked with a smile. "Then I have to guess it before I can say it," the boss said mysteriously. "I like the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Please. Bookmark, the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Updates are fastest." Ha, good," Su Chen replied with a smile. "Is there any meow that Bingxue likes?" Su Chen asked with a smile. Tuanchuan smiled and said, Mama, let me pick one for Papa Mama to guess. Okay? Yan Bingxue replied with a smile, okay. Tuanchuan and Lei carefully selected, and saw a riddle on the right. The note kept spinning in the air, and a small bell on it made a tinkling sound from time to time. Tuanchuan happily pointed to the riddle and said, Mama, Mama guess that. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile, okay. Tuanchuan and Lei led Yan Bingxue and Su Chen to the side of the riddle. Yan Bingxue looked at the riddle and read, Don't tell me sooner, don't tell me later, type one word. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen and asked, Honey, do you know what it is? Su Chen gently tickled Yan Bingxue's nose and said, How about we each write an answer? Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Su Chen asked with a smile, Boss, can I have 2 pens and 2 pieces of paper? The boss replied with a smile, Of course you can. Paper and pen are enough. Here it is. The boss gave Su Chen and Yan Bingxue a piece of paper, and Yan Bingxue sat on one side and the other on the other side to write the answers to the respective riddles. Tuanchuan asked curiously, Papa Mama, do you already know the answer? Tuanchuan can't even guess it. Lei hasn't figured it out yet. Baba Mama's speed is really fast. Lei said, while touching her little head. Su Chen said with a smile, when Lei and Tuanchuan grow up, their brains will become more flexible, and their thinking speed will become faster. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded seriously. The 2 little guys are looking forward to the day when they grow up. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen wrote their pens one after another. Yan Bingxue put down her pen, smiled and said, Husband, I've finished it. Su Chen smiled and said, Honey, I've finished writing too. The 2 little guys stared at Yan Bingxue and Su Chen with big eyes blinking, and thought to themselves, is the answer of Papa and Mama the same? Did Mommy guess right? Su Chen said with a smile, Honey, I count to 321, let's announce the answer together. Yan Bingxue nodded in agreement. 3, 2, 1. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, the 2 revealed their answers and placed them in front of each other. The answers of the 2 people are the same, Tuanchuan and Lei said with a smile. Hey, Baba Mama's answer is the same. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at each other with a smile. Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and Lei from Chongni and asked, Little guy, do you recognize this word? Lei replied with a smile, Baba Mama, I know this word is to ask. Where the canal is so clear, it is the promise of living water from the source. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen looked at Tuanchuan and Lei in surprise, and said with a smile, Tuanchuan, Lei, you guys are awesome. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded happily. Tuanchuan said suspiciously, although Tuanchuan knows that the word is Su. Tuanchuan doesn't know why the answer to this riddle is Su. Su Chen patiently explained, this riddle is not to be told sooner or later. Tuanchuan and Lei should use their brains to think about it. If they don't say it sooner or later, when should they say it? Lei and Tuanchuan thought seriously, don't say it sooner, don't say it later. When should we say it? The 2 little guys repeated Su Chen's words. Hee, you said if you don't say it sooner or later, when should you say it? Tuanchuan looked at Lei cutely and said. Tuanchuan's question made Lei suddenly enlightened. Lei clapped his hands and opened his eyes wide and said, I know. Tuanchuan looked at Lei in surprise. Lei smiled and said calmly, don't say it sooner, don't say it later, of course it will be at noon. Su Chen looked at Lei with a smile and said, Lei is so smart, that's it. Noon is exactly the word Su, and the word is added next to the word yen. The word beside the word means saying, and noon means time. It's noon. Tuanchuan looked at Lele adoringly and said, heck. So smart. You're smart too, sister. Lele said with a smile. Seeing that Su Chen and Yan Bingshua's answers were correct, the boss hurriedly won the lottery this time. Come on, young man, this is the lottery. Tuanchuan and Lele saw the boss took out a bunny made of colored paper, and said, isn't this little bunny too cute? This one has red eyes and glows. The boss gave the rabbit to Su Chen and Yan Bingshue. Yan Bingshue smiled and said, thank you. The boss replied, you're welcome, you guessed it. After speaking, Su Chen and Yan Bingshue gave the rabbit to Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele hugged the rabbit happily and did not let go. Tuanchuan was pleasantly surprised to find that the rabbit can stick out its tongue, and Tuanchuan said with a smile, look, Baba Mama, this rabbit can stick out its tongue. When Tuanchuan pulled the switch, the rabbit spit out a small tongue, which is very cute. Su Chen said with a smile, the little rabbit is so cute, just like Tuan Tuan. Lulu, they are all cute. Tuanchuan and Lele smiled happily. The boss smiled and said, here are some riddles suitable for children. Would you like to show the two little dolls? Seeing that the two little dolls are very young, but they look smart, you can try it. Give it a try. Yan Bingshue said with a smile, okay, then come and show us. Su Chen saw an interesting riddle and read it to Tuanchuan and Lele. Su Chen smiled and said, Tuanchuan Lele, this riddle looks so interesting, do you want to guess it? Tuanchuan and Lele nodded expectantly. Su Chen read the riddle to Tuanchuan and Lele, there is a white fat man living in the red curtain of Ma's house, and he wants to eat a kind of food. As soon as Su Chen and Yan Bingshue heard the riddle, they both knew the truth. Tuanchuan and Lele thought seriously, there is a fat man living in the red curtains of the Ma house, what kind of food is it? Lele smiled and asked, Papa Mama, can you remind Lele and sister? Yan Bingshue said with a smile, okay then, let my mother remind you, about this thing. Tuanchuan and Lele have eaten a lot recently, and Tuanchuan and Lele can see each other every day. Both Lele and Tuanchuan were thinking seriously, especially when Tuanchuan heard that it was related to food. Both eyes lit up. What could be the answer to this mystery? Tuanchuan and Lele thought. Can I eat it every day? Tuanchuan asked Yan Bingshue, blinking her round eyes. Yan Bingshue nodded with a smile. The boss sat on the seat and gnawed melon seeds, and said with a smile, Ma, are they melon seeds? Yan Bingshue shook her head and said, it's not melon seeds, but it belongs to the same category of food as melon seeds. Tuanchuan and Lele think about it seriously. The outside is a hemp house, the middle is a red curtain, and the inside is a fat man. I like the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Please. Bookmark, the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Updates are fastest. Tuanchuan and Lele thought seriously. Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen suspiciously. Su Chen smiled and reminded, Tuanchuan, Lele, Papa has already reminded you. Take a look, the house, the tent, the white fat man, think about this picture. Connect its colors, and think about it carefully. Tuanchuan and Lele noticed the peanuts and melon seeds on the fruit plate on the table, and they had an answer instantly. Tuanchuan and Lele said in unison excitedly, it's peanuts. The store manager said with a smile, you two little dolls are pretty smart. Lele looked at the store manager happily and asked, Uncle, did we guess right? The store manager smiled back and asked, what do you say? Tuanchuan and Lei blinked at Yan Bingxue and Su Chen. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile and looked at Tuanchuan and Lei. Uncle, do we have a reward? Lei asked with a smile. Of course there is. Just wait. The store manager said and went to get gifts. For Tuanchuan and Lei. I saw that the uncle brought 2 bunches of bright red, candied haws. The scent of candied haws drifted from the front to the 2 little guys. Here. The boss readily handed over 2 bunches of candied haws. Tuanchuan and Lei happily took the 2 bunches of candied haws, and said, Happily, thank you boss. The boss smiled and said, You're welcome, this is what you deserve. Tuanchuan and Lei happily held up the ice chaff gourd and asked Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, Baba Mama, can we eat ice candied haws now? Su Chen said with a smile, Of course, this is the candied haws you got, you can eat it any time you want. Tuanchuan and Lei smiled happily. When Tuanchuan wanted to bite down, he suddenly opened his mouth wide and stopped in the air. Baba Mama, eat first. Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen sincerely and said. Lei also held candied haws to Yan Bingxue and Su Chen. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Thank you Tuanchuan and Lei. Tuanchuan and Lei can eat first. Give Papa something to eat first. Lei and Tuanchuan insisted. After Lei and Tuanchuan said so, Yan Bingxue and Su Chen agreed, Okay, eat it. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen each bit into a candied haws. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile, and Su Chen saw a little bit of rock sugar on the corner of Yan Bingxue's mouth. Su Chen carefully wiped it off for Yan Bingxue. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue expectantly and asked with a smile, Baba Mama, is it delicious? Yan Bingxue smiled and said, It's delicious, very sweet. Lei looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, Papa said that girls like to eat sweets, because eating sweets will make them sweeter. Father didn't tell you one more thing, girls who like sweets are transformed by angels, Su Chen said with a smile and glanced at Yan Bingxue. Su Chen is turning a corner, to praise Bingxue. Lei Miao understood Su Chen's meaning and said, Ha ha ha, I see, that Mama is an angel. Su Chen smiled and praised, Lei is so smart. Su Chen touched Tuanchuan and Lei's small heads. Tuanchuan and Lei are eating candied haws at the beginning of school. Suddenly, the sound of beating gongs and drums came from far and near. Su Chen smiled and said to Lei, Dragon Lantern is coming. Wow, the Dragon Lantern is coming, the Dragon Lantern is coming. Lei said. Happily. The 2 little guys looked forward happily. Heo Hea Tang Tang's team was coming this way, Tuanchuan and Lei were very excited. Look, the Dragon Lantern is coming. Lin Xiu said with a smile. I see. Lei said excitedly. Grandma, is that a clamshell? Lei asked happily. Lin Xiu nodded and replied, Yes, that's a clamshell. There's a sister in that shell, Tuanchuan said excitedly. Yes. Lin Xiu replied. To Tuanchuan and Lei, the way the clamshell suddenly open and close is interesting. The 2 little guys giggled and laughed non-stop. Tuanchuan, Lei, look quickly, what's over there? Su Chen asked with a smile. It's a lion, it's a lion. Lei said excitedly. I saw the lion jumping up and down quite nimbly in front of Tuanchuan and Lei. Tuanchuan and Lei were very happy. This lion dancer is amazing, Lei said with a smile. Yes, they all have some kung fu. Su Chen said with a smile. Wow. Lei said with wide eyes. People who watch the lion dance are very excited inside, as if there is a lion. churning past in their hearts. It is good. It is good. It is good. Everyone applauded again and again. Tuanchuan and Lele jumped up happily. Then came a long dragon. The golden dragon exudes golden light all over its body, and its length of tens of meters is very imposing. One person held a dragon ball in front of the dragon and played with the dragon. The dragon ball went up and down, and the whole dragon also swayed up and down. There is a bell inside the dragon ball, and the bell is ringing. Look, look, Baba, Daolong, Daolong. Lele said with a smile excitedly. Yeah, big dragon. Suchin said with a smile. The two little guys followed the dragon closely. The two little guys looked excited, and they walked out at a pace that their relatives didn't recognize. Honey, look at the two little guys. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Ha ha ha, this step is really disrespectful. Suchin said jokingly. Ha ha ha, Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian also laughed. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su like such a lively scene very much, and they especially like lively scenes when they are older. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su laughed happily. Under the reflection of the lights, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue could clearly see the smiles of the two old men. Grandpa and Grandma, this is quite a big deal. Suchin said with a smile. Yes, it's very lively today. Mr. Su said with a smile. Yes, everyone in the town came out today. Suchin said with a smile. Ha ha ha, everyone looks very excited today. Mr. Su said with a smile. Ha ha ha, yes, the Lantern Festival is one of the most lively shows in town. Suchin explained with a smile. Old Master Su nodded with a smile and said, the flower market lights are like daylight, it's really spectacular. Suchin nodded with a smile. The dragon lanterns were performing on the square, and people shuttled back and forth among the dragon lanterns. Yan Bingxue asked puzzledly, Husband, why do people still shuttle among the dragon lanterns when the dragon lanterns are performing? Suchin explained with a smile, Here, it's just for auspiciousness. It is said that as long as you pass through the dragon lantern will bring good luck to people this year. Oh, so that's the case. Yan Bingxue nodded and said with a smile. Suchin held Yan Bingxue's hand and said with a smile, Honey, do you want to go to the countryside and do as the Romans do? Yan Bingxue looked at Suchin with a smile. The two little guys looked at Yan Bingxue happily and said, Mama, let's go. Let's go, take Tuanchuan and Lele with us. I like the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Please. Bookmark, the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Updates are fastest. Yan Bingxue looked at the two little dolls, blinking their big round eyes, and looked at herself, smiled and touched the heads of the two little dolls, and said, Okay, let's go together. Mr. Su said with a smile, Tuanchuan, Lele, the ancients used to say that you jumped over the dragon's gate. Today, Tuanchuan and Lele are going to jump over the dragon's gate too. Hee hee, jump over the dragon's gate. The two little guys clapped their hands and said, Let's go. Yan Bingxue stretched out a hand to look at Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele walked forward holding Su Chen and Yan Bingxue's hands. Let's go, Tuanchuan and Lele said with a smile. In the middle of the square, children and adults walked through the dragon lanterns together, 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, the dragon lanterns turned round and round. Tuanchuan and Lianka looked closely at the dragon lantern emitting golden light from top to bottom, feeling very happy. Come on, Baba will take you to jump over the dragon gate, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were in the middle, Tuanchuan and Lei were on both sides, and the four of them crossed sections of the dragon lantern together. The two little guys had a great time playing, giggling, and saying, "Papa Mama. It's fun, it's fun." Su Chen asked with a smile, "It's fun, isn't it? Then let's play again, shall we?" "Okay." Tuanchuan and Lei replied firmly. "Baba, count 1, 2, 3, let's rush together," Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded happily. 1, 2, 3. After counting 1, 2, 3, everyone rushed forward. Together. Rushed into the dragon lantern. "Oh yeah, it's been a while," Lei said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, yes, we broke through another section of the dragon gate," Su Chen said with a smile. "Ha ha ha," the two little guys laughed happily. "Papa Mama, there are so many people are here," Lei said. Happily. Lei used one word to describe this scene. "What would you say?" Su Chen asked. With a smile. Lei blinked, looked at Su Chen and said, there are a lot of people." "Ha ha ha, yes, what about Tuanchuan?" Su Chen asked with a smile. Empty space," Tuanchuan said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, that's great. The two little guys are so accurate in their descriptions. How can Dad think of words to describe today's results? Looking at thousands of doors like the day, laughing and wandering." Su Chen said with a smile. "Husband, when it comes to poetry, I remember that the most beautiful poem describing the Lantern Festival should be The Head of the Willow on the Moon. After Dusk." Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "That's right, the top of the willow on the moon, after the dusk. It's really beautiful." Su Chen nodded in agreement. "Baba Mama, what do you mean by this?" Tuanchuan asked in puzzlement. "The Lia Shatu on the moon is the roll call and the time is just after nightfall, and the appointment after dusk refers to the two people who have agreed to meet on the night of the Lantern Festival." Su Chen explained with a smile. The two little guys nodded seriously. "Lei knows," Lei replied with a smile. Not long after the dragon dance performance was over, people brought a big bonfire basin, and everyone lit the bonfire, and the people in the town danced together. Everyone led the people around them in a circle, 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, and everyone formed 3 large and small circles. Everyone held hands together, and everyone smiled brightly. People danced their steps one after another, and the two little guys also danced with their hands and feet. The two little guys laughed happily and turned around. Oh, the two little guys exclaimed excitedly. At the bonfire party, everyone had a great time. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue also had a great time. Yan Bingxue showed a bright smile. Yan Bingxue was moved by the simple folk customs here. "Husband, how nice is this place?" "Really?" Su Chen said while circling. "It's really nice here. The folk customs here are very simple, and there is a kind of human fireworks that you can't experience in big cities." Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, Su Chen smiled happily. Yes, it is said that distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. This is the case here. The neighbors are very close, and everyone likes to sit and chat together. Compared with some big cities, the way people get along is really different. Su Chen continued, in some big cities, although people are only separated by a door, their neighbors are similar to strangers outside, and they don't contact each other. Neighbors are just neighbors in the literal sense. People from far and wide here can get close, and even call each other by their names, Suchin said with a smile. Yan Bingxue listened seriously and nodded, After everyone circled around for a while, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue led Tuanchuan and Lilibian out of the big team. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue saw Su Haoqian at the side, and Lin Xiao smiled at Mrs. Su and Mrs. Su. Su Chen walked over with a smile and asked, Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Lin Xiao smiled and replied, I'm waiting for you. Wait for me? Su Chen asked back. Yes, I'm waiting for you, come on, son, take it. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Su Haoqian brought Su Chen a microphone. Su Chen asked back, Dad, is this? Su Haoqian patted Su Chen's arm with a smile and said, Son, talent show, it's such a great day, naturally I want to sing a song to cheer up the fun. That's right, son, you are one of the best singers in our town, let's sing a song in front of everyone, let's add to the fun. Lin Xiao said with a smile. All right. Su Chen agreed with a smile. Seeing that Su Chen agreed, Su Haoqian, Lin Xiao, Mr. Su, and Mrs. Su were all very happy. Su Chen lowered his head and thought, what song should I sing? Suddenly, Su Chen realized, Su Chen said with a smile, how about singing The Brightest Star in the Night Sky? Yan Bingxue agreed, husband, I think this song is very good. The meaning of this song is very deep. It also has a longing for the future and let go of the past. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and thought, my wife is my wife. As soon as I say it, my wife will understand. Ha ha ha, that's what it means. Su Chen said with a smile. Okay, then let's play this song, Chen Chen, you can sing it, and we will listen to it. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao called some of their acquaintances together. Everyone sat together and looked forward to Su Chen's performance. Su Chen sorted out his thoughts and melody, and then began to sing. Although it was a cappella, it was still so beautiful and charming. In a word on the internet now, it can make ears pregnant. The brightest star in the night sky, can you hear me clearly? The one who looks up, the loneliness and sighs in his heart. Everyone unconsciously followed the lyrics and melody to beat the beat. I like the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Please. Bookmark, the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Updates. Our fastest. Yan Bingxue smiled and looked at Su Chen, who was really singing, her heart was full of joy. Papa sings really well. Lele said with a happy smile. Tuanchuan also thinks Papa sings very well. Tuanchuan said with a smile. The two little guys looked at Su Chen happily. The Lantern Festival was spent happily in this way. The Lantern Festival has passed, and the school season is about to usher in. The two little guys have mixed feelings when it comes to the back-to-school season. It was time for dinner that day, and the two little guys sighed suddenly while eating. Su Chen brought a bowl of soup to Lele and Tuanchuan, and asked with a smile. Tuanchuan, what's wrong with Lele, are you unhappy? Papa Mama, you don't understand my sadness. Lele said with a smile. I don't know. Let Dad guess? Su Chen said with a smile. Lele and Tuanchuan replied with their big round eyes blinking. I guess it has something to do with the start of school. Su Chen looked at Tuanchuan and Lele with a smile and said. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue in surprise. Lele said to Su Chen in surprise, Papa, how do you know? Su Chen smiled and said, because Dad grew up as a child too. Oh, so that's the case. Did Baba behave like Tuanchuan and Lele when she was a child, and she will do this when school starts? Lele looked at Suchin expectantly and said. Suchin replied with a smile, yeah, it's almost the same, because I have been at home for a long time during the holidays, and I have adapted to the life at home. It must be uncomfortable to go to school from home all of a sudden. Yes, changing from one environment to another will inevitably make you uncomfortable, but mother believes that Tuanchuan and Lele can quickly adapt to school life. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. But oh, I'm still very sad, oh, I still want to celebrate the New Year. This year's Chinese New Year is very lively, so happy. Why do I have to go to school so soon? I thought it was the Chinese New Year, Lele sighed and confided. Ha ha ha, it turns out that the Chinese New Year is so fun. Lin Xiu laughed. Grandma, don't you like Chinese New Year? Tuanchuan looked at Lin Xiu expectantly and said. Children like Chinese New Year because there are a lot of delicious things to eat during Chinese New Year. Adults, don't look forward to Chinese New Year as much as you do, but generally speaking, it's nice to have a family reunion during Chinese New Year. That's why Grandma likes Chinese New Year too. Lin Xiu replied. However, Tuanchuan and Lele think about why there is a spring festival and what is the significance. Lin Xiu looked at Tuanchuan and Lele seriously and asked. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at Lin Xiu with doubts. Lin Xiu said with a smile, in the past, people often said that the New Year is celebrated with the sound of firecrackers, and the spring breeze is sent into Tusu. The Spring Festival means the end of the old year and the beginning of the new year. A good sign for the new year. Tuanchuan and Lele start a new year, of course, to start a new year of study, and make progress year by year. This is the meaning of Chinese New Year. Lin Xiu gave Tuanchuan and Lele only a wave of chicken soup for the soul. Tuanchuan and Lele listened to it in their hearts. The new year also means the arrival of a new semester, doesn't it? Lele asked, blinking her big eyes. Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Lin Xiu nodded and looked at Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele, after entering the school, you can not only study, but also meet your good friends who teach in the kindergarten. You can play games with the children in the kindergarten, slide, draw, sing, Tuanchuan and Lele. Are you unhappy? Suchin said with a smile. Tuanchuan was very happy when he thought that he could meet up with his friends who had been away for a winter vacation. Tuanchuan said happily, happy. Tuanchuan can think about it. Lily and Duhu are here. Lele also said happily, Lele is too. Dahu also said that he will study with me this semester and make progress together. Yes, there are many interesting things to do in school, and there are so many good friends who go to school with me. Are Lele and Tuanchuan still unhappy? Yan Bingxue asked gently. Lele and Tuanchuan shook their heads and said, then Lele still likes going to school very much. Tuanchuan too. It's time to go to school. Mom and Dad will take Lele and Tuanchuan to the stationery store to buy school supplies, okay? Suchin said with a smile, looking at Lele and Tuanchuan. Well, then Lele wants to buy a picture book, a very big picture book, the kind that can draw a lot. Lele said excitedly. Okay, let's choose a big picture book later. Suchin replied with a smile. Well, Tuanchuan needs to buy pencils of many colors, and Tuanchuan wants to draw with giggle. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Suchin agreed one by one. Lei looked at Suchin expectantly and said, Papa, can I buy a toy? Tuanchuan, I also want to buy a toy. Tuanchuan said, looking at Suchin and Yan Bingxue sincerely. Yan Bingxue looked at Suchin and replied with a smile, okay, then Tuanchuan and Lei each buy a toy, and it's a celebration of the start of the new semester, okay? Tuanchuan and Lei nodded happily and said, yeah, just buy a toy. Tuanchuan asked eagerly, Baba Mama, when shall we go shopping? Isn't school starting soon? How about we go shopping this afternoon? Yes, Baba Mama, let's go shopping together this afternoon, school will start soon. Lei said with a smile. Ha ha ha, Mom and Dad ask you, are you ready for school to start? Suchin looked at Tuanchuan and Lei seriously, and asked while holding the hands of the two little guys. The two little guys replied firmly, ready, Grandma said, it's a new year, eh? New semester, we have to study hard and make progress every day. Ah, the consciousness of the two little guys is so high? Suchin said with a smile. Yeah, because Tuanchuan and Giggle are Baba Mama's children. Tuanchuan said quite proudly. Oh, Yan Bingxue and Suchin replied. Okay, let's go buy it later. Suchin said with a smile. Papa, when are you waiting? Tuanchuan asked eagerly. Suchin looked at the phone. Suchin said with a smile, it's 1:30. Let's take a lunch break at home and go out to buy, okay? Tuanchuan and Lei pestered Suchin and Yan Bingxue and said, no, can Tang and Lei play today? It's lunch break, let's go out to play, Tuanchuan and Lei are not sleepy at all. Seeing the impatient looks of the two little guys, Suchin smiled and said, okay, then let's go now. Tuanchuan and Lei replied with a smile. Suchin drove Tuanchuan and Lei to the stationery store with Yan Bingxue. I like the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Please. Bookmark, the strongest dad, sign in 100 million at the beginning. Updates are fastest. The two little guys who came to the stationery store were very excited. Seeing all kinds of stationery and colored pens, notebooks, school bags, etc. In the stationery store, the two little guys felt an indescribable excitement in their hearts. Wow, Papa Mama, look at how nice that school bag looks. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Ha ha ha, I see, there are several princesses on this school bag, Snow White, Princess Belle, Cinderella, don't you like these? Yan Bingxue asked while looking at Tuanchuan with a smile. Tuanchuan smiled happily. Tuanchuan saw his elder brother Lei looking at a school bag, staring at it in a daze. Tuanchuan smiled and asked, do you like this Spider-Man school bag? Lei nodded with a smile and said, yeah, Spider-Man is Superman, but he's amazing, don't you like it? Tuanchuan replied softly and cutely, well. Tuanchuan also likes Superman, but Tuanchuan is a girl, and Tuanchuan likes princesses and fairy tales more. Suchin asked with a smile, do Tuanchuan and Lei believe that the stories in fairy tales really exist? Tuanchuan nodded seriously and said, of course I do. Tuanchuan believes that the princesses in fairy tales are all kind and happy. Suchin looked at Tuanchuan with a smile. Yan Bingxue asked with a smile, Tuanchuan and Lei want to buy a new school bag? Tuanchuan and Lei looked at Yan Bingxue and Suchin expectantly and said, Yan Bingxue patted the shoulders of the two little guys, and said softly, but there are new school bags in Tuanchuan and Lei school. Tuanchuan muttered and said, but Tuanchuan doesn't like the new school bag in school, the new school bag in school is not as good looking as this one. Suchin said with a smile. Tuanchuan, Lele, the children in the school are all carrying new school bags issued by the school. Suchin continued to explain, if everyone carries school bags, only Tuanchuan and Lele specialize and buy their own school bags, that would be bad. School bags are like school uniforms. Wear a school uniform and carry a school bag. Tuanchuan and Lele muttered and looked at the new school bag, full of anticipation. The school bags are placed high on the storage table, as if there is always a force pulling the hearts of the children, making them want to climb up and get it. Yan Bingxue and Suchin saw through Tuanchuan and Lele's little thoughts. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and gave Yan Bingxue a look. Yan Bingxue understood Su Chen's intentions in seconds. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, however, Mom and Dad haven't finished talking yet. Mom and Dad think that Tuanchuan and Lele won't go to school every day. Right? Tuanchuan and Lele also have Saturdays and Sundays. Time on Saturdays and Sundays, of course Tuanchuan and Lele can carry their favorite school bags. What Yan Bingxue said made the two little guys smile. Suchin looked at Tuanchuan and Lele, held the two little guys' chubby hands, and said, however, let's talk about it, if you two little guys want to go out to play with Mom and Dad on the weekend, you should take your own things with you. The things you bring, such as water bottles and tissues, you have to carry them by yourself. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded without saying a word and said, yeah, we must carry our own things on our own. Ha ha ha. Promising to Tuanchuan and Lele is very straightforward, and Tuanchuan and Lele must do what they say. Tuanchuan smiled and said, Tuanchuan will never break his promise. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue laughed, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue took off the school bags that Tuanchuan and Lele were thinking about. Tuanchuan and Lele hugged each other like real treasures. Su Chen looked at the two little guys with a smile and said, little guy, the school bag is for carrying it on the back, not on the chest, how about carrying it on the back by yourself? Tuanchuan seriously shook his head and said, no, Mommy, you won't be able to see the beautiful school bag when you carry it on your back. You want to hold it first, and when you have seen enough, you can carry it on your back. Su Chen smiled and said, ha ha ha, okay, it's up to you. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue bought a box of pencils with Tuanchuan and Lele. Su Chen laughed and said, the pencils nowadays are so childlike. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, yes. Yan Bingxue continued, honey, a black pencil should be enough, right? Tuanchuan answered first, enough, a box of pencils can last a long time. Yan Bingxue smiled and took a box of pencils for Tuanchuan and Lele. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, this box of pencils is what Tuanchuan and Lele need to use for a semester. Mom will give Tuanchuan and Lele 2 sets of pencils first, and Mother will keep the other pencils, okay? Tuanchuan and Lele nodded in agreement. Mama, I still want to buy colored pencils. Tuanchuan said with a smile, blinking her big round eyes. Okay, buy colored pencils. Yan Bingxue replied slightly. In the stationery store, there is a row of colored pencils of various colors, and everyone looks happy. There are so many colored pencils, which one should I choose? Tuanchuan said, while poking his chin with one hand. Ha ha ha, just pick whichever you like, Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan said with a smile while picking it up seriously. Tuanchuan saw a colored pencil in the shape of a pencil case, smiled happily, and said, Baba Mama, I like that. Suchin asked with a smile, is this it? Tuanchuan nodded happily. Dad, take it down for you. Suchin said with a smile. Suchin showed Tuan Tuan and Lei the colored pencils in a pen bag, and Chin smiled and handed the pen to Tuan Tuan and Lei. Holding the pen in his hand, Tuanchuan smiled cheerfully, and said with a smile, this pen is so pretty, Baba, look, isn't the lotus pattern on this pen very nice? Lei smiled and said, it's pretty, just as good looking as my sister. Tuanchuan smiled happily. Tuanchuan turned around and saw a lot of picture books on the shelves. Tuanchuan smiled and said, there are picture books over there, so take a good look. Where is it? Lei asked excitedly. Here. As he said, Tuanchuan excitedly took Lei's hand and walked to the picture book. The picture books are all very beautiful, with all kinds of cute cartoon characters painted on the outer packaging, and some small fragments of bowling, which twinkle and twinkle beautifully. Papa, I like the picture book of the purple deer. Lei said happily. Go and get whichever you like. Suchin said with a smile. Good. Lei smiled and went to the picture book. Lei happily held the 8-page paper-sized drawing book in her hand. Baba, this is it. Okay, just buy this. Suchin replied with a smile. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. After buying brushes and picture books, the two little guys bought some other stationery such as stationery bags, and so on. The two little guys are very happy today. Lei and Tuanchuan packed the stationery in their school bags and laughed happily. Suchin asked with a smile, Tuanchuan, Lei, what are you smirking at? Go home. Suchin patted Lei's small head and asked with a smile. Baba Mama, I am very happy today, Lei said with a smile. I am very happy to buy stationery, and you should be very happy when you sign up on Monday, Suchin said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei agreed, well, that's fine. With that said, Suchin was about to drive the two little guys home. Through the rearview mirror, Suchin saw that the two little guys were still carrying school bags. Suchin said with a smile, little guy, you don't need to carry your school bag, otherwise it will be difficult to sit. The two little guys put down their school bags slowly. The two little guys fastened their seat belts, put the school bags in front of them, and carefully counted today's harvest. Tuanchuan and Lei were very happy, humming a little song along the way, and returned home. After returning home, Tuanchuan and Lei eagerly showed the small school bag to Suhaqian and Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu looked at the two little guys talking a lot, and said with a smile. It seems that you have a lot of experience in buying stationery. The two little guys smiled happily. Today is another happy day. Lei said with a smile. Lin Xiu touched the hands of the two little guys and smiled happily. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and the two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lei, jumped down from the sofa and opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Tang Shuyun and Yan Zhenwei walking over with two small toys. Tuanchuan and Lei exclaimed in surprise, Grandpa, Grandma, why are you here? Come and see you two little guys. Tang Shuyun said with a smile. Grandpa and Grandma bought you two small toys, Tang Shuyun continued. Little guy, do you like it? Yan Zhenwei asked with a smile. The two little guys nodded happily and said, I like it. Grandma, this is a helicopter toy that Lei loves so much, it's so cool. Lei said happily. This is Tuanchuan's favorite little bear, and Tuanchuan likes it very much. Tuanchuan wants to sleep with the little bear every day. Tuanchuan said. Excitedly. The two little guys took the toy, eagerly took it apart, and started playing with it. Tuanchuan hugged the little bear and sat between Tang Shuyun and Lin Xiao, looking very happy and cute. Tuanchuan smiled and asked, Grandma, does this little bear have a name? Tang Shuyun smiled and said, Grandma, look. Tuanchuan handed the toy to Tang Shuyun. Tang Shuyun carefully looked at a label on the doll, looked at it, but couldn't find the name, and said with a smile, this doll has no name yet. It just so happens that Tuanchuan can give the doll a nice name. Nice name? Tuanchuan said with a smile. Lin Xiao and Tang Shuyun looked at Tuanchuan with a smile. Tuanchuan tried his best to turn his little brain, thinking of a nice name. Well, what should I call it? I have it. Tuanchuan happily said, just call E, okay? E, ha 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 ha, this name is easy to remember. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Tuanchuan pouted and looked at Lin Xiao and said, Grandma, is this name just easy to remember? Lin Xiao said with a smile, no, it sounds good, right? Shuyun. Lin Xiao patted Tang Shuyun's hand and said. Yes, it sounds good. Tang Shuyun said with a smile. Ha ha ha, you will be called E from now on, E. Tuanchuan called the little bear's name cutely. Tuanchuan accompanied Tang Shuyun, and Lin Xiao sat on the sofa, listening to the two chatting. Yan Zhenwei played with Lei in the living room. Grandpa, look, this helicopter can also sing, Lei said in surprise. Yes, this helicopter can also open the door automatically, Yan Zhenwei patiently guided Lei to play with the helicopter. Yan Zhenwei pressed a button, and the hatch of the helicopter opened. Lei looked at the helicopter in surprise, and exclaimed, wow, it's so fun. Also, this button, if you press this button, there will be new discoveries. Yan Zhenwei reminded. Tuanchuan looked at Yan Zhenwei, smiled and pressed the button, and the two blades of the helicopter started to rotate. Lei was very happy watching the two leaves turning. Wow, there is still wind. The hair on Lei's forehead was blown away. Lei said happily, wow, it's so cool. Yan Zhenwei smiled and said, this helicopter is so cool. Lei smiled and said, Before he knew it, it was time for dinner again, and Su Chen had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. Su Chen asked everyone to sit down and eat, and went to the small study on the second floor to ask Yan Bingxue to come down. Su Chen walked softly behind Yan Bingxue and said with a smile, honey, eat. Yan Bingxue was editing something, and she hadn't finished editing it yet. As a work-oriented Yan Bingxue, she naturally wanted to finish editing before eating. Yan Bingxue glanced at Su Chen with a smile, and continued to edit, honey. You guys eat first, I'll eat later. Honey, eat first, then work. Su Chen reminded. It's okay, husband, I'm not hungry yet. Yan Bingxue said while typing on the keyboard. Aren't you hungry, wife? Su Chen walked across to Yan Bingxue and asked. Looking at Yan Bingxue. Really? Yan Bingxue replied with a smile. Husband, let's go with you. Our wife is making money, so how can my husband eat alone? Su Chen pretended to work with Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue stopped typing on the keyboard, turned off the computer and said. Okay, let's go eat first, and then work. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, that's right, my wife. After dinner, we'll move the bricks together. Okay. Together. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen walked down from the second floor holding hands. Lin Xiao smiled and asked, Chen, why did you ask Bingxue to eat for so long? Su Chen said with a smile, who told my wife to be too good, the company is busy with a lot of things. Lin Xiao said with concern, Bingxue, I know the company is busy, but you should also pay attention to rest and eat on time. Tang Shiyun said with concern, yes, the most important thing is to take care of yourself first. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Mom, I know, I will eat on time from now on. Honey, today's dish is cooked by my husband. I made your favorite, steamed sea bass. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile, thank you husband. Thank you so much, husband, just eat more. Su Chen said while looking at Yan Bingxue with a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Soon it was the day when Tuanchuan and Lei started school. In the early morning of this day, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue asked Tuanchuan and Lei to wake up. Su Chen patted the quilts of the two little guys lightly and said, Little guy, get up. Papa, sleep a little more, just sleep. Tuanchuan said weakly. Sleep again, how long will it be? Su Chen asked with a smile. 5 minutes, Papa just needs to sleep for another 5 minutes. Tuanchuan said weakly. Okay, let's sleep for 5 minutes, and we'll get up in 5 minutes, and then we're going to sign up, Su Chen said with a smile. Sign up? Hearing the word sign up, the two little guys couldn't fall asleep anymore. The two little guys jumped up and sat up, and said in surprise, Are you going to sign up? Yan Bingxue rubbed Lei's sleepy-eyed little head and said, Yes, Papa Mama told you yesterday, don't you remember? Tuanchuan and Lei looked at Yan Bingxue and Su Chen in bewilderment. Su Chen said with a smile, the two little guys seem to have not woken up yet. Get up soon. Just wash your face and wake up. Su Chen continued to say with a smile. The two little guys got up and walked lazily to the sink to brush their teeth and wash their faces. After the two little guys brushed their teeth and washed their faces, Yan Bingxue asked with a smile, Which clothes do you want to wear today? Tuanchuan and Lei looked at the clothes in the cabinet and carefully selected them. Mama, I'm going to wear this skirt today. Tuanchuan pointed to a pink winter skirt and said. Yan Bingxue took out the pink skirt, looked at Tuanchuan with a smile and said. Okay, just wear a skirt. Where's Lei? What kind of clothes does Lei want to wear? Yan Bingxue asked. With a smile. Lei took out a fleece sweater with a cute green dinosaur painted on it and said, Mama, I want to wear this dinosaur dress. Yan Bingxue took out the clothes for Lei and matched them with a pair of pants. Hurry up and change your clothes, two little guys, we're going to eat later. Yan Bingxue reminded gently. The two little guys nodded and changed into their clothes respectively. Yan Bingxue went downstairs first to set the tableware with Su Chen, and the family sat down to eat together. Tuanchuan and Lei also quickly changed their clothes and came down. Tuanchuan and Lei sat on the chairs and swayed, looking left and right, but they couldn't sit quietly and steadily like adults. Yan Bingxue served Mrs. Su and Mrs. Su Haqian, Lin Xiao, Tuanchuan, Lei. Each a bowl of porridge, Grandpa, Grandma, parents, this porridge is health preserving porridge. My husband specially made it according to the health preserving recipe. You should eat more. The old lady Su looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said with a smile. Okay. Su Chen looked at Tuanchuan and Lei with a smile and said, Tuanchuan, Lei. You should eat more, you have to go to school to register later. I didn't eat enough in the morning, and I don't have the energy to play with the children. Later yo. Tuanchuan nodded and said, yeah, Papa, I must eat more. Tuanchuan smiled and held a small steamed bun and said, small steamed buns are delicious, I want to eat more. Lin Xiao said with a smile, Tuanchuan, you can't just eat steamed stuffed buns, but also drink soy milk. The freshly ground soy milk will be cooled later. Tuanchuan pouted and said, Grandma, can I stop drinking soy milk? Soy milk is not good. Lin Xiao frowned, patted the little guy's head and said with a smile, little friend, don't be picky eaters. If you are picky eaters, you won't grow tall. But this soy milk isn't sweet, so the steamed buns are better. Tuanchuan insisted. Su Chen looked at Tuanchuan and said seriously, Tuanchuan, you should drink up the soy milk obediently. If you drink up the soy milk obediently, I will reward you with a little red flower when you have a baby, okay? Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen in surprise and asked, Papa, can you really reward me with the little red flower? Su Chen smiled and said, of course. As long as Tuanchuan and Lei perform well, Papa will reward Tuanchuan and Lei as little red flowers. Yeah, the teacher said that the little red flower is a reward for good children, and Tuanchuan also wants the little red flower. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Talking Tuanchuan gulu, he took a sip of soy milk. Tuanchuan smiled and asked, Papa, is it the same as the little red flower rewarded by the school teacher? Yes. Su Chen replied. Tuanchuan and Lei finished their meal quickly and well for the little red flower. After dinner, Su Chen asked Tuanchuan and Lei to go to the room by themselves to prepare the things they wanted to bring. Tuanchuan, Lei, go and prepare the things you need to bring, Su Chen said with a smile. Okay. Tuanchuan and Lei smiled and walked into the room to sort things out. Mr. Su sat in the living room, smiled and said to Su Chen, these two little fellows really listen to you. Su Chen smiled and talked with Mr. Su about his parenting experience. Children, I just need to encourage them more. Mr. Su said with a smile, yeah, what Chen Chen said makes sense, children just need to be encouraged. With that said, Tuanchuan and Lei packed their things and went downstairs. Tuanchuan and Lei bouncing downstairs, Baba Mama, let's clean up. Okay. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Tuanchuan, Lei, look, this is the little red flower that Papa prepared for you. Is it the same as the teacher's? Su Chen said with a smile. Yeah, it's the same, it's this little red flower, Tuanchuan's favorite little red flower. Tuanchuan said with a happy smile. Su Chen looked at the two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lei, with a smile on his face. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue took Tuanchuan and Lei out to the school to sign up. Two quirky little guys, lying on the car and looking at the scenery outside the window, Lei said with a smile, Baba Mama, there are a lot of children outside today. There are also many big brothers and big sisters in school uniforms. Yan Bingxue gently touched Lei's head and said, yes, big brothers and sisters also signed up today, so everyone went out. Oh. Lei smiled and nodded. The two little guys looked up at the sky above the city. There were many tall buildings along the way, and modern buildings of all sizes were neatly located on both sides of the street. Groups of young people surrounded the entrances of large and small shops and restaurants. Today's weather is exceptionally good, the sun shines on every corner of the city through the white clouds, on the mother who leads the little girl across the road, on the pedestrians who are on the road, and on the sanitation workers who are cleaning the streets, sprinkled on the tall trees. Tuanchuan and Lei watched in surprise all the way, looking out the window with a different mood. Lei blinked her big eyes and looked at the sky and said, "Baba Mama, look. Does that white cloud above the sky look like a big lion? Heck, there's also that white cloud, that seems to be a little rabbit." The two little guys looked at the sky happily. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this. Chapter 811, Too Little Confused, School is about to start today. Reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Yan Bingxue looked at it with a smile, and Yan Bingxue said with a smile, yes, Tuanchuan and Lei have very rich imaginations. Hee, Mama, what do you think that cloud over there looks like? Tuanchuan blinked cutely at Yan Bingxue and said. Yan Bingxue looked at the cloud that Tuanchuan and Lei were pointing at, and said with a smile, well, Mama thinks it looks like Tuanchuan. Like me? Tuanchuan asked, curiously, blinking. Yes, look, those two little braids are Tuanchuan's two braids, and the round one is Tuanchuan's little face, that. Yan Bingxue explained with a smile, while looking at Tuanchuan with a smile. Tuanchuan nodded happily. Lei said with a smile, Mama, there is another one, that is my sister's wings. Wings? Tuanchuan looked at Lei in surprise and said. Yes, wings, with wings, Tuanchuan can fly high, fly to the blue sky. Lei said with a smile. Hee, it turned into a white cloud, didn't it? Tuanchuan said cutely, holding Lei's hand. Lei nodded excitedly. Ha, Yan Bingxue and Suchen laughed happily. Not long after, Yan Bingxue and Suchen came to the school. Suchen parked the car in the school parking lot. Tuanchuan and Lei got out of the car, looking at everything in front of them, familiar yet unfamiliar. Lei looked at everything on the campus with a smile, and said with a smile. Mommy, the school seems to be the same, it hasn't changed. Suchen said with a smile, But Baba heard that the school has built a new activity room. Really, Papa? Tuanchuan asked, curiously. Suchen nodded and said with a smile, of course it's true, it's the news that Teacher Hua posted in the parent group. Wow, I really want to see it. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Well, then let's go to the teacher to register first, and after the registration, let's go to the activity room to have a look, how about it? Yan Bingxue said with a smile. The two little guys nodded in agreement. Lei smiled and said, Papa Mama, let's sign up quickly. Okay. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei pulled Yan Bingxue and Suchen to the door of the classroom. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at the three-word star class on the sign in front of the classroom and hesitated. What's the matter, Tuanchuan, Lele, let's go in quickly. The teacher must be waiting for you. Yan Bingxue said softly. When Tuanchuan and Lele approached the classroom, their little hearts were beating nonstop. Tuanchuan looked at Yan Bingxue and Su Chen and said seriously, Baba Mama, I don't know what's wrong with me, I'm a little nervous. Ha ha ha, I see, people used to go back to their hometowns, because they were closer to the hometown, but you are closer to the school. Su Chen laughed. Yan Bingxue looked at the two little guys with a smile and said, Ha ha ha, my husband is sure that there is nothing wrong with you saying that. Papa Mama. Are you kidding me? Tuanchuan said angrily. No, Mom and Dad just sighed for a while. Okay, Mom and Dad don't talk. Don't talk, let's go in. Su Chen said with a smile, looking at Tuanchuan. Lele looked at everything familiar in the classroom, and walked straight in. Lele smiled and said to Tuanchuan, Tuanchuan, hurry up. Tuanchuan Trot caught up with Lele, and said in a low voice, Gak, slow down. The two little guys walked in holding hands. Teacher Huahua was sorting out the students' information materials. Lele and Tuanchuan greeted with a smile and joy, Mr. Huahua. Teacher Huahua raised her head and saw Tuanchuan and Lele walking towards her, and said with a smile, Good morning, Tuanchuan, Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele walked to Teacher Huahua and said with a bright smile, Hello, Teacher Huahua. Teacher Huahua observed Tuanchuan and Lele carefully, and said with a smile, Tuanchuan and Lele seem to have good food at home. Lele smiled and shared with Teacher Huahua, Well, Lele and my sister ate a lot of delicious food during the Chinese New Year. Yes, Tuanchuan received a lot of lucky money during Chinese New Year. Tuanchuan said happily. Oh, Teacher Huahua looked at the two cute little babies happily. Saying that, Yan Bingxue and Su Chen walked over with a smile. Teacher Huahua greeted with a smile, Tuan Tuan Lulu, Father, Mother. Su Chen looked at Teacher Huahua with a smile and said politely, Hi Teacher Huahua. Tuanchuan, what is Lele talking to Teacher Huahua? Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan gently, and asked Lele. Tuanchuan smiled and said, You're talking about my vacation. Yan Bingxue nodded and looked at Tuanchuan. The two little guys are still so cute and lively. Teacher Huahua looked at Tuanchuan and Lele, who were blinking big round eyes, with admiration. Ha ha ha, teacher, you don't know that the two little guys just came in after standing at the door for a long time. Su Chen said with a soft smile. Tuanchuan and Lele, the two clever little ghosts, were not happy anymore. Tuanchuan stomped his feet anxiously and said, Papa. Papa. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, It seems that the two little guys are unhappy. Husband, stop talking. Su Chen said with a smile, Yes, stop talking, stop talking. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, Teacher, this is the household registration booklet of the two little guys, please register it. Teacher Huahua took the household registration booklet from Yan Bingxue with her polite hands. Teacher Huahua filled in the registration information, and said with a smile, Father and Mother of the orchestra, please fill in the roster. Yan Bingxue handed over this task to Su Chen. Husband, your handwriting is beautiful, you write it. Su Chen nodded with a smile, sat on the desk next to him, and wrote the roster. Seriously. Su Chen sat on the small desk, looking very big. Tuanchuan chuckled and said quietly to Lele, Ha ha ha, Baba is the biggest student in our class. Lele nodded in agreement. Su Chen quickly filled out the rosters of Tuanchuan and Lele. Su Chen returned the roster to the teacher. Teacher Huahua looked at the neat 2 lines of running script on the roster and said, This word is really beautiful, Dad of the Lu Orchestra, it seems. Bet he is quite accomplished in calligraphy. Su Chen smiled and said modestly, where? Teacher Hua liked it more and more. These 2 lines stood out in the roster. After signing up, the teacher took out 2 small apples from the drawer. Teacher Hua put 2 small apples on the foreheads of Tuanchuan and Lei, and said with a smile, sign up today, the teacher will reward you with 2 red apples. Tuanchuan, Lei will make persistent efforts this semester. Tuanchuan and Lei happily touched their foreheads and said with a smile, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue smiled and looked at the 2 excited little guys. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Tuanchuan and Lei, who got 2 little apples, pestered Su Chen and Yan Bingxue to take them to the newly built activity room. Su Chen nodded with a smile and said, okay, go to the activity room. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue brought Tuanchuan and Lei to the activity room, where many parents and children were present. Tuanchuan and Lei meet their best friends Lily and Xiaohu, who played in school. Seeing Tuanchuan and Lei coming, Xiaohu hurriedly put down the building blocks in his hands, walked over excitedly, and called out, Tuanchuan, Lei. Lei said happily, little tiger. Lily immediately saw Tuanchuan, Lei, also walked over with a smile. The 4 children greeted each other with smiles. Tuanchuan, Lei, you are finally here. Let's build blocks together, shall we? I'm building a castle with Xiaohu. Lily held Tuanchuan's hand and pointed at the castle she was building. Okay. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at Yan Bingxue and Su Chen. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, if you want to play, go and play by yourself. The 2 little guys, Lily and Xiaohu, went to build blocks together. Lily's parents and Xiaohu's parents chatted with Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Several adults sat together, watching the little ones having fun, couldn't stop being happy. Look how happy the children are playing. Lily's mother said with a smile. Ha, isn't it, Xiaohu? I look forward to his school starting. As long as Xiaohu is at home for a day, the house has never been quiet, and it can be noisy every day, especially during the new year. At home, it is a luxury to feel at home and drink a cup of coffee with peace of mind. After a while, I called my mother, Mama, come and play with me. Mama, look at this, is it good? It's either here or there. Xiaohu's mother confided. Hey, it's not easy to raise a child. Lily's father said. Xiaohu's father said jokingly, that's why it is said that only girls and Dylans are difficult to raise. Mother Xiaohu patted father Xiaohu heavily and said, what did you just say? Xiaohu's father patted himself and said, it's time to fight, it's time to fight. I'm wrong, my wife doesn't need me to take care of her, she can go out of the hall and down to the kitchen. She can be both civil and military. Xiaohu's mother said with a smile, you can pull it down, and coax people into a set. Xiaoli's mother smiled and echoed, that's how they are. They are very good at talking. When it comes to letting them take care of the child, it's either something here or something there. It's hard to bring a child, but they haven't brought it yet. How long will it be full of loopholes? Look at what you said, this can't be generalized, we still have excellent representatives. Lily's father said with a smile. We, Su Chen, are a typical example among us, Lily's father said while patting Su Chen with a smile. It's just that there are 2 children in the family, and they are more experienced, but my Bingshuai is more careful. There are many details, thanks to Bingshua's attention, Suchen said with a smile. Suchen looked at Yan Bingshui happily. Xiaohu's mother sighed and said, "Hey, look, this is someone else's husband." Xiaohu's father smiled and said, "Is your husband not good? It would be great if you can take half of Tuanchuan's father's example in raising your children." Xiaohu's mother laughed. This sentence made Xiaohu's father speechless. After all, he really didn't have a say in the matter of raising children. Suchen said with a smile, "Actually, being pregnant for 10 months, giving birth is very hard. My wife gave birth to them with her life. Of course, we must take good care of and cherish this person around us. Yes, I also think it's really difficult for us women. I look at a man who can hurt others, and he is a real man." Lily's mother said with a smile in agreement. But Suchen has a successful career, is kind to his wife, and takes care of his family. Now he can't find him with a lantern. Xiaohu's mother glanced at Xiaohu's father and said. Little Tiger's father smiled awkwardly but politely. Xiaohu's father said with a smile, "My wife will let you see my changes." Yes, wife, let's discuss with Tuanchuan's father how to raise the child." Lily's father said with a smile. Lily's father had a premonition that the next person he was aiming at would be himself, and it was the best strategy to take 36 tactics, so he quickly thought of a way to stay away from this place of right and wrong. Lily's father, Su Chen, and Xiaohu's father walked aside. Lily's father smiled and let out a long sigh of relief. "Fortunately, we left in time. Let's talk about what we men should talk about." Ha 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 ha, Su Chen laughed. Yan Bingxue, Lily's mother, and Xiaohu's mother chatted together. Lily's mother and Xiaohu's mother complained about some things about the child's father. Lily's mother said with a smile, "It's better to be Lele's mother, who can see the eyes of men." Actually, Lily's father is also very good. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile. "Hey, you don't know how annoying Lily's father is at home," Lily's mother confided. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile, "Actually, you can communicate with him a little more. If you communicate with him about some things, there will be no conflicts." Lily's mother said with a smile, "Hey, I want to too, but I just can't find a suitable opportunity." Yan Bingxue patted Lily's mother on the shoulder lightly, comforting Lily's mother. Xiaohu's mother smiled enviously and said, "Tuanchuan's mother really envies you. You have such a warm family and a proud career. It's really not easy for such a good woman to take care of both career and family." Yan Bingxue said with a smile, "Mother Xiaohu, you are not bad. Look at how well Xiaohu is being taken care of, and has a good personality, very lively." Xiaohu's mother looked at Xiaohu with a smile and said, "It would be great if Xiaohu's father could be so considerate to me. They always think that it is very hard for them to make money outside. When they get home, they just lie on the sofa and don't care about anything. When they ask, they say, it's been a long day at work. Their work has a time limit. As for me, the time and energy spent on raising children will be less than their work." Xiaohu's mother continued. "No, how tiring it is to have a child, only we know." Lily's mother shared the same feeling. "By the way, Mother Lele, how do you take care of your family and work at the same time?" Lily's mother asked curiously. "Actually, it's also thanks to my husband's parents who helped me a lot, and my husband is also very considerate of me." Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Lily's mother said in surprise, "Do you live with your mother-in-law?" Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Xiaohu's mother said, "The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has been difficult to deal with since ancient times. Don't you have many conflicts when you live together?" The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 813. Every family has a difficult book to read, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, "My mother-in-law is very good, she is very considerate to me and my husband." Xiaohu's mother said enviously, "Oh, that's good. Mother Lele is blessed, her husband is good, and her husband's family is also good." Yan Bingxue smiled and said, "Mother Xiaohu, I think you are also very happy. I can see that Dad Xiaohu loves you very much, and Xiaohu is also a good boy." Xiaohu's mother said with a smile, "Daddy Xiaohu, he is very kind to me, but sometimes he is a little naive and always makes me angry when he does things." Xiaoli's mother said with the same feeling, "The one in my family is the same. In fact, sometimes you can give them a little more tolerance. After all, many times they don't think so carefully, and they are not very good at family affairs. Just practice more." Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Mother Xiaohu replied with a smile, "Cough, I hope." The lively children who held the mother's tea party here also had a great time, and the children shared their winter vacation life with each other. Xiaohu said with a smile, "Lele, Tuanchuan, Lily, during the winter vacation today, I went back to my hometown to celebrate the New Year with Mama and Baba. The New Year in my hometown is very lively." Lily asked curiously, "Xiaohu, where is your hometown?" Xiaohu smiled and said, "Hee, my hometown is Shangqing, which is very different from here. My hometown doesn't have so many big houses, but it has everything. Food and entertainment are good. Complete. Oh, I really want to visit Xiaohu's hometown. I spent the Chinese New Year in Zhonghai," Lily said with a smile while fiddling with building blocks. "Lily, are your papa mama, grandparents in Zhonghai?" Tuanchuan asked with big eyes blinking. "Yeah." Lily nodded with a smile. "It's also very lively in Zhonghai. Mama said that the place where the family is together is the happiest place." Lele said with a smile. Lily nodded with a smile, and continued, "Papa Mama said that next time she will take us to Sanya for the New Year. Mama said that there is no need to wear such a thick padded jacket for the New Year there, and you can wear a skirt like summer." "Sanya?" "Lily, I've been to Sanya," Tuanchuan said with a smile. "What about Sanya?" Lily asked, curiously. "I also want to know what Sanya is like," Xiaohu asked, curiously. "Sanya, it's super beautiful, there's a huge sea, a lot of fish, so beautiful. There are also coconut trees, and a beach." Tuanchuan conjectured all the scenes about Sonia in his mind out. Xiaohu and Lily happily listened to Tuanchuan's talk. The two little ones were very excited, and Lily said excitedly, "Wow, it seems that Sonia is such a fun place. I really want to celebrate the New Year soon, so I can go to Sonia." "I think too, I also want to go to Sonia with Baba Mama," Xiaohu said with a smile. Xiaohu continued to ask, "Hey, Tuanchuan, Lele, where did you spend the Chinese New Year this year?" Lele smiled and said, "Hee, we went to 2 places during Chinese New Year." 2 places? Lily asked, curiously. "That's right, we went to the imperial capital during the Chinese New Year. And then returned to our hometown," Lele said happily. "Are you guys going back to your hometown too?" Lily said enviously. "Yeah." Tuanchuan and Lele nodded with a smile. "Tuanchuan, where's your hometown, Lele?" Xiaohu asked with a smile. "Our hometown is Crescent Town," Lele said with a smile. "Xingyue Town?" Xiaohu and Lily looked at each other and said in a questioning tone, "Hee." Xiaohu suddenly realized, "Oh, I know, Xingyue Town, I know Xingyue Town, it's near Zhonghai, Papa said it's fun there." Lele and Tuanchuan smiled and nodded. "What does the mayor of Xingyue Town look like?" Lily asked, curiously. It's different from Zhonghai. The houses over there are all white. Walls covered with black tiles," Lele said with a smile. Oh, Lily nodded with a smile. "There is also a big river over there, flowing down from the front of our house," Lele said with a smile. "Wow," Xiaohu said with a smile. "Did you receive a lot of lucky money during the Chinese New Year?" Lily said with a smile. "Yeah." Lele and Tuanchuan nodded excitedly. Lele continued to say excitedly, "I received a lot of red envelopes during the Chinese New Year and ate a lot of candy." Lily said with the same feeling, me too. I ate a lot of sugar during the Chinese New Year." "Yes, during the Chinese New Year, Papa Mama said that you can eat candy." "I ate a lot of candy, but it was delicious," Xiaohu said happily. "What kind of candy do you like most?" Lily asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele said in unison, "Gummy." "I also really like gummy candy, and the cornbread," Xiaohu said with a smile. "Corn crisp, I like it too," Lele said with a smile. Lele smiled and asked, "Then what did you buy with the New Year's money?" "I gave all the New Year's money to Papa Mama, and Papa Mama said they would keep it for me first. Give it to me when I grow up," Xiaohu said with a smile. "My daddy Mama said the same thing, they kept it for me, saved it for me, and gave it to me when I grow up," Lily said with a smile. "Tuanchuan, how about you, Lele?" Xiaohu asked with a smile. "Our New Year's money has been saved in the bank card," Tuanchuan said with a happy smile. "Then do you keep your lucky money yourself?" Lily asked with a smile. "Yeah, Mama said that we will keep our own money," Lele said with a smile. "I also want to keep my own money, and I also want to keep the New Year's money next time," Lily said enviously. "Me too," Xiaohu said with a smile. A few children chatted and laughed together, and a big castle was built while talking and laughing. "Papa Mama, look quickly, our castle is ready," Tuanchuan said excitedly. The adults came over one after another to see the achievements of the little guys. Suchin smiled and praised, "This castle is so beautiful. You guys are awesome." "Yes, this castle is well built," Mother Xiaohu said with a smile. The children laughed happily, and when they turned around, they noticed that there was a book corner in the right corner of the room, and walked over excitedly. Looking at the bookshelves full, Tuanchuan shouted excitedly, "There are a lot of books here, come and read, come and read." The children ran over excitedly. The little ones looked at the books in the book corner seriously, and Lele was pleasantly surprised to find out, "They are all books I like, it's great. I like these books too," Tuanchuan said happily. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, Chapter 814 Little Guy's Holiday Life, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Page Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The little ones picked up the books one after another and began to read. "Hey, I like this book is so beautiful," Tuanchuan said with a smile. "Sister, I'll get it for you," Lele said with a smile. Lele said that he took down the book that Tuanchuan liked and handed it to Tuanchuan. "Give it to Tuanchuan." Tuanchuan took the book happily, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Giggle, No, Giggle is the best for me." Lily said enviously, "If only I had such a good Giggle." Xiaohu patted Lily on the shoulder and said, "Lily, can I come to your cluck? I can protect you." Tuanchuan looked at Lily with a smile and said, "Lily, you are my best friend. And my Giggle is your Giggle. From now on, Giggle will always protect us, and little tiger Giggle will always protect us." Xiaohu and Lele promised in unison, "I will always protect you." Lily and Tuanchuan smiled happily. Each of the four little guys held a picture book and looked at it. Tuantuani suggested, "Let's have a reading competition, shall we see who can read faster?" Lily touched her small chin with a smile and said, "Well, then if the person who reads the book the fastest, will there be any reward?" "Well, let me ask Papa Mama if it's okay, and let Baba Mama give us a reward," Lele said with a smile. Xiaohu and Lily nodded in agreement. A few little guys ran up to the adults and asked with a smile, "Baba Mama, Aunt Shushu, we are reading in a competition, whoever reads the fastest will reward that kid with a small gift, okay?" Suchen looked at Yan Bingxue and the other adults with a smile, and said with a smile, "Okay, we will reward the person who reads the fastest with a small gift, but this gift will be kept secret for now." What kind of gift is it?" Lele thought, blinking her big eyes. Tuan nodded happily. The two little guys walked up to Xiaohu and Lily with anticipation and confidence and repeated Suchen's words. The four little guys happily looked at the picture book. The competition officially started, and the four little guys scrambled to read the picture book. Several little guys are sitting on the small stools reading books very seriously. Suchen reminded with a smile, "Kids, don't lower your eyes to the table, but keep a certain distance from the table." The little guys looked at Suchen, smiled, and nodded. The little ones adjusted their sitting postures and continued to read. The little ones finished reading the book in a short while. Lei finished the picture book first, followed by Tuanchuan, then Lily, and Xiaohu. Lei smiled and asked Su Chen for a reward. Papa, I win, I am the fastest kid to finish watching. I'm the second, a little slower than Giggle. Tuanchuan said coquettishly. I'm number 3. Lily said with a smile. Xiaohu said a little disappointed, I am the last one. Su Chen looked at Xiaohu with a smile and said, Xiaohu is not the last one. Xiaohu is the 4th, and Xiaohu is also a great kid. Everyone's reading speed is different, it is normal to be fast or slow. Uncle was not as fast as Xiaohu when he was a child. Xiaohu raised his head and looked at Su Chen happily. Su Chen looked at Xiaohu with a smile and asked, Xiaohu, tell us loudly. Again, what number are you? Xiaohu looked at everyone confidently, and said with a smile, I am the 4th. Everyone applauded Xiaohu. Now it's time to present gifts, and Su Chen presents gifts to Lei. Dang dang. Su Chen took out a beautiful pudding cake from behind. Lei smiled in surprise and said, wow, it's a pudding cake, so beautiful. The other 3 children looked at Lei enviously. Lei saw Tuanchuan, Lily and Xiaohu smiled and said, we are good friends. Let's share this cake. Tuanchuan smiled and asked Lei, really, Giggle, can I eat cake too? Lei said with a smile, of course, sharing one's happiness with good friends and family members will reap the happiness of double training and sharing. One's pain with good friends will reduce half. Yan Bingxue looked at the 4 little guys tenderly and said, it seems that the little guys have learned to share weal and woe. The 4 little guys looked at Yan Bingxue happily. Ma shares joys and sorrows. Lei and Tuanchuan said with a smile. In order to reward our 4 children who are more affectionate than gold, I have prepared 3 cakes here, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan looked at Yan Bingxue in surprise and said, really? Mama? Auntie, is it true? We also have cakes? Lily asked with a happy smile. 4 bright smiling faces looked at Yan Bingxue expectantly. Yan Bingxue nodded gently. The 4 children were very happy. Yan Bingxue took out 3 small cakes and placed them in front of the 4 little guys. These 3 small cakes have different flavors, you can choose by yourself. The 3 little ones happily chose the cake. As the second place, Tuanchuan picked a cake first, followed by Lily, and then Xiaohu. Each of the 4 people chose a cake, and Xiaohu was the last one to choose a cake, so he had no choice but to take a matcha cake that he didn't particularly like. Xiaohu's mood was obviously not as excited as before. Tuanchuan saw the change in Xiaohu's mood and said, Brother Xiaohu, don't you like this matcha flavored cake? Xiaohu nodded and said, yeah, matcha flavored cake, I don't think it's particularly delicious. Tuanchuan looked at the strawberry-flavored cake in his hand, and said empathetically, it's okay, Brother Xiaohu, let me change it with you. Strawberry-flavored cake is my favorite, but the matcha-flavored cake is sweet. For Tuanchuan, I also like to eat, so I can exchange a cake with you. Xiaohu happily said to Tuanchuan, Tuanchuan, you are so kind. Tuanchuan smiled and said, Brother Xiaohu is also very kind to me. Tuanchuan and Xiaohu exchanged a small cake, and Xiaohu looked at Tuanchuan with a happy smile. Lei said with a smile, the 4 of us can also share the cakes in our hands. In this way, we can eat 4 flavors of cakes. Xiaohu doesn't like matcha flavored cakes, so you can try the ones from me and Lily. Cake. Tuanchuan nodded with a smile and said, yeah. The 4 little ones shared their cakes with each other, The little ones ate very happily, and the adults looked at it with warmth in their hearts. Xiaohu's mother smiled and said, "Mother Tuanchuan, your Tuanchuan is very sensible and knows how to think of others." Yan Bingxue looked at Xiaohu's mother with a smile and said, "Thank you. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning." The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this time. Chapter 8:15. Let's see who reads the book the fastest. Reading records, you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Tuanchuan looked at Yan Bingxue and Su Chen with a smile and said, "Baba Mama. This cake is really delicious. The strawberry-flavored cake is delicious, the matcha flavored cake is also delicious, and the chocolate cake is delicious too." Yan Bingxue and Su Chen nodded with a smile. The little ones are playing happily together. The whole morning passed quickly, and the little ones had a great time playing, and they were still reluctant to part when it was time to say goodbye. Su Chen smiled and said to Tuanchuan, Lei, Xiaohu, and Lily, "Go back today. Everyone will come to school here tomorrow, and there will be a lot of time to play together in the future." Tuanchuan, Lei, Xiaohu, and Lily looked so inseparable. Those who didn't know thought they were acting in an idle drama. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, "These little guys are really full of emotions." Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, "No way." Yan Bingxue smiled and chatted with Tuanchuan. Lei said, "We are going home. Say goodbye to your little friends." Lei and Tuanchuan looked at Xiaohu and Lily sincerely and said, "Goodbye." "Goodbye, see you tomorrow," Xiaohu replied with a smile. "Goodbye, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I will bring my favorite toy to school to play with you," Lily said with a smile. Lei nodded with a smile and said, "Tomorrow I will bring my favorite toy to play with you too." The little ones made a happy engagement. Su Chen drove Lei and Tuanchuan home with Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue touched Lei and Tuanchuan's heads with a smile and asked, "You guys seem to be in a good mood today." Tuanchuan smiled happily and said, "Hee, because I have many good friends." Yan Bingxue smiled softly. Yan Bingxue continued to smile and asked, "Then who is your best friend?" Lei and Tuanchuan thought seriously. Lei smiled and said, "Sister." Tuanchuan said cheerfully, "Heck." The two little guys blurted out in unison. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and Lei in surprise. Su Chen smiled and said, "So you are best friends?" Lei said with a smile, "Yes, my sister is Lei's best friend. My sister will play with me every day and go to school with me. Lei likes to play with my sister the most. Lei will always protect her." Tuanchuan cutely blinked her big eyes and said, "Giggle is also my best friend. Tuanchuan likes to play with Giggle the most, and if Giggle has delicious food, he will share it with Tuanchuan. Giggle seems to be always by Tuanchuan's side to protect me. You are my sister, of course Giggle will protect you," Lei said with a smile. "It seems that our Lei is still a flower protector." Suchin said with a smile. Lele asked suspiciously, Papa, what is a flower protector? Suchin smiled and said, the flower protector is a little man who can protect girls. Lele smiled happily. Soon, Suchin drove back to the villa. When she got home, Lin Xiao had already prepared a delicious meal. As soon as the two little guys approached the house, they could smell the aroma of the food, and Tuanchuan happily called out, it smells so good. I smell sweet and sour pork ribs. Lele said with a happy smile. It still smells like curry chicken, doesn't it? Tuanchuan said with a smile. Little guys, your noses are really sharp, it seems that Chocho is going to give way. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and Lele with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele rushed to the dining table quickly. Tuanchuan's stomach is rumbling, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Lele too. Lele said with a smile, touching her belly. Are you two little guys tired of signing up today? Lin Xiao asked with a smile while serving the meal. Yeah. The two little guys nodded and said. Grandma, I'll help you. Lele jumped down from his seat and walked over. Okay. Take this rice. Lin Xiao smiled and handed the bowl of rice to Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele put the rice on their seats. After the meal was set, Tuanchuan and Lele said happily, Grandpa, Grandma, come and eat quickly. There are so many delicious dishes. Old Lady Su said with a smile, come on, come on. Mrs. Su and Mr. Su walked over with a smile. The family sat at the dinner table. Mom and Dad, let's eat. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su nodded. The family happily sat together to eat. Lin Xiao smiled and asked, is it delicious? Tuanchuan, Lele? Tuanchuan happily licked the corners of his mouth, and said with satisfaction. Of course it's delicious. This is the best meal Tuanchuan has ever eaten. Except it's made by Papa. Ha ha ha, it seems that Papa's cooking is always the number one. Su Haqian said with a smile. Hee hee, it's because Papa made it, but Grandma's rice is also delicious. Lele said with a smile. Ha ha ha, Su Haqian looked at Tuanchuan and Lele and smiled. Lin Xiao picked up a piece of chicken for Tuanchuan and Lele, and asked. Tuanchuan, Lele, is the curry chicken I made delicious? Tuanchuan took a bite and said happily, it's delicious, it's delicious. This is best served with white rice. Lin Xiao also took a bite with a smile. Grandpa Su asked with a smile, Chin, Bingxue, is it going well for the registration of the two little guys today? Successful. The registration was completed very quickly. The two little guys have been playing with the children in school for a long time, so they just come back now. Suchin replied with a smile. Well, today Tuanchuan saw Lily and Xiaohu. We haven't seen each other for a long time, and we also shared our winter vacation and Chinese New Year together, Tuanchuan said, blinking his big eyes at Mr. Su happily. Ha ha ha, do Tuanchuan and Lele feel that their vacation is fulfilling? Mrs. Su asked while looking at Tuanchuan and Lele with a smile. Tuanchuan replied with a smile, yeah, Tuanchuan thinks that her vacation is the most fulfilling. Lily also said that she is very envious that I can go to the imperial capital and then go back to my hometown. Ha 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 ha, Mrs. Su said with a joyful smile. Then what else did you do? Old Prince Su asked with a smile. Well, we even read books together. Lele said with a smile. Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, let's guess, I, giggle, Lily, and Xiaohu, who among the four is the fastest at reading? Tuanchuan asked with a smile. Tuanchuan looked at Mr. Su and Mrs. Su with big bright eyes. Mr. Su said with a smile, well, guess, yes. Mr. Su glanced at Tuanchuan's eyes and stopped on Lele. It's Lele. Tuanchuan smiled happily and said, oh, Grandpa, you are too smart. Just giggling. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 816, Flower Guardian, Xiao Lele. And you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Grandpa, how do you know it's Giggle? Tuanchuan asked, curiously. It's amazing, how did Grandpa know? She is very curious. Grandfather just knows. Old Master Su replied with a smile. Oh, Tuanchuan looked at Old Man Su with a grin. Then Grandpa, guess who is the second? Tuanchuan asked, looking at Old Man Su with big eyes blinking expectantly. Mr. Su said with a smile, ha ha ha, I guess it's Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan looked at Old Man Su with a smile and said, yes, Grandpa, you are right again. Grandpa, didn't you know that you didn't even watch Tuanchuan and Lele competitions? Tuanchuan asked with a smile. Lele looked at Mr. Su with a smile and said, oh, I see, Grandpa has mind reading skills, right? So you can know who is the first and who is the second. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su glanced at each other and looked at the two cute little guys with a smile. Grandpa Su knew, because Grandpa knows us Tuanchuan and Lele. Oh, so it is like this. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's all right, two little guys, hurry up and eat, the food will be cold. Lin Xiu looked at the two cute little guys dotingly and reminded. Yeah, Tuanchuan will finish eating soon. Tuanchuan seriously withdrew his gaze and focused on the meal at hand. Tuanchuan and Lele quickly finished their meal, and the two little guys happily ran to the playroom to play after finishing their meal. Soon the next day came. Today was the first day of school, and from today onwards the two little ones could no longer sleep in. Suchin woke up the two little guys at 6:30. The two little guys reluctantly opened their eyes. Suchin patted the backs of the two little guys and said, little slackers are about to wake up, today is the first day of school, so don't be late. The two little guys rubbed their big eyes that hadn't woken up, and said, okay then, school starts today, you can't be late. The two little guys worked hard and struggled. Get up from bed. The two little guys braced themselves and walked to the bathroom. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces in the bathroom, the two little guys regained their spirits instantly. The two little guys walked out of the bathroom with a smile as if they were revived with blood. Tuanchuan braided his own braids today. Yan Bingxue wanted to help Tuan Tuan braid her hair, but Tuanchuan shook her head and said, Mama, today I want to braid my own braid. Yan Bingxue smiled and asked, Tuanchuan, braid your own hair today, don't you? Want Mama to help? Tuanchuan replied affirmatively, yeah, Tuanchuan wants to try it himself. Okay. That Tuanchuan braids his own hair, and Mama will do it today too. Yan Bingxue smiled and looked at the excited little fellow Tuanchuan. Yan Bingxue and Tuanchuan stood side by side in front of the sink braiding their hair. The little cutie Tuanchuan combed her hair with her own little comb, while Yan Bingxue was combing her hair. She looked at the little guy Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan combed his hair with a small comb in his immature hands, and the little hair was smoothed out by Tuanchuan's own efforts. Tuanchuan said with a smile, ha ha ha, now Tuanchuan has combed her hair smoothly. Yan Bingxue put down her comb and asked Tuan Tuan with a smile, what hairstyle do you want to have today? Tuanchuan smiled and said, Tuanchuan will make 2 braids today, one on this side, one on this side, and 2 braids. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Tuanchuan looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and asked, Mama, what kind of hair do you want to tie? Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Mama, got a ball head pierced today. Oh, Tuanchuan nodded cheerfully. Yan Bingxue started to tie her head with balls. Comb your hair first. Her own hair is very smooth, but at her age, when you brush your hair, you always leave a hair or 2 behind. Time is not forgiving. Then she looked at the little baby Tuanchuan, it's better to be a little guy, as he is young and doesn't lose his hair. After combing her hair, Yan Bingxue curled her hair according to the tutorial of the ball head, and then fixed it with clips. Soon the ball head was tied up, and after the hair was done, Yan Bingxue looked at herself in the mirror, very satisfied. Still very beautiful. Then she sat on the side, looking dotingly at the bundle of hair. The little guy's hands were a little clumsy, but he was quite serious. He turned his head to the right side and tried his best to pluck his hair. After a lot of effort, Tuanchuan finally tied up his hair on the right side. Tuanchuan looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. Tuanchuan shook her little hand. Yan Bingxue stuck out her tongue and said, Oh, Mama, I'm so tired, the hand that tied my hair is tired. Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan with a smile and said, ha ha ha, just a few more piercings will be fine, don't worry, the first time Tuanchuan can be tied so well. Mama is very surprised. Really? Mama also thinks that Tuanchuan's pigtails are well tied? Tuanchuan said while looking at Yan Bingxue with a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded, and replied with a smile, of course, come on, Tuanchuan. Tie up the hair on this side too. Yeah. Tuanchuan nodded and looked at Yan Bingxue. Tuanchuan continued to tie up the hair on the left side. The hair on the left side was not as smooth as the right side. After all, the left hand was not as flexible as the right hand. However, Tuanchuan managed to tie up the hair on the left side. The 2 braids were tied up, and Yan Bingxue brought 2 small hair ties for Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan looked happily at the hair tie that Yan Bingxue brought over and said, with a smile, Mama, this hair tie is really pretty, and the strawberries on it are still shining. This is Mama's new hair tie for Tuanchuan, do you like it? Yan Bingxue asked. With a smile. I like it, Mama, Tuanchuan really likes this little hair ring. Tuanchuan said. Happily. Use this scrunchie to tie your hair around again? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Yeah. Tuanchuan nodded in agreement. The little guy Tuanchuan put the hair trap on himself, and Yan Bingxue helped Tuanchuan to straighten the position of the hair hoop. Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan in the mirror with a smile and said, okay. My daughter is really good-looking and cute, and I want to give her the best things in the world. Tuanchuan happily touched the little prick he had pierced, and was very happy. At this time, Lele knocked on the door of the bathroom, and Lele asked, "Mama. Sister, are you all right?" Papa said it's time to eat now. Okay, giggle. Tuanchuan replied with a smile. Tuanchuan's small hand opened the bathroom door. Lele noticed the new hairband that Tuan Tuan was wearing. Lele pointed to the hairband on Tuan Tuan's head, smiled and praised, "It's so beautiful. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning." The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this. Chapter 8:17. Tuanchuan wants to tie his own hair, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Lele went on to say, "Well, but you have to hurry up next time or we will be late." Yeah, heck, next time I'll go faster, this time because it's the first time I've tied my hair, so I'm a little slower. Tuanchuan smiled and nodded. Lele looked at Tuanchuan in surprise and said, "Did you do this hair yourself?" Tuanchuan nodded with a smile and said, "Yeah. Very beautiful." Lele praised sincerely. Hee hee. Tuanchuan laughed. The two little guys went to the first floor for dinner holding hands. Suchin cooked a bowl of noodles for each of the two little guys and said, "Today we have beef noodles in the morning." Tuanchuan and Lele nodded happily. Tuanchuan smiled and said, "Hee hee, thank you Papa, I like beef noodles." Tuanchuan sat down and ate while talking. Suchin ordered a bowl of beef noodles for everyone in the family, and everyone ate happily. After eating the noodles, Suchin drove Tuanchuan and Lele to school. Suchin parked the car in a parking lot near the school, but not at the school gate, because an outlet car was too conspicuous, so Suchin parked the car nearby. Suchin took Tuanchuan and Lele by the hand and sent them to the school gate. Tuanchuan and Lele saw Teacher Hua Hua, saluted the teacher politely, and greeted, "Hello, teacher." Teacher Hua Hua looked at Tuanchuan and Lele with a smile and said, "Tuanchuan. Good morning Lele." Suchin gave Teacher Hua Hua a polite smile. Suchin looked at Tuanchuan and Lele with a smile and said, "Tuanchuan, Lele should be obedient at school." Tuanchuan and Lele smiled and nodded, "I see, Tuanchuan will be obedient. Goodbye, Papa." Lele and Tuanchuan waved to Suchin. "Goodbye." Suchin greeted the two little guys. The two little guys walked into the campus holding hands, shoulder to shoulder. Suchin watched the two little guys go away. Suchin also left and went to work. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the two little guys returned home. At this time, Suchin and Yan Bingxue were still working and did not come back. Tuanchuan and Lele returned home to play with Chocho. Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian brought Tuanchuan and Lele to the park of the community to play. When Chocho came to the park, it was like a bird breaking out of the cage and returning to the embrace of nature. Chocho kept barking. Lei and Tuanchuan played very hard with Chocho in the garden. Chacho, Chocho. Lei happily chased after her with a smile. Chocho stopped and looked up into the sky. Tuanchuan and Lei also looked up into the sky. It was only then that Tuanchuan and Lei realized that spring had arrived. Tuanchuan looked at Lin Xiao in surprise and said, "Grandma, Grandpa, look at the tender green buds on the branches." Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian looked up at the sky. Lin Xiao said with a smile, "Yes. Spring has come, so green buds are sprouting on the branches." "Wow, little Green Ye is such a good-looking Yazzie," Tuanchuan said with a smile. "Yes, things with vitality are always so attractive," Lin Xiao said, looking at the little green buds on the branches with admiration. "Spring is here, so the flowers will also bloom?" Tuanchuan said with a smile. Lin Xiao nodded and replied, "Yes, all the flowers will bloom. I'm so looking forward to it. It seems that the flowers are blooming in this way, our back garden will be very beautiful, right?" Lei imagined expectantly. "Yes, the garden will be very beautiful, red, blue, pink, one by one, it's beautiful," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. "Awesome," Lei and Tuanchuan said with a smile. Lei and Tuanchuan continued to play the game. At this time I ran into Gu Yusen and Feng Qi, who were walking towards me. Gu Yusen and Feng Qi walked behind, leading a puppy in front. Seeing his companion approaching, Chocho kept barking and ran over quickly. "Wow, woof woof," Chocho shouted excitedly. Tuanchuan and Lei also walked over. Tuanchuan and Lei greeted Gu Yusen and Feng Qi. Tuanchuan asked curiously, "Hey auntie, is this the puppy you bought?" Gu Yusen nodded with a smile and said, "That's right, this is auntie's new puppy, isn't it pretty?" Tuanchuan and Lei smiled and said, "Pretty, pretty." Tuanchuan continued to ask curiously, Auntie, what's the name of this dog?" Gu Yusen smiled and said, "This dog's name is Zhao Peach Blossom." Lei nodded and said with a smile, "Oh, what a strange name." "Ha ha ha, this name seems to have a special meaning," Lin Xiao said with a smile. "The beauty of the peach is shining brightly. The sun Yugue is suitable for his family." Su Haoqian looked at Gu Yusen and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, how can uncles and aunts be so complicated? I just thought about it casually, so I chose this name because it sounds good," Gu Yusen said with a smile. "Recruiting peach blossoms, uncles and aunts, I know how to recruit peach blossoms." Tuanchuan looked at the adults cutely and said, "Then let's Xiao Tuanchuan talk to the uncle and aunt about what it means to recruit peach blossoms?" Gu Yusen said with a smile and patted Tuanchuan's head. "Uncle and aunt, look over there." Tuanchuan pointed to a tree with sprouts. "Peach tree," Gu Yusen said with a smile. "That's right, it's a peach tree. Auntie must like peach blossoms very much. So I hope the peach blossoms will grow soon, so I named it Zhao Peach Blossom," Tuanchuan said. "Ha ha ha, Tuanchuan, there seems to be nothing wrong with your explanation, it just sounds a bit weird." Gu Yusen smiled and glanced at Feng Qi and said, "Ha ha ha, Tuanchuan is so cute," Feng Qi said while looking at Tuanchuan with a smile. Tuanchuan put his little hand on his chin and said happily, "Ha ha ha, you think I'm cute too." Baba Mama also said I'm cute, but uncle and auntie, don't you think Tuanchuan is very smart? Ha 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 ha, of course our Tuanchuan is smart, and Lei is also very smart, Gu Yusen said happily looking at the two little guys. The two little guys smiled happily. Auntie, which flower do you think will bloom first in spring? Is it peach blossom, pear blossom, or something else? Tuanchuan blinked and said, looking at the trees in the garden. Auntie thinks it's a yellow flower. Tuanchuan, Lele, come and take a look. Gu Yusin waved to Tuanchuan Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele rushed over, and Chocho also ran over. Gu Yusin took the two little guys to a corner of the park, and let them see the winter jasmine blooming against the wall. Gu Yusin asked with a smile, two little guys, guess what kind of flower this is? Gu Yusin asked with a smile. It's the winter jasmine. Tuanchuan and Lele said with a smile. Gu Yusin replied with a smile, that's right, it's the winter jasmine, and I only report the coming of spring. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 818 is only about spring, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. This day the teacher assigned a very interesting task. The teacher smiled and said to the students in the Xingxing class, students, the teacher wants to hold a competition. Are you interested? Xiaohu asked, curiously, teacher, what kind of competition is it? Yes, teacher, tell us quickly, what kind of competition do you want to hold? Tuanchuan asked, curiously. The competition that the teacher will hold is the competition of buttoning buttons and folding clothes. Teacher Huahua said with a smile, looking at the students in Xingxing class. Button competition? Lily scratched her head curiously. Teacher Huahua explained, well, button competition, the button competition is mainly to exercise the children's independent ability. Children should learn to button buttons and fold clothes by themselves. Teacher Huahua continued, today I saw a few children in our class wearing small shirts. The teacher would like to ask these children, did you button the clothes yourself, or did your parents button them for you? It's the kid who cut the hole by yourself, bravely raise your hands, teacher. Huahua swept the eyes of every little guy with a smile. None of the little boys buttoning up their buttons raised their hands. One of the little boys boldly admitted, teacher, Mama buttoned my buttons for me, I don't know how to button them. Teacher Huahua said softly, that's why you have to learn if you don't know how to button up. Today, children will celebrate their 4-year-old birthday, one after another. By then, they will be 4-year-old children. We are growing up slowly. At the same time, you must also learn to do your own things. The little boy nodded seriously and said, teacher, I understand. I will practice hard when I get home. Teacher, we will also practice hard. The children replied seriously in unison. Well, okay, the teacher believes that you can all learn to button up, then we will see who has the best buttons and the most neatly folded clothes, and the children who win the first, second, and third place the teacher will reward everyone with a small certificate. Teacher Hua Hua said with a smile. There is a certificate, teacher, I will definitely practice hard. Xiaohu said excitedly. Tuanchuan raised his little hand. Teacher Hua Hua looked at Tuanchuan with a smile and said, Is there any problem with Tuanchuan? Teacher, you haven't told us when the competition will start, Tuanchuan said. Cutely. Oh, yes, the competition is next Friday, Teacher Hua Hua said with a smile. Next Friday? Tuanchuan, what day is it today? Xiaohu quietly asked Tuanchuan. Next to him. Tuanchuan smiled and said, Today is Friday. Today is Friday, so next Friday we still have a week to play, right? Xiaohu said excitedly. Tuanchuan smiled and said, Yeah, there's still 1 week left, you have to work hard, Xiaohu. Xiaohu nodded confidently and said, Yeah, I will work hard, and you, Lei. And Lily will also work hard. The orchestra and Lily nodded with a smile. The teacher continued, however, the teacher must emphasize one point before the competition. The purpose of our competition is friendship first, competition second. The children said in unison. It seems that the children know it all, but if they know it, they should do it well. Teacher Hua Hua reminded. The children all smiled and nodded. Teacher, we know. The children replied with a smile. Okay, that's the end of today's class, get out of class is over. Teacher Hua said gently looking at the children. Yeah. The little guys nodded seriously one by one. Now everyone pack up your things, and then line up for school, your parents are waiting for you outside, Teacher Hua Hua said with a smile. The children carefully packed up their things. Tuanchuan and Lei quickly packed up their things and cleaned up their small table. Teacher Hua Hua looked at the 2 cute little guys and smiled. After everyone packed up their things, the children lined up to leave the classroom. After Su Qian and Yan Bingxue finished their work, they rushed over to pick up Tuanchuan and Lei. When Su Qian and Yan Bingxue saw Tuanchuan and Lei coming out, they smiled and waved to the 2 little guys. Tuanchuan and Lei saw the location of their parents at a glance. After all, their parents were so dazzling in the crowd even in the simplest clothes. Papa Mama, Tuanchuan and Lei said with a happy smile. Tuanchuan, Lei. Yan Bingxue smiled and stroked the heads of the 2 little guys. Baba Mama, you look so good together. Lei recognized you in the crowd at a glance. Lei said with a smile. Really? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Of course, Baba is the most handsome Baba, and Mama is the most beautiful Mama, and you two are the prettiest Baba Mama when you stand together. Lei happily said with a smile while supporting her small school bag. Su Qian and Yan Bingxue looked at the 2 little guys with a smile. Su Qian asked with a smile, Ha ha ha, that Tuanchuan, Lei, are you having fun in the kindergarten today? Tuanchuan smiled happily and said, Of course I'm happy. Today, Tuanchuan and the children in the kindergarten had a lot of fun playing games. What did Tuanchuan and Lei have for lunch? Is today's meal rich? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded with a smile, and Lei said, Yeah, I ate tomatoes and eggs, fried meat with celery, cauliflower, and seaweed soup for lunch. Today, Lei had 2 bowls of rice for lunch today. He, Tuanchuan also ate 2 bowls of rice. Tuanchuan said with a happy smile. Ha ha ha, eat more, grow taller, and grow taller like Dad in the future, okay? Yan Bingxue said, looking at the 2 little guys with a smile. Well, I think it would be nice to be as tall as Mama, and I would like to be as beautiful as Mama. Tuanchuan said, looking at Yan Bingxue with a smile. Did Tuanchuan eat all the vegetables? If you are not picky eaters, you can grow tall, Yan Bingxue asked while holding Tuanchuan's little hand. Tuanchuan nodded seriously and said, I'm not picky about food. Tuanchuan ate up all the vegetables and soup today. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Hee, Mama, so Tuanchuan can look as good-looking as Mama? Tuanchuan looked at Yan Bingxue with expectant eyes. Our Tuan was originally very good-looking, she is a little beauty. Yan Bingxue gently touched Tuan's pink and tender face, and said. But Tuanchuan, you have to remember one thing, beautiful appearances are the same, but interesting souls are one in a million, and you have to have an interesting soul like your mama. Suchin smiled and said, looking at Yan Bingxue. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this. Chapter 819 holds a competition, okay? Reading record, you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. I know. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Yeah, what Papa said is true, beauty is true beauty. Lele smiled and nodded. Suchin smiled and looked at Lele and said, little guy, you are very advanced in cognition at such a young age. Suchin looked at Lele and said with a smile. Hee, this is what the teacher said. The teacher said that each of us looks different. There are tall, short, fat, and thin people in our class. But we can't just look at a person to see if he looks good. Appearance also depends on a person's heart. We can't isolate a person just because he is not good looking, because the real beauty is the beauty of the heart. Lele said with a smile. Suchin looked at Lele with a smile and said, ha, it seems that Xiao Lele has learned a lot in school. Yes, there are a lot of comic books to read at school. I really like to read them. Lele said with a smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. The two little guys finished their porridge obediently, then put on their school bags and got ready to go to school. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue sent Tuanchuan and Lele to school. When Yan Bingxue saw that Su Chen didn't seem to be in the mood to go to work, she asked, Husband, don't you want to go to work at Dragon Academy today? Su Chen said softly, Today, my husband is on vacation. Let's go out and play together for a day, okay? I don't know, would President Yan want to show you the honor? Yan Bingxue said softly, Our President Su has spoken, of course I want to reward you. I'll tell Special Assistant Zhang right now. Yan Bingxue made a phone call with Zhang Tezu. Zhang Tezu had just arrived at the company and was about to go upstairs when he received a call from Yan Bingxue. Zhang Tezu panicked and thought something had happened, so Zhang Tezu answered Yan Bingxue's call with a smile. Hey, President, do you have any orders? Special Assistant Zhang said to Yan Bingxue with a smile. Oh, it's nothing. I won't go to work today. You can help me keep an eye on the company. If there is something you can't solve, call me again. Yan Bingxue said to Assistant Zhang in the posture of a vice president. Okay, President. Zhang Tezu hung up the phone carefully. Special Assistant Zhang put down the phone slowly, thinking, if there is anything you can't solve, then come to me. The implication is that if there is no big problem, don't go to the president. Cough, it seems that today's workload is quite sufficient. Zhang Tezu sighed and said, hey, take other people's money and do things for them. Why is the salary paid by the president so high? Let's work hard. Special Assistant Zhang adjusted his condition and was ready to go to work in the office. Su Chen kept smiling at Yan Bingxue when Yan Bingxue was on the phone. Yan Bingxue hung up the phone, noticed Su Chen's eyes, lingering on her face. Touched her face with a smile and said, what's wrong, hubby? Su Chen took Yan Bingxue's hand and said with a smile, honey, you're talking like a president when you talk to Special Assistant Zhang. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, it's all necessary for work. If you don't show some posture, you won't be able to suppress the people in the company. Su Chen leaned into Yan Bingxue's ear and whispered, but, I like it. The hair around Yan Bingxue's ears was blown by Su Chen's breath, and Yan Bingxue felt like a deer was bumping around in her heart. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile and said, honey, what are we going to do today? Just follow my husband, let's go to the world of two together. Su Chen said with a smile, looking at Yan Bingxue. Okay. Yan Bingxue said shyly. Then let's get in the car. Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen helped Yan Bingxue into the passenger seat in a gentlemanly manner. Su Chen thoughtfully fastened Yan Bingxue's seat belt. Su Chen also got into the car. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue mysteriously. Su Chen smiled and said, honey, just watch me today, I will definitely take you to a different place. What's different? Yan Bingxue was full of anticipation. Where will Su Chen take him? Su Chen parked the car in a parking lot near his school. Su Chen brought Yan Bingxue to the school. Yan Bingxue looked at the sign on the school gate, looked at Su Chen with a smile and said, honey, isn't this where you went to college? What did you bring me here for? Su Chen took Yan Bingxue's hand and said with a smile, yes, this is where I went to college. My husband will show you, my husband's daily life during the past 3 years when he disappeared. And it just so happens that we can experience what it's like to be a college couple. Su Chen said softly. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile. Of course, Yan Bingxue wanted to see what Su Chen was doing in college. After all, during Su Chen's 3 years in college, although Yan Bingxue sometimes wanted to see Su Chen, but in order not to disturb his life, he stopped. Yan Bingxue was very curious about what happened to her husband Su Chen in the past 3 years, although occasionally she would find someone to take pictures of Su Chen's college life, but it was just a silhouette. How did Su Chen spend his university life? Yan Bingxue was full of curiosity. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile. Okay. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Su Chen led Yan Bingxue in through the gate, because it was class time and the school did not allow outsiders to enter the school without permission. The guard stopped Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, but with Su Chen's wisdom, this difficulty was quickly resolved. Su Chen walked up to the guard with a smile and said to the guard with a smile, Uncle, don't you remember me? Me, Su Chen. The guard thought for a while, then suddenly realized with a smile, oh, Su Chen, young man, when you were in college, you were the girl of dreams in the eyes of girls. You are very lucky. Su Chen hurriedly interrupted, Uncle Xiao, it's all in the past, now I'm a man with a family and a career. The guard looked at Yan Bingxue, who was standing next to Su Chen, and said with a smile, young man, you really have a good eye for picking people. Su Chen smiled and said, that's right, my wife is very good, can uncle let us in today? The uncle guard smiled and said, ha ha ha, go, go. Su Chen smiled and led Yan Bingxue into the campus. Yan Bingxue looked at the scenery on the campus with a smile and said, husband, your school has beautiful scenery. When I walked into the campus, I saw a big lake, and the lake was full of weeping willows. At this time, when spring came, the weeping willows were slowly revealing their light yellow buds, and their vigorous appearance was very attractive. The lake is sparkling under the breeze. On the opposite side of the lake is the library. The library adopts the original roof design, which is reflected in the lake, which is very beautiful. On the other side of the lake, Book Pavilion Classics. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, Chapter 820 Revisiting the University Campus, Reading Record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Page Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Ha ha ha, wife, when you look at things, you can tell at a glance that the library is over there. Su Chen laughed. Yan Bingxue patted Su Chen's head and said, ha ha ha, because I know. Su Chen took Yan Bingxue's hand and asked with a smile, honey, what do you know? Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile and said, I know, I just know. Knowing doesn't need a reason, just like. Like what? Su Chen asked happily. Just like liking you, doesn't need a reason. Yan Bingxue said softly as she leaned on Su Chen's shoulder. Su Chen smiled happily. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue dotingly, and Su Chen gently stroked Yan Bingxue's beautiful hair. Wife, let me take you to our school's playground. Su Chen said with a smile, holding Yan Bingxue's hand. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. The two came to the playground. There were many students on the playground. Some were running and clocking in, some were taking physical education classes, and some were walking. There were bursts of laughter from far away in the playground. It was the voice of youth. Su Chen said with a smile, I used to train here every day. Husband, it turns out that my husband loved sports very much when he was in college. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Su Chen smiled and said, yes, when I was in college, my husband was on the school's track and field team. Oh, then every time the school sports meeting is held, do you take the first place in the school field? Yan Bingxue asked with a happy smile. Well, almost. Su Chen said calmly. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, ha ha ha, it seems that my guess is right. There is a big lawn in the middle of the playground, and the verdant green is really dazzling. The playground was very empty, and a warm spring breeze blew in. Yan Bingxue closed her eyes and unconsciously said, "The willow wind blows on my face." Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile. Su Chen saw someone playing basketball on the basketball court next to the playground, so he went over to ask his classmates to borrow a basketball. Yan Bingxue opened her eyes and found that Su Chen was not by her side, so she anxiously looked around. Su Chen quickly borrowed a basketball. Su Chen quickly ran to Yan Bingxue's side, stood in front of Yan Bingxue and said happily, "Would you like to play basketball together?" Yan Bingxue smiled and said, "But I'm not very good at playing basketball." Su Chen held the ball in one hand, flicked Yan Bingxue's forehead lightly with the other and said, "My husband is here, and my husband will teach you." Yan Bingxue smiled and said, "Okay." Su Chen brought Yan Bingxue to the basketball court. The girl who just lent Su Chen the basketball came over and said with a smile, "Senior, is this your girlfriend? Senior is so beautiful, she is a perfect match for Senior." "Thank you, but this is not my girlfriend, she is my wife now. I have already graduated, and I brought my wife here today," Su Chen said happily. The elementary school girl nodded and said with a smile, "Oh." The elementary school girl came. Su Chen patted the basketball, held the ball with both hands, and jumped up handsomely. The basketball hit the hoop, and the basketball bounced off the hoop. At that moment, Su Chen was really handsome. Yan Bingxue applauded Su Chen like a little girl, and said with a smile, "Honey, you're awesome. Honey, try it too, you can do it too." Su Chen ran over and hugged the ball to his chest, and said to Yan Bingxue with a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded happily, wanting to try playing basketball. Su Chen handed the basketball to Yan Bingxue. Su Chen supported Yan Bingxue's hands behind him, left hand is down, right hand is up, both palms should be empty, support the basketball, then raise it above the head, and aim at the ball frame. The sunlight reflected on the glass frame of the basketball hoop reflected into the eyes of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. But this is the early spring. Sunshine is not as dazzling and annoying as the summer sunshine. The sunshine in early spring is as warm as the wind, and it is very healing. Su Chen looked at the basket, adjusted the position of Yan Bingxue's hands, and said softly, "Honey, use both hands and wrists to throw the ball." Yan Bingxue accepted the news silently in her heart, and threw the ball vigorously. Yan Bingxue's body leaned forward slightly. Did the ball go in? The ball seemed to go in, but the ball bounced out of the basket again. Su Chen picked up the ball with a smile, and said to Yan Bingxue, "It's okay. Wife, just pull back a little bit of strength, and you can throw it in, wife. Try again." Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile and continued to throw the ball. When Yan Bingxue threw the ball, she looked at Su Chen, who was next to her. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile. Yan Bingxue aimed at the ball frame and threw the ball. The basketball was thrown into the hoop in a parabola, and with a click, the basketball passed through the net, hit the hoop, and bounced back in front of Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue hugged the ball by her side with a smile, and said with an excited smile, "Honey, I threw it in." Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, "I knew my wife is very good, my wife is awesome." Yan Bingxue looked at the ball frame happily, and then at Su Chen. "Honey, you shoot, I want to see you play basketball." Yan Bingxue gave the ball to Su Chen. "Ha ha ha, good." Su Chen replied with a smile. Su Chen took the basketball, dribbled, and shot every move so handsomely. Yan Bingxue looked happily at Su Chen, who was shooting. Yan Bingxue thought happily, so it turns out that my husband is so cool. Playing basketball. Suddenly a group of boys came over, and the boys came over and called Su Chen. One of the boys greeted Su Chen, "Hey, buddy. Let's form a team and play basketball together." Su Chen stopped and said with a smile, "Well, I have to ask her if she agrees with this." The boy understood Su Chen's meaning in seconds and said, "I see, so the senior came to play basketball with his girlfriend." The boy walked towards Yan Bingxue. Looking at it from a distance, one can tell that Yan Bingxue is a big beauty. Definitely at the school belle level, and she is also a rare school belle. The boy walked up to Yan Bingxue and looked at it with admiration and said, "Senior sister, can you borrow your boyfriend to play with us? We just miss one person." Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen, looked at the boy and said, "All right then. Senior sister is so nice, she looks so pretty, and she's so majestic," the boy praised with a smile. Yan Bingxue did not acquiesce in the negative. Su Chen walked up to Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, "Honey, I'm going to play ball." Yan Bingxue smiled and said, "Go, go." Su Chen played basketball with the boy. 4v4, formed 2 basketball teams. 8 boys played basketball while Yan Bingxue watched from the sidelines. Yan Bingxue went to the school's canteen and bought a bottle of mineral water for everyone. Yan Bingxue put the mineral water next to the table on the basketball court. Yan Bingxue was sitting on the table, watching Su Chen compete. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 821 meeting you at the basketball court, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Su Chen is really handsome playing basketball, every turn, every dribble. Every movement is so handsome. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen excitedly and shouted, "Come on." Hearing Yan Bingshue's encouragement, Su Chen seemed to be full of strength. 3 pointers, 1, 2, 3. Su Chen quickly took the lead with an absolute advantage. Intermission. Yan Bingxue called everyone to come and drink water to rest. Come and drink some water. Yan Bingxue handed Su Chen a bottle of water. A sophomore in the Department of Computer Science said with a smile, "Senior, you are too good at playing basketball. I am afraid that it is difficult to meet a comparable opponent in school." "Yeah, I knew it was a group with the senior," a boy said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, because the senior has a beautiful schoolgirl girlfriend, just now." When the senior yelled to cheer up, the senior was as if he had been beaten. And the attack was very fast. A boy in the group with Su Chen laughed. He patted the shoulder of the boy before him. "Ha ha ha, this is my wife. I graduated from school last year." Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue dotingly and introduced. "Wife. Senior, you are too happy," the boy said enviously. "Oh, by the way, senior, what's your name? The boy asked after taking a sip of water. Su-chen. Su-chen replied with a smile. Su-chen? This name sounds familiar. A boy said while holding a water bottle. Su-chen, you forgot, it's the mecha god. Don't you know this? The boy from the computer department said excitedly. I remembered, Su-chen, this is a famous person in our school. Our school has been established for so many years, and it is the first time that there is such a powerful person. He is my idol, how could I forget, it's just a moment of thought, no response. The boy said with a smile. Seeing Su-chen's appearance of talent, several boys couldn't help sighing, a great master is a great master. A student from the Department of Computer Science came across a pen from nowhere, looked at Su-chen with a smile and said, Senior, can you sign your name here? Signature? Yan Bingxue was shocked by this operation, but thinking about it. Now that her husband is a celebrity, it's not unusual for someone to ask for an autograph. Yan Bingxue held Su-chen's shoulder and looked at Su-chen with a smile. Su-chen smiled and said, okay. The boy was so excited, he smiled happily and said, great, I can get the idol's autograph today, Senior, can you write it on my basketball? Su-chen smiled and agreed, okay. The boy smiled and handed the basketball and pen to Su-chen. Su-chen quickly signed the name and added a sentence. The boys were thrilled. Okay. Su-chen returned the basketball and pen to the boy. The boy looked at the vigorous and powerful words on the football, and said, with a smile, wow, the words of the great god are so beautiful, this artistic signature is absolutely amazing. Look, there is another sentence. A boy pointed to the other side of the basketball and said with a smile. The future is bright. The boys read out in unison. Ha ha ha, it's a kind of fate to be able to play together today. I hope you will have a bright future after graduation. Su-chen said with a smile. Looking at the boys. The boys nodded excitedly. Yeah, Senior, we must learn from you. The boy looked at Su-chen seriously. And said. Su-chen nodded with a smile. The rest time passed quickly, and the second half of the basketball game was about to begin. Su-chen said with a smile, everyone is going all out. Yeah, Senior. The boys said with a smile. A passionate basketball game has begun, and this basketball game has attracted the attention of many people. Everyone is cheering on. Wow, look at that little brother is so handsome. Really handsome. It seems to want his prestige. I thought so too. I thought there were no handsome guys in our school. It turns out that there is such a handsome guy. It's really hidden. Yeah, my little brother's every shot is amazing. Hurry up, buy water for my little brother. The little girls looked at Su-chen like a fangirl. Let's compete to see who can gain the prestige of my little brother. A girl said while brushing her hair. Okay, BB. Another girl said not to be outdone. Come on, little brother, the girls collectively shouted. Yan Bingxue saw that the enthusiasm of the students was very high, and she admired her husband's popularity. At the same time, she heard some words from the elementary school girl, and she felt a little sour in her heart. Yan Bingxue shook her head and said with a smile, oh, why are you jealous? With a group of college students? Husband, you are a calm person, what are you afraid of? Su-chen still won the game with an absolute advantage. Every time Su-chen made a shot, the audience would applaud thunderously. It's really unfriendly to the opponent's teammates, and the opponent's teammates have no choice but to face the difficulties. Suchen also gave the opponent enough face, and did not end the game with an ugly score. In the end, Suchen won the game with a score of 10-30. Everyone applauded Suchen. Little brother won, little brother won. Little brother is really amazing. Wow, I knew my little brother could win. Little brother is my male god. The little fans happily praised Suchen to each other. After Suchen finished playing, he walked towards Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue got up and smiled and looked at Suchen, who was walking towards him. Beside Yan Bingxue are all the little fans who come here especially for their fame. Did you see it? Did you see it? The little brother is coming this way. Little brother seems to be looking at me. Oh, I'm so nervous. Did my little brother pay attention to me too? Shouldn't I go forward to pass water to my little brother now, and then ask my little brother to increase his prestige? The inner world of the little fans is particularly rich, and all of them are staring at Suchen intently. Just when a little fangirl mustered up her courage and was about to step forward, Suchen smiled and took Yan Bingshue's water. Yan Bingxue looked at Suchen tenderly and said with a smile, "Hubby, you've worked hard, drink some water." In just 7 words, Yan Bingshue's oath of sovereignty also broke the hearts of the little fans. What to do? My heart is broken. Little brother really married young. Hey, I thought I still had a chance, but I didn't expect my little brother to be married. The little fans just now only focused on looking at Suchen, and didn't pay close attention to Yan Bingxue standing next to them. Only now did they realize that Yan Bingxue was beside them. The little fans turned their heads and looked at Yan Bingxue, the woman standing beside them. Little fangirl, she lowered her eyes admiringly. The woman standing beside her was perfect in terms of appearance, temperament, and figure. Looking at myself again, it really is incomparable. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, Chapter 822, Suchen's Celebrity Effect, Reading Record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The little fans turned and retreated to the side knowingly, looking at Suchen and Yan Bingxue as if they were looking at a pair of works of art. The little fans whispered, "Wow, what a perfect match. Looking at them makes me believe in love again. You have good looks and talent, it's a perfect match. Wow, how come there are 2 people who are so well matched? After all, I'm not worthy, but it's good to see how to raise your eyes." Suchen and Yan Bingxue were also very happy to hear the whispering of the little fangirl. The boys also came over. One of the boys said with a smile, "Idol, your charm has not diminished. You can eat things indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense." Another boy patted the boy's shoulder to remind him. "Ha ha ha, it's okay, it's okay." Suchen replied with a smile. "By the way, can I pick up your campus card? We want to go to the school library later." Suchen said with a smile. Of course, it's okay for idols to use my campus card. The boys generously took out their campus cards. Suchin took the 2 campus cards with a smile and said, 2 are enough. Thank you. Well, let me increase your prestige. We want to have a meal later, so I can send money to you later. Suchin said with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's okay, idol. In fact, it would be my honor to treat you to dinner, the boy said with a smile. Of course I still want to give you the money, Suchin said with a smile. The 2 added WeChat to each other. Suchin greeted the boys with a smile, and walked away holding Yan Bingshue's hand. The fans looked at the distant figures of Suchin and Yan Bingshue, and thought to themselves, sure enough, the gods and goddesses carry the wind when they walk, and even the wind is fragrant wherever they walk. A little girl smiled and asked, by the way, Senior, do you know the name of that little brother? Even though he just passed me by, I still want to know his name. The boy from the Department of Computer Science smiled and told the little girl, he is Suchin, the one who created the Dragon Kingdom, even the world's first mecha. Oh, it turned out to be him. Alas, I didn't even realize it. It would be great if I could get his autograph, the little fangirl said regretfully. You can catch up now, a boy said with a smile. It seems to be the same, but they are going to the library now. If they meet by chance, I will ask for an autograph. He is my favorite idol. The girl looked at the distance happily and said, Look here. The boy raised the basketball and said with a smile. Everyone's eyes were attracted. Everyone saw the artistic signature on the basketball, and a girl exclaimed. Could it be? That's right, it's the idol's autograph and the words mentioned by the idol. The boy said proudly. Everyone wanted to get it in their hands, to see the elegance of the idol's autograph. But there were too many people at the scene, the boy said with a smile, not today. If you want to see the girls, you can come to my college to find me. Senior, which college are you from? The girl looked at the boy expectantly and asked. Computer department, Lu Xiang. After speaking, the boy ran away. The girls all remembered this name one after another. In order to see the idol's signature for themselves, the girls decided to attack Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang took this opportunity and instantly became popular in the school. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue came to the library holding hands. The library went through a complete renovation job for the holidays. Now it has a new look. Su Chen couldn't believe the current library when he saw it. Is this the library he saw when he graduated? Su Chen quietly said to Yan Bingxue, my wife, this library has changed quite a lot. It used to be said that our school was very poor and had no money to renovate. But now it seems that the school has received funding from a certain boss. Yan Bingxue smiled. In fact, Su Chen's big boss was Yan Bingxue. After Su Chen graduated, Yan Bingxue donated a large sum of money to the school. The school used the money to renovate the library. It looks brand new. Yan Bingxue smiled and said nothing. Su Chen noticed Yan Bingshue's slight expression and said, could it be? Okay, husband, let's go. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Although Yan Bingxue didn't say it clearly, Su Chen already knew a general idea, and Su Chen once again refreshed his understanding of Yan Bingxue. Su Chen became more and more certain that what he married was definitely the best wife in the world. Su Chen brought Yan Bingxue to the art and technology reading room. Looking into the reading room, it is full of bookshelves layer after layer. The bookshelves are filled with various books. Su Chen first found a place to put things away, and said softly, "Honey, let's borrow books. I wonder if you have any books you are interested in? I like books about art very much, let's look for them together." Yan Bingxue said happily. Yan Bingxue, since graduating from university, has never been to the library again. When she came to the library again, it seemed that she had returned to her college days. The Yan Bingxue from college days was back. Here, Yan Bingxue is no longer the president of Chaofan Group, nor is she the mother of a certain little baby. She is just Yan Bingxue, the one who Su Chen accompanied. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen beside her tenderly. The two walked into the depths of the reading room together. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen were choosing books respectively, and Yan Bingxue turned around to face Su Chen. Looking at Su Chen through the sunlight outside the window, he turned out to be so handsome. Su Chen's outline seemed to be surrounded by a ray of light. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue's clear eyes, a pair of affectionate almond eyes, a high-nosed bridge and slightly smiling lips, and couldn't help kissing Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue whispered shyly, "Husband, this is the library." "Honey, are you embarrassed?" Su Chen whispered against Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue's face was already blushing. He was like a shy girl who got a kiss from her beloved, shy and joyful. Su Chen took down the next book, looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, "Honey, I've chosen it." Su Chen didn't feel any disobedience at this turning point. Yan Bingxue organized her thoughts and said, I found it too. Let's go." Su Chen took Yan Bingxue's hand and returned to his seat. The two of them clasped their fingers together, and both were filled with happy smiles. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue sat face to face on both sides of the desk. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue happily, and Su Chen sent a message to Yan Bingxue with his mobile phone, "That's it, that's great. My wife, it feels so good to have you by my side. I feel like my regrets from college this day seem to be over. Make up for it." Yan Bingxue smiled happily when she saw Su Chen's message. "The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning." The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 823, looking for our college days, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Yan Bingxue sent a message to Su Chen with a smile, "Husband, you just said to make up for your university regrets, so what are your husband's university regrets?" Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue's smiling face with a smile and sent, "Of course. I can't have a sweet love in college." "Why?" Yan Bingxue asked knowingly. Yan Bingxue knew the answer, but she just wanted to hear it from Su Chen himself. Su Chen smiled and sent, "Because my university doesn't have you. Without me?" Yan Bingxue sent while snickering. "Yes, it's up to you." Su Chen sent Yan Bingxue with a smile. Yan Bingxue couldn't hold back the little joy in her heart anymore, looked at Su Chen and smiled softly. Honey, you look so pretty when you smile, it's like a ray of sunshine outside. The window shining into my heart. Su Chen sent with a smile. Yan Bingxue adjusted her expression and reminded, I'm reading a book, I won't be able to finish reading until I finish. Su Chen also calmed down his thoughts and began to look at the book seriously. Both of them carefully flipped through the books they had chosen. Yan Bingxue was tired from reading, and when she looked up, she saw Su Chen, who was reading seriously. Yan Bingxue secretly took a photo of Su Chen and sent it over. Hearing the sound of the phone vibrating, Su Chen turned on the phone and saw the picture sent by Yan Bingxue, with the caption, Husband, it's great that you look serious at reading. Su Chen looked at the phone and unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile. Yan Bingxue continued to read the book. Unknowingly, the whole morning has passed quietly. Su Chen closed the book, as if he was writing something, smiling while writing. Yan Bingxue was very curious. Honey, what are you writing? Yan Bingxue wanted Su Chen to show her the note, but Su Chen shook his head and hid it aside. When Su Chen was about to leave, he handed the note to Yan Bingxue. I am the oak tree where you sit by the window, I am the book in your hand. When you shed tears for the first time, I am the candle you gazed at on a spring night, and I am the lovely clothes you put on in autumn. Yan Bingxue smiled happily when she saw the note, her face was blushing. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen walked out of the library holding hands. Walking out of the library, Su Chen smiled and asked Yan Bingxue, do you like it? Yan Bingxue leaned on Su Chen's shoulder and nodded with a smile. Yan Bingxue was very moved. Although Yan Bingxue had received countless love letters since she was a child, this love letter was the one that Yan Bingxue read most carefully, and it was also the first time she read it so seriously. In this world surrounded by the internet and electronic devices, Yan Bingxue suddenly received a love letter written by his favorite one. Yan Bingxue was very happy. There was an indescribable beauty and romance. Romance between him. Honey, it's good to have you. Yan Bingxue said softly. It's good to have you, because you and I have found the meaning of life. Holding your hand and wandering in the afternoon, I am very satisfied. Su Chen said with a smile, looking at Yan Bingxue. Me too, I hope we can go on like this forever. Yan Bingxue said from the bottom of her heart. We will. Su Chen said with a smile. Honey, I'm hungry. Yan Bingxue acted like a little girlfriend acting like a baby to her boyfriend. My husband will take you to dinner. Su Chen replied with a smile. Where to eat? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. How about going to the cafeteria? Su Chen said with a smile. Yeah. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen came to the cafeteria. Looking at the familiar window, Su Chen seemed to have returned to the time when he was in college, back to that summer, and remembered the boy who had just arrived at school. Honey, let's try this fish powder. Delicious. Su Chen said with a smile. Okay, I trust my husband's vision. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue came to the window of the cafeteria. Su Chen pointed to the recipe and asked with a smile, Wife, which flavor do you like? Want this hot and sour one. Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. I also like hot and sour ones the most. Su Chen replied with a smile. It seems to be a special tacit understanding, and the tastes of the two are also surprisingly consistent. Auntie, I want 2 servings of hot and sour fish noodles, eat here. Su Chen and the aunt in the cafeteria said. The auntie in the cafeteria nodded and swiped the card for Su Chen. The auntie seemed to remember Su Chen, and she kept looking at Su Chen with a warm smile. The auntie looked at Yan Bingxue next to Su Chen and understood immediately. It seemed that she was talking about a girlfriend. Yes, what a lovely couple. The aunt quickly made the hot and sour fish noodles, and the aunt looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue enthusiastically and said, "Handsome guy, the beauty fish noodles are ready." Su Chen smiled and thanked, "Ha ha ha, thank you, auntie." Su Chen took 2 pieces of fishing powder, and Yan Bingxue chose a seat and sat down. The familiar scent of fish powder came over his face. Su Chen looked at the hot fish powder, mixed the seasoning on it, and said with satisfaction, "It's still the familiar smell. Wife, try it." Yan Bingxue nodded, holding a spoon in one hand and chopsticks in the other. She tasted it. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, it's delicious. This restaurant is very popular with the students. It's not the end of get out of class yet. When the get out of class is over, when the cafeteria is at its peak, the line will have to go from here to there." Su Chen laughed. He gestured. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, "Really? Isn't that right? But we came at a good time, there are no people around now. Just past the peak period." Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Yan Bingxue smiled, and accidentally choked on Yufan's pepper. Su Chen quickly handed Yan Bingxue a glass of water, patted Yan Bingxue's back lightly, and asked with concern, "Honey, are you all right?" Yan Bingxue held the water in one hand and covered her mouth with the other. Yan Bingxue choked a few times and said, it's okay, just drink some water." Su Chen watched Yan Bingxue finish drinking the water, saw the blush on Yan Bingxue's face gradually recede, and then let out a long sigh of relief. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, "Honey, eat quickly." "Husband, please help me share some, this fishing powder is very big, I can't eat so much." Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "Okay." Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen took some of Yan Bingxue's fishing powder into his own bowl. Su Chen said with a smile, "Now, can you finish eating?" Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile, "It's done." Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue and smiled dotingly. Su Chen continued to eat fish powder. Soon, Su Chen finished eating the fish powder. Yan Bingxue also finished eating the fish powder. Yan Bingxue took out a tissue to wipe the corners of her mouth, and walked out of the cafeteria with Su Chen. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this reading record. The bowl of fish powder in chapter 824, still the old taste, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Then Su Chen and Yan Bingxue came to the school lawn to rest. Spring is here, and the grass in the lawn is full of vitality, and there are green patches everywhere. Against the backdrop of the sun, it makes people feel very happy. Honey, it's so beautiful here. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yeah, it's beautiful. Suchen said with a smile. Honey, let's rest here. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay. Suchen said with a smile. The two sat on the lawn, by the school lake. Looking at the sparkling lake and the goose-yellow weeping willows, Yan Bingxue closed her eyes very comfortably. Honey, it's really nice here. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue sat side by side. Under the sunlight, Yan Bingxue suddenly felt tired. Honey, I'm a little sleepy. Yan Bingxue said softly, lying in Su Chen's arms. I'm sleepy, just lean on my husband and sleep for a while, Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile and looked at Su Chen. Yan Bingxue closed her eyes very reassuringly, enjoying the afternoon time. After a while, Yan Bingxue fell asleep. Su Chen put his coat on Yan Bingxue. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue quietly, with a feeling in his heart unspeakable joy. Su Chen never imagined that one day he and the person he likes could sit on the lawn by the school lake like this, enjoying the afternoon sunshine so comfortably. At this moment, he can think about everything, or he can think about nothing. The breeze blew Yan Bingxue's hair, and Su Chen gently pulled Yan Bingxue's broken hair up. Even in her sleep, Yan Bingxue had a sweet smile and an elegant expression. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue very happily. About 20 minutes later, Yan Bingxue woke up from sleep. Yan Bingxue slowly opened her eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Su Chen gently. Yan Bingxue raised her right hand and gently stroked Su Chen's cheek. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with a doting smile. Honey, how long have I been asleep? Yan Bingxue asked softly. Not long. Do you want to rest for a while? Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue shook her head with a smile, broke free from Su Chen's arms, and said, No, I want to chat with my husband. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen leaned side by side. Yan Bingxue said softly, Honey, I want to hear your story in college. The story about me when I was in college. It might be a bit boring. Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, It's okay, my husband, tell me, I think your college life must be much more interesting than mine. My college life is basically a library, classroom and dormitory. Your college life is more interesting. Life must be rich. Su Chen replied with a smile, Well, from what you said, it seems that my college life is quite rich. My husband must have been very popular with girls when he was in college. Are there all kinds of girls around you? Yan Bingxue said with some jealousy. Is there? Su Chen asked back. There must be a lot of girls who likely, isn't it the pure type, the intellectual type, the cute type, all kinds of girls. Yan Bingxue said, her jealousy value increased by 30%. Huh? Is there? Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen thought for a while and said, It seems to be true. There are refreshing girls from the School of Computer Science, literary girls from the School of Literature and History, cute girls from the School of Foreign Languages, and Su Chen said deliberately. Yan Bingxue heard what Su Chen said. He was really angry, and his jealousy level instantly filled up. Yan Bingxue secretly said angrily, So when my husband was in college, there were really so many girls around him. Yan Bingxue got up jealously, and deliberately walked aside. Su Chen got up too, and Su Chen walked to Yan Bingxue's side, and asked with a smile, What's wrong? Yan Bingxue turned her head away and remained silent. Suchen smiled and said, "Are you jealous?" No. Yan Bingxue said with a sour taste. Suchen said with a smile, "Then why do I smell vinegar?" Yan Bingxue walked away without saying a word. Suchen immediately chased after him. Suchen wanted to hold Yan Bingxue's hand, but Yan Bingxue resisted with the strength to refuse. Suchen's boyfriend shook Yan Bingxue's hand vigorously and explained, "Okay. My wife, I lied to you. I didn't notice any of them. When I was in college, I played with my group of buddies every day. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jiqiang and the others." Yan Bingxue ran away with a smile. "Honey, you're kidding me again." Yan Bingxue ran shyly by the lake, with both hands on the railing by the lake. Suchen put one hand on Yan Bingxue's arm with a smile and said, "Whether it's the past, the present, or the future, in my eyes there is only you. You are the angel who landed beside me. You have already occupied my whole life, heart." Yan Bingxue looked at the lake with a smile, and unconsciously clasped her hands together. "Wife, if you still don't believe me, just like Fairy Zixia, go to my heart and ask me if what I'm telling is the truth," Suchen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue chuckled, Who wants to see your heart?" Suchen also smiled, "Aren't you angry?" Yan Bingxue looked at Suchen with a smile, patted Suchen's face lightly, and said, "Next time, don't make fun of me." Suchen promised with a smile, "We must obey my wife's teachings." Suchen smiled and hugged Yan Bingxue. Suchen asked with a smile, "By the way, my wife is so good, and there are endless suitors around her. From the bottom to the top, they are all stars." Yan Bingxue said with a smile, "I don't care what they think. I have only one principle in life. If I don't like it, I won't waste a second on him, and I won't give him a chance to let him waste my time." Suchen smiled and said, "Wow, my wife is so cool." Yan Bingxue smiled and said softly, "Honey, did you just find out?" Suchen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, "Of course not, I always knew that my wife is the best person in the world." Yan Bingxue smiled softly. "Let's go, let's walk along the lake," Suchen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded and said, "Okay." Suchen and Yan Bingxue strolled along the lake. Beside Yan Bingxue and Suchen passed some young people coming and going. Suchen smiled and said, "Honey, do you feel that the feeling at school is very different from that outside?" Yan Bingxue nodded and said with a smile, "Yeah, it seems like I'm back in college." Suchen smiled and said, "Yes." Unknowingly, the two walked to the teaching building together, and Suchen said with a smile, "Honey, do you want to attend a class together?" "Listening?" Yan Bingxue said excitedly. Suchen nodded and looked at Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 825 afternoon rest, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Suchen and Yan Bingxue came to the art appreciation class to attend Su Chen looked up at the teacher standing on the podium, smiled and said quietly to Yan Bingxue, I didn't expect it to be this teacher, and this teacher's class is still very interesting. Yeah. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Yan Bingxue is also full of expectations for this class. What kind of class does her husband find interesting? Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile. Although the two sat in the back row very low-key, they still managed to attract everyone's attention. Some people secretly took out their mobile phones to take pictures of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue and sent them to the group. Come to class quickly, there are school flowers and grass in this class. Whoever doesn't read it will regret it. Come on, if you miss it, it will be gone. When everyone saw the news in the group, they started discussing in surprise. Hey, did you see the news in the group? There is a newly discovered school. Flower School Grass CP. Where is it? I want to see it. It's at 303A of the 3rd teaching building, hurry up. Wow, is this the joy of being able to experience the peerless beauty of CP? Again? So happy, so good. Everyone poured into the 3rd teaching building one after another. Before it was officially time for class, the classroom was full of people. The teacher jokingly said to everyone, ha ha ha, everyone is very active today. Did you wake up at noon? Wake up. Everyone replied in unison. Ha ha ha, I woke up, I am so active in class today, and things are abnormal. There must be a reason. The teacher said with a smile. Seeing everyone whispering and looking in the same direction, the teacher followed the eyes of the students and finally found the reason. It turns out to be like this. The teacher nodded secretly in his heart. Okay, no matter it's because I came to this classroom because of my class, or because I came to this classroom for other reasons, since I came to this classroom, I must abide by the order of the classroom and listen to the class carefully. I am not allowed to sleep when I am in class. Yeah, the teacher said with a smile. Veterans, we will all have a good class. The students said in unison. Some girls whispered, it's such a great time to knock on CP, how dare you sleep in it? Yes, sleep does not mean that this class is for nothing? Yes. The students smiled and held up their books and watched Su Chen and Yan Bingxue secretly. The teacher knocked lightly and reminded with a smile, where are you looking? The teacher is not so ugly, you can't bear to look directly at it. Everyone, haha, laughed. Teacher, you are beautiful. A boy said with a smile. That's not a bragging point, Teacher Yu was quite eye-catching when he was young. Teacher Yu said with a smile. Teacher, we believe in you, the students said. Actually, although Mr. Yu is in his 40s now, he is no longer young, but his temperament is outstanding. The so-called beauty is in the bones, not in the skin. It means that time has passed, but the temperament in the bones will never dissipate. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue listened carefully to Teacher Yu's class. Su Chen smiled and said, Honey, I didn't frame you, what do you think of Teacher Yu's class? Yan Bingxue replied with a smile, the teacher is humorous and funny, and the way of teaching is very unique. Ha ha ha, right. Su Chen said with a smile. Unknowingly, the two classes have ended, and the class of Introduction to Art has also drawn the curtain. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue got up and prepared to leave. But it was easy to get in, but hard to get out. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were surrounded by the student party. In the end, Teacher Yu rescued Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Student Su Chen, please come to the teacher's office, the teacher has something to ask for you. Teacher Yu said with a smile. Okay. Su Chen nodded. Su Chen brought Yan Bingxue to Teacher Yu's office. On the way back to the office, Teacher Yu asked Su Chen, you are a celebrity in our school. Why do you have time to go back to school today? Su Chen smiled and said to Teacher Yu, Mr. Yu, it's too much. Teacher Yu is very proud of you. Now that you have graduated, you still come to listen to Teacher Yu's class. Teacher Yu is very touched. What's the matter? Do you like Teacher Yu's class too much? Teacher Yu joked. Yes, Mr. Yu's class is very interesting, so I came back to listen to Mr. Yu's class. Doesn't Mr. Yu welcome me? Su Chen smiled. Teacher Yu said with a smile, welcome, there is a class with you. Teacher Yu has saved the links that he clicked on. Ha 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 ha, Su Chen laughed. Teacher Yu noticed Yan Bingxue and said with a smile, Su Chen, you have a really good eye for seeing people. Su Chen smiled and took Teacher Yu's hand and introduced, Mr. Yu, this is my wife. Hello, Teacher Yu, I'm Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yan Bingxue, as the name suggests, beautiful and generous, Bingxue is smart. Teacher Yu looked at Yan Bingxue appreciatively and said. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, thank you Teacher Yu for the compliment. Teacher Yu, how are you recently? Su Chen asked with concern. It's been pretty good recently. Teacher Yu replied with a smile. Teacher Yu looked at the happy faces of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue and said with a smile, it seems that you are also living a very happy life, you should cherish each other, after all, it is not easy to meet the right person of. Su Chen nodded and said with a smile, Teacher Yu, I will, and I will cherish it. Teacher Yu nodded in satisfaction. Teacher Yu continued to ask, by the way, Su Chen heard that you already have a child, right? Su Chen smiled and said, yes, it's almost 4 years old. Teacher Yu said in surprise, Su Chen, that's unexpected. Su Chen explained, ha ha ha, I didn't expect that either. Teacher Yu said with a smile, but it's no wonder that after becoming a father, I feel that you are much more stable than before. Su Chen said with a smile, yes, after becoming a father, the responsibility on the shoulders is heavy. To provoke this responsibility, you need to be more prudent. Teacher Yu nodded with a smile. Ha ha ha, now you are married, have a successful career, and a happy family. The teacher is very pleased to see you like this. Teacher Yu said with a smile. Thank you. Su Chen smiled. When they came to the office, Teacher Yu poured Su Chen and Yan Bingxue a glass of water each. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, thank you. You're welcome. Teacher Yu laughed. Teacher Yu continued, looking at you, I seem to see my own children. Yan Bingxue saw the family portrait on Teacher Yu's desk and asked with a smile, is your child very happy to have a mother like you? You are a very good mother. Teacher Yu said with a smile, ha ha ha, you too. Only when you become a mother will you know that being a mother is not easy. Yan Bingxue nodded. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Teacher Yu continued to remind Su Chen, you should take good care of the person who bears your children. A woman who can bear children for you shows that she really puts her whole life in your hands. Don't let your heart down. Su Chen nodded with a smile and replied repeatedly, yes yes yes. Yan Bingxue, Su Chen chatted with Teacher Yu for a long time and then walked out of the office. Before Su Chen and Yan Bingxue walked out, Teacher Yu gave them an artifact. Teacher Yu smiled and talked to Su Chen. Yan Bingxue said, put this on when you go out, otherwise Teacher Yu can't guarantee that you can walk out of the school gate smoothly. Su Chen smiled and said, ha ha ha, okay. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, the teacher is still considerate, thank you. Teacher Yu. Teacher Yu said with a smile, you're welcome, next time, come and sit at my house when you have time. Su Chen replied with a smile, definitely, Teacher Yu, I will definitely visit you at your house next time I have time. Teacher Yu smiled and watched Su Chen and Yan Bingxue go out. Su Chen held Yan Bingxue's hand, looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, Bingxue, as expected, even a mask can't cover your eyebrows, and the hazy beauty half hidden by holding a pipa is also very attractive. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile and said, honey, why are you so good at talking? That's because my wife has good looks. Su Chen said with a smile. Let's go home. Su Chen said with a smile. Yeah. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yan Bingxue looked at her watch and said with a smile, oh, this time is just right, you can pick up Tuanchuan and Lei. Su Chen said with a smile, yes. Let's go, wife, we are going to wait for someone at the school gate, return the card to him, and then we will go to Tuanchuan and Lei's school. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue asked the male student who borrowed the card to meet at the school gate. After a while, the boy came. Su Chen returned the money and the card to the male classmate, and then took Yan Bingxue to pick up Tuanchuan and Lei. Su Chen brought Yan Bingxue to the parking lot. Yan Bingxue was about to get in the car when she suddenly found a caterpillar in the car door. The little caterpillar was wandering and wriggling in front of the car door. Yan Bingxue couldn't help being frightened by this little thing, and wanted to take a few steps back. Yan Bingxue stepped aside, holding Su Chen's arm. Yan Bingxue's frightened expression made Su Chen very worried. Su Chen asked worriedly, honey, what's wrong? Yan Bingxue said in a trembling voice, husband, there are bugs. Yan Bingxue turned her head aside, avoiding looking in the direction of the car door, only pointing in the direction of the car door with one hand. Don't be afraid, my husband is here. Su Chen said softly. And Su Chen patted Yan Bingxue's arm. Su Chen looked over and saw a black thing on the door of the car. Su Chen was about to go over and get the bug away. With the help of a nearby branch, Su Chen pushed the bug away. Honey, I got rid of the bugs. Su Chen said with a smile, patting his dusty hand. Yan Bingxue looked at it, and it seemed that there were no more bugs in the car door, so she slowly approached the car door. Su Chen said with a smile, ha 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 ha, my wife, it's the first time I saw you so afraid of something. I didn't expect this thing to be a caterpillar. Yan Bingxue patted Su Chen's arm and said, okay, husband, you're making fun of me again. Su Chen said with a smile, my wife, I am not making fun of you, I think my wife, you are very cute. Ha 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 ha, who do you think would believe that our usually vigorous president Yan would be afraid of a caterpillar? Su Chen continued. Honey, you. Yan Bingxue was a little embarrassed and a little annoyed by Su Chen's words. Su Chen was full of desire to survive, and said, honey, I was wrong, I won't say anything. Actually, I think my wife is very cute, I like you like this. Let's go, my dear wife, please get in the car. Yan Bingxue reluctantly accepted the step given by Su Chen. Su Chen said with a smile, honey, caterpillars are actually very cute, aren't they? Caterpillars are still very charming after they break into butterflies. Yan Bingxue shook her head with a smile and said, but husband, don't you think that you will get goosebumps all over your body when you see a caterpillar? The appearance of a caterpillar flashed in Yan Bingshue's head. She shook her head quickly, and deleted the memory of the caterpillar. Yan Bingxue said with pleading eyes, honey, stop talking, let's change the topic. Su Chen smiled and said, all right, let's change the subject. The corners of Su Chen's mouth raised slightly upwards unconsciously. The more Su Chen thought about it, the more cute Yan Bingxue was just now. Soon, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue received Tuan Tuan and Lei, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue drove Tuan Tuan and Lei back home. Tuanchuan, Lei, Su Chen, and Yan Bingxue shared their experiences at school. Today, the two little guys talked with gusto. Looks like I had a lot of fun at school today, Su Chen said with a smile. Yeah, Tuanchuan thinks kindergarten is fun, there are a lot of kids playing with me. Tuanchuan said cutely. Ha ha ha, I don't know who didn't want to go to kindergarten a while ago, Su Chen joked. Papa, then I still need to adapt to a different environment, I have to adapt. Tuanchuan said with a blushing little face. Oh, Dad knows. Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen looked at the time, today is Thursday, and reminded with a smile. Tuanchuan, Lei is buttoning up the button tomorrow, right? Tuanchuan and Lei nodded and said, Baba, Mama, the competition is tomorrow. Yan Bingxue asked with a smile, are Tuanchuan and Lei nervous? Tuanchuan rubbed his little hands and said, yeah, I'm nervous, because everyone is well prepared, and Tuanchuan is afraid. Lei looked at Tuanchuan with a smile and said, don't be afraid of Tuanchuan, I believe Tuanchuan is no worse than Xiaohu and Lily. Tuanchuan looked at Lei with a smile. Su Chen smiled and praised, it seems that our Lei is a little warm boy. Lei looked at Su Chen with a smile. Mom and Dad also believe that Tuanchuan and Lei will definitely get good grades. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yes, Mom and Dad believe that Tuanchuan and Lei are the best. Su Chen said. With a smile. Yeah. Lei and Tuanchuan smiled and nodded. And Tuanchuan and Lei can still practice after going back today, right? We need to be fully prepared, and we will be invincible. Su Chen said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, the two little guys laughed happily. Back home, Tuanchuan and Lei first finished today's manual homework, and then the two little guys started to fight for tomorrow's game. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 827, My Husband Loves You, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Page Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Soon it will be Friday. Tuanchuan and Lei came to the school. The competition started at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the children arrived at the school on time. Su Chen encouraged Tuanchuan and Lele, come on, Mom and Dad are waiting for your good news. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded seriously. Lele looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue happily and said, yeah, I will work hard. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, then Mom and Dad are going to work, goodbye. Baba Mama, goodbye, the two little guys said excitedly. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue drove away, and Tuanchuan and Lele came to the school. In the hall of the school, the teacher had already prepared all the tools for the competition, and the teacher timed everyone, and the little ones got ready nervously. Time passed quickly, and the game was over. The teacher awarded certificates to the first, second, and third place as promised. The teacher smiled and said, Teacher, take a picture of the three children who won the certificate today, and send it to the group, okay? The three little guys nodded happily. The little ones all know that this is an honor, and the little ones thought, if parents see the news in the class, they will be very happy. The little guys held up the certificates in front of them and showed bright smiles. The teacher smiled and said, the children are so beautiful. The teacher took pictures of you all. Come on, let's take a picture together as a class to record today's game. Teacher Huahua said with a smile. Yeah. The children nodded happily. Come on, the teacher said 1, 2, 3, let's laugh together, teacher. Huahua said with a smile. The little guys nodded one after another. Teacher Huahua smiled and asked, is Teacher Huahua good looking? The little ones replied in unison, it looks good. Teacher Huahua captured this moment and took a beautiful photo for everyone. Teacher Huahua praised, the children are also very good looking. Teacher Huahua looked at the photos on the phone and laughed unconsciously. The teacher sent our photos to the group, Teacher Huahua said with a smile. The little ones nodded happily. The teacher sent the photo to the group. Then the parents saw the photos in the group and expressed their admiration. One after another. Wow, the little ones are awesome. Yeah, everyone is so serious today. Look, Tuanchuan and Lele have won the first and second places in this competition. Yes, their two brothers and sisters are really amazing. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue laughed when they saw the comments made by the parents. Su Chen posted modestly, ha ha ha, thank you for your compliments, the kids performed really well today. Teacher Huahua said, yes, everyone performed very well. The teachers praised the teacher for being careful and serious. Teacher Huahua thanked the parents one after another. When they went to pick up Tuanchuan and Lele in the afternoon, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were very happy. Today, Tuanchuan and Lele have contracted the champion and third runner-up Huron. As their parents, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue feel very honored. Su Chen said with a smile, honey, Tuanchuan and Lele performed so well today. We need to reward them well. Yan Bingxue nodded and said, my husband is right, we want to reward them. Well, what should we reward them for? Su Chen said with a smile, honey, we haven't been to the playground for a long time, why don't we take them to the playground after school this afternoon, and then take them to eat pizza, how about it? Yan Bingxue nodded approvingly and said, it's been a long time since I ate by Sheng Ku, the little guy will definitely be very happy today. Ha ha ha, Su Chen laughed. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue came to pick up Tuanchuan and Lele. The two little guys ran over quickly when they saw their parents coming. Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue happily and said, Baba Mama. Tuanchuan won the first place in the competition today. Yan Bingxue touched Tuanchuan's head with a smile and said, Mom knows, and Mother knows that the two little guys Tuanchuan and Lele are the most powerful. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded with a smile and said, hee hee, that Tuanchuan and Lele won the first and second places today. Is there any reward? Tuanchuan and Lele couldn't wait to be rewarded by Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, a reward? Parents should think about it. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue longingly. Yan Bingxue touched the little guy's pink face with a smile and said, okay. Mom and Dad are teasing you, and your rewards have been discussed with Mom and Dad a long time ago. The two little guys looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue excitedly and said, then what reward did Baba Mama prepare for Tuanchuan and Lele? Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Mom and Dad decided to take Tuanchuan and Lele to the playground to play later, and then eat bishink. Tuanchuan and Lele were very happy after hearing the reward, and said with a smile, long live Papa. Long live Mama. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and Lele with a smile. Yan Bingxue smiled and said to Su Chen, husband, look at the excitement of the two little guys. Su Chen smiled and said, kids, of course I am happy to know that I can go outside to play. Today we will let the two little guys have a good time. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Su Chen said with a smile, two little guys, get in the car, we are going to go to the playground. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded excitedly and happily sat in the back seat. The two little guys hummed songs in their little mouths. Su Chen asked with a smile, what song are you guys singing? Louder, Mom and Dad should listen too. Tuanchuan smiled cutely and said, Baba Mama, this is a new song that Tuanchuan learned at school. It was taught by the teacher. The name of this song is Shake the Sun. Is one good? Su Chen and Yan Bingxue nodded together, and said in an expectant tone, okay. I'm looking forward to your performance. The two little guys sang with their cute and adorable voices. Shaking to and fro, the little bit of golden yellow reaches out to attract a dreamy glow. The two little guys sang the innocent voices of the little guys very seriously, which made Yan Bingxue and Su Chen's hearts prickly. Yan Bingxue beat the two little guys. The two little guys finished singing quickly, and Lele looked at Yan Bingxue and Su Chen cutely and asked, Baba Mama, did my sister and I sing well? Yan Bingxue and Su Chen replied with a smile at the same time, it sounds good, it sounds good. Yan Bingxue smiled and patted the two heads and said, this is the most beautiful singing that Mama has ever heard. The two little guys smiled happily. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 828 Tuanchuan and Lele won the championship in third place, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Page Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Singing songs and clapping hands with the little guy. After a while, the family came to the playground. After getting off the car, Tuanchuan and Lele were very happy to see the cartoon-like gate of the playground. Lele said happily, playground, playground, go. Su Chen took out 4 tickets to the playground, and said with a smile, Dad bought the tickets a long time ago, you 2 little ones can play whatever you want to do, Mom and Dad will accompany you, this afternoon, you are responsible for having fun. Really? Baba Mama is so kind to Tuanchuan and Lele. Lele said happily. Yan Bingxue patted the heads of the 2 little guys, and said, Fool, you are Tuanchuan and Lele, parents' favorite. If your parents are not good to your mother, who are you good to? Tuanchuan and Lele looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue with a smile. Let's go, little ones, Su Chen said with a smile. The 2 little guys led Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, and the 4 of them came to the playground. Tuanchuan and Lele saw that the children were all wearing cute Mickey headdresses, and Tuanchuan pointed to the cute headdresses and said, Baba, Mama, I want this Mickey headdress too, I think this headband is so beautiful. Mama, let's go, is it okay to buy this? Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Of course you don't want to, let's go buy it now. So the family came to the small shop, filled the entrance with Mickey's headgear, and Tuanchuan chose a pink headband with Mickey's ears, and said, Mommy, I like this. Then take this. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Baba Mama, heck, you guys can accompany Tuanchuan to wear this headgear, we are a family, we all have to wear this headgear, everyone knows that Tuanchuan and Lele are Baba Mama's children. Tuanchuan's cute looking at Yan Bingxue, Su Chen and Lele said. Papa and I are boy papers, so let's not bring them. Lele politely refused. No, heck, Baba, can you all bring one? Tuanchuan said cutely, tugging at the corner of Lele's clothes. But Lele continued. Heck, Lele's heart almost melted at the sound of his brother's call. Seeing her cute sister with big round eyes blinking and small lips pouting, Lele couldn't help but refuse, and finally compromised, Okay then. I knew Giggle was the best for me, Tuanchuan said happily. After Tuanchuan finished asking, his elder brother turned to Su Chen and said, Baba, can you bring one, too, and Tuanchuan will choose one for you. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Looking at this cute little guy, how could Su Chen refuse? He smiled and hugged Tuan and said, Okay, Tuanchuan will choose one for Dad, the one that suits Dad best. Tuanchuan smiled and said, No problem, Papa. Let's talk about looking at a row of hair ties on the shelf, carefully selecting them, and finally choosing one that suits Su Chen. Papa, this. Tuanchuan said excitedly, pointing at the hairband. Su Chen looked in the direction Tuanchuan was pointing at, and asked with a smile, Is it this? Tuanchuan nodded cutely and said, That's it, Baba, what do you think this headband looks like? This hairband looks a bit like a little fox's ears, Su Chen observed carefully. Tuanchuan smiled and said, Yeah, this headband looks like the ears of the little fox in The Little Prince, right? Su Chen smiled and said, Ha, yes. Su Chen brought the hair to Tuanchuan, and asked with a smile, Tuanchuan put this hairband on Dad, okay? Tuanchuan nodded happily. Su Chen lowered his head, and Tuanchuan put a hairband on Su Chen with his immature hands. Tuanchuan said with satisfaction, Okay Baba, I've already brought it. Let me see. Su Chen said. Su Chen looked in the mirror, smiled and said, Ha, this headband is really cute. Then, Tuanchuan chose a headband of the same style as Su Chen's for Yan Bingxue, and said, Mama, you should wear this headband is a pair with Dad's. Yan Bingxue readily accepted. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue put on cute headbands, like a young couple visiting an amusement park. Tuanchuan praised, Papa Mama, this headband looks so pretty. Hee hee, let me choose one for you, okay? Tuanchuan said with a smile. Okay then, sister, you have to choose a simpler one. Lei said. Okay. Tuanchuan replied happily. How about this? Tuanchuan pointed to a simple headband and said. Lei looked at the other headbands, compared them, and said with a smile. Okay, let's take this. Su Chen took off the hairband for Lei, and said with a smile, Here, Dad will put it on for you. Lei nodded, and Su Chen put a headband on Lei. Now the whole family is wearing headbands, and Tuanchuan said with satisfaction, Ha ha ha, it's awesome. Now we can play with peace of mind. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Ha ha ha, husband, this is the sense of ritual. In Tuanchuan's eyes. Su Chen nodded and said, I think so. What project did you and Lei want to play just now? Su Chen asked with a smile. Sister, what project do you want to play first? Lei wanted to ask Tuanchuan for advice. Tuanchuan thought about it for a while and said, Well, how about we go play on the carousel? Tuanchuan thinks the carousel is very beautiful. Lei nodded with a smile and said, Talk about your desire to go to the carousel, then let's go to the carousel first. Tuanchuan looked at Lei happily and said, It's so good. Su Chen said with a smile, Sure, shall we go to the carousel first? Tuanchuan and Lei smiled and nodded. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue brought Tuan Lulu to the area where the carousel was played. Let's go. Su Chen said while holding Lei's hand. Tuanchuan and Lei sat on a carousel. Yan Bingxue took Tuanchuan, and Su Chen took Lei. Su Chen smiled and said, The carousel is about to start, are Tuanchuan and Lei ready? Tuanchuan replied with a smile, Ready. Then let's count down to 321. Su Chen said with a smile. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the countdown was over, the carousel started to start. He and Lei laughed and shouted excitedly. Wow, I feel like I'm going to fly, so happy, Tuanchuan said happily. Yes, Papa, I want to catch up with your horse. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Drive, Tuanchuan said, patting the little pony's buttocks. The horse bobbed up and down in the air, to the music. The two little guys laughed happily. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this time. Chapter 829. A family must be neat and tidy. The reading record, you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support.